Star Odyssey Chapter 237 to Chapter 287. That's impossible. Astral beasts below the Explorer realm wouldn't be able to capture him that easily. He's someone who's able to take on Ztai head-on, so he's qualified to be a war drummer. Where's his gadget? You can't find their location? Planet Conan has been embroiled in a series of battles, and all sorts of energies are mixed together. Gadgets are temporarily unusable. Xianxia stared at the screen helplessly. After a while, Yao Gu left. He did not fight with Xianxia. The female adjutant heaved a sigh of relief. Although Yao Gu and Xianxia were both of the younger generation, their strength was too terrifying. Once they started fighting, the border defenses would be in trouble. If a few Skymenders list powerhouses and the 10 arbiters were involved as well, the border defenses would be even more difficult to defend. It was even possible that the previous defenses would be destroyed. Focus all of your efforts on finding Luin. Also, don't let down your guard against those who are being controlled. I must find the location of that strange beast, Xianxia said solemnly. Yes, Commander. Lu Yin's guess had not been wrong, he was indeed still on planet Conan, but he was too far away from his previous location. The Void Wanderer had been about to tear open a spatial crack that would lead to the Astral Beast domain, but it had been interrupted by Luin. Although it had only been for an instant, it had still moved the Void Wanderer much further away from its original position. Planet Conan was thousands of times larger than Earth to begin with. Even if it was just a slight deviation, the distance between them would still be far greater than the diameter of Earth. Luin walked through the desolate land, and there was not a single trace of green to be seen. Yellow sand filled the sky. From time to time, strange beasts would run past. Luin did not know if they were native to planet Conan or if they had been brought here by the Void Wanderers. He looked at his gadget. The signal had not been restored yet, so it was difficult for him to determine his location. After an unknown amount of time, a spacecraft slowly traveled through the sky. Luin was overjoyed, and just as he was about to take to the skies, a furious roar rang out. A giant beast leapt up from the ground and bit down on the spacecraft, tearing it apart at the waist. There was a violent explosion, and many people inside died instantly. Luin was infuriated, and he raised a hand to slap the beast. The beast's body was huge, but it was only a meter, so it was instantly killed. Unfortunately, the spacecraft had been completely destroyed, and there were no survivors inside. This was just a patrolling spaceship. It was small in size and had few people. Once it was attacked, it would be hard for it to survive. Luin searched for a long time but still couldn't find a way to contact him. His luck was really bad, as the spacecraft had been severely damaged. Although they could not find the human base, the appearance of such a spaceship proved that the base was not far away. The surrounding area was within the detection range of the base, and the army would soon arrive to investigate. Luin had no intention of leaving, so he decided to wait by the wreckage. A day passed by quickly, and Luin found it strange. Logically speaking, if this place was within the detection range of the base, then the army should have detected him long ago. However, there was still no news. He looked around and remembered that the spacecraft had been heading west. He decided to try his luck. Not long after, he smelled the stench of blood. His expression changed, and he immediately used flash to flash across the void, reappearing hundreds of kilometers away. Looking around, he saw that the ground was covered in the corpses of exotic beasts and human soldiers, but most of them were badly mutilated. His expression was ugly. A battle had just taken place here, and the human army had been completely annihilated. The remaining mutated beasts had taken away some of the humans as food, while the footprints continued to head west. Intelligent mutated beasts wouldn't eat humans, while unintelligent mutated beasts would only eat the living. They wouldn't touch the dead. If someone was really taken away as food, those people would definitely still be alive. Luin didn't hesitate and chased after the footprints. He wasn't a good person, but he couldn't just watch as his fellow humans were eaten by mutated beasts. If possible, he would save them. The messy footprints continued to head west. Many mutated beasts wouldn't leave after a fierce battle with the humans, as the humans would immediately destroy the Void Wanderers. Even if the beasts came, they wouldn't be able to escape. Only a few powerful mutated beasts could carry void wanderers with them and escape. The rest of the mutated beasts would wander around planet Conan and continue fighting with the humans. There were many mutated beasts roaming around planet Conan, and some of them had even banded together to attack the humans. The entire planet was a battlefield, and the original lifeforms had long since been wiped out. The messy footprints continued until they reached the bottom of a yellow mountain. Luin investigated and confirmed that the mutated beasts had left through the ground. Just as he was about to enter the tunnel, the yellow mountain in front of him suddenly swayed. He turned around and saw a gigantic mutated beast that towered into the clouds. On the other side of this beast was a horde of countless mutated beasts, all of whom were staring at Luin. Lu Yin's hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his spine as countless mutated beasts stared at him. The gigantic beast that towered into the clouds swiped a claw at Luin. This mutated beast was very large, and although it was only a Lemmeter, it was definitely not much easier to deal with than Zitai. Lu Yin's attacks had only dealt limited damage to it, and no matter how large the range of his attacks was, they had only scratched the beast's skin. Boom! The earth trembled as the beast roared. The sound waves shook the void, and the yellow earth distorted as countless amounts of soil condensed into a giant claw that swiped at Luin. Luin gritted his teeth and covered himself with 5-lined battle force, causing a dark gold color to sweep through the sky. He used flash to appear in front of the beast and viciously struck out with a 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. This was one of his strongest attacks, and the combination of 9 stacks and 17-fold shockwave palm was terrifying. Although the beast was huge, its defenses weren't that terrifying, and Lu Yin's palm pierced right through its body. Strangely, this mutated beast didn't have any blood, and its body was completely formed from soil. Wait, soil. Luin suddenly thought of something and looked towards the horde of mutated beasts. If he wasn't wrong, then this wasn't a mutated beast at all, but soil that had been formed by mutated beasts. Luin had been shocked. How could such a huge mutated beast survive on planet Conan without being discovered? The giant mutated beast roared again, and its huge body charged towards Luin. Luin frowned and used Serious Palm to open a path, directly piercing through the beast's body. He then used Flash to tear through the void and appear in the sky above the captured soldiers. The soldiers had already lost all hope, but when they saw Luin appear, they became excited. Luin charged downwards, not using any battle techniques. Instead, he purely used his 5-lined battle force to strengthen his strength. A strong gale swept across the ground and crushed countless mutated beasts. The ground sank, and Lu Yin's power level was too high. Unless it was a space-exploring astral beast, ordinary mutated beasts weren't his match at all. Just as Luin was about to successfully rescue these people, he suddenly felt dizzy and his ears went deaf. An indescribably loud sound wave swept past him, coming from a palm-sized beast. At the same time, similar palm-sized beasts appeared from all directions, all of them emitting a strange sound wave at the same time. This sound wave was much stronger than Lu Yin's attack, and it was extremely penetrative. Blood trickled down from the corner of Lu Yin's mouth, and his eyes turned red. His back had been struck, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of his palms struck out in front of him, destroying countless mutated beasts. Luin fell to the ground and turned around in shock. This group of mutated beasts was not simple, and they were much stronger than the ones that had attacked the 2 bases. This strange beast that could only injure him had appeared. He had been one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and was someone who could compete for the championship. With 5-lined battle force, even the 10 arbiters might not have been his match when they had been on the same level. Yet, he had actually been injured by a group of mutated beasts. Many mutated beasts that Luin had never seen before had appeared around him. There were very few of them, but their innate gifts were very strange. All of the mutated beasts that he had seen before were now trembling in fear. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he clenched his fists. Sirius circulated around his body, and at that moment, he saw an invisible attack. Or rather, an invisible mutated beast. Its body was small and thin, but the attack that had severely injured him had come from it. Bang! Lu Yin's fist collided with the invisible mutated beasts, causing the ground to shatter and the surrounding mutated beasts to retreat. Luin took one step back while the invisible mutated beast retreated 7 steps. It stared at Luin in shock, as it had not expected Luin to be able to see it. Or perhaps, it had not expected Luin to be able to block its attack. What the hell? Luin was astonished. An invisible astral beast that could block his 5-lined battle force and an astral beast that could produce a sound wave that could cause him to faint had actually managed to heavily injure him. How could there be such powerful astral beasts on planet Conan? The combination of these 2 mutated beasts was enough to ambush an explorer. With his body injured, Luin immediately took out a set of Melder armor and put it on. He also swallowed some medicine, but the invisible mutated beast had suddenly attacked. It clearly did not want to give Luin a chance to heal himself. Luin stood in place and did not move. The invisible mutated beast's claw reached into the range of Sirius's art, and Luin saw its movements clearly. He gently dodged to the side and grabbed the beast's right claw with his right hand while his left pressed against its abdomen. Sirius' palm caused stars to appear as he pressed down with his right hand, causing the invisible beast's entire body to be pressed into the ground while simultaneously withstanding the might of Sirius' palm. Not everyone could withstand a 9-star Sirius palm, especially when it had been reinforced with 5-lined battle force. Even though the invisible mutated beast's defenses were extremely strong, its abdomen had still been pierced through by the palm. It roared, and the surrounding sound waves appeared once more. Luin endured the intense pain in his head and struck the invisible beast's head again, shattering its skull. He then turned around and rushed into the giant mutated beast's body that had been formed from soil. There were countless mutated beasts outside, and he was injured. There was no hope for him to save those people. Furthermore, those people had already been killed during his battle with the mutated beasts. These mutated beasts were much more ruthless than he had imagined. He hid within the giant mutated beast's body and retracted his aura as he prepared to charge out of the beast horde. At that moment, the giant mutated beast's body melted, and the soil collapsed as it sank into the ground. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and just as he was about to charge out, the sky was torn apart by an invisible attack. He immediately paused, as the sound waves were bombarding the sky one after another. If he charged out, he would definitely be struck by the sound waves, and he wasn't sure if he would be able to escape. This was not an attack that targeted his spiritual force, as the sound waves also affected his physical body and his brain. What should he do? Charge out? Or not? At that moment, Luin touched something hard that had been exposed by the collapse of the soil. It was a giant carapace that had probably been shed by some mutated beast. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he turned around to hide within the carapace. He then retracted his aura, and when the soil had completely fallen to the ground, he took advantage of the rising dust to fling the carapace far away while he charged out in another direction. The sound waves that could be seen with the naked eye bombarded the void and directly shattered the carapace. Lu Yin then used flash to hide on the back of a living mutated beast. To be more precise, he hid within the beast's scales. This mutated beast was still alive, and its body emitted an unpleasant smell. The palm-sized astral beasts did not give up after shattering the shells that Luin had tossed out. They continued to bombard the area with their sound waves until the ground was reduced to dust. Luin breathed in the pungent air as he stared at the palm-sized astral beasts. Although they were small, their sound waves were even stronger than Lu Yin's. It had to be said that these astral beasts had great innate gifts. It was no wonder that they had been able to fight against humans for so long. However, these astral beasts were too strange. They hadn't even been used to attack the base, but now, they had appeared here. There was definitely something strange going on. Powerful astral beasts were no less intelligent than humans, and Luin had often heard this saying over the many days he had spent in the military camp. It wasn't just the human army that had missions, but the astral beasts as well. At this moment, he could sense that this group of astral beasts was not ordinary. Could they be on some sort of mission? He couldn't be blamed for thinking that way, as it was rare for a group of astral beasts to be able to trap him without an Explorer Realm astral beast. This group of astral beasts would have attacked the base in an instant, but it seemed like they were intentionally avoiding the base. Either they were trying to ally with other astral beasts to attack a certain area, or they were on some sort of special mission. After the palm-sized astral beasts bombarded the base, Luin could have left, but after some thought, he decided against it. If there really was a special mission, he might be able to contribute. Although he was a student and had only come here to train, he definitely wouldn't let go of this opportunity if he could contribute, even if he had to pay a small price, such as enduring the stench. Not long after, the astral beast horde began to move westward again. This huge group of astral beasts didn't run on the ground, but instead controlled the soil to carry them away as if they were riding on a vehicle. They didn't leave behind any footprints. Lu Yin's eyes twinkled. The astral beast had noticed that he had followed the footprints, so it had deliberately used this method to move without being discovered. Half a day later, the astral beast horde stopped moving. The astral beast that Lu Yin had been hiding in and the others all walked towards the center. The group of astral beasts spread out in an orderly manner, assuming a defensive stance. Lu Yin's eyes lit up as he stared at the center. There was a person there, but he couldn't tell if he was dead or alive. He was just lying on the ground, and beside him was a strange, earthworm-like astral beast. Its body was covered in dancing threads, and under Lu Yin's watchful gaze, a thread was inserted into that person's brain. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his scalp went numb. After a while, all the threads disappeared from the person's brain. The person lying on the ground slowly opened his eyes and stood up numbly. He calmly walked out of the group of exotic beasts. The exotic beasts didn't stop him at all. After walking out of the group of exotic beasts, the person's eyes gradually regained clarity. There was even a trace of a smile on his face as he flew away. That person couldn't have been manipulated, right? After that person left, the group of beasts returned to their original state. The earthworm-like beast was protected in the center, but fortunately, the beast that Lu Yin was hiding in wasn't too far away, so he could clearly see it. 2. At the same time, Xianxia's headache grew. Commander, another warship has been destroyed. More than 2,500 soldiers have been sacrificed, Enya reported in a low voice. Xianxia's gaze turned cold. We can't wait any longer. More and more people are being controlled. If we wait any longer, then one day, even this spacecraft of mine will be destroyed. Enya hesitated. Do we really have to use that method? There are less than 20 people in the Border Alliance who are qualified to do such a thing. If any of them were to meet with an accident, it would be a huge loss. Give the order. Gather those people. Start from the central defense of the 100 stars and search for them one by one. Send a request for reinforcements to the erudite flow zone, Xianxia said resolutely. Enya acknowledged the order. Right, aren't the students from the Astral Combat Academy here as well? There are quite a few of them who can do such a thing. Have them join us. Xianxia suddenly thought of something. Enya was put in a difficult position. This mission is too dangerous. Even if we find the beast horde that is protecting the Xianxia, it will be difficult for the students to break through with their strength. Last time, we found the astral beast domain's twin freaks in a beast horde. If they work together, even an explorer would have to be careful. The students are in too much danger. Xianxia waved a hand. I know, but there's no other way. Go, the border's safety is the most important thing. Carry out the orders. Enya nodded helplessly and turned to leave. Not long after, Lu Xiaoqiu, Silver, Shui Luyun, and Lu Yin received orders to head to planet Songyuan, one of the central defense planets, to carry out the mission. The four were shocked, as they were only students. Although they were strong, there were still powerhouses in the Border Alliance who were comparable to them. Although those people had long since surpassed the younger generation and their strength was growing very slowly, their battle power was not weak, and they had plenty of experience. When had it ever been their turn to carry out a mission? Furthermore, what about Chao Ji, Tasha, and rank? In terms of true power, Chao Ji was definitely not weak. The only thing the four of them had in common was that they had all comprehended a domain. Xianxia's mission was simple: gather all the soldiers who had comprehended a domain and have them infiltrate the beast horde to search for a beast called the Xianxia that could control humans. There were too many beast hordes on the defensive planets, and it was impossible for the army to wipe them all out. Only by sending people to infiltrate the Xianxia and find its weakness would they be able to form a targeted defense. This mission was rather dangerous. The beasts were not stupid, and the ones protecting the Xianxia were definitely powerhouses. Xianxia and the rest did not know that Luin was currently the closest to the Xianxia, and he had actually found its weakness. No, it wasn't a weakness, but rather a natural instinct. Every living thing had its own natural instincts, just like how humans were born with the ability to adapt to any complex environment and use tools. Beasts were the same, they lived in groups or by themselves. Luin guessed that the earthworm-like beast that could control humans lived alone and did not want to meet its own kind. Every time its head glowed, the beast horde's direction would change. Although it had only changed 3 times over the past few days, that did not stop Luin from guessing. Either it was something that disgusted it, a human base, or its own kind. Otherwise, there was no other explanation for its glowing head. The most likely explanation was that it was a human base or its own kind. After a few more days of observation, Luin made a decision. He had already gotten used to the pungent gas, and even if he did not use the invisible aura technique, he might not be exposed, as his body was covered in that smell. Erudite Flowzone's borders had more than 100 planets lined up in a straight line. They were divided into left, right, and center, and there were 37 planets on each side. Only the center was protected by 100 planets, and planet Xianxia was the largest of them all. It was also the planet closest to Xianxia. So far, the army had discovered that thousands of humans had been controlled. Almost every planet on the border had been found to have been controlled, and there were quite a few of them as well. Xianxia had been forced to make a decision and gather all the powerhouses who had comprehended a domain to complete this mission. Domains were extremely difficult to comprehend, and even a top-notch institution like the Astral Combat Academy did not have many people who could comprehend one, let alone the entire universe. The chances were quite low, and there were only about 20 domain experts under the Explorer realm in the entire Erudite Flowzone's border allied army, which was already a lot. On planet Xianxia, within a burning forest, Xianxia was hiding in a tree trunk that only had its bark left. He watched as a huge beast horde ran past him, and he suddenly moved to hide inside a beast's body. He frowned, as the smell was too pungent. Elsewhere, Shui Luyun had also found a beast horde and hidden inside. It was not difficult for a domain expert to do this, as a domain could change one's aura and perfectly blend with the environment. Only extremely intelligent beasts would be able to discover one's presence, as other beasts would not be able to. Back then, Shui Knight had also used this ability to sit on the backs of ants without being discovered. Luin was still searching for the beast horde. As for Silver, there were countless corpses floating beneath his feet. The beast horde trembled and fled into the distance. What a headache. Luin actually went missing. Is he really that person's descendant? Or was the Zishan bloodline just an illusion from start to finish? Silver muttered to himself as he stepped through the blood and walked into the distance. On planet Conan, Luin hid for 10 days. During that time, the beast horde had changed directions 5 times. Each time, the beast horde would begin to move as soon as the creature's head lit up. There were also 2 times when the beast horde did not move, and the creature's head would gradually dim. This made Luin certain that the reason for the beast horde's change of direction was not because of a branch base, but because it was one of his own kind. As Luin was contemplating whether or not to continue hiding, beams of light bombarded the ground. The beast horde had been discovered by the army. Enormous sound waves converged and swept across the sky, colliding with the beams of light high up in the sky. The formless shockwaves distorted the void. In the sky, numerous warships continuously fired beams of light. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly acted. He appeared directly behind the earthworm-like creature and waved his hand, instantly killing it. Its defenses were very weak, and this agitated the palm-sized beasts. They gave up on the sky and focused on attacking Luin. Luin destroyed the earthworm-like creature and found the reason for the light from its corpse. It was a round ball, which should be the creature's brain. Countless sound waves bombarded him, and Luin sneered. After so many days, he could clearly see the changes in these sound waves, and he constantly used flash to avoid them. The earth-shattering sound waves only destroyed a portion of the beasts, but they did not harm him at all. This was how powerful the serious art was. No matter how strong an opponent was, as long as he had enough time, he could analyze and counter them. The warships in the sky continued to bombard the ground, but they avoided Lu Yin's location. Not long after, Lu Yin used flash in conjunction with the Sirius palm to slaughter the palm-sized beasts. He then soared into the sky and faced the warships. A person walked out of one of the ships and looked at Lu Yin solemnly. "Who are you?" "Astral Combat Academy, Lu Yin." The person was shocked. "You're Lu Yin? Didn't you go missing?" Lu Yin smiled. "I'm back now." The person looked at Lu Yin in bewilderment, and then at the ground, as if hesitating about something. Lu Yin was puzzled, but he did not say anything. He just watched silently. Not long after, the person said, "You killed the Xianxia?" Lu Yin was puzzled. "What's a Xianxia?" "A beast that can control humans," the person replied, his gaze fixed on Lu Yin. It was obvious that he also suspected that Lu Yin had been controlled. Lu Yin nodded. "That thing is called a Xianxia?" "That's right, I killed him." The man didn't completely believe Lu Yin, as the person being controlled would do many things to earn the trust of the army. He couldn't be sure if Lu Yin was telling the truth, but he didn't dare to take responsibility for it. "Get on the ship. I'll take you to see Lord Chuao." The guardian of the 37th planet on the right was Chuao, a hunter. Lu Yin still remembered that Chuao had battled with the Tangang fire beast in outer space, which had disrupted the entire planet Conan. Even now, the signal had yet to recover. Lu Yin boarded the ship, and many of the soldiers moved to other ships. They were on high alert against him. Lu Yin did not mind, and he just stood in the corridor and watched the ground grow smaller and smaller. He was still on planet Conan. No one bothered with him along the way, but he wasn't in a hurry. An hour later, the spacecraft landed in a giant warship in the sky. This was where Chuao was. On the other side of the humans, in the dark void, black, white, and red flames intertwined, burning the starry sky. It was more dazzling than the stars. In the middle of the three-colored flames, there was a huge beast. It was the soaring Flame Emperor, who was directly facing the human border. The flying Flame Emperor was surrounded by a group of powerful space beasts. They roared from time to time, twisting the void. All of a sudden, the void was torn apart, which alerted all the giant starry sky beasts. Yao Gu walked out of the void and stood quietly in front of Soaring Blaze Emperor. "Soaring Blaze Emperor, can we talk?" Soaring Flame Emperor's tricolored flames erupted. "It is the honor of the Desolate Beast Alliance to receive an invitation from a powerhouse on Skymender's list." Yao Gu's eyes narrowed. "It's not the Desolate Beast Alliance. This time, I just want to talk to the Soaring Flame Emperor." "Yao Gu, it was the Desolate Beast Alliance who agreed to let you come to our borders. What do you want now?" The Soaring Flame Emperor was displeased. "I don't want to do anything. I'm just here to give Soaring Flame Emperor some good fortune," said Yao Gu. His voice didn't spread out. Instead, it directly entered Soaring Flame Emperor's ears. After a while, the three-colored flames disappeared, revealing Soaring Flame Emperor's enormous body. "What did you say? Are you really willing to help my Flying Flame clan rise in the rankings?" "That will depend on your sincerity, Flying Flame Emperor." "I wonder how far you can go with my promise," said Yao Gu. After a while, the Soaring Flame Emperor's loud voice reverberated in the air. "It's been a long time since I've had a decisive battle with the Human Alliance. It's time for another round." Amidst the darkness of space, Lu Yin met Chuao in a giant warship. He did not know if all the people from the erudite flow zone were the same, but they all had a scholarly aura that gave off a gentle feeling. Chuao was the guardian of the 37 stars on the right, but he was still able to maintain his temperament in such a chaotic battlefield, which surprised Lu Yin. "Are you Lu Yin?" Chuao's voice was gentle, but his tone was unquestionable. Lu Yin respectfully replied, "Soldier Lu Yin of planet Conan reporting to the protectors." Chuao nodded in satisfaction as he sized up Lu Yin. Like many others, he felt that the students of the Astral Combat Academy might be arrogant. After all, these students came from various powers. Even if Lu Yin was from a fringe weave of the outerverse and was a prince in his own country, he might not be able to adapt to the military quickly. However, Chuao was still very satisfied with Lu Yin's performance. The first two bases had been attacked, and he had also seen the battle scenes. Generally speaking, this batch of Astral Combat Academy students had performed quite well, especially Luin. He had actually been able to force back Z-Tai, an explorer, which was quite astonishing. Tell me what you've encountered during this time, Chuao said. Luin recounted his experiences from beginning to end. Aside from the part about the monkey, he only mentioned that the monkey had been killed by him. He did not mention anything about progenitor Wusheng or any other inheritances. He focused on his experience of hiding among the astral beasts, especially the two types of astral beasts that he had encountered. The more Chuao listened, the heavier his expression became as he sized up Luin. The astral beasts that can turn invisible are called Ingguai, and the ones that can produce sound waves are called Cry Guai. These are the names we give to these two beasts. They are known as the astral beast domain's twin freaks, and when they work together, they can sweep aside powerhouses of the same level. However, the twin freaks rarely appear, and they have appeared this time to protect the Xianxia. Chuao then stared at Luin. Give me proof that you are not being controlled by the Xianxia, or you will be isolated. Luin opened his hand to reveal the sphere on top of the Xianxia's head. Has the protector seen this before? Chuao took it and pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Where did it come from? It grew from the top of the Xianxia's head. I noticed that whenever this thing glows, the Xianxia would leave that area. While I was hiding, the astral beasts protecting the Xianxia migrated 5 times. I'm guessing that it might be related to other Xianxia, Luin said seriously. Chuao was shocked. You mean to say that the Xianxia can sense each other because of this thing? Luin nodded. That's just my guess. I still need to test it out. Do as he says, a voice sounded from behind Luin. It came from a screen, and on it was a dignified man. It was the commander of the Astral Beast Domain's Border Alliance, Shui Chuanchao. Luin turned around and immediately bowed when he saw Shui Chuanchao. Greetings, Commander. Soldier Luin from planet Conan. Shui Chuanchao nodded. If the experiment is successful, you will be credited with the greatest merit. With that, the screen turned off. On the other side, Chuao immediately ordered someone to take the sphere to planet Conan in a warship and search every inch of the planet. While hiding among the astral beasts, Luin had encountered a total of 5 migrations, which meant that there were quite a few Xianxia hiding on planet Conan. The Xianxia is a very unique astral beast that has only appeared in recent years. The people it controls are conscious and have complete memories. They are no different from before, and even the person themselves doesn't know that they are being controlled. All of their actions are affected by the Xianxia, Chuao said seriously. It seemed like he was talking to Luin, but it was also possible that he was talking to himself. Luin did not interrupt. Because of the people being controlled, the death toll has increased by 30%, and the equipment has been damaged as well, Chuao said. He then looked at Luin and suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the border. What do you think of Chu Feng's strength? Luin was stunned. Very strong. Chuao laughed. Strong? He didn't even make it into the top 16. He's still far from Han Chong. Is Chu Feng your junior? Luin asked. Yes, he's a descendant of the Chu family. There was a moment of silence. Luin felt that Chuao was very friendly towards him, and there was also Han Chong. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Han Chong had looked at him with a friendly gaze. Could it be related to his surname? The erudite Flozone was said to have the most primeval surnames in the entire universe, but all of them had hidden themselves. Could the Chu family be one of them? Luin, what about your family? Chuao suddenly asked as he stared calmly into space. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Although Chuao's back was facing him, he could feel that the man was paying attention to him. I have no family. I'm an orphan, Luin replied. Chuao asked, are you from the Great Yu Empire's King Zishan bloodline? Luin nodded. Yes. Why is your surname Liu? Chuao suddenly turned around and shouted. Lu Yin's mind buzzed, and his mind was shaken. His body suddenly went limp, and he felt as if he had returned to Drift Charge Planet, to the moment when he had recited the Stonewall scriptures. The pressure that had caused him to faint appeared once again. This was the pressure of a hunter. If this had happened before Drift Charge Planet, Luin would have definitely lost his ability to think and become muddle-headed. However, reciting the Stonewall scriptures had allowed him to maintain a trace of clarity. I don't know. I feel like my surname should be Lu, Luin unconsciously replied as he bent over in pain. Chueo frowned and looked at Luin, but he didn't say anything else. Luin shook his head vigorously and panted heavily. He looked at Chueo in confusion. Protector, you. Chueo raised his hand to stop him and said, forget what happened just now. Forget your answer. Luin nodded, still panting heavily. If Chueo's pressure had been any stronger, he would have fainted. This pressure had surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword, and it had been directed at him for the sake of the Lu surname. Actually, Luin himself didn't know why his surname was Lu. When he had been rescued by his family, everyone had told him that his name was Luin, and it felt like he should be called Luin. He didn't feel any repulsion towards this name at all. The Lu surname had brought disaster to himself and his family, but he didn't regret having this name. Not long after, news arrived that the experiment had been a success. Although the sphere had been separated from the Xianxia, it still glowed. The warship had successfully exterminated a group of astral beasts and obtained another sphere. Chueo was delighted, and he immediately ordered an explorer to personally search for the Xianxia. Neither the Xianxia nor the astral beasts protecting it were explorers, which was why they could hide on various planets and cause headaches. However, because of Lu Yin's discovery, these astral beasts could no longer hide. This was a great contribution to the border. The border wasn't just a region, but rather the entire human race. Any border's contribution was enough to be recorded in history. Luin, well done. Chueo patted Lu Yin's shoulder in praise. Luin sighed. Luck. Chueo smiled. Sometimes, luck is more important than strength on the battlefield. You're a blessing. Not too far away, a screen appeared, and Shui Chuanxiao looked at Luin with admiration. However, before he could speak, the warship shook violently, causing the screen to dissipate. Bang! 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 The entire warship's metal cracked, and a terrifying shockwave swept out. The void distorted as if the entire universe was being torn apart. Chueo's expression changed. Not good, it's Yao Gu. The next moment, the clear sound of someone reading a book could be heard. Lu Yin's entire body went numb, and he felt as if the world was collapsing. He didn't even hear Chueo's cry of alarm. His ears were ringing, and all he saw was a huge crack in the warship. In outer space, when Xianxia's figure appeared. Brother Yao Gu, please reconsider your actions. When Xianxia, this is a decisive battle. Let's see if you can stop me. Yao Gu's thunderous voice was accompanied by an explosion in the void. In the depths of outer space, dozens of enormous beasts stepped through the void, all of them void-roaming beasts. Luin was stunned. A decisive battle? Chueo shouted, warship, descend on planet Conan. The explorers will battle in outer space. The war has begun. The warship shook and then charged towards planet Conan. Luin stood in place and watched the grand battle in outer space. This was a battle on another level, and he couldn't even see it clearly. Erudite Flozone's defensive line was also in an all-out battle. Countless astral beasts tore through the void along with the void wanderers and arrived from every planet. There was an endless number of them, and it was impossible to count their numbers. Many warships were instantly destroyed, and countless beams of light bombarded the horde of astral beasts. In just a short moment, countless lives had been lost. Shui Chuanxia's expression turned ugly, as he couldn't understand why the soaring Flamer Emperor had suddenly decided to fight. A tricolored flame descended. Enya was shocked. Commander, it's the soaring Flamer Emperor. Shui Chuanxiao snorted and stepped out of the void. Soaring Flamer Emperor, why did you suddenly decide to fight? Do border wars need a reason? The soaring Flamer Emperor's loud voice echoed throughout the heavens. Shui Chuanxiao's eyes narrowed. Then prepare to drown. You think you have what it takes? In the next second, the entire void began to burn. Before the pleasant surprise of being rewarded could end, the final battle had already begun. Chueo's warship landed directly above planet Conan's command center, which was also where the most intense battle was taking place. The sky was filled with astral beasts, and countless spatial cracks extended into the distance. Beams of light filled the sky as the beasts roared. Luin walked out of the warship and was greeted by an astral beast that had burrowed out of the ground to bite him. He casually swatted it to death, and the entire battlefield was filled with blood and dust. Countless strange innate gifts and battle techniques had been unleashed, and both human soldiers and astral beasts had gone berserk from the slaughter. In this battlefield, there was no fair competition, there was only slaughter. Luin quickly joined the fray, as he was second only to the explorers on this battlefield. The explorer's battlefield was in outer space, and in this battlefield, he was invincible. Countless astral beasts were killed by Luin, and he didn't even need to use five-lined battle force or battle techniques. Just his physical strength alone was enough to dominate the battlefield. The astral beasts weren't powerhouses, but they couldn't stop Luin at all. All the planets were facing a decisive battle. Command centers, sub-bases, and so on were quickly destroyed one after another. Compared to humans, there were simply too many mutated beasts. Moreover, their attacking methods were strange. Even after countless years, humans were still unable to fully count the species of mutated beasts because they were also evolving. On planet Xianxia, within the withered and burning forest, Xianxia killed the Ying with a single sword strike. A large chunk of flesh was torn off his left arm, and in the next second, many palm-sized Ying let out a sound wave that swept out. Xiaoqiao's eyes widened as he slashed out with his sword. This was the third sword strike, and it was formless and traceless. With one sword strike, all of the Ying were knocked unconscious, and he himself was also hit by the sound wave, suffering heavy injuries. Even Luin found it difficult to withstand the sound waves, let alone Xiaoqiao. However, compared to the number of sound monsters attacking Luin, Xiaoqiao had faced nearly half of them. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Without the two monsters, this group of exotic beasts was no match for Xiaoqiao. He quickly took out the orb on top of the Xianxia's head. He had just received news that there was a way to find the Xianxia, and this method had actually been discovered by Luin. Although Xiaoqiao had lost the astral combat tournament, he was not satisfied with his loss. Luin had been immune to the third strike due to his constitution, but he had not been able to use the fourth strike. It was as if his hands and feet had been tied during the battle, and it was very sullen. He had originally planned to surpass Luin at the border warfront, but he had not expected that Luin would still be one step ahead of him. Xiaoqiao gripped the orb tightly with a resolute gaze. He was not satisfied, as this invisible competition had to continue. Furthermore, he still had an agreement with Luin to challenge the top 100 rankings at the same time. Elsewhere, far away from Xiaoqiao, there was a turbid and boiling sea that was filled with a strange liquid that could corrode any creature. On the shore of the sea, Silver slowly walked as he looked up at the sky and felt the temperature rise. He had not expected to encounter such a rare decisive battle at the border, but this trip had not been in vain. As for Luin, he was still fine. Shui Luyun and Luin were also on planet Xianxia, and they were both powerhouses who had comprehended domains. Chao Ji and the others were still in a base on planet Conan, fighting against a group of beasts. Boom! There was a loud boom that sounded like a tsunami that swept through the heavens. This was the sound of war drums, and it had traveled from one planet to another. Another boom followed as the sound of war drums echoed from one planet after another, forming a single line. On the battlefield, the human soldiers heard the war drums and felt an indescribable surge of emotions. A formless power surged out from them, and the beasts howled in pain when they heard the war drums. The more war drums sounded, the more damage they would suffer. At Planet Conan's command center, Luin felt as if he was looking at the hot blood of his ancestors as a formless power flowed through him. This was the spirit of humanity's inheritance, and it was stimulated by the war drums. It would never stop. Battle force covered Lu Yin's body as he soared into the sky and pressed down with a palm. 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm caused the battlefield to collapse as a giant palm print crushed countless beasts. Roar! Several angry roars rang out as strange beasts attacked Luin. They were all emitters, and some had extreme speed, some had powerful attacks, and some even had powerful defenses. There were a total of 5 beasts that joined forces to suppress Luin. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and the sound of the war drums had ignited his passion. He unleashed 5 serious palms in a row, crushing the beasts. Blood splattered across the ground, shocking countless people. At that moment, the command center was suddenly disconnected as a colossal creature walked out of the void. Lu Yin had never seen it before, but a cry of alarm came from his right arm. Void Thunder Beast! Run! It was the ghost monkey's voice. Lu Yin was shocked. You've awakened? Cut the crap and run. This is a Void Thunder Beast, and any adult Void Thunder Beast has the power of an explorer. This one is already very close to that level, so don't fight it head-on, the monkey hurriedly urged. Unfortunately, it was too late, as the command center had been destroyed. The Void Thunder Beast stared at Lu Yin and attacked with a claw. It was clearly very far away, but it seemed to pierce through the void and arrive right in front of Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression changed. What a powerful aura! It was definitely not inferior to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Bang! Shockwaves swept out in all directions, and everything within a kilometer was crushed. All living creatures were repelled, forming a barren land. Lu Yin and the Void Thunder Beast clashed, causing the void to collapse. Why is there a Void Thunder Beast here? There are less than 10,000 of them in the entire Astral Beast domain, but it's actually here at the border? Did it follow Yao Gu here? The monkey muttered in confusion. Lu Yin was shocked. What did you just say? Yao Gu? That's right, Yao Gu. He's a member of Skyminder's list, and he's a super powerhouse of the younger generation who can rival your 10 arbiters. Lu Yin's expression changed. Yao Gu, Yao Gu. He remembered that he had obtained a black Mavis Bank card with the words Yao Gu engraved on it. It couldn't be this beast, right? There was a roar, and the Void Thunder Beast seemed to have locked onto Lu Yin. Its enormous body suddenly vanished as it tore through the void. The monkey cried out, "Why is it targeting you? Run. There's no point in fighting it. Even if you win, you won't be able to kill it, but if you lose, you're dead. This thing is unreasonable." Lu Yin frowned. This Void Thunder Beast couldn't be targeting him because of that crystal card, could it? He didn't have the time to look for that card right now. When he saw the Void Thunder Beast swipe at him again, Lu Yin was enraged. 5-lined battle force erupted from his body and distorted the void. He raised a palm and used Sirius's palm, causing stars to appear. There was a loud rumble, and the Void Thunder Beast howled in agony. Its claws had been broken by Sirius's palm. Lu Yin leaped up and appeared above the Void Thunder Beast's head. He slammed down with his palm again, intending to deal with this beast. Human, I'll remember you. You have the aura of my clan on you, the Void Thunder Beast roared and spat out a bolt of lightning that pierced through the void. Its entire body then vanished. Lu Yin's palm missed and shattered the ground. What's going on? Lu Yin was shocked. How could such a huge beast just vanish? That's a Void Thunder Beast, ranked 3rd on the Celestial Beast list. Forget about you, even a Lammeter Void Thunder Beast would have a hard time catching one, the monkey said enviously. Lu Yin wanted to ask more about Yao Gu, but the outer walls of the command center crumbled to reveal a tall platform. There was a war drum atop the platform, and below it were 2 giant war hammers. One was black and the other was gray. Planet Conan's war drummer, Lu Yin. A loud voice rang out across the battlefield. Lu Yin was stunned. He was a war drummer? Lu Yin, carry out the order. Lu Yin did not hesitate and used flash to appear in front of the war drum. He could feel the iron will of his predecessors as he grabbed the black war hammer. It was very heavy, and there was a strange baleful aura that attacked his brain. It was the same feeling as when he had faced Lu Xiaoqiu's 3rd sword and Chu Ao's voice attack. This baleful aura was enough to tear apart one's spiritual force. Thump, 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 thump. The sound of the war drums from the human border protection planets formed a single line, and more war drums joined in to form a sound wave that spread throughout the vast expanse of space. Not only did it affect the astral beasts on the planet, but it even affected the heavens. In space not far from planet Conan, Yao Gu and Xianxia stood across from each other. The space around them had been torn apart, and strange characters had bound Yao Gu like chains. Yao Gu waved a hand, and an extremely dark void crack extended out. It tore through the chains of characters and descended in front of Xianxia. Xianxia sighed. What's the point? The next moment, the dark void crack in front of him vanished. Yao Gu frowned. You're even more annoying than that undying bird. Xianxia smiled. Brother Yao Gu, you should think twice before you act. This final battle is a loss for us, but it's also a loss for you. It doesn't matter. I'll just treat this as training. I wonder what kind of impact it will have on the human domain if I defeat one of the 10 arbiters today. Yao Gu raised his head, and the surface of his body began to change. He had originally used star energy to forcefully transform his body into a human form, but now, he had transformed into a void thunder beast. Xianxia sighed again, and his gaze turned cold. The Wen family's legacy has been passed down since ancient times. Let me use the Wen family's inherited battle techniques and the literary prison that has inherited the style of the ancient scholars to bury you in space. How arrogant. Even you humans don't dare to claim that you can bury me. Yao Gu roared, and an invisible wave spread out, shattering all of the chains of characters and distorting space itself. The enormous power caused the weather of the planet to change. There were 2 terrifying battlefields in outer space. One was between Yao Gu and Xianxia, while the other was between the soaring Flamer Emperor and Shui Chuanxiao. The 2 battlefields were so intense that even the protective planets found it difficult to endure. Only the endless drumming stabilized the defensive line, allowing the human army to gain the upper hand. The most dangerous people on the battlefield were not the soldiers, but rather the war drummers. Any war drummers would be attacked by astral beasts. Generally speaking, war drummers were all explorers with astonishing auras and powerful physical bodies. Only Planet Conan's war drummers were melders. A mere melder had already become the target of many powerful astral beasts, and killing a war drummer was a great achievement for them. Lu Ying gripped his black warhammer and slowly raised it. His expression changed, and he unconsciously circulated his battle force. Using 5-lined battle force, he viciously smashed it against the war drum. Boom! A shocking sound spread throughout the battlefield and into outer space, connecting with the drumming from the other planets. In an instant, countless soldiers on planet Conan felt their hearts tremble, and an indescribable power erupted from them. Countless astral beasts howled. On Lu Yin's right arm, the ghost monkey was speechless. He had already become Lu Yin's tamed beast, so he was not affected by the war drum. You're actually a war drummer? Are you courting death? Do you know how many war drummers die at the border every year? Let me tell you, there are no less than 20 of them. 20 war drummers with powerful physical bodies and shocking auras. With your small body, any powerful astral beast can instantly kill you. Shut up, Lu Ying growled. The weight of the warhammer and the baleful aura that had entered his body made it impossible for him to be distracted. Boom! The war drum was struck once more, and the sound waves spread throughout outer space. Outside of planet Conan, the Tangang fire beast that was battling Chuao was enraged. Kill that brat. Lu Ying gritted his teeth as waves of dizziness washed over his brain. However, compared to the unstoppable dizziness that came from reciting the Stonewall scriptures, this baleful aura was not enough to cause him to collapse. The sound of the war drums grew louder and louder. When the war drums from the nearby planets also sounded, the sound of the drums grew louder and louder, and the impact on the exotic beasts grew greater and greater. Suddenly, a strand of killing intent descended as a sharp claw pierced through the void towards Lu Ying. This killing intent was unavoidable, as it came from a powerful space-exploring astral beast. Even Lu Yin's flash was unable to evade the attack, and the entire void froze. His eyes widened, and he ignored the attack. The monkey shrieked, but at that moment, a red lotus arrow descended and collided with the claw. The shockwave slammed into Lu Yin's back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the war drum. However, he still ignored the attack and continued to beat it. Mira walked out of the void and stood beside Lu Ying with a solemn expression. Lu Ying glanced at her. Mira smiled at him. Not bad. Continue. Don't worry, even if I die, I'll die before you. Lu Yin's gaze was heavy, and his battle force became even more condensed as he beat the war drum with all his might. The sound of the war drums entered their ears. The humans were imposing, while the exotic beasts were being suppressed layer by layer. Although there were intermittent drumbeats along the way, it did not affect the overall situation. In outer space, Yao Gu fiercely struck in all directions. A total of 64 ancient characters formed the Wen family's powerful battle technique, literary prison, trapping Yao Gu within. Yao Gu was shocked. You're actually able to train the literary prison to 88? Throughout the countless years of your Wen family, only a handful of people have been able to reach this level. How can a beast like you evaluate the ancestors of my Wen family? When Xianxia shouted as the astral literary prison glowed brightly. The 88 characters connected with each other to form a literary prison that trapped Yao Gu within, isolating him from the rest of the universe. This shocked many powerhouses, and even the soaring Fire Emperor was shaken. Yao Gu roared, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the void and shattered the literary prison. His enormous body crashed towards planet Conan. When Xianxia was shocked. He's actually so strong. No wonder he could fight against Sarati. The shattered characters reappeared and formed the literary prison for the second time. This time, the light was even brighter than before, and it illuminated dozens of planets. Even Luin, who was on planet Conan, looked up and was shocked. Who had caused such a huge commotion? With a whoosh, the void was repelled like a wave, forming a giant black hole that swallowed everything. Yao Gu left without looking back, but before he left, he glanced at Wen Xianxia with apprehension. This man, who was known as the Scholar of the 10 Arbiters, was unfathomable. Yao Gu left, and the soaring Fire Emperor did not pester him any further. The final battle quickly came to an end. Following the conclusion of the final battle, the astral beasts scattered in all directions, leaving behind corpses. The battlefield was cleaned up, and the soldiers numbly burned the corpses. Everything returned to normal. Luin put down his black warhammer, his arms trembling. He had used too much strength, and even he found it difficult to sound the war drums. It was no wonder why only explorers with powerful physical bodies could sound the drums. Perhaps even Mira would find it difficult to do so. I never thought that you could actually sound the drums, Mira exclaimed as she looked at Luin. Luin smiled bitterly. I've reached my limit. Mira sized him up. It hasn't been that long, but you've already reached this level. To be honest, even the 10 Arbiters couldn't have done much better when they were melders. Just take what I said back then as a joke. You're already on the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at her seriously. You mean the Council of Astral Academy? Mira nodded. The Council of Astral Academy is on the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. You became one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and Astral 10's leader, so you'll definitely be able to join the Council of Astral Academy. No, I still need to join the Outerverse Youth Council, Luin said. Mira was flabbergasted. Why? Mira suddenly smiled charmingly. Because of your fiancé? Luin laughed and nodded. You can say that. What a petty man. Mira rolled her eyes. Luin did not explain. There had to be a reason why his family had allowed him to join the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council. Now that he was on the same level as the entire Outerverse Youth Council, he did not know if this would affect his family. In any case, joining the Council of Astral Academy meant that he could join the Outerverse Youth Council. There was no contradiction. One belonged to the Astral Combat Academy, while the other belonged to the Outerverse. Luin still remembered the humiliation he had received from Bezer. When he went to the Outerverse Sky City, San Dios, he would settle this debt. You won't go back on your word, will you? Luin asked. Mira smiled, her eyes like crescent moons. She looked pure and charming. What do you think? Luin blinked, but he did not answer. Mira tilted her head. Let me ask you a question. If your answer satisfies me, I can recommend you to join the Outerverse Youth Council. Go ahead, Luin said. Mira narrowed her eyes and moved closer to Luin. Between me and Schwerer, who's prettier? Luin was stunned. He had never expected Mira to ask such a question. This was a battlefield, after all. However, he reacted quickly. You're prettier, of course. Hee, really? Mira laughed happily. Really? Lu Yin nodded seriously. Mira moved closer to Lu Yin and exhaled. Then how about I marry you? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. What a tempting suggestion. He subconsciously looked at Mira. Her snow-white neck, her alluring curves, and that indescribable seductive fragrance all attracted him deeply. However, it only lasted for an instant, and Lu Yin hurriedly retreated. Compared to Madame Naylan, Mira's charm was not enough. Lu Yin could be considered experienced, so he did not lose his composure. When he saw Mira's crafty gaze, Lu Yin suddenly grew angry. He had actually been teased. He had experienced life and death situations before, so why would he be afraid of a woman? He immediately stepped forward and lifted Mira's chin with a finger. Under Mira's shocked gaze, he said seriously, "If you dare to marry me, then I dare to marry you." Mira was stunned. Teasing others was her hobby, but this was the first time she had been teased. She was Mira, the Red Lotus Witchbow, and someone on the top 100 rankings. More importantly, she had the backing of the 10 arbiters. Because of her status, countless elites from large organizations did not dare to be rude to her. However, she had actually been teased by a young man. Lu Yin felt the smoothness of her skin and quickly retracted his hand. He could not go overboard with such matters, or else his joke would turn into real teasing. He was still not a match for Mira. Alright, let's stop joking around. I wonder if you're willing to fulfill your promise and recommend me to the Outerverse Youth Council, Lu Yin said in a low voice. Mira was stunned, but she quickly reacted and rolled her eyes at Lu Yin. You really dare to do anything? Be careful, or the person behind me will settle the score with you. The person behind you? Lu Yin's eyes flashed with curiosity. Mira's lips curled up. One of the 10 arbiters. So, are you scared? Who? Lu Yin asked. She pointed at the sky. The scholar of the 10 arbiters, Xianxia. The scholar of the 10 arbiters? Lu Yin was puzzled. Scholar is what everyone calls Xianxia. I'm warning you, you're not allowed to be rude to me in the future. Otherwise, you'll be in trouble if he finds out. All men are petty, Mira threatened before smiling at Lu Yin again. Right, I've already recorded your answer, and I'll send it to Schwerer. Take care of yourself. She then stepped into the void and left. Lu Yin was stunned. This woman had actually tricked him and sent it to Michelle? Lu Yin's head hurt, as he could already imagine Michelle's furious expression when she saw the video. He still owed her a promise to help her comprehend battle force, and with this incident, he would have to be careful when he saw her in the future. That woman is quite interesting, the monkey's voice rang out beside Lu Yin's ear. Lu Yin had forgotten about the monkey. Are you going to follow me from now on? I have no choice. You want to kill me, so I can only use this to protect myself, the monkey said helplessly. If it had a choice, it would rather die than become someone else's tamed beast. Can I summon you to battle? Lu Yin asked. Of course not, the monkey answered matter-of-factly. Lu Yin was disdainful. Then what's the point of keeping you around? I might as well destroy you as soon as possible. Hey, don't mess around. Although I won't help you fight, I know a lot of ancient secrets, such as progenitor Wushang. Don't you want to obtain his inheritance? As long as you get it, you'll be invincible in outer space, the monkey tempted. Lu Yin didn't mind. Your so-called progenitor Wushang's inheritance must be in the astral beast domain. Do you think I can go there with my strength? Besides, I'm not interested in your astral beast inheritance. 2:00 in the afternoon. Thank you, brothers, for your tips. Thank you. You should know what's good for you. When a life form reaches a certain level, it doesn't matter what race it is. Progenitor Wushang's inheritance can be inherited by both astral beasts and humans. Let me tell you, as long as news of progenitor Wushang's inheritance spreads, it will shake the entire universe. I'm talking about the entire universe, including your human domain and the technocracy, the monkey shrieked. For now, this isn't attractive to me. I'm more curious about Yao Gu. Tell me more about him, Lu Yin said. The monkey was puzzled. You care about Yao Gu that much? Right, that void thunder beast from before recognized you and said that you had the aura of its race. What did you do? Logically speaking, a melder from the human domain shouldn't have crossed paths with Yao Gu. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. I told you to speak, so speak. Listen up, your life is in my hands. Once you're no longer of any use to me, I'll dispose of you without hesitation. Also, you better pray that I become very strong. Otherwise, when I die, you'll die as well. The monkey was helpless. I know, I don't need you to remind me. You want to know about Yao Gu, right? He was born from the Void Thunderbeast clan, which is ranked third on the Celestial Beast list. He's an adult Void Thunderbeast, and this is something that everyone knows. Any intelligent astral beast would know. The Celestial Beast list? Lu Yin was puzzled. There's a terrifyingly powerful organization in the astral beast domain called the Celestial Beast Empire. The Celestial Beast Empire's imperial tutor is called Skymender, and he's a mysterious astral beast. No one knows what his true form is, but he has the ability to predict the future and measure the heavens. He's similar to the Starsibyl sect in the human domain. The Celestial Beast list is a list that he calculates, and it includes the strongest races in the astral beast domain. Any race that can enter the list will become famous throughout the astral beast domain, or even the entire universe. The monkey paused for a moment before continuing. Skymender's list is similar to the 10 arbiters. Only the strongest astral beasts of the astral beast domain's younger generation can enter. Yao Gu is one of them, and he's even fought to a draw with one of the 10 arbiters. Lu Yin understood. The list was used to differentiate one's strength, but it was also a form of motivation. Regardless of whether it was the various organizations, academies, astral domains, or weaves, they all had their own lists. Skymender's list. By the way, there's something I need to remind you of. Once you become an explorer and have the ability to protect yourself, it's best that you don't show off too much. Otherwise, it won't be good if you end up on the Celestial Vanquishers list. The Celestial Vanquishers list? Skymender once said that the universe has the same sky, and with the power of the sky, the beast's fate has descended from the heavens. The astral beasts are the favored children of the heavens, while humans are the ones who defy the heavens. They even call themselves the heavens, which is why they want to devour the heavens. This heavens refers to humans, and the Celestial Vanquishers list includes the humans who pose the greatest threat to the astral beast domain. Regardless of whether they're from the older generation or the younger generation, anyone who poses a threat can enter the Celestial Vanquishers list. The astral beast domain is determined to kill anyone on the Celestial Vanquishers list, even if it means perishing together. In other words, once you enter the Celestial Vanquishers list, you'll have endless enemies, the monkey explained. Lu Yin pondered, can Skymender really predict the future? No one knows. It's just like your human Starsibyl sect. Back then, a single sentence from Starsibyl caused countless people to freeze themselves and wait for the universe to change. Even countless astral beasts from the astral beast domain froze themselves. No one knows if her predictions are accurate, the monkey explained. Lu Yin had heard of this before. He did not know which generation Starsibyl had once said that the universe was about to undergo a great change. That single sentence had caused many people to freeze themselves and wait for the great change that Starsibyl had mentioned. Many years had passed, and the great change had finally arrived. The birth of the 10 arbiters was the best example. Once upon a time, no matter how hard the younger generation worked or how talented they would never be able to compete with the older generation. This was because cultivation required time. However, with the appearance of formcast models, the cultivation time had been shortened indefinitely. This was a change, and so was the indescribable strength of the 10 arbiters. These two changes indirectly proved that the universe was about to undergo a great change, but Lu Yin still felt that it was a coincidence. How could anyone predict the future? Planet Conan's command center had been completely destroyed, and only the area around the war drums remained intact. Lu Yin's performance in this battle had won the respect of countless people. Being a war drummer was one of the most respectable positions, and he had also discovered a way to find the Xianxia to prevent further losses. This contribution had earned him the right to meet Shui Chuanxiao. Within the warship, Lu Yin looked out into space. 5 of the 37 planets on the right had been destroyed in the final battle, and all of the soldiers on them had perished in the line of duty. The number of casualties was simply too high. The cruelty of the border war had exceeded anyone's imagination. Lu Ying now understood why the captain who had brought him here and his family had warned him to be careful. Even with his strength, he had almost died several times. If not for Mira, he would have been in real danger. Of the students from the Astral Combat Academy, Tasha, Lank, and another student, Shui Luyun, had died. Shui Luyun's death had shocked Lu Ying. A student leader from the Astral Combat Academy had died just like that, and it had been a tragic death. Shui Luyun had perished alongside several powerful astral beasts, including the two freaks and the Xingao. After the final battle, the army had not been able to find Shui Luyun's corpse, only a puddle of blood. News of his death had also reached the Astral Combat Academy. The realm masters who had dominated the Astral Combat Tournament were similarly weak in this border war. Perhaps only people like the 10 arbiters could truly protect themselves here. "Hey, how did you get that beast hide?" the monkey suddenly asked. Lu Ying calmly replied, "Call me seventh bro." "Seventh bro? You have 6 brothers above you?" The monkey was puzzled. Lu Ying ignored him. The monkey was helpless. "Fine. Seventh bro, how did you get that beast hide?" Lu Ying raised his hand and rubbed his cosmic ring, but the monkey quickly stopped him. "Don't take it out, please don't take it out." Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at the cute monkey tattoo on his right arm. "Why? Just don't take it out. My life is in your hands, and everything I do is for your own good." Lu Yin snorted. "If you don't tell me, then I'll take it." "Hey, why are you so stubborn?" "Fine, I'll tell you. At least you'll know what progenitor Wushang's inheritance means. Do you know why there's such a sudden battle?" "It's because of that beast hide," the monkey said solemnly. Lu Yin was stunned. "Because of that?" "That's right. I told you before that this is related to progenitor Wushang's inheritance. Once it's taken out, it'll be sensed by someone who also has that beast hide. Yaogu has one, so why do you think it appeared at the border?" "It's because it's looking for that thing. I've hidden from it many times without being exposed, but this time I had no choice but to use that beast hide to protect myself. It sensed the beast hide, which is why it started the battle. And it's been watching Planet Conan all this time? Now you know how important that thing is. Don't take it out before you become a hunter, or else you'll definitely be killed. It's the same for both the astral beast domain and the human domain. Once your cultivation reaches a certain realm, it doesn't matter what race you're from," the monkey said. Lu Yin muttered to himself. It seemed that he had really obtained something incredible. However, who had he stolen that beast hide from? It was huge, so the person who had it would definitely not be weaker than Yaogu. The spacecraft shook for a moment before it successfully docked into a super-large warship. This was the Erudite Flowzone's border command center, where Shui Chuanxiao was located. 10 minutes later, Lu Yin met with Shui Chuanxiao, who was known as the wisest commander in human history. Shui Chuanxiao's appearance was nothing special, but it was unforgettable. He seemed to have a unique charm that encompassed his temperament and cultivation. Regardless of whether it was men or women, they would all be attracted to him. Sometimes, a person's status was determined by their temperament, and Shui Chuanxiao's temperament was the type that could decide everything with a single word. Planet Conan's war drummer, Lu Yin, greets the commander. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. Shui Chuanxiao nodded and smiled. "Lu Yin, I thought highly of you during the Astral Combat Tournament, and you didn't disappoint. There aren't many people who can beat the war drums as a melder." "Thank you for your praise," Lu Yin replied. Shui Chuanxiao grunted in acknowledgement. "Anyone who makes a great contribution to the border will be rewarded. This is a reward from the entire human race. Take a look and see what you need." Shui Chuanxiao then had someone bring up the screen, which was filled with a dazzling array of rewards. There were star essence, cultivation techniques, battle techniques, source boxes, weapons, various privileges, and even regional rewards. At the very bottom of the list of rewards were honor points, which were only a single point. Lu Yin sighed in amazement. There were more than 100 rewards on the screen, which dazzled his eyes. Shui Chuanxiao smiled at Lu Yin, as he had seen this scene many times before. Even the 10 arbiters had done the same when they had received their rewards. The humans had given an endless amount of resources to the border, and as the commander, Xianxia would not be stingy. Lu Yin's first contribution was even greater than that of the 10 arbiters, so these rewards were basic. Lu Yin took a deep breath. He really wanted to take everything, but that was impossible. Commander, I've decided. I want this. Lu Yin pointed at the bottom of the screen, where there were only 4 words, 1 honor point. Many people were shocked. Xianxia was just as surprised. You're choosing this? Lu Yin nodded. That's right. I choose the honor point. Xianxia focused and looked Lu Yin up and down. Why? Lu Yin did not answer. Xianxia nodded. Alright, since you've made your choice, I'll give it to you. Xianxia, connect to the Hall of Honor and add Lu Yin's name to it. From now on, he'll be the one bearing the honor point. Xianxia nodded and glanced at Lu Yin curiously before continuing with her work. Lu Yin looked at Xianxia in confusion, but he did not ask anything. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin as well. 1 honor point isn't hard to obtain, but it'll be difficult to obtain a second point. You still have a month of service, and you've just experienced a decisive battle. There won't be any more battles in the near future, so you won't be able to obtain any contributions. In other words, you won't be able to obtain a second honor point at the border. Lu Yin nodded. Understood, Commander. Not long after, Xianxia reported, Commander, Lu Yin's name has been added. He now has 1 honor point. Third update, thank you all for your rewards. Xianxia grunted, take him to planet Xiangyuan. He'll be there from now until the end of his term of service. Understood, Xianxia answered and left with Lu Yin. Xianxia muttered to himself as he watched Lu Yin leave. He had assumed that Lu Yin was someone from a fringe weave who didn't know anything, but since he had chosen honor points, it meant that he knew something. Along the corridor, Lu Yin asked about planet Xiangyuan. Planet Xiangyuan is one of the Central Defense 100 planets, and its geographical location is much more important than planet Conan's. Naturally, there are many powerhouses there, and the guardian is Elder Long Zhan of the Sylvan Dragon clan. Xianxia gave him a brief introduction, and Lu Yin gained some understanding of planet Xiangyuan. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about it. There won't be much to do in the next month, and there'll be a period of rest after the final battle. There won't be many battles. Not long after, Lu Yin boarded a warship and headed for planet Xiangyuan. Compared to planet Conan, planet Xiangyuan was much larger, and its geography was completely different. Lu Yin was assigned to one of the bases and began his 1 month of service. Xianxia was right, there would be almost no battles after the final battle. When Lu Yin had first arrived on planet Conan, he had already faced an urgent battle every few days, and it had been difficult to breathe. Here, however, Lu Yin had become an ordinary soldier and was beginning to truly adapt to the tense and peaceful life of a border army. Here, he could use his gadget, and he immediately checked his status. Sure enough, there were more honor points behind it. You're really stupid, the monkey said. Lu Yin ignored him. Hey, you're really stupid. There were so many rewards, but you chose the most useless one, the monkey shouted. It's none of your business, Lu Yin replied indifferently as he stood outside the base's fence. His mission was to be on duty. I'm just feeling sorry for you. I know about your honor points, and there's even a special mission in the Spiritual Academy to kill people with honor points. Why? Lu Yin was surprised. Obviously, honor points are something that you humans can only obtain if you contribute to the human domain. Who else would we kill if we don't kill you? People like you who have a few honor points are our favorite. Killing you will give us a lot of merit, and it won't be too risky. You're really stupid. Continue, Lu Yin said. Continue? Continue what? Continue to scold you, the monkey shrieked. Lu Yin frowned. I feel like destroying you. Hey, don't threaten me. My existence will be of great help to you. Because of me, you can become a supreme being who can move unhindered through the universe. Don't make a mistake. You talk too much. I don't like it. Fine, fine. Judging from your tone, you probably don't know what glory points are for. How embarrassing. You actually want me, an enemy, to explain the glory of you humans to you? Don't you think this is ironic? He clenched his fist, and the star energy in his body began to boil as he pressed down on his right arm. The monkey hurriedly yelled, I'm scared of you. Let me tell you, your human honor points are indeed very useful, but that's only after 2 points. The more points you have, the more privileges you'll have. From what I know, some people's honor points can even allow them to reduce their sentences after committing a serious crime, such as the commander of the Allied armies, Xianxia. Even if he betrayed the human race, as long as his crime wasn't too severe, he could still use his honor points to reduce his sentence. Furthermore, as soon as he dies, you humans will mobilize countless experts to investigate the cause of his death. Luin was astonished. It's that useful? Then what about the Hall of Honor that he mentioned earlier? I couldn't find anything on my gadget. The Hall of Honor is an organization that evaluates honor points. I don't know much about it either, and only space-exploring powerhouses know about it. However, I do know that the Hall of Honor is one of the strongest organizations in the entire human domain. Rumor has it that there's a half-progenitor overseeing it, the monkey said solemnly. Half-progenitor? Luin was shocked. I almost forgot. You mentioned progenitor Wushang before, and now you're talking about a half-progenitor. Is progenitor a cultivation realm? The monkey solemnly replied, progenitor is a supreme word that represents the past and the ultimate realm. It's the highest realm that humans can reach, and it's the peak of cultivation. The number of progenitors that have been born in the universe over countless years can be counted on one hand. I don't know much about you humans, but I know of only one in the astral beast domain, progenitor Wushang. What about now? Are there any progenitors? Luin asked. The monkey laughed. How would I know? To be honest, I don't even know how you've cultivated to this point. Has no one told you anything? After a pause, the monkey changed the topic. Actually, that's true. You humans like to hide everything, and you only tell those closest to you. That's why many people don't even know the basics. Just like that, Luin chatted with the monkey on and off as he peacefully passed a month of military service. This month was very ordinary. Perhaps this was the life of the army, and it was also the life that the soldiers looked forward to the most. No one wished for war to break out. During this month, Luin had completely adapted to the ordinary life of the army, and he even chatted well with a few of the soldiers. However, the next time he came to the border, these soldiers might not even exist anymore. Even Shui Luyun would die, let alone these ordinary soldiers. Most of them were roamers without form-cast models. Their cultivation was slow, and their aptitudes were poor. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. Luin calmly stood in the corridor of his spacecraft and looked out into space. Every time he looked at the dark sky, he felt insignificant. Long time no see, Captain, Silver greeted him with a smile. Luin replied, I heard you've made a lot of contributions. Captain, don't say that. Compared to your contributions, I'm nothing. I heard that you've even met Commander Shui Chuanxiao, Silver praised. Luin turned to look at him. Have you heard of the Hall of Honor? Silver opened his eyes slightly, and his smile instantly disappeared. However, he quickly recovered. Of course, it's one of the strongest human organizations. How does it compare to you guys? Luin was curious. Silver was shocked. Captain, how can you say something like that? I'm just an ordinary student. How can I compare to the Hall of Honor? Captain, stop joking around. Luin replied, let's spar. Silver's eyes suddenly widened. Sure. Lu Yin's lips curled up. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Ever since he had met Silver, the two of them had only fought seriously twice. Once under the moonlight outside Jinlin City on Earth, and the other time when he had tried to assassinate Zhang Dingtian in Beijing. They had not fought seriously since leaving Earth. It was time to give this foxy face a good beating. There were plenty of places to spar on the warship, and Luin chose a gravity room as the venue. This is a gravity room specially designed for combat. How much do you want the gravity to be? Luin asked casually. Silver shrugged. Whatever. Luin immediately adjusted the gravity to 100 times, which was the highest gravity an ordinary limiter could withstand. The moment the gravity descended, Silver's smile disappeared, and a silver light appeared in his palm. It was Butterfly. Butterfly knife. Luin turned around and saw a flash of light. He instinctively retreated, but a shockwave swept past him and slammed into the walls of the gravity room. The walls, which were strong enough to withstand a battle between peak limiters, were torn apart. This was Silver's domain, and it was also an art of murder. Even Luin had not sensed when Silver had approached. This was 100 times gravity, and one could only imagine how fast Silver was moving under normal gravity. Butterfly continued to flash. Butterfly knife tore through the void, its edge leaving behind traces of spatial cracks as it slashed towards Luin. Luin retreated step by step, his eyes fixed on the blade's trajectory as 9 stars revolved around his body. When Butterfly knife reappeared within the range of Sirius's art, every trace of its trajectory was clearly visible. Although the blade seemed ordinary, it was filled with a power that caused the void to tremble. Luin reached out and grabbed Silver's wrist. Silver was flabbergasted, and his eyes widened. Butterfly knife spun and slashed towards Luin's palm. Luin punched out with a single palm, using 9 stacks to shake the void and deflect the blade to the other side. At the same time, he struck out with his left palm towards Silver's abdomen. However, Silver seemed to be able to predict the future, and he dodged the moment Luin struck out. His entire body vanished, and when he reappeared, he was already several meters away from Luin. Luin's palm missed, and the void distorted as the shockwave caused the gravity room to rumble. The loud noise attracted the attention of many soldiers, but no one dared to go in and take a look. Very few soldiers could withstand 100 times gravity. The two's exchange did not cause any earth-shattering explosions. It was like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water as they brushed past each other. "Captain, you're looking down on me if you don't use battle force," Silver laughed carelessly. Luin's expression turned serious. "You've seen through my attack pattern? What do you think?" Silver beamed at Luin. Luin's eyes narrowed. It wasn't just his attack pattern, his domain had all sorts of unfathomable abilities. Everything was under his control, and this was no joke. Silver had not used any battle techniques and had only relied on Butterfly. Butterfly knife had blocked Luin's attack, which showed how deep Silver's domain was. Luin was confident that he was at the peak of the Melder realm, but defeating Silver without using battle force would not be easy. This person was too strange, but it wasn't impossible. Sirius could create all possibilities. Luin thought about it and stepped forward again, striking out with his palm. Silver was astonished. Not using battle force? How confident. The butterfly knife streaked through the air in a strange arc, tearing through the void towards Luin's neck. Luin saw through its trajectory and decisively retreated to the side of the wall, where he slammed his palm against it and tore out a piece of metal. At that moment, butterfly knife flickered with a cold glint as it slashed towards the back of Luin's neck. Luin's eyes flashed as he gripped the piece of metal tightly and slashed at Silver. Silver's pupils shrank. This trajectory? He immediately retreated and stared at Luin in shock. This time, he was truly astonished, an expression that rarely appeared on his face. Even when he had faced Starsabil, he had not been this shocked, as Luin's attack had completely reversed his trajectory. "You learned my trajectory?" Silver was astonished. Luin pointed at the spinning piece of metal and smiled. "Maybe." Again. He then struck out with a 9 stacks 9-fold shockwave palm. The void trembled as butterfly knife appeared in Silver's palm. Butterfly knife spun rapidly, splitting from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3. The entire gravity room seemed to be enveloped by an invisible force that killed people like an art. Butterfly knife phantom images tore through the void. Luin's eyes flashed, and the muscles in his right arm swelled. If his legs could use flash step, then his arms could as well. His right arm rapidly trembled, creating afterimages as the metal plate split from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 3, completely reversing Silver's attack trajectory as they collided. Sparks filled the entire room as the two moved faster and faster. Silver was undefeated with his domain and innate gift of seeing through weaknesses, but he had met his nemesis in front of Luin's serious art. Everything about him was seen through by Luin. A minute later, the two retreated at the same time, both panting heavily. Silver's expression was calm as he swung Butterfly. The butterfly knife flung away the sweat on its surface. The metal plate in Lu Yin's hand was chipped, but it was still sharp. I'm overthinking things. You didn't copy my attack trajectory, but rather reversed it to block it, Silver said casually after a moment of silence. Lu Yin nodded. I can't copy your attack in combination with your domain and innate gift. That won't do, Captain. If I don't attack, you won't be able to either, right? Silver smiled. Lu Yin laughed. Is that so? Let's see if you'll attack. He then raised his hand and transformed it into a claw. The 96th form of the Sky Beast claw slammed down, covering the entire room as a bestial roar echoed through the void. Silver's eyes flashed. The butterfly knife swept out and cut the Sky Beast claw in half, but Lu Yin had already appeared in front of him. The metal plate in his hand slashed out, and Silver raised Butterfly. The butterfly knife blocked the attack, but there was a loud bang as a shockwave distorted the void. Several cracks spread out and tore through the walls, and the metal plate in Lu Yin's hand was cut in half. Lu Yin wasn't surprised, though, and he pressed his palm down on Silver's chest. His 9 stacks slammed Silver to the ground, unable to resist. It wasn't until the 9 stacks dissipated that Silver spat out a mouthful of blood. He stared at Lu Yin, who was standing in front of him, and smiled. His blood-stained teeth looked miserable. Captain, it's just a spar. There's no need to be so ruthless. Lu Yin looked down at Silver from above. I've lost my patience with you. Tell me, what's so attractive about the Great Yu Empire? Also, who are you? Silver lay on the ground and put Butterfly away. You want to kill me? He asked nonchalantly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. I've made contributions on the border battlefield, Silver said nonchalantly. Lu Yin squatted down and looked at him. I have honor points. Silver's expression did not change. It doesn't matter. Let's try killing him. Lu Yin looked at him for a while, sighed, and stood up. There was nothing he could do about this person. He was a classic example of someone who was completely unafraid of death. Silver climbed to his feet and exclaimed, Captain, I'm really curious. How did you discover my tracks? Tell me who you are, and I'll tell you. Lu Yin clenched his fists. Silver wiped the bloodstains from the corner of his mouth. I thought that I could fight against you without using battle force, but I never thought that you would be so strong even without battle force. You're almost on par with Starsabil. He suddenly recalled that during the Astral Combat Tournament, Silver had admitted defeat against Starsabil. Why did you admit defeat against Starsabil? Silver was helpless. I can see through weaknesses and attack, but Starsabil can see the future. It was the same sentence again. Lu Yin had lost count of how many times he had heard it, but he did not believe in this so-called ability to see the future. If that was the case, then that woman would have been invincible long ago. It must be some sort of innate gift or battle technique that others did not know about, but Silver did. The Neo-Human Alliance was indeed very powerful and secretive. Silver left, but before he left, he gave Lu Yin a warning, be careful of Undying Yushan. Lu Yin had no idea what Silver meant. Undying Yushan was very powerful as a hunter and had even entered the top 20 of the top 100 rankings. However, he had long since retired from the stage of history and was now just a dying emperor. If not for Lu Yin, he would have already died. What was the point of Silver's warning? Lu Yin wanted to ask more questions, but Silver had already left. Hey, what's his rank in the Astral Combat Academy? The monkey asked. None of your business, Lu Yin replied coldly. The monkey sighed. With his strength, he can challenge the Spiritual Academy's academy head. Although he's more likely to lose than win, he's definitely worth a try. He should be a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy or something. Lu Yin ignored the monkey and returned to his lounge, where he began to recite the Stonewall Scriptures. He wanted to get into the habit of reciting some of the Stonewall Scriptures every day. The past few days at the border warfront and the Astral Combat Tournament had allowed him to experience the benefits of the Stonewall Scriptures. The elder from Drift Charge Planet had been right, reciting the scriptures would indeed transform him. Even if he did not have any offensive abilities, he would be immune to some spiritual force damage. The warship quickly returned to the frost wave weave through the express channel and landed at Astral 10 space station. Lu Yin and Silver disembarked from the warship and looked at the familiar space station. Although they had only spent a short time at the border, they had experienced a lot. "Brother Lu, you're back." Coco cheered happily. Lu Yin laughed. "Coco, why are you so happy?" Coco hurriedly replied, "Brother Lu, tell me about the border warfront. I'm really curious." "Curious?" "Yeah, my Windrift Hall has seniors and juniors who enter the border warfront every year. I'll probably go as well, so I want to know more about it." Lu Yin nodded. "Right, have Xiao Luo and the others returned?" Coco shook her head. "Not yet. Sister Michelle and the others haven't returned yet." "Wait, did you say Michelle? She went to the border warfront as well?" Lu Yin was surprised. Coco nodded. "Yes. Didn't they say that only the top 32 would go?" Lu Yin asked. Coco thought about it for a moment. "It seems that because of your contributions, the border warfront gave you a high evaluation, so the others were required to serve for at least a month." Lu Yin was speechless. This was too childish, but it was good for the students to get used to the battlefield early. What he wanted to know the most right now was when the top 4 would begin. The Astral Combat Tournament had to have a ranking. Lu Yin met up with Old Kai in the treasury. Old Kai looked at Lu Yin strangely. "You're not bad, kid. You've contributed so much in just 2 months at the border, and you've even earned honor points." "Not bad, not bad. You brought honor to the 10th Academy." Lu Yin respectfully asked, "Mentor, when will the top 4 begin?" "What, are you in a hurry?" Old Kai glanced at him. Lu Yin did not deny it. Old Kai calmly replied, "It's good for you that the top 4 hasn't begun yet. Do you really think that you're invincible with 5-lined battle force? In the previous Astral Combat tournaments, even 4-lined battle force would allow you to dominate. Unfortunately, this Astral Combat tournament is different. You have your greatest opponent. Starsabil?" Lu Yin probed. Old Kai shook his head. "Not just her. The erudite Flozone's Han Chong and the Mavis women. Do you think they're easy to deal with? Your greatest opponent might not be Starsabil. Perhaps it's Han Chong." Lu Yin was shocked. Han Chong was indeed powerful, but not to that extent. It's useless to tell you that. The erudite Flozone isn't simple, and there's even one of the 10 arbiters there. That's a level that you won't be able to comprehend. Those scholars look weak, but they're actually ruthless. Alright, the top 4 will have to wait for some time. It seems like we're waiting for an opportunity, but I'm not sure, Old Kai said impatiently. Lu Yin muttered to himself for a moment and then thought of something. "Old Kai, I've already entered the top 10 of the tournament, and I'm also Astral 10's leader. Can I enter the Council of Astral Academy?" Old Kai's face darkened when he heard this. This gave Lu Yin a bad premonition. After the tournament, one of the 10 arbiters, Knight King Jinwu, has issued an order that anyone who hasn't reached the Lamita realm is not allowed to join the Council of Astral Academy, Old Kai said in a low voice. Lu Yin raised his brows. "What does that mean? Is he targeting me?" Old Kai looked at Lu Yin. "You defeated Night Queen Yanqing, which is a slap to the Day-Night clan's face. Night King Jinwu's actions are clearly targeting you, but even so, you still have to accept it since he's one of the 10 arbiters." Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Just the fact that he had defeated Night Queen Yanqing was not enough for the 10 arbiters to take action. It was definitely because he had withstood Lu Xiaoqiu's third sword that the Day-Night clan was afraid of and wanted to thoroughly suppress him. Lu Yin took a deep breath. "I understand, Old Kai. I'll break through to the Lamita realm as soon as possible. There's no rush. Let nature take its course. The Council of Astral Academy is extremely attractive, especially to Astral 10. It's been a long time since anyone has entered Astral 10. Night King Jinwu wants to use this to disturb your mental state and prevent you from successfully breaking through or even failing." "Take your time," Old Kai said. Lu Yin lowered his voice. "Since he wants to harm me, then he won't stop at this." Old Kai cackled. I know, but so what? Astral 10 has already been exiled. Can he just ban it? Alright, you don't have to worry about it. Just do your own thing and smoothly break through to the Lamita realm. Okay, Lu Yin agreed, and then left with an ugly expression. The 10 arbiters had the power to educate and judge the younger generation, and they also had the power to dismiss and judge educational institutions. Even the Astral Combat Academy could not avoid this power. Astral 10 had been exiled from the Outerverse because of the Council of Astral 10's report to the Council of 10 Arbiters. Night King Zhenwu knew how much Astral 10 desired to enter the Council of Astral 10, so this was an open scheme. However, Lu Yin was certain to break through to the Lamita realm. At most, it would take a little longer, but he would break through sooner or later. When that time came, he would also enter the Council of Astral 10. Thus, if Night King Zhenwu wanted to target him, he would definitely have a backup plan. Lu Yin did not want to wait any longer. He had to break through to the Lamita realm as soon as possible. As long as he entered the Council of Astral 10, everything would be set in stone, and even the 10 arbiters would be helpless. It seemed that he could only place his hopes on the time-stop space. He had always rolled his die, and this time should not be an exception. In the early stages of cultivation, there was a huge hurdle, which was breaking through from the Sentinel realm to the Melder realm. However, it was not too difficult for a Melder to break through to the Lamita realm as long as they felt the sensation of breaking through. The second hurdle was breaking through from the Lamita realm to the Explorer realm, which was the biggest hurdle. However, Lu Yin did not need to worry about this at the moment. Breaking through to the Lamita realm required time, and the Day-Night clan also needed time to scheme against him. It was a competition of time, and Lu Yin was not afraid of competing with time. You have quite a few enemies, and even the 10 arbiters are targeting you. I feel like I'm on a pirate ship. The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. If the monkey hadn't spoken, Lu Yin would have forgotten that there was still an unknown factor. He couldn't let the monkey see him roll his die. Who knew if the monkey would leave him in the future? He stopped and turned around, heading towards the trial zone entrance. He wanted to ask Kuang Wang about this. Soon after, Lu Yin appeared on the shore of the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death. Kuang Wang was not around, so he randomly found someone from Astral 5 to call Kuang Wang over. That person looked at Lu Yin with admiration and immediately agreed. After the Astral Combat Tournament, the treatment of Astral 10 students in the trial zones had greatly changed. No one dared to make things difficult for them anymore. Whether it was Big Pao, Little Pao, Xiao Luo, Silver, or Lulu, all of them were freaks, especially Lu Yin. He was above all the other student leaders and was one of the strongest. Even the area masters had to be courteous to those from Astral 10. This was Lu Yin's first time in the Tao of Heaven. The trial zones were a virtual world, but this world had an ancient inheritance. It was a strange place, and even the monkey could follow him. Tamed beasts were also considered a type of strength. Is this the legendary trial zone of the Astral Combat Academy? Hey, have you ever killed a war spirit before? The monkey asked, looking very interested. Lu Yin casually answered, yes. What did you feel? What did you see? The monkey asked again. Lu Yin was about to answer when he suddenly realized that there were war spirits here. Wait, how did the monkey know that there were war spirits here? And it didn't ask about anything else but war spirits. What was going on? Lu Yin's expression did not change. I didn't see anything, other than. Other than what? The monkey was rather anxious. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Other than some strange things that I can't understand. What is it? Speak clearly. The monkey grew more and more anxious. Lu Yin was sure that the monkey knew something, but it was only a student of the Astral Beast Domain Spiritual Academy. Even the academy head was only comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. How could it know about the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones? Even the spirit hunters did not know. Speak. What did you see? The monkey was furious. Lu Yin's tone turned cold. What do you know? Speak. The monkey was taken aback, but then it smiled. What could I possibly know? I'm just curious, that's all. Don't overthink it. Lu Yin frowned. You've been following me for so many days, so you should understand my personality. I don't like being kept in the dark. You know too much, and you don't seem like a student. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, or I'll erase you. Fine, fine, fine. You're always using this method to force me. Just you wait, I won't fall for it next time. The monkey felt helpless. Luin smiled, as he had finally seen through this fellow's true nature. He might seem fierce, but in reality, he wasn't a shrewd person. Whenever he came across something he knew, he would be able to get the information out of him. Luin had no idea how he had managed to survive in the astral beast domain. Actually, the trial zones that your Astral Combat Academy controls came from a strange ancient civilization called the Rune Technology Civilization. Luin was surprised. Are you talking about the training method of drawing runes on paper? What do you mean by drawing runes on paper? I don't know. The essence of the Rune Technology Civilization's training is to view the universe as a space made up of countless runes. Regardless of whether it's a living being, a celestial phenomenon, or a planet, everything is made up of runes in their eyes, and the unit of measurement is the number of runes. For example, a person might have 100 runes in their eyes, and the stronger that person is, the more runes they have. For example, a planet might have tens of millions of runes, and so on. It's a very strange civilization, and the trial zones should have been left behind by the civilization. They can see through appearances, and they can switch between reality and illusion. They can turn everything into something virtual, and they can also use the number of runes to turn something virtual into something real. Luin was surprised. There's such a civilization? Does that mean that they can create any kind of miracle? You could say that. This civilization was very powerful, and their battle style was even more unique. They would directly erase their opponent's runes, which was equivalent to attacking the essence of their opponent. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the entire civilization disappeared without leaving behind any traces. Regardless of whether it's the cultivation method or the corpses of living beings, they're all gone. Only a few scattered ruins remain, and the trial zones are one of them. Luin recalled the images that he had seen with his serious art after killing the war spirits, and the images that he had seen seemed to be made up of lines. Could those have been runes? How do you know so much? Luin was puzzled. The monkey was pleased with himself. I know a lot. If you want to know, then be nice to me. Let me tell you, I even know a little about progenitor Wushang, let alone the Rune Technology Civilization. Progenitor Wushang's era predates the Rune Technology Civilization. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This monkey was very suspicious. Even a hunter might not know all of this, let alone a mere Lemeter student. This guy was worth digging up. It's possible to kill a few more war spirits. Who knows, you might be able to obtain the Rune Technology Civilization's inheritance through the rune lines. It's a very unique attack method, but we can't expose it, the monkey suggested. Luin wasn't interested, as he knew that he shouldn't bite off more than he could chew. If he had the time, he might as well cultivate his battle force. He hoped to cultivate his battle force to 9 lines and see how strong it was. As they spoke, Quang Wang arrived. I heard that you were looking for me? Luin nodded. I wanted to ask about the Tao of Heaven's Ocean of Death. Quang Wang's eyes narrowed. You want to steal the position of Tao of Heaven's Realm Master? Of course not, I'm just curious. I heard that even the 10 arbiters have been here before, Luin hurriedly said. He still needed Quang Wang's help, so how could he offend him? Quang Wang relaxed when he realized that Luin wasn't trying to steal the Tao of Heaven's Realm Master. He wasn't confident in being able to fight against Luin. No, it wasn't that he wasn't confident, but that he definitely wouldn't be able to win. Although he was arrogant, he still knew his own strength. The Ocean of Death is the Tao of Heaven's most unique training ground. It's rumored that the Ocean of Death. Luin wasn't interested in the Ocean of Death, and he was just casually bringing up a topic to familiarize himself with. After listening to Quang Wang's introduction of the Ocean of Death, Luin asked, Right, I've always been curious about how the beast tamers flow zone fights. Do you just release your tamed beasts? Quang Wang nodded. You can say that. Actually, tamed beasts don't have physical bodies, and they can only be subdued by beast taming techniques. Why are you asking? If I also had a tamed beast, how would I be able to block its senses? Luin asked, as this was the main question that he wanted to ask. When the monkey heard this, he shouted, "Hey, what are you trying to do? Don't be rash, bro. We're one entity, and everything I do is for your own good." Kuang Wang looked at Luin strangely. You have a tamed beast? Luin shrugged. I'm interested, and I want to go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone to learn. Kuang Wang laughed. Alright, if you go to the Beast Tamer's flow zone, you'll definitely be able to join the Divine Grade Hall. They'll teach you then. Can you explain it to me first? Luin asked. Kuang Wang looked deeply at Luin, especially at his right arm. He thought for a moment before saying, alright, blocking a tamed beast's senses is very simple. Just cut off the star energy. It's that simple? Luin was shocked. What did you think? A tamed beast is also a type of battle technique. Without star energy, the battle technique is useless. It's the same for a tamed beast, as all of its movements rely on star energy. This is the simplest principle, Kuang Wang explained. Bro, no, seventh bro, don't be rash. I don't want to be unable to see outside, and I don't want to die without knowing why. Seventh bro, please, don't block me. The monkey's voice was gradually drowned out when Luin cut off the star energy in his right arm. The monkey's voice instantly disappeared, and Luin felt refreshed. Actually, unless it's absolutely necessary, there's no need to block your tamed beast. Once a tamed beast is successfully tamed, it won't be able to escape. Escaping means death, and the two of you are one, Kuang Wang said. Luin knew that Kuang Wang had guessed that he had a tamed beast, but he didn't expose him. Kuang Wang wasn't stupid. Thank you for telling me, Senior Kuang Wang. Kuang Wang stretched lazily. When can you enter the Council of Astral Academy? Luin shook his head. Not at the moment. I'll have to wait until I'm a Lemeter. That's true. The 10 arbiters have decreed that no one can go against. Right, once you break through to the Lemeter realm, you can head directly to the tilting tower of the Divine Path and have someone inform the other student leaders to convene a Council of Astral Academy. The council has been held there this year. Kuang Wang then left. Luin thanked him again and restored the monkey's senses. Seventh bro, you and I are one. There's no need to block me. The monkey felt wronged. You talk too much, Luin said indifferently. The monkey was speechless. If you block me, then there are many things that I can't tell you. It doesn't matter. I'm better off without you. Luin didn't care. The monkey probed, is there something that you don't want me to know? Luin casually cut off the star energy in his right arm. It was time to roll his die. In a ruined area of Astral 10, Luin exhaled and opened his hand. The die appeared and slowly spun. It had been more than 2 months since his last roll, and the more time passed, the easier it was for him to roll a good number, such as possession or 3. It had been a long time since he had rolled a possession, so it was time. Luin tapped the die and watched it spin. He had a strong intuition that it might be a possession. When the die stopped spinning, Luin saw possession. The scene in front of him changed, and he saw the familiar land of darkness as well as the orbs of light. He already had experience, and the more attractive the orb of light was to him, the more compatible it would be with him. The orbs of light flitted by very quickly in the land of darkness. He had 10 star essence in his cosmic ring, which was equivalent to 1,000,000 star essences. It seemed like it was enough to squander, but it would only take an instant. Luin didn't dare to waste any time, as he would rather spend his time on the person he was fusing with. He didn't think too much about it, as he didn't know who was who anyway. Luin randomly chose an attractive orb of light and rushed towards it to fuse with it. When Luin opened his eyes again, he saw a retro room with wooden tables and chairs, paper lanterns, and a bronze mirror. This was a retro society. After a while, Luin gradually saw the memories of the person he was fusing with. This person's name was Wu Xia, and he was the manager of the Shenwu Empire's crown prince's residence. He was a peak martial spirit, which was equivalent to a peak melder, and he was close to breaking through to the martial king realm, which was the equivalent of a Lemeter. Luin smiled wryly. It was no wonder that this person was so attractive to him. They were both Melders who were about to break through to the Lamita realm, and their realms were compatible. It was only natural that he would be attracted to Luin. Unfortunately, this person was not even stronger. A mere peak Melder would not be of any help to Luin. Luin slowly stood up and looked at Wuxia through the bronze mirror. He had a pale face and long, narrow eyes. He seemed to be around 30 years old and was obviously a butler. That made sense, as this person was originally the manager of the Crown Prince's residence. The Shenwu Empire was the only empire on Shenwu continent. Through Wuxia's memories, Luin slowly understood his current environment. He was gradually surprised that this empire was not simple. It had actually fought a war with an extraterrestrial civilization, and there was a powerhouse who had used the 5 sealing planets to cover the entire Shenwu continent and seal it off from the extraterrestrial civilization. Through Wuxia's memories, Luin was shocked to discover that there were definitely space-exploring powerhouses on this continent. The 5 sealing planets were enormous, and they could even act as barriers. Lu Yin's deepest impression was that the human domain's borders could actually do the same on this continent. Although there were only 5 planets, it was definitely not something that an ordinary explorer could do. Thud thud thud. Before Luin could think any further, a voice came from outside the door. Manager Wu, His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to his study. Luin grunted in response, feeling rather speechless. He had fused into a servant's body and now had to serve someone else. What a novel experience. He walked out of the room and breathed in a different air. He looked up and saw 5 enormous planets faintly discernible. These were the 5 sealing planets that protected Shenwu continent. The emperor of the Shenwu Empire, Ming Zhaotian, was overseeing the central planet. He was a powerhouse who could travel through the void. Wuxia did not know how strong he was, but the space on this continent was abnormally stable. Even martial emperors, who were explorers, could not tear through the void to move. The emperor of the Shenwu Empire was at least a cruiser. Crown Prince Ming Hao was a martial emperor, which was equivalent to an explorer. Luin took a deep breath and walked towards the Crown Prince's study based on his memories. Along the way, maids would occasionally greet him. Manager Wuxia's status was not low. Although he was a servant, he was still a trusted aide of the Crown Prince. Even foreign officials were very courteous when they saw him. This was Lu Yin's first time experiencing the ancient style, and everything was new to him. The Crown Prince's residence was very large, and there were many experts within. Luin could sense that these people were all super experts based on Wuxia's senses, but based on Lu Yin's own strength, 1 or 2 of them were comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's area masters, while the rest were equivalent to ordinary Lameters. If they were all from the younger generation, it would be terrifying. Fortunately, most of the experts in the Crown Prince's residence surpassed the younger generation. Many of them were middle-aged or even older experts. In Wuxia's memories, there were no less than 100 people in the Crown Prince's residence who had reached the Martial King realm. In other words, there were over 100 Lameters in the Crown Prince's residence. This was quite a terrifying force. Luin finally understood why the Shenwu continent had been able to withstand the attacks of the extraterrestrial civilizations. This continent had given birth to many experts. Not long after, he passed by many pavilions and arrived outside a quiet and elegant study. Your Highness, Wuxia requests an audience. Come in. Crown Prince Ming Hao's voice came from the study. Luin gently pushed open the door and entered the study, not even daring to raise his head. This was based on what he had seen from Wuxia's memories, and he could not reveal any abnormalities. Only the heavens knew if those terrifying existences who had reached the hunter realm or even higher would be able to harm him through his fused body. He did not understand the strength of such people. Wuxia, who else entered my study yesterday besides you? The Crown Prince asked as he stared at Wuxia. Lu Yin's head was still lowered as he recalled the previous day's events. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine as he recalled the terrifying events that had occurred. Wuxia had seen something incredible yesterday. Crown Prince Ming Hao had been staring at Luin the entire time, and when he noticed that something was amiss, Luin forced himself to calm down and fearfully said, Your Highness, aside from this servant, no one else entered. Ming Hao stared at him. Raise your head. Lu Yin's heart trembled, and he slowly raised his head. What he saw was a pair of wise eyes and a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn seas. The terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, and Wuxia could not withstand it at all. He was directly crushed to the ground, and the entire world seemed to tremble. Lu Yin was shocked. He had seen explorers and even hunters before, but Crown Prince Ming Hao's strength definitely surpassed that of an ordinary explorer. Were the martial kings of this continent stronger than the explorers of the universe? The enormous pressure came one after another, and Wuxia's fear of Ming Hao surfaced from the depths of his heart, causing his body to involuntarily kneel down. Lu Yin's vision changed, and he appeared in the land of darkness. Then, he seemed to cross an endless distance to appear in Astral 10. He opened his eyes, but they were still filled with shock. The pressure from Crown Prince Ming Hao had been enormous, and it had left him with lingering fear. Ming Hao's strength was definitely comparable to a cruiser's, but it had actually awakened Wuxia's instincts and caused him to be expelled from his body. He looked at his cosmic ring and saw that he had consumed 3 star essence, which was the equivalent of 300,000 star crystals. The consumption was terrifying, and if he had been any slower, then even 10 star essence might not have been enough. Lu Yin set aside his heartache over the consumption of star essence and immediately looked up information about Shenwu continent. Shenwu continent was a continent that floated in a different space within the dark mist weave. It was not a planet, but rather a continent that floated in the universe with the sun, moon, and stars revolving around it. 1,000 years ago, a terrifying almighty being had been born on Shenwu continent, and he had used his shocking strength to tear apart the space and expose the continent to the universe. From then on, a long war had begun. Countless powers within the dark mist weave had tried to take over Shenwu continent, but they had all been repelled and suffered heavy casualties. They had been forced to seek help from the Innerverse. There was no detailed information about that war on the internet, as it had most likely been covered up by some powerful organization. However, the final result was that the almighty being from Shenwu continent had used the 5 sealing planets to seal off the space in exchange for peace on Shenwu continent. That almighty being seemed to have died. After so many years, some powers within the dark mist weave and the Innerverse had not given up on Shenwu continent. They had tried to open the door to Shenwu continent, but they had all been stopped by the 10 arbiters. In the end, Shenwu continent had become one of the testing grounds for the Outerverse trials. Lu Yin looked up, as he had never expected Shenwu continent to have such a great history. Even the extraterrestrial civilization was a power within the dark mist weave. To be able to resist the dark mist weave and the Innerverse great powers, Shenwu continent was truly formidable. Shenwu continent was one of the most difficult testing grounds for the Outerverse trials. There were only 2 ways to pass the test. One was to find the burial place of that almighty being, and the other was to find the 5 sealing planets' nodes and destroy them to open the door to Shenwu continent. There had been many such tests, but none of them had succeeded. Those who had taken the test on the internet all had the same evaluation of Shenwu continent. The martial power cultivated on that continent was stronger than the star energy cultivated in the Outerverse. Lu Yin turned off his gadget and blinked. He seemed to know the location of the nodes. Wuxia had accidentally seen it, and he had also learned about it through Wuxia's memories. He had never thought that one of the 5 major nodes would be located there. It would be strange if the people taking the test could find it. The death rate of those taking the test was rather high, and many people did not understand why. However, Lu Yin knew that the martial power cultivated on Shenwu continent was much tougher than star energy, so it was much easier to identify. Ever since some of the test takers had been captured and forced to give up information, Shenwu continent was no longer ignorant of the Outerverse. They even had a department that specialized in searching for foreigners and their weapons. If I sell the node's location, I'll definitely be able to get a lot of money, Lu Yin muttered to himself before smiling. Sell? That was impossible. Regardless of who he sold it to, the 5 sealing planets of Shenwu continent would be destroyed, and there would be too many casualties. Lu Yin did not want to become a sinner. Although he did not care since the universe was a place where the strong preyed on the weak, he still had to see if it was worth it. Dark Mistweave was not too far from Frostwave Weave, and Lu Yin's eyes flickered as he thought of something. He reactivated his die and rolled it again. This time, it was 1 pip. A technological weapon dropped, but it was useless. He casually tossed it aside and rolled it again. This time, it was 2 pips. Luin was speechless, as there was nothing he needed to disassemble. When the die stopped spinning, it showed 4 pips, time stop space. Luin looked at the familiar grayish-white space around him and moved his body. He used some star crystals to change the environment and then increased the time limit to 1 month. Now that he had money, he could squander it. During this month, he decided to sort out his various battle techniques and wait for the feeling of breaking through to the Lamita realm. He had walked the path of the Melder realm for too long, and it was time for him to break through. At the same time, a warship was parked outside of a giant planet in Frostwave Weave. Countless sounds of fighting could be heard from the planet, and a roar echoed through space as a man tore through space and glared at the warship. Duke Yushan, do you really want to spread this war to the entire Frostwave Weave? The countless powers of Frostwave Weave will not let you off. A gunshot rang out from the warship as Batson flicked his cowboy hat aside and blew on the muzzle. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of the explorer, and he had been instantly killed. As the former captain of the Great Yu Empire's 7th Imperial Squadron, Batson was a cruiser with a power level of 60,000. He was not someone an explorer could compare to. Duke Yushan stood on a balcony and looked at the stars. What a beautiful planet. It should have belonged to my Great Yu Empire a long time ago. It's a pity that we've been suppressed by the Innerverse for so many years. Batson's lips curled up. There aren't many cruisers in Frostwave Weave, and there are even fewer who can compare to us. With your current strength, you should be able to annex the entire Frostwave Weave. Duke Yushan smiled. Father's sights aren't set on Frostwave Weave, but the Innerverse. Annexing Frostwave Weave isn't difficult, and now that those Innerverse rascals have been expelled, it's time for Father to make a move. Where do you think he'll target? Grand Top Weave? Or Lars Weave? Or us? None of those. It's Fire's Melt Planet. Shalash, the former captain of the 8th Imperial Squadron, walked over. Fire's Melt Planet? Duke Yushan was surprised. Shalash nodded. Although it's just a planet, it has produced a genius like Yan Feng, who was able to enter the Outerverse Youth Council. Their leader, Yan Wujiu, is a hunter and one of the few powerhouses in Frostwave Weave who can contend with His Majesty. If we don't deal with him, His Majesty won't feel at ease attacking the other weaves. Duke Yushan nodded. Yes, Fire's Melt Planet. Speaking of which, Yan Feng wants to pursue my sister. I hope she doesn't kill him. Luin had modified the time-stop space with his star crystals, and although it was just an illusion, it was still very comfortable to look at. The Sirius Palm and the 9 stacks, 17-fold Shockwave Palm were his strongest attacks, and each had their own advantages. One was incomparably ferocious while the other was incomparably powerful. As for Flash Step, as long as his physical body could withstand it, he could even tear through the void. The 96th form of the Skybeast Claw was his weakest attack, but he did not want to give up on it. He had a feeling that the Skybeast Claw should not be that weak. After all, it was something that Undying Yushan had brought out from the Innerverse Starfall Sea. Of these battle techniques, the one he was most concerned about was the Concealing Aura technique. Even the student leaders of the various academies and space-exploring powerhouses would find it difficult to see through him. The second was the Sirius technique. Sirius technique had an irreplaceable effect when faced against strong enemies. Not only was it the counter to extreme speed, but it could also imitate the opponent's attack patterns. For example, in the battle against Silver, he had purely countered Sirius technique. As for the Sirius technique, Luin was extremely eager to obtain the lower part of the technique. However, according to the trial master, the Sirius sect was far more terrifying than he could imagine. His own technique had been stolen, so he could not reveal it to the public. This was a huge headache for him. As for the arcane art of life and death, as long as he used it once, he would use it again the next time he faced death. Luin would rather not use this technique as it suppressed the body's self-healing potential and was too dangerous. However, he had already tried using it, and he didn't know how to get rid of it. During this month, Luin still did not feel like he was about to break through to the Lamita realm. Helpless, he had to delay his breakthrough by another month. He was in a race against time as he was already a thorn in the Day-Night clan's side. In order to deal with him, Night Queen Yanqing would definitely not allow him to smoothly join the Council of Astral Academy. He had to break through to the Lamita realm before Night Queen Yanqing made a move. Time ticked by, and Luyin had already been in the time-stop space for 2 months. His body's strength had increased through the training of gravity, and he could definitely withstand a 9 stacks, 18-fold shockwave palm, or even 19-fold shockwave palm. However, he still hadn't reached the state of breaking through to the Lamita realm. Some people took years or even decades to break through from the Melder realm to the Lamita realm. Including the time he had spent in the time-stop space, he had already spent more than a year on his path as a Melder. With his aptitude, he should have been able to break through to the Lamita realm. Luyin pondered for a moment before silently reciting the Stonewall scriptures. Being able to communicate with people is something that the Heavenly Tao will not allow. Leaping through the starry skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will grant. Leaping through the boundless skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will not allow. Leaping through the heavens is something that the Heavenly Tao will grant. Leaping through the boundless skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will grant. Leaping through the boundless skies is something that the Heavenly Tao will not allow. The Stonewall scriptures had caused Luyin to faint quite a few times, but it had also calmed his mind. This scripture had unimaginable power. Luyin extended the deadline by another month. He had more than enough star crystals, and now, he was fully focused on breaking through to the Lamita realm. If he did not break through, he would not leave. He opened his eyes and exhaled. It had already been 3 months. He had stayed in the time-stop space for 3 months, and during that time, his power had increased a little. However, the increase was not significant, and only his physical strength had increased significantly. As for the feeling of breaking through to the Lamita realm, he still had not reached that point. Could it be that he really needed a few years to break through? Luyin thought to himself helplessly. Suddenly, he thought of the ghost monkey. This fellow was a Lamiter, so perhaps he should ask it. It should be able to exist normally in this space since it was a part of his power. Luyin removed the screen and looked at the cute monkey tattoo. He asked, "Are you still alive?" "No," the monkey grumpily replied. The flow of time in the time-stop space did not change relative to the outside world, but it did change relative to Luyin. Of course, Luyin's skeletal age and physical characteristics did not change, but his perception of time had changed. This could be seen on the monkey's body as well. Luyin had been cultivating for 3 months, which meant that the monkey had been blocked for 3 months. "Let me ask you a question," Luyin said. The monkey snorted in mockery. Luyin glanced at it and said, "If you don't answer, I'll continue blocking you." The monkey hurriedly replied, "Fine, fine, fine. Go ahead, go ahead." "How do I break through to the Lamita realm?" Luyin asked, looking forward to it. "Break through to the Lamita realm? Right, you're still a Melder." "How disgusting, I actually lost to a Melder Jr." "I'll ask, and you'll answer," Luyin said impatiently. The monkey sighed. "Well, it's easy to break through to the Lamita realm. You just need to feel like you're about to break through. You should know that." "How do I get that feeling?" Luyin asked. The monkey paused. "Do you feel like you've reached the peak of the Melder realm? And your star energy is full?" Luyin nodded. "Actually, the star energy in your body isn't full. The human body has limitless potential, and your body is still unconsciously absorbing star energy because it isn't full yet. Let me tell you, even explorers can't fill their bodies with star energy, let alone Melders." "Then what should I do?" Luyin asked. "It's simple. Just force it. The Lamita realm is the limit. Let your star energy fill up in an instant and take advantage of the situation to break through. This is the simplest method, but it requires a lot of star energy. The speed at which you absorb it is also very abnormal. You need to absorb it at least 5 times faster than a normal person. Otherwise, you can just absorb it slowly. Eventually, you'll be able to break through," the monkey explained slowly. Luyin's eyes lit up. 5 times? His star energy absorption speed was 9 times faster than a normal person's. "You're not lying to me?" "Nonsense, we're one now." "What good would it do me to lie to you?" the monkey said impatiently. Luyin thought about it and agreed. "All right, I'll try." He paused and then asked, "Is there anything I need to pay attention to?" "Nothing, just feel it yourself. You've experienced the Sentinel and Melder realms, so the Lamita realm isn't that difficult. Breaking through to the Explorer realm is the biggest hurdle." Lu Yin's lips curled up, and he didn't hesitate to cut off the star energy in his right arm. He wouldn't let the monkey see anything. As for the monkey's current mood, Lu Yin didn't even need to think to know that it was probably cursing him merrily. There were still a little more than 5 star essence left in his cosmic ring. He had used up almost 200,000 star crystals over the past 3 months, which was a terrifying expenditure. If not for the Mavis Bank's generosity and the pirates' robbery, he didn't know when he would have obtained so much star essence. Lu Yin thought about it and then gripped the star essence tightly and crushed it. He was going to use 5 star essence to help him break through to the Lamita realm. 5 star essence was not equal to 500,000 star crystals. It was much less, but it was much purer than star crystals. However, even if it wasn't 500,000 star crystals, it was almost the same amount of star energy that Lu Yin had used to break through to the peak of the Melder realm, which was equivalent to 400,000 star crystals. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. He had used up almost 1,000,000 star crystals to break through to the Lamita realm from the Melder realm, which would probably shock a bunch of people to death. The greatest use of star energy was to cultivate battle techniques, and a normal Melder could reach the peak of the Lamita realm after using 100,000 star crystals. Lu Yin's consumption was about 10 times that of a normal Melder. The surging star energy filled the grayish-white space, almost forming a visible liquid. This was the true form of the astral river, made of pure energy. Now, Lu Yin had used 5 star essence to create a similar phenomenon. Although it wasn't much, it had formed a liquid state. Lu Yin took a deep breath and activated his serious art. His 9 stars flickered as they frantically absorbed the star energy. His already saturated body seemed to break through its limits as the 9 stars grew brighter and brighter, forming a perfect nebula that rotated. The star energy formed a vortex that was absorbed by the nebula and quickly disappeared. Lu Yin's body emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, a strange feeling surfaced. It was the sensation of a breakthrough. Lu Yin opened his eyes. He was about to break through, but he couldn't do it here. He hadn't forgotten the strange phenomenon that had occurred when he had broken through to the Melder realm. He had clearly felt like he was about to break through, but he had still failed. If not for the Rainmaster's intervention, he would have failed. This sort of thing usually didn't happen, but there had to be a reason for it. Lu Yin forcefully suppressed the urge to use the formcast model to break through and continued to madly absorb star energy with the nebula chart. However, the effects weren't great. Once he broke through to the Lamita realm, his body would change once again and become more compatible with the universe. At that time, his body's capacity for star energy would increase once again, and it would be very difficult for him to absorb any more. Lu Yin was afraid that the feeling of breaking through to the Lamita realm would disappear. He sighed and waved his hand, causing the surging star energy to transform into mountains and rivers that extended into the distance. He was using up his star energy in hopes of leaving as soon as possible. When the last second disappeared, Lu Yin's vision changed and he appeared in Astral 10. Only a second had passed in the real world, but Lu Yin didn't waste any time and immediately rushed towards the Rain Observatory. Compared to old Kai, Lu Yin felt that the Rainmaster might be more reliable. The scenery of the Rain Observatory never changed. The pitter-patter of raindrops landed on the limestone platform, splashing and dispersing like tiny worlds. At this moment, the Rain Observatory wasn't completely empty. Schutz was there. His results in the Astral Combat Tournament had been very poor, and even if he wanted to serve at the border, he would have to wait for a while. After the Astral Combat Tournament, he had realized his own shortcomings. Whether it was his control of star energy or his physical strength, he was far inferior to Lu Yin and the others. Previously, he had only trained with the Sandmaster to increase his battle experience and physical strength. Although he had made considerable progress, he was still too slow compared to the others. He had decided to start from the very beginning and start from the very basics, which was his control of star energy. Lu Yin's appearance attracted Schutz's attention, and the almost uncontrollable surge of star energy caused him to tremble. Was that power a Lamita? Lu Yin casually found a limestone platform and sat down cross-legged. He took out his formcast model and pricked his finger. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he broke through to the Lamiter realm. As the formcast model fused into his body, an intense pain swept through his entire body. Luin growled as he felt his meridians burn and his cells reorganize. This was the feeling of breaking through. Suddenly, his vision turned dark, and for some reason, he saw a dark sky and an incomparably large warship. On the ship, a figure was looking into the distance, and a majestic power caused the void to tremble. As the scene changed, Luin saw that this power had taken the form of a mountain and was about to crush him to death. Not far away in the rain, Old Kai and the Rainmaster appeared at the same time. Soon after, the Sand Master, Trial Master, and Star Master appeared as well. Strange, why haven't they appeared yet? The Rainmaster was puzzled. Old Kai glanced at him. Are you sure that the seal on his body will obstruct us? The Rainmaster shook his head. I don't know. I've never seen that seal before, and even the Dean isn't familiar with it. It can only be broken by brute force. Breaking through to the Melder realm might be obstructed, but becoming a Lamiter might not be the same. Lamiters aren't the most important hurdle, and most people can easily break through as long as they have enough star energy. The most important thing is becoming an explorer. If that seal really exists, then it'll be very, very difficult for this child to break through, the Star Master said. Even the Dean has to expend a lot of energy to break the seal, let alone this kid. It's impossible for him to do it alone. The Sandmaster frowned. Who would be so heavy-handed against a child? This child's identity is not simple. His physical gifts are terrifying, and he can rival an explorer as a melder. Only the 10 arbiters can block an attack from an explorer astral beast with a powerful physical body. This child is not simple, and he might be from the Neoverse. Boom! A huge shockwave swept through the sky and tore apart the rain. Luin roared as fresh blood flowed from his body and evaporated. His body had changed, and he felt as if he could touch the heavens. This was the Lamiter realm, and he was closer to the heavens than a melder. With a whoosh, Luin suddenly opened his eyes. A gust of wind swept out in all directions, crushing the stone platform to pieces and bending the tree that supported it. Schutz was not far away, and the gale sent him flying. He gasped for breath, as the pressure that Luin gave him was too great. Although there was not much of a transformation between the Melder realm and the Lamiter realm, it still depended on the person. For Luin, his transformation was much greater. Especially his physical body. It seemed to have transformed once again, and there was a strange brilliance circulating around his body. This brilliance shocked even the Rainmaster and the others who were secretly observing him. This was a phenomenon that occurred when one's physical body reached a certain realm, and it usually only happened to space-exploring powerhouses. The brilliance flashed and quickly disappeared. Luin slowly raised his hands and clenched them into fists. It seemed that he had become stronger again. What he wanted the most right now was to fight against Z-Tai, the beast that had attacked planet Conan, and see if he could defeat it with his current strength. There were very few Lamiters who were able to jump realms and challenge explorers. That was a huge leap, and even the student leaders of the various astral combat academies would find it difficult to accomplish. Luin really wanted to give it a try. However, there were no explorers in Astral 10 to spar with him, and this was the Rain Observatory. Perhaps he could try challenging the Rain Observatory again. Luin closed his eyes to rest, and it took him a while before he opened them again. The star energy on the surface of his body transformed into wind, water, fire, and lightning. This was the realm of myriad transformations, but this was not the limit of what Luin could achieve. His control over star energy had deepened to a new level, and the condensation and liquid of star essence gave him a different feeling. Luin raised his hand and used his star energy to write his name in the void. He then pushed it out, and the 2 words Luin rushed into the curtain of rain, fiercely pushing away the raindrops as they crossed the Rain Observatory without any obstruction and disappeared into the distance. Amidst the rain, the Rainmaster shook his head. It was still not enough. Since ancient times, only those who had the deepest understanding of star energy in the Rain Observatory had been able to leave their names on the rain list. He was not sure about the other academies, but in Astral 10, only domain powerhouses could enter the rain list. When Luin and the others had first arrived at Astral 10, they had thought that the rain list would be simple after hearing about it, but in reality, it was far more difficult to leave one's name on the rain list than the other academies. This was because Astral 10 had a glory that the other academies could not match, and it had given birth to unsurpassable powerhouses who had all left their names on the rain list. Luin watched as his name disappeared, and he was flabbergasted. Was it still not enough? He felt that he was still one step away from becoming a domain expert. There were 100 people on the rain list, so did that mean that all of them were domain powerhouses? What did it mean to have 100 domain powerhouses? Less than 20 domain powerhouses had appeared in this year's Astral Combat Tournament, and this year's Astral Combat Tournament far surpassed the previous ones. While Luin was deep in thought, the Rainmaster walked out from the rain. Only powerhouses who have comprehended a domain can leave their names on the rain list. You're still not enough. Luin respectfully replied, yes, this student understands. The Rainmaster looked at Luin and praised him. You're not bad to have reached that stage in the Astral Combat Tournament. I didn't use my full strength when I helped you deduce 9 stacks. Now, I can help you continue to deduce 9 stacks. Do you want it? Luin was delighted. He had wanted to leave his name on the rain list so that he could continue to deduce 9 stacks. He had not expected that he would still be able to ask the Rainmaster for help after failing to leave his name on the rain list. He knew that this was a reward from Astral 10, so he did not stand on ceremony. Thank you, Mentor. Raise your hand. Luin raised his left arm, and the Rainmaster did not suspect anything. He tapped Lu Yin's left arm and used the momentum to deduce 9 stacks. This was 9 stacks, followed by 10 stacks. With Lu Yin's limited knowledge, he could not understand how the Rainmaster had managed to deduce 9 stacks. He could only carefully experience the technique of 10 stacks. However, the 11th sound soon rang out, causing the void to tremble once more. Although the tremors were still light, they caused the void to distort. When the 12th sound rang out, the void began to crack. 12 stacks was not the end. The Rainmaster's finger reached Lu Yin's wrist and casually waved, causing 13 stacks to erupt. The power of the 13 stacks was restrained, but the last one was the strongest. Luin felt as if it could destroy everything. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Grandini Mavis had used 13 stacks against Luin. Luin had longed to master this attack method, and now, his dream had come true. 13 stacks is enough for you to use, the Rainmaster said. Luin was grateful. Thank you, Mentor. Thank you for your hard work. The Rainmaster replied, you should know that 13 stacks is not the end. Someone once used 100 stacks to shatter a planet. That person is from the same generation as you and is known as the Divine Fist. He is one of the 10 arbiters. He is your role model. Luin was shocked. 100 stacks? This was no ordinary level of terror. The more stacks one used, the higher the requirement for one's physical strength. Was this the Divine Fist? Humans are creatures that can create countless miracles. Some people don't even have the word end in their dictionaries. You still have a long way to go, the Rainmaster said before leaving. Luin stood in place and flipped one of his palms before striking out. 10 sounds tore through the rain, but the 11th sound did not appear. He still needed to comprehend it before he could use it, but it would not take long. Lu Yin's current strongest attack was probably the Stack's Path combined with the multiple shockwave palm and battle force. If he had his current strength during the Astral Combat Tournament, he would not have needed to reveal his 5-lined battle force to defeat Night Queen Xianxia. Speaking of which, Lu Yin's greatest advantage was that the semi-finals had not started yet. The other 3 were all peak kilometers, and he was the only melder. Even with his 5-lined battle force, he was not confident that he could emerge victorious. But now, he was confident that he could defeat Starsabil, Han Chong, and Grandini Mavis. Luin did not stay in the Rain Observatory for long. He wanted to head to the Trial Zone's Tilting Tower and join the Council of Astral Academy as soon as possible. The Tilting Tower was the most unique training ground in the Divine Path. The tower was tilted at a 45-degree angle, and it looked as if it had been pushed down by someone. It was not very tall, only 6 stories tall, but countless students fought over it. This was because the tilting tower was often filled with chants. These chants were not inherited, but they could clear one's mind. Lu Xiaoyun had been able to mimic the power of the first sword of the 13 swords in the tilting tower. Otherwise, how could a mere Lamiter copy the 13 swords so easily? Whoever controlled the tilting tower would be the realm master of the divine path. When Luyin arrived at the tilting tower, it was filled with people. It was the same every day, and the closer he got to the tower, the clearer the chants became. Everyone was far away from each other and focused on practicing their own battle techniques. Lu Yin's arrival attracted everyone's attention. Ever since the Astral Combat Tournament, the rankings of the strongest students in the Astral Combat Academy had been revealed. Star Sibyl was undoubtedly number 1, followed by Han Chong and Lu Yin. One was mysterious and unfathomable, while the other had 5-lined battle force. Both of them were terrifyingly strong, and although Grandini Mavis was also very strong, it was not that obvious. Lu Yin was one of the top 3 students in the entire Astral Combat Academy. Strength was respect, and he no longer needed Karen's protection. In fact, he could even protect Sharon. His 2 life and death calamities had greatly shortened the time he needed to become strong. If not for those 2 life and death arcane arts, he did not know how long it would have taken him to reach his current level. Not far away, Frankfurt saw Lu Yin arrive, and his expression changed. He wanted to leave, but no one's movements could escape Lu Yin's notice. Lu Yin saw Frankfurt, and his eyes turned cold. This person had killed Lu Yin with a single spear strike to give the Blaze Realm face, but Lu Yin himself had become a laughingstock. Frankfurt, Lu Yin said calmly. Many students followed Lu Yin's gaze and saw Frankfurt's face turn green and purple. He stood where he was and said to Lu Yin, "Brother Lu, what are your orders?" Lu Yin looked at him. "Call all the student leaders to the tilting tower for me." Frankfurt clenched his fists. He was an area master, not a messenger. Furthermore, there were so many people around. However, this was not up to him. Lu Yin's pressure could topple mountains and overturn seas, and his terrifying aura suppressed everyone. It was only then that the students realized that Lu Yin had changed. He had broken through to the Lamiter realm. Frankfurt was shocked. A Melder could rival the strongest in the academy, and a Lamiter. How strong was this person now? He did not dare to imagine, and he helplessly said, "Student leader Dao Bo of Astral 6 went to the border and has not returned. Some of the other student leaders have not returned either." "It's fine. Go," Lu Yin said calmly. His gaze swept past Frankfurt and towards the tilting tower. Frankfurt nodded and left. He had no intention of resisting Lu Yin, as he was afraid that Lu Yin would snatch Spear Mountain away. Under the gazes of many students, Lu Yin approached the tilting tower step by step. No one dared to stop him, not even Astral 7 students who were on good terms with Lu Xiaoyun. They allowed Lu Yin to easily enter the tilting tower. Only realm masters of the divine path could enter this place, but Lu Yin did not care. The tower was tilted at a 45-degree angle, so the interior was naturally tilted as well. Lu Yin felt awkward the moment he stepped into the tower, as if his entire body was tilted. The sound of chanting suddenly rang out in his ears. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and with a wave of his hand, 11 stacks rang out. What a great place. It allowed me to comprehend 11 stacks in an instant. No wonder it's the most unique training ground in the divine path, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He had the urge to steal this place. Should I treat you as an enemy for entering without permission? Lu Xiaoyun's voice rang out. She was the realm master of the divine path, and she had been in the tilting tower when she left the divine path. Now that she had entered the divine path, she had naturally appeared in the tilting tower. Frankfurt had been the first to find her. Lu Yin turned around and smiled at her. Don't be so serious. We can be considered friends. Lu Xiaoyun's tone was indifferent. Entering a training ground under the realm master's control without permission is a provocation. It's not that serious, senior. I'm a new student, and there are many rules that I don't know. Lu Xiaoyun looked at him. If it had been anyone else, she would have attacked, but it would have been useless against Lu Yin. She would only be humiliating herself, and this person was not someone she could deal with. I didn't expect you to break through to the Lamiter realm so quickly. Congratulations, you'll be joining the Council of Astral Academy soon. Lu Yin smiled and turned around to look at the tower. He touched the walls and felt an ancient feeling. According to the monkey, this place was a remnant of ancient rune technology, and everything was made up of rune lines. If that was true, then it would be too mystical. Right, the monkey. Lu Yin had forgotten about him, so he quickly removed the shield. Damn you, you bastard, the monkey cursed after the shield was removed. Lu Yin cut off his star energy again, as the monkey was not very tactful. Senior, the attack you used to kill Tu Bo was an imitation of the 13 swords, right? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoyun grunted. That's right. Amazing. You can even imitate the sword sect's secret technique, Lu Yin praised. Lu Xiaoyun was bitter. An imitation is an imitation, and it can never become real. My imitation isn't even 20% complete, so it's useless against a powerhouse. Tu Bo was a seed of Shamrock Enterprises, but you were still able to kill him with a single attack. That's quite impressive. Are you praising yourself? You've already received 3 of Lu Xiaoqiu's attacks. Lu Xiaoyun looked at him strangely. Lu Yin shook his head. If Lu Xiaoqiu had been able to use the 4th sword at that time, then I would have been the one to lose. Lu Xiaoyun shook her head. It's not that easy. He's right, he only managed to comprehend 3 swords. The 4th sword is too difficult, and it's impossible for him to comprehend it without reaching the Lamita realm. But you're also right. If there really was a 4th sword at that time, then you would have definitely lost. One's realm determined one's perspective, and the trial master had been able to tell that Lu Yin had intentionally destroyed Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword, but he had not completely destroyed it in order to prepare for the 4th sword's appearance. Even if Lu Xiaoqiu had truly comprehended the 4th sword, the moment the sword shattered, there would have been a momentary gap, and that would have been Lu Yin's only chance at victory. Lu Xiaoyun had not been able to tell this, and many people had not been able to tell either. They had all assumed that Lu Xiaoqiu's star energy sword had not been able to withstand the attack. In other words, Lu Yin had held the initiative in his battle with Lu Xiaoqiu. Regardless of whether or not Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended the 4th sword, Lu Yin would have won. This was because whether or not the 4th sword could be used depended on Lu Yin, not Lu Xiaoqiu. Perhaps the sword sect had been willing to accept Lu Yin as a direct disciple because of this. Lu Yin did not explain this to Lu Xiaoyun. If she could tell, then she could tell. If she could not tell, then she could not tell. He believed that the sword sect would not explain it to Lu Xiaoqiu either, as this was something that needed to be understood. Lu Yin casually found a place to sit down and listen to the chants by his ear. He thought back to 13 stacks, perhaps he would be able to completely grasp it here. Lu Xiaoyun looked at him with a complicated expression. He had broken through to the Lamita realm, but she still could not see the bottom line of Lu Yin's strength. This person had hidden himself too deeply, just like when they had been on the Nayland family's spacecraft. She had not been able to clearly see how powerful this person was. Was that why she had saved him? Not long after, Kuang Wang arrived, and he looked at Lu Yin strangely. How long had it been since they had last met? This guy had already broken through to the Lamita realm. The 3rd person to arrive was Night Queen Yanqing. When she stepped into the tilting tower, Lu Yin opened his eyes and met her gaze. The reason why he had not been able to join the Council of Astral Academy was because of the Day-Night clan's obstruction, and it definitely had something to do with this woman. Night Queen Yanqing walked up to Lu Yin, her snow-white thighs dazzling. Lu Yin calmly looked at her. I heard that your performance at the border was pretty good, Night Queen Yanqing said. It was alright, Lu Yin casually replied. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flickered. I would like to invite you to the Day-Night clan. The moment she said this, everyone's expressions changed. An invitation from the Day-Night clan was definitely not friendly. Even a fool could see that the Day-Night clan was hostile towards Lu Yin. There were only 2 outcomes to an invitation, submit or die. This was the Day-Night clan's usual style. Lu Yin's gaze gradually turned cold. Thank you, but I have no plans to go to the Day-Night flow zone for the time being. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze turned cold. I'll give you one more chance. The Day-Night clan has invited you as a guest. I'll say it again, I have no plans to go to the Day-Night flow zone for the time being. Lu Yin's tone also turned cold. Night Queen Yanqing sneered. You know that no one dares to refuse an invitation from the Day-Night clan. You've already done so twice. Luin looked at her. I'm just like that sometimes. Sorry. In that case, you don't need to join the Council of Astral Academy, Night Queen Yanqing said. Kuang Wang's brows rose. Hey, what do you mean? Since when can you represent the Council of Astral Academy? Lu Xiaoyun also looked at Night Queen Yanqing with dissatisfaction. Night Queen Yanqing's lips curled up. Members of the Council of Astral Academy are role models for all students of the Astral Combat Academy. Not only must they have strength, but they must also have morals. Lu Yin's actions are improper, and he's suspected of colluding with pirates. How can someone like him join the Council of Astral Academy? I'm sure the two of you don't want a pirate to join the Council of Astral Academy. Lu Xiaoyun and Kuang Wang both looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression turned gloomy. So this was Night Queen Yanqing's backup plan. News of him being hit by a beam of light at the pirate port had already spread far and wide. Originally, it had not been a big deal, and many students had gone to the pirate port to train. However, once news of this spread online, it would be difficult to explain himself. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan would not let him off. The Day-Night clan did not need to investigate the cause and effect, they only needed to focus on the fact that he had been at the pirate port. This was the power of a strong race. This was power. Lu Yin could not explain himself, and he simply stared coldly at Night Queen Yanqing. Night Queen Yanqing was cold and arrogant. The Council of Astral Academy is not something that a single person can decide. I will report this matter to the 10 Arbiters Council and let them decide. I believe that the 10 Arbiters will not allow someone who is involved with pirates to join the Council of Astral Academy. Isn't that right, Student Lu? That's right. The truth will be revealed one day. Regardless of whether it's a single person or a single clan, it's impossible for them to hide the truth from the masses. I'm still young, so I can wait. However, I don't know how old Miss Yanqing is, and if she can keep waiting, Lu Yin mocked coldly. Night Queen Yanqing was enraged. You don't understand the universe at all. The reason why the phrase hide the truth from the masses exists is because such a person has been born before. Even now, such a person still exists, and you will never be able to reach them. Lu Yin, you're so insignificant that it's frightening. Lu Yin slowly walked out of the tilting tower. In the past, I thought that the young powerhouses of the Great Yu Empire were unreachable, but I surpassed them. Later on, I thought that the area masters of the Astral Combat Academy were unreachable, but I also surpassed them. After that, I thought that the realm masters were unreachable, but I still surpassed them. The Tao of Heaven is a cycle, and no one can be invincible forever. No one can truly hide the truth from the masses. With that, he stepped out of the tilting tower and left the Tao of God. There was no need to waste any more time, as there was still Night King Zhenwu above Night Queen Yanqing. The Day-Night clan had acted on official grounds, and no one could refuse. Unless they could prove that Lu Yin had nothing to do with the pirates, there was no way to bypass the Day-Night clan. For the time being, there was nothing Lu Yin could do. Furthermore, he was not innocent, as he had indeed disguised himself as a pirate and robbed other pirates. This was something that could not be denied. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be targeted by the Day-Night clan. Just because he had a constitution that was immune to the third sword, the Day-Night clan viewed him as their mortal enemy. This was an injustice, as he did not have such a constitution. However, he could not reveal the Stonewall scriptures. Although he did not know what the scriptures meant, even a fool would know that they were precious, and they were far more important than being misunderstood as having a special constitution. No matter what, a special constitution could not pose a threat to the Day-Night clan. Lu Yin felt that the Day-Night clan might be planning to study him. If that was the case, then he would be in great danger. It was not just the Day-Night clan, there were many other powers in the universe that might act against him. He needed to find a powerful backer, just like how he had relied on Sharon to enter the trial zones. Right now, he only had one greatest backer, the Lockbreaker Society. Lu Yin walked out of the trial zone mountain and muttered to himself for a moment before walking towards the entrance. Greetings, Trial Master. Lu Yin bowed respectfully to the Trial Master. The Trial Master opened his eyes. It's you, kid. What's the matter? I would like to lockbreak here. Would you allow me to do so? Luine probed. The trial master was astonished. Here? Luine nodded. The trial master sized Luine up and laughed strangely. Kid, you're quite shrewd. Lockbreaking is dangerous, and you want me to help you resolve the danger. I might even be able to save your life at a critical moment. Luine did not deny it and bowed again. Please allow me to do so, trial master. The trial master thought about it. All right, it's up to you. No matter what, you're still Astral 10's leader. I can't just stand by and do nothing. Thank you, trial master. Luine was delighted. He immediately took out the harmless source box that the Nalan family had provided him and prepared to lockbreak it. The trial master immediately stopped him and stared sternly at Luine. Kid, are you planning on lockbreaking this source box? Luine nodded. The trial master frowned. You're too impatient. Lockbreakers fight against the heavens for their lives, and it's already the most dangerous profession. You actually want to lockbreak beyond your realm? Do you think this is a battle? I'm confident that I can attempt it, Luine said. He had integrated with Sharon before, and Sharon was a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker with a lot of experience. If this source box was given to Sharon, then he could attempt it himself. If you were truly confident, then you wouldn't be trying to unlock this source box with me. The trial master's tone was stern as he continued, I'll only say one thing. Competing with others can create miracles, but competing with the heavens will only result in certain death. Countless powerhouses have been born over the years, but none of them have lived forever. All of them have been buried in this universe. Lockbreaking is bringing this process forward, and it's already an act of seeking death. You're just a 1-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and you're trying to surpass an entire realm to unlock this source box. Aside from that brat called Dao Bo, no one else in the entire Astral Combat Academy can successfully unlock this source box, and that includes you. Not even Sharon? Luine asked. The trial master closed his eyes and ignored Luine. Luine could sense that the trial master was angry, so he sheepishly put away the source box and bowed to the trial master. I was too rash. I'll go and find a suitable source box for discerning elementary lockbreakers. Please don't be angry. He then left. The trial master opened his eyes and sighed. The path of lockbreaking is far more difficult than you think. The same person might not be able to successfully unlock the same source box twice. This kid is too arrogant. He's trying to surpass realms to unlock a source box with his star energy control that hasn't even comprehended a domain. Even a harmless source box is enough to make him lose his mind. Still, he's not stupid, and he knows to come here to lockbreak. He's not on the wrong path. The trial master's stern tone made Luine sober up a little, and he felt that he had been too arrogant. Lockbreaking was not a battle, and no matter how much one's strength increased, it would not be of much help to lockbreaking. Sharon had only just stepped into the ranks of 5-star discerning elementary lockbreakers, and he was still far from reaching the perceptive intermediate level. Luine had not comprehended a domain, and he also did not have any real lockbreaking experience. Luine was glad that he had informed the trial master beforehand. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome if he had tried to lockbreak without anyone noticing. But where should he go to find a source box? Luine activated his gadget and entered the lockbreaker network. Many people contacted him, and most of them were from different powers. There were also some familiar faces, such as Bazer. Excuse me, Mr. 7th Bro. When will you be free? Counselor Puyu invites you to visit San Dios. Hello, Mr. 7th Brother. I have a harmless source box in my possession, and I would like to ask Mr. 7th Brother to help me unlock it. Mr. 7th Brother. There were more than 10 messages in a row. It was obvious that Bazer was very concerned about him, but Luine found it strange that Wendy Yushan hadn't discovered his identity. If Madame Nalan and the others could find out, then Old Kai and the others could as well. If they could find out, then it meant that the identity of a lockbreaker was not a secret. If that was the case, then why hadn't Wendy Yushan looked into it? Or did he say that he didn't say anything after he found out? Probably not. There was another possibility, which was that her foundation was not stable enough. Her authority as a member of the Outerverse Youth Council did not allow her to directly investigate the Lockbreaker network, and she needed a Lockbreaker to do so. However, she did not have any Lockbreakers under her command. If that was the case, then it meant that Wendy Yushan was not as impressive as she appeared to be. She might even be restricted by the Outerverse Youth Council. Even with Wendy Yushan's strength, she was still under someone else's control. This made Luin realize the importance of background. Actually, there was no need for him to keep his identity as a Lockbreaker a secret. Lu Ji already knew about it, and many people could find out about it. Even if he wanted to keep it a secret, it would not be possible. Perhaps he should publicize his identity as a Lockbreaker so that those who were secretly plotting against him would not dare to act against him. At the very least, his identity as a Lockbreaker would be able to erase some schemes against him. Ignoring Baser, Luin searched for the closest mission that required lockbreaking. The Lockbreaker network allowed him to search for missions that were suitable for a Lockbreaker. This was something that the Lockbreaker Society had spent a huge amount of money to develop. Anyone who logged into the Lockbreaker network could post a mission as long as they provided a source box and a reward. Luin looked around and found that the closest mission to him was posted by someone called Road's End. He wanted Luin to help him unlock a source box, and the reward was 50,000 star crystals. This source box had been certified by the Lockbreaker Society as a 2-star discerning elementary source box. It was not a high-level source box, but it carried a certain level of danger. In the Outerverse, 50,000 star crystals was not a high price, but it was not cheap either. When Luin had helped someone break down metal, it had taken him 2 days to earn just over 3,000 star crystals. However, unlocking a 2-star discerning elementary source box was worth 50,000 star crystals. Sure enough, Lockbreakers were rich. Luin accepted the mission and sent Road's End to Astral 10. Road's End was the Lockbreaker network's alias. If he had a source box, then his true identity should not be simple. Astral 10? Is Mr. 7th Bro an instructor of Astral 10? Road's End was curious. Luin replied, "Don't ask so many questions. If you're willing, then come. If you're not, then forget it." Road's End quickly replied, "Sorry, I'll go right away." According to the Lockbreaker network's coordinates, Road's End was within Astral 10's domain. It was not too far away, and it would take at most half a day for him to arrive. Luin arrived at the space station and waited for Road's End. There were many people who had source boxes, and there were many missions, but there were very few Lockbreakers. On the network, there were only a dozen or so Lockbreakers who had revealed their locations in the entire Frostwave Weave. This was the Frostwave Weave, which included hundreds of filaments. Above the planets were the star systems, and above that was the local star system, the local star cluster, and the supercluster. Above that was the domain. In such a vast and boundless area, there were only a dozen or so Lockbreakers who had revealed their locations. Even including those who did not wish to reveal their locations, there were less than 50 people. There were 630,000 registered Lockbreakers, but there were less than 50 of them in each filament, which was quite a rarity. It should be known that many planets had explorers, which meant that the number of Lockbreakers was far less than the number of explorers. This was also the reason why Wendy Yushan had been so surprised when she had seen Luin reveal his location on Xinyu Star. It had been a long time since a Lockbreaker had appeared on Xinyu Star. There were many missions and few Lockbreakers, which caused many people to raise the prices of missions just to get Lockbreakers to take action. Luin did not even need to go out. As long as he asked, there would be people willing to deliver source boxes to him. After all, he was a 1-star discerning elementary Lockbreaker, which was completely different from those without any contributions. Half a day later, Luin still did not see Road's End. Instead, he saw Hui Day Night. He had been sent to the border for military service, and he had returned at about the same time as Luin. Luin did not know if the Day Night clan had interfered. Hui Day Night's expression was calm when he saw Luin again. He was not as provocative as before, and he calmly left. Luin could feel that Hui Day Night had changed. He had become more mature, and his gaze was no longer as arrogant. Not long after, Luin received a message from Road's End. Luin had sent him the coordinates and brought him to the space station. When he saw a medium-sized spacecraft descend, Luin sighed. His aurora had been destroyed just like that, and it had been upgraded before. What a pity. Road's End was a very amiable merchant. He was startled when he saw Luin, but he did not question him. He merely greeted him and had someone bring out the source box. The source box was placed in a large box made of 1,000-thread spirit crystal. This metal was extremely tough and difficult to destroy, making it the most suitable container for a source box. Mr. Seventh Bro, this source box has some offensive properties and can emit a type of energy that can cause hallucinations. Please be careful. Road's End had someone pass the source box to Luin. Astral 10 did not allow outsiders to enter. Luin accepted the source box and nodded. You should know the rules of lockbreaking. I'll let you watch the entire process, but don't blame me if you fail. Road's End respectfully replied, of course. No one can guarantee success in lockbreaking. As long as Mr. Seventh Bro doesn't get injured, everything else is just a distraction. It had to be said that this person's words were very useful to Luin. As expected of a merchant, even though he was clearly very nervous about this source box, he acted as if he was more concerned about Lu Yin's safety. It should be known that if the lockbreaking failed, the source box could be destroyed, and the person who had entrusted the lockbreaker with the source box would still have to pay a sizable reward. Luin carried the source box to the trial zone entrance. He wanted to lockbreak it in front of the trial master to prevent any accidents from happening. He would not waste such a safe lockbreaking method, as long as he was thick-skinned. Road's End was nervous. Every lockbreaking was a gamble, and no matter how big a source box's phenomenon was, there was always a chance that it would be empty. This was very normal, as he had accidentally obtained this source box in the past and had never dared to let anyone unlock it. However, he had been facing financial difficulties recently, so he had no choice but to take a gamble. If he could unlock something good, then he could sell it and fill the gap in his funds. Luin carried the source box to the trial zone entrance and sat down not too far away from the trial master. He carefully examined the square container that was constructed from the 1,000-thread spirit crystal. Road's End had said that this source box would release hallucinogenic energy, which meant that it was harmful to other source boxes, so he had to be careful. Luin opened his gadget and started a video call with Road's End on the Lockbreaker network, allowing Road's End to watch the entire process. This was a rule that prevented other lockbreakers from coveting the contents of the source box. Within the space station, Road's End's breathing quickened as he stared at the screen. Luin took a deep breath and opened the container. Suddenly, a strange stream of air spread out, causing his vision to blur. At the same time, a pleasant smell wafted out. The trial master looked at Luin. Luin shook his head vigorously, as this hallucinogenic energy was not enough to pose a threat to him. In the end, this source box had only been certified as a 2-star discerning elementary source box, so it could not cause too much damage. The most important thing was still lockbreaking. Luin took out the Giant Emperor's third eye and activated the Serious Art at the same time. 9 stars revolved around him, and a crescent-shaped crystal appeared in his palm, giving him a mysterious appearance. Although Road's End could not see Lu Yin's 9 stars, he could see the Giant Emperor's third eye, and he grew excited. He had heard of lock-breaking tools before, and now that Seventh Bro actually had one, his confidence was greatly boosted. With the support of the Serious Art and the Giant Emperor's third eye, Luin looked at the source box. The originally arm-length source box now looked like a strange world to him. All sorts of energies were mixed within, and there was even a gas that was emitted from the source box. If he was not wrong, this gas was coming from the items within the source box. The most difficult part of lockbreaking was to clearly see the mixed energies, but this was no longer difficult for Luin. With the Serious Art and the Giant Emperor's third eye, his vision far surpassed Karen's. Even Sharon, who had comprehended a domain, could not see as clearly as Luin. The next step was to dissolve the mixed energies one by one. Luin raised a hand, and his star energy entered the source box. Suddenly, the originally balanced energies within the source box underwent a huge change, as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake, causing huge waves. Luin stared at the source box nervously, not daring to relax in the slightest. In the source box catalog, there had been scenes of lockbreakers being killed by harmless source boxes. Source boxes were harmless because the energies maintained a balance, but once this balance was broken, the harmless sourcebox could become a sharp blade. Not too far away, the trial master nodded to himself. As expected of the serious art, the supreme technique of lockbreakers, it was very suitable for lockbreaking. Even if this kid had not comprehended a domain, his lockbreaking speed and accuracy still surpassed that of a lockbreaker who had comprehended a domain. Compared to other lockbreakers, the serious art was their greatest cheat, and it far surpassed the average lockbreaking tool. With the serious art and a lockbreaking tool, the kid only lacked experience. As long as he had enough experience, he would be able to become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, and if he cultivated for a while longer, he might even be able to challenge a perceptive intermediate sourcebox. The lockbreaking process was complicated, but it went smoothly. The sourcebox slowly shrank, and the complex energies on its surface were gradually dissolved. End of the Road was excited as he stared at the screen, his palms sweating profusely. After a full 10 hours, Luin finally let out a sigh of relief. He had almost succeeded. Back then, he had spent 27 hours unlocking his first sourcebox, and that experience had been unforgettable. Now that he was facing an even more complex sourcebox, he had taken even longer. First, he had gained 9 stars from the serious art. Second, he had gained a lockbreaking tool. Third, he had experienced Karen's lockbreaking experience with the unveiled sword. With the combination of these 3 factors and the explosive increase in his strength, his efficiency had only increased by half. He believed that even if Sharon had taken action, he would not have been able to unlock this sourcebox faster than him. Of course, lockbreaking speed was not the only standard to measure a lockbreaker's ability, but it was a very direct standard. At the very least, End of the Road could only measure a lockbreaker's ability based on their lockbreaking speed. When he saw that there was only a thin sliver of the sourcebox left, and he could almost see the insides of the sourcebox, End of the Road grew excited, but he didn't dare to breathe too loudly for fear of disturbing Luin. More than 10 minutes later, Luin waved a hand, and the surface of the sourcebox, which was originally as long as an arm, was blown away by the wind. The sourcebox dissipated into gas, revealing a green plant that was glowing with light. There was a faint gas surrounding the plant, and its fragrance assailed everyone's nostrils. So it's Chi Aloe, the trial master said as he stared at the plant. Chi Aloe? Luin was curious. It's a type of medicinal plant. The older it is, the more valuable it is. This air aloe is estimated to be over 10,000 years old. It can be sold for a lot of money, the trial master said calmly. If that's the case, then this plant isn't that valuable. Why was it sealed away? The trial master explained, it was sealed away because of environmental changes, and there is no fixed standard. The more worthless an item is, the more likely it is to disappear after being sealed away for a long time. However, it's not unique. There are no identical sourceboxes in the universe, and there is no uniform standard for sourceboxes either. The world is unpredictable, and it's possible that the sourcebox that was sealed away by some super powerful clan was just a piece of rock. That's very normal. Luin understood and then laughed. Looks like this person's luck isn't too bad. He actually managed to obtain something. He then took the air aloe and sent it to the space station. End of the Road was anxiously waiting, and when Luin appeared, he practically jogged over. He gratefully accepted the air aloe and had someone take care of it. Luin relayed the trial master's words to End of the Road, and End of the Road was not disappointed. An air aloe that is over 10,000 years old is enough to sell for a good price. Shamrock Enterprises has always been looking for ancient medicinal plants. That's enough, that's enough. He then took out a Mavis Bank crystal card and handed it to Luin. It contained his payment, 50,000 star crystals. Not long after, End of the Road left. Luin pocketed the card and looked at his own page on the Lockbreaker network. He had already uploaded the lockbreaking video to his sourcebox catalog, and it would take effect as long as it passed the review. Eh? Luin suddenly saw a series of numbers at the bottom of his sourcebox catalog, 1850. What was that? He looked it up and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was actually money. 18,500 star crystals, which was the exact amount he had paid to view his first sourcebox catalog. The first sourcebox catalog had been priced at 500 star crystals, which meant that 37 people had already purchased it. Wait, that might not necessarily be the case. It was true that 37 people had purchased it, but that did not necessarily mean that 37 people had purchased it. It was possible that some people had purchased it repeatedly because they would have to purchase it again after viewing it once. Luin was excited. This was a way to make money. How many people were there in the universe? There were simply too many to count, and those who could enter the Lockbreaker network were all extraordinary people. They were all rich, especially the Lockbreakers. It was normal for them to spend money to view other people's sourcebox catalogs. Just 37 purchases had cost him nearly 20,000 star crystals. What if it had been 37,000, or even 37,000 star crystals? Luin could not even begin to imagine. This was too much money. Luin had gone through the planet's trial and had even survived a life-or-death crisis. Even so, he was still shocked by this broad road ahead of him. However, after muttering to himself for a while, he calmed down. It had been more than half a year since he had successfully unlocked his first sourcebox catalog, and he had only purchased 37 sourceboxes in that time. That was too little, and his heart sank. Although there were very few lockbreakers in the entire universe, there were still hundreds of thousands of them in the Lockbreaker network. Even if there were very few lockbreakers with contributions, there should still be at least 100,000 of them. How could his sourcebox catalog attract so many people? It was extremely difficult to stand out from the crowd of more than 100,000 lockbreakers, so why would anyone buy his sourcebox catalog? If they had the money, they would rather buy the sourcebox catalogs of perceptive intermediate lockbreakers or even boundless advanced lockbreakers. Those people had climbed their way up step by step, and those people's sourcebox catalogs were the most valuable. He had to take one step at a time, and it had been more than half a year, but he had only purchased 37 sourcebox catalogs. That was too little, and it meant that no one knew about him. What he needed to do was to become famous so that people would be willing to spend money to purchase his sourcebox catalog. Let's take it slow, Luin muttered to himself as he searched for nearby missions. The next mission was for a person called Lost, who wanted to unlock a sourcebox. The sourcebox had also been authenticated and was equivalent to a 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, which was suitable for him. Luin accepted the mission and was about to invite this person to Astral 10, but the mission was cancelled. Luin was stunned, and he felt rather annoyed. This person did not trust him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Missions were two-way, and the person could choose other lockbreakers. But Road's End was in too much of a hurry, and the reward was not high, which was why he had agreed to help Luin unlock the sourcebox. It could be considered a gamble, as many people would rather spend large amounts of money to find a more accomplished lockbreaker. Luin accepted 3 missions in a row, but they were all rejected. He was only a 1-star discerning elementary sourcebox, and it was more likely that he would be able to unlock a certified 1-star discerning elementary sourcebox. Many people did not trust him if he wanted to unlock a 2-star sourcebox. Furthermore, he only had 1 sourcebox catalog, which meant that he only had 1 lockbreaking experience, which made him even more uneasy. 2 hours later, the sourcebox lockbreaking video that Luin had just uploaded was finally approved. He now had a second sourcebox catalog, and he did not even think about it before charging the lowest price. Suddenly, Luin thought of something. Would his lockbreaking expose his serious art? He hurriedly watched his lockbreaking video and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not. The angle from which his gadget had shot the video could not capture him at all, and only his hands and the sourcebox could be seen. The range was very short, and only his hands and the sourcebox could be seen in the video. What disappointed Luin was that his contribution points had not risen to 2 stars. It was not that easy to increase one's contribution points, and unless he managed to unlock an extremely rare sourcebox, he would have to take his time. He had unlocked a certified 2-star discerning elementary sourcebox, which was considered a breakthrough, but it was still not enough. He needed to unlock at least 1 or 2 more similar sourceboxes before he could become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. Unless he could unlock 3 stars, 4 stars, 5 stars, or even perceptive intermediate sourceboxes, then he would be able to make a huge leap. Sharon, for example, had unlocked the Unveiled Sword and become a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. With his experience from unlocking a 2-star discerning elementary source box, Lu Ying quickly received a second mission. He had also unlocked a 2-star discerning elementary source box, and the reward was 70,000 star crystals, which was more than what he had received from Road's End. Lu Ying spent the next 10 days unlocking source boxes, and he rested for a day for every source box he unlocked. He had unlocked a total of 4 source boxes over the past 10 days, and the longest had taken him 19 hours while the shortest had taken him 7 hours. 2 of the source boxes had been empty, but the other 2 had given him something. One of them was a small bottle that looked rather ancient, and Lu Ying had no idea what it contained. The other was an incomplete scroll that seemed to contain a cultivation technique, but Lu Ying did not read it out of professional ethics. After successfully unlocking the 4 source boxes, Lu Yin's contribution points had been raised to 2 stars, as well as 400,000 star crystals. Now, he had another 450,000 star crystals. On the Lockbreaker network, 7th Bro's name had gained an additional star. He had officially become a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker. The process of lockbreaking was very complicated and painful. When Lu Ying finished his 4th lockbreaking, he immediately fell asleep and slept for 3 days before waking up. Lockbreaking is very difficult. Even if there's no danger, your body might not be able to handle it. Do you want to continue? The trial master asked. Lu Ying shook his head. No, my head hurts. The trial master laughed. You're smart. If you continued, you would have fainted even if you didn't go crazy. Do you think that lockbreaking is so easy that you can unlock as much as you want? If that was the case, then lockbreakers would have been invincible long ago. Lockbreaking consumes a lockbreaker's mental strength and causes them to suffer a mental breakdown. It's just like how scholars study knowledge. Lu Ying bowed to the trial master. Thank you for your guidance, mentor. You're not too bad. 2, 3 stars, and even 4 stars discerning elementary source boxes aren't a threat to you. Next time, you can try to unlock 4 stars. There's no need to waste time, but you can't be too impatient. A 5-star discerning elementary source box is still a threat to you, the trial master warned. Lu Ying acknowledged the warning once more. Beep beep beep. His gadget beeped. Lu Ying looked at it, and his expression changed to one of disbelief. How could this be? The 10 arbiters have ruled that Lu Ying does not have a bad record and has been approved to join the Council of Astral Academy. Being able to join the Council of Astral Academy was very important to Lu Ying. First of all, he was no longer just a normal student, but a member of the 10 Arbiters Council. This status was protected by the 10 Arbiters, and there was no greater backer than the 10 Arbiters Council. Even the Lockbreaker Society was not as powerful as the 10 Arbiters Council. However, Night Queen Yanqing had clearly acted, and Night King Zhenwu, who was behind her, would also act. He was one of the 10 Arbiters, so why was Lu Ying allowed to join? At this moment, Lu Ying did not feel happy. Instead, he felt a little apprehensive, as if something had happened. At that moment, a call request appeared, and Lu Ying accepted it. Congratulations on joining the Council of Astral Academy, a cold and arrogant voice said. Lu Yin's expression darkened. It was Night Queen Yanqing. You must be curious as to why you were allowed to join. Her tone was a little arrogant, but also a little angry. You're quite capable. You actually managed to seduce a woman from my Day-Night clan and even got her to testify for you. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat as a name suddenly appeared in his mind, Zhou Day-Night. Aside from her, no one else could testify for him. He had gone to the pirate port to save her, and she was the only one who could prove his innocence. Back in the tilting tower, Lu Ying had thought of asking Zhou Day-Night to help him, but he had decided against it. Firstly, she might not appear since she was a member of the Day-Night clan. Secondly, he did not want to owe her any favors since he had already made her a promise. He did not know how to repay any more favors. However, he had never expected that Zhou Day-Night would actually take the initiative to testify for him, allowing him to successfully join the Council of Astral Academy. What was she thinking? What's your relationship with that woman? Night Queen Yanqing shouted. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. That's none of your business. Is that so? I have to admit that you're quite capable, but so what? That woman betrayed my brother and has been imprisoned in the Day-Night clan. Take a look for yourself. She then sent a video to Lu Yin's gadget. It was Zhuo Day Night, whom he had not seen in a few months. She was wearing a prisoner's uniform, and her face was deathly pale. It was obvious that she had fainted. She was surrounded by a dark prison, and there were bloodstains on her body that had seeped through her uniform. Lu Yin's gaze turned sinister, and a fury that he had never felt before erupted from him. This fury was 10 times, no, 100 times more intense than when Bezer had humiliated him. He even had the impulse to destroy the entire Day-Night clan. As his rage grew, the star energy around Lu Yin's body became unstable, and the void around him began to distort. The trial master looked up. Silence. His voice was as loud as a bell, jolting Lu Yin awake. He took a deep breath and suppressed his star energy. What do you want? At this moment, his voice was terrifyingly calm. On the other end, Night Queen Yanqing felt a chill in her heart, but she did not care. I gave you a chance, but you didn't know what was good for you. Did you really think that you could fight against my Day-Night clan by yourself? Even if you were the strongest in the Astral Combat Academy, so what? My Day-Night clan can still easily wipe you out. Is she still alive? Lu Yin's tone was icy, and there was a bone-chilling chill in the depths of his eyes. Of course, I'll make sure that she's alive. She colluded with outsiders and betrayed my brother. This crime is enough for her to suffer for decades. Night Queen Yanqing was pleased with herself. Lu Yin took a deep breath. I'll give up on joining the Council of Astral Academy. Don't torture her. Night Queen Yanqing snorted. You're too arrogant, Lu Yin. Do you really think that my Day-Night clan cares about you? This woman has gone against my brother's wishes multiple times, and this incident was just a trigger. You're not enough for my Day-Night clan to suffer for your sake. As for the Council of Astral Academy, you can join it if you want. It doesn't matter. To my brother, it's just a game. She then ended the call. Lu Yin stood in place and did not move for a long time. His mind was filled with the scene of Zhuo Day Night being imprisoned in the dark prison, as well as the trace of fresh blood that had soaked through her prison uniform. It had been so glaring and so heavy. He did not know what he was feeling at that moment. He had only met Zhuo Day Night 3 times. The first time had been a passing encounter, and the second time had been a hostile encounter. However, the third time had left a deep impression on him. That helplessness, despair, and silent murmuring had left a deep impression in his heart. They had not interacted much, but Zhuo Day Night had suffered because of him. This responsibility was too heavy. Zhuo Day Night had only come forward to testify because she wanted to repay him for saving her life, but even so, Lu Yin felt as if there was an invisible burden on his shoulders. He hoped that he could rescue that girl. Sigh, the Day-Night clan. It's the Day-Night clan again. The trial master sighed and looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Lu Yin was shocked, and he hurried over to the trial master. Mentor, is there a way to save my friend? The trial master looked at Lu Yin with his turbid eyes, and there was an unprecedented seriousness in them. Kid, tell me. What's your relationship with that girl? Lu Yin was stunned. Relationship? He did not know. Friend? Not really. Enemy? Not really. We can barely be considered friends, Lu Yin replied. The trial master replied, the Day-Night clan does not allow intermarriage with outsiders. This is a rule that has been passed down since ancient times. Kid, you should know. Lu Yin muttered, Mentor, she's just my friend. I want to save her. The trial master sighed again. Save her? That would require an elder from the Day-Night clan to act. I know one of them, but what makes you think you can get him to act? Lu Yin clenched his fists. The trial master was right. What made him think he could get an elder from the Day-Night clan to act? That was an elder from one of the most powerful clans in the universe. He did not even have the qualifications to speak to them. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of something, and his heart raced. He looked at the trial master. Mentor, please contact an elder from the Day-Night clan. I have something to exchange. The trial master was astonished. Kid, the elders of the Day-Night clan are all almighty beings above the hunter realm. They've seen all sorts of treasures. Don't make them laugh at you. Mentor, don't worry. I have a 50% chance of getting an elder to act, Luin said seriously. The trial master nodded. Alright, I'll contact them. The trial master then pulled out an ancient-looking gadget from under his butt. Luin retreated and distanced himself from the trial master. He then removed the shielding on his right arm. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll shield you again. You're going too far. We're one entity. How can you treat me like this? The monkey was furious. Lu Yin's gaze was icy. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you right now. Tell me, is that beast hide really related to progenitor Wushang? Of course. It wasn't easy for me to get my hands on it. Why else do you think Yao Gu started the battle at the border and even targeted planet Conan? It's all because of this thing. Hey, why are you suddenly asking about this? The monkey was confused. Luin calmly replied, right now, I want to use this thing to exchange for a person. If I find out that you're lying, I'll obliterate you. The monkey was stunned, and then he shouted, what did you say? Exchange? Are you crazy? Do you know what that thing is? That's progenitor Wushang's hide. Progenitor Wushang, that's progenitor Wushang. You don't understand what progenitor Wushang represents. Exchange? Only you can think of something like that. Even if you sell off the entire Astral Combat Academy, it won't be worth a single hair on that hide. Lu Yin's heart sank. I only have this thing. There's no other way. The monkey grew anxious. What do you want in exchange? A cultivation technique? A battle technique? A treasure map? Tell me, and I can help you. I know the tombs of many powerhouses, and I'm very good at tomb raiding. Luin shook his head. From the monkey's reaction, that hide really did have something to do with progenitor Wushang. Its value was immeasurable, and it far exceeded Shuidanite's. However, to Luin, value was not that simple. Shuidanite had suffered because of him, and he would do everything he could to save her. Even if he had to trade for an even larger hide, he would not hesitate. This was his style. A screen appeared in front of the trial master, and the desolate earth illuminated the gray sky. An old man appeared with a gloomy gaze. And long black and white hair that flowed down to his waist. He looked old, but his skin had a faint luster to it. Old Tan, long time no see. You're not dead yet? The trial master calmly replied, if you're not dead, how could I be dead? I'm much younger than you, the old man sneered. The trial master gestured for Luin to step forward. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. The one looking for you this time is this brat. The old man looked at Luin in astonishment. Even through the screen, Luin could feel the old man's powerful aura. It was as if it had penetrated the endless void and pressed down on him. Luin took a deep breath and slowly bowed. Student Luin greets senior. The old man sized Luin up and then looked at the trial master. What, is this your grandson? Do you have the ability to do that? The trial master ignored him. Luin respectfully replied, this junior is a student of Astral 10. I shamelessly request that you contact senior and help me. The old man disdainfully replied, help? Brat, do you know who I am? Daynite clan elder, Luin replied. The old man was arrogant, and he calmly replied, I am Night King Yuanjing, not an elder of the Daynite clan. I am an elder of the Night King clan. Brat, don't get it wrong. Luin bowed again. It was a slip of the tongue. Sorry for disturbing senior. Alright, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Since you dared to contact me, it means that you have the confidence to ask for my help. Tell me, and if I'm satisfied, I'll naturally help you, Night King Yuanjing said impatiently. Luin was about to speak when the monkey's voice rang out in his mind. Wait, you want to make a deal with the Night King clan? Why didn't you say so earlier? I'll give you some information that can be exchanged for anything. Hurry up and tell me. I don't have time to waste with you. Night King Yuanjing frowned. The trial master looked at Luin, as he was curious as to what ability Luin had to convince a Night King clan elder. There were very few things in the universe that could tempt a Night King clan elder. Lu Yan's gaze trembled. I wonder if Elder would like to know the whereabouts of the third Night King. Lu Yin's words had not only stunned Night King Yuanjing, but also the trial master. The trial master's pupils shrank, and he instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin. What did you say? You know where the third Night King is? Kid, what did you say? Say it again. Night King Yuanjing shouted anxiously from within the screen. Lu Yin's eyes flashed with delight. It had worked, so he spoke again. Mentor, Senior, I participated in the border war 2 months ago and accidentally learned of the third Night King's whereabouts from a mutant beast. Speak quickly. Night King Yuanjing had completely lost his composure, and he stared at Lu Yin like a madman. The trial master was shocked. Where is the third Night King? Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at the screen. Senior, I haven't stated my conditions. Night King Yuanjing forced himself to calm down and stared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. Speak, what are your conditions? As long as you say it, I'll do it. But I'm warning you, don't try to deceive me. If I find out that you're spouting nonsense, even the Astral Combat Academy won't be able to protect you. You can ask this old man in front of you. The trial master looked at Lu Yin seriously. Do you really know where the third Night King is? Don't try to deceive me. The Night King clan has their own ways of finding out. Lu Yin nodded at the trial master and then looked at Night King Yuanjing. I hope that the Night King clan will release one person, Shuade Knight. She committed a crime and was captured because of me, and I feel deeply guilty. As long as Senior can help to absolve her of all charges and protect her from being harmed by her clan, I'm willing to tell you where the third Night King is. Night King Yuanjing nodded. She's just a junior. Even if she betrays the clan, it won't matter. As long as you tell me where the third Night King is and prove that it's true, I'll protect her and even take her in as my goddaughter. How about that? Lu Yin did not care if Night King Yuanjing took Shuade Knight in as his goddaughter, he only wanted her safe and sound. The third Night King is in the Great Realm of Nothingness. That's impossible. The Great Realm of Nothingness is the space where the Void Wanderer clan resides. Although this clan is ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beast list, that's only because of their uniqueness and their numbers. There's simply no one who can stop the third Night King, Night King Yuanjing said confidently. The trial master did not believe Lu Yin either, and he looked at Lu Yin. He really hoped that Lu Yin would not deceive Night King Yuanjing, as even Astral 10 would not be able to protect him. Senior, do you really think that the Void Wanderers are ranked 9th on the Heavenly Beast list because of their numbers and talent? The Celestial Beast list is a ranking created by Skymender, and it is not randomly arranged for any special reason. The most basic ranking is based on strength. The Void Wanderer race has an ancestor that has lived for tens of thousands of years. It has undergone multiple transformations, and its strength has been earth-shattering. It was that ancestor that trapped the third Night King. Night King Yuanjing's eyes flickered, as he still did not believe Lu Yin. How do you know? The trial master could not help but ask. Lu Yin answered, during the border war, I was once captured by one of the Spiritual Academy's 5 academy masters, the Ghost Monkey. He accidentally revealed this information, but I don't know how he found out. He then looked at Night King Yuanjing. Senior, I've already told you who I'm trying to save. If I'm deceiving you, then aren't you afraid that you'll act against my friend? Night King Yuanjing nodded and stared at Lu Yin seriously. Alright, I'll trust you this time. Investigate the Great Realm of Nothingness with all your might, but it will take time to verify this information. During this time, I can guarantee that nothing will happen to that girl, but as long as I find out that you're deliberately deceiving me, then forget about that girl, you'll definitely die. Lu Yin bowed respectfully. If there's any falsehood, then I'm at Senior's disposal. Night King Yuanjing gave Lu Yin a deep look before turning off the screen. The trial master looked at Lu Yin with a complicated expression. Kid, I'll ask you one more time. Is this information true? Lu Yin nodded. It's true. The trial master sighed and raised his head. It's been so many years, and I thought that the third Night King had already perished. If the Night King clan really does find him, then the situation in the Innerverse will change. Lu Yin was helpless. Mentor, I have no other choice. I'm sorry. The trial master waved his hand. This has nothing to do with you. The third Night King attacked the astral beast domain for the sake of the humans. He's a man of honor, so it's only right that we save him. Forget it, you can go now. Mentor, what about my friend? It's fine. Night King Yuanjing is a man of his word, and he'll keep his word. His status in the Night King clan is not to be underestimated, and there are very few who can suppress him. Furthermore, he won't go against him just because of a girl, the trial master said. Luin bowed, but he did not leave the trial zone entrance. Instead, he headed straight for the trial zone mountain. Once he was seated, Luin asked, "Is the Night King clan really unable to save the third Night King?" Absolutely not. That Void Wanderer ancestor has lived for more than a few tens of thousands of years. Void Wanderers are very unique, and once they enter a certain cycle, they'll live for almost eternity. They're an incomprehensible creature, and even the weakest Void Wanderer, if allowed to live for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years, its strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. The fact that it was able to suppress the third Night King is proof of that. Just one Void Wanderer ancestor was enough to bring the entire Void Wanderer clan to 9th place on the Heavenly Beast list. Can the Night King clan prove that the third Night King is in the great realm of nothingness? Luin asked, as this was what he was most concerned about. Don't worry, such a powerful clan has their own methods. As long as you tell them the exact location, they'll definitely be able to prove it. Who exactly is the third Night King? Why is the Night King clan so nervous? Luin was curious. The monkey answered in a low voice, "The Night King clan has been passed down to this day, and he's publicly acknowledged as the third strongest person. Rumor has it that when he was around, the Day-Night clan was at its peak, and even the Sword sect was overshadowed by him. He even dared to directly attack the Astral Beast domain, which shows just how arrogant he is. Unfortunately, he ran into a mysterious Void Wanderer ancestor and has been trapped ever since. Even a Void Wanderer ancestor can't kill him, right?" "That's right. They can't kill him, but they can only trap him. The other powerhouses in the Astral Beast domain can't interfere, as the third Night King can easily escape if they do. It's a dead end. Even the Night King clan doesn't know about this, so how do you know?" Luin suddenly asked, as the monkey knew too much. The monkey had already expected this question. "Actually, I'm an archaeologist." "Speak human." "I'm not a human." "You're a Tomb Raider?" Luin was surprised. The monkey fell silent for a moment before helplessly replying, "Well, you can say that." "Do astral beasts have tombs when they die?" Luin was puzzled. The monkey was dissatisfied. "Human, don't look down on astral beasts. When the universe was first born, before humans appeared, the universe was ruled by astral beasts. At the end of the day, humans are also a type of astral beast. They've just regressed. They've evolved." Luin was dissatisfied. "Whatever you say. In our opinion, humans have regressed. Even if you humans are the strongest race, it's impossible for you to be born with powerful defenses. Some astral beasts can do it, but you humans have to cultivate in order to awaken your innate gifts, and there are very few of them. Astral beasts are different, as their innate gifts can spread throughout their entire race. Even the intelligence that you humans are most proud of isn't that impressive in the eyes of astral beasts, because many astral beasts are no less intelligent than humans," the monkey taunted. Luin did not refute the monkey's words. What was the greatest intelligence of humans? It was creation. The monkey was right, humans were lacking in many areas compared to astral beasts, but they were able to make up for their shortcomings through creation. If humans had truly regressed as the monkey had said, then humans would not have been able to occupy such a large astral domain and compete with the astral beasts. Luin did not want the monkey to hear this, as he would just let these astral beasts be immersed in the beautiful dream of humans regressing. Sooner or later, humans would make it so that they wouldn't even be able to cry. "So, many astral beasts have tombs when they die?" Luin continued the previous topic. "Of course. Any intelligent creature would not want their corpses to be used by others after they die. They would think of ways to bury themselves, and after countless years, they would turn to dust. This is the best place to return to. Since there's a tomb, there's naturally something buried with it. That beast hide was obtained from a large tomb, and this information is also recorded there, the monkey explained. This explanation was flawless, and Luin could not refute it. Actually, that should be the case. Otherwise, it would not explain how a mere Lemmeter like the monkey could know about these secrets and how it could hide the beast hide from Yao Gu. However, there was one thing worth noting here. A powerhouse would definitely not want their tombs to be easily opened by others, so how could the monkey have been able to open them? Luin did not ask this question, as he would find out sooner or later. If he asked now, the monkey would only make things up. Luin had plenty of time to take things slowly. Right now, he needed to wait at the trial zone mountain for a while before taking his revenge. Luin was not someone who was used to enduring silently. Although his name had the "een" in it, his personality was the complete opposite. If possible, he would take revenge on the spot unless he could not. Just like when Bezer had humiliated him, Luin could not do anything to Bezer. However, he had personally crippled Ghostfire during Astral 10's entrance exam. This was his revenge. Night Queen Yanqing had attacked him, and this grudge had to be avenged. Zhuo Day Knight had Night King Yuanjing's protection, so nothing would happen to her. Luin had no qualms about eliminating the Day Knight clan from this trial zone. 2 days later, in the center of a training ground in the Tao of Heaven called the Forest, Zhuo Day Knight slowly opened her eyes. As a member of the Day Knight clan, she had occupied the Forest and become an area master. This was a pretty good achievement, but she had not even made it into the top 32 of the Astral Combat Tournament. She had been severely criticized by the clan, and Zhuo Day Knight herself felt like she had slacked off on her cultivation. However, it was still better than Tiankong Day Knight. They were both area masters, but he had been the first to be eliminated. She stood up and scanned her surroundings. There were quite a few students scattered around, and the closer they were to the center, the more treasures they would obtain. Unfortunately, the Forest was no longer of much use to her. She wanted to trade with another area master, but who could she find? At that moment, a heavy aura swept over, shocking many of the students. They all looked up at the sky. Zhuo Day Knight also looked up, as this aura made her feel uneasy. Who was it? Thank you, dear readers, for your tips. Soon after, Lu Yin's figure appeared and looked down at Zhuo Day Knight, his eyes filled with an endless chill. Many students were shocked to see Luin. Everyone knew who he was one of the top 4 in the tournament and an absolute powerhouse. Zhuo Day Knight's heart sank when she saw him. She had heard from her clansmen that Night Queen Yanqing had recently made a move against Luin in an attempt to block his path to the Council of Astral Academy. She did not know the details, but she had a bad feeling about why this person had appeared in the Forest. From now on, this place no longer belongs to you. Lu Yin's tone was cold and merciless. Zhuo Day Knight was enraged. Luin, you dare attack my Day Knight clan? Do you know what the Day Knight clan means? Luin narrowed his eyes. I don't need to know. He then pressed down with a single palm, causing a violent shockwave to roll out. He had used a 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm, and Zhuo Day Knight was instantly killed without even being able to resist. Even if Luin had still been a melder, he could still easily kill Zhuo Day Knight. This was the difference between them. The surrounding students stared blankly at the scene, as they had no idea what had just happened. Only a few students had heard rumors that the Day Knight clan had made a move against Luin. There was only one Zhuo Day Knight in the Tao of Heaven. His next target was Tiankong Day Knight in the Tao of Slaughter. News of Zhuo Day Knight's death quickly spread, and by the time Tiankong Day Knight received the news, Luin had already appeared. Luin, are you really going to go against my Day Knight clan? Tiankong Day Knight was terrified, as Luin was giving him too much pressure. Tiankong Day Knight tried to escape, but he failed. The difference between the two was too great, and he was easily killed. Lu Yin's next target was the Undying Realm, which was the trial zone with the most Day Knight clan members. The realm master there was Night Queen Yanqing. The Astral Combat Academy was in an uproar. Luin had killed 2 area masters of the Day Knight clan and even declared that the Day Knight clan could not enter the trial zones. This was basically declaring war on the Day Knight clan, and it had been many years since their authority had been challenged. When Quang Wang heard the news, he nearly spat out a mouthful of water. He could not believe it. Luin is challenging the entire Day-Night clan? He's trying to expel all Day-Night clan members from the trial zones. He's gone crazy, a female student exclaimed. She was one of the students who had been training in the forest, and she had personally witnessed Luin crush Day-Night. Lu Xiaoyun had also heard the news, and she frowned. The Astral Combat Academy was bustling with activity. Just what was Luin trying to do? He could suppress the Day-Night clan in the Astral Combat Academy, but what about after he left? The Day-Night clan was a powerful clan that dominated the universe. Lu Yin's actions were too unwise. Hold on. Lu Xiaoyun stood up, and her eyes flickered. Luin was not an idiot. Since he dared to act against the Day-Night clan, he definitely had something to rely on. What was that something? This was Lu Yin's first time in the Undying Realm. The 3 realms and 6 Daos were equally famous in the 9 trial zones, but the 3 realms surpassed the 6 Daos. This place would belong to Astral 10 in the future. Not too far away, a figure dashed into the distance. It was a Day-Night clan disciple who had bumped into Luin as soon as he had arrived. Now, word had spread that Luin was attacking the Day-Night clan, and he hurriedly avoided Luin. However, it was intercepted by Luin, who raised a palm and slammed down. The man was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he would have immediately left the Undying Realm. Now that things had turned out this way, there was no way for him to withdraw from the battle, and he had been killed by Lu Yin's palm. Star energy spread out from Lu Yin's body as he searched for a student. Soon enough, a student was caught by Luin, and he bitterly took Luin to the Heavenly Drum. The Heavenly Drum was the most famous training ground in the Undying Realm. Occupying the Heavenly Drum was equivalent to occupying the Undying Realm and becoming the Realm Master. Night Queen Xianxia was the master of the Heavenly Drum. At this moment, one Day-Night clan member after another entered the Undying Realm and gathered at the Heavenly Drum. It wasn't just the Day-Night clan, many other students had arrived as well. More and more people gathered around the Heavenly Drum, waiting for Lu Yin's arrival. The Heavenly Drum was a giant war drum that spanned 1,000 kilometers. It was placed in the middle of a mountain range and was made from the hide of an ancient beast. It was struck once a month, and a battlefield would appear. At that moment, everyone would be able to see the ancient battlefield and see all sorts of battle techniques. The lucky ones might even be drawn into the battlefield and become one of the participants to personally experience the battle techniques. This was an inheritance. The Heavenly Drum was the Undying Realm's greatest treasure, and it had been controlled by the Day-Night clan for generations. It was precisely because of the Heavenly Drum that almost all of the Day-Night clan members had joined Astral 3. Night Queen Xianxia was furious. She had never thought that Luin would be so daring as to attack the Day-Night clan and even try to steal the Heavenly Drum. Was he not afraid that she would take revenge on that slut, Shua Day-Night? A figure appeared in the sky. Many students looked over and saw that it was Fengshang, Astral 8's leader and the Realm Master of the Tao of Illusion. Fengshang landed on the Heavenly Drum, surrounded by no less than 20 Day-Night clan members. He looked at Night Queen Xianxia with a complicated expression. I'll repay the favor I owe you today. Regardless of whether Luin attacks or not, after today, we will no longer have anything to do with each other. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was cold. Sure. Fengshang exhaled and closed his eyes. He did not want to make an enemy out of Luin, as Lu Yin's style was to his liking. Furthermore, the Day-Night clan had gone overboard this time. However, Fengshang owed them too much, and he had to repay the favor. Outside the Heavenly Drum, many students sighed in amazement. They were all anticipating that something big would happen today. Wu De had also arrived, and he was so excited that he could barely contain himself. His daily newspaper was selling very well, and he could publish 2 more issues of the Astral Combat Tournament. However, he did not know what to do after that. He had originally thought that he would have to wait until Grandini Mavis and the others who had defeated the academy leaders to challenge him, but he had not expected that the big news would arrive just as he was feeling vexed. Brother Lu, you're really my lucky star. I'll love you for 10,000 years. Wu De was extremely excited as he stared at the Heavenly Drum. He had prepared countless exaggerated words in his heart. This battle would definitely become famous throughout the Astral Combat Academy, no, throughout the universe. Night Queen Yanqing actually invited Feng Shang. Even she knows that she can't beat Luyin, a student nearby commented. Wu De hurriedly joined the conversation. This sort of discussion was a great way to increase the news, and he needed more discussion. Night Queen Yanqing was defeated in the astral combat tournament. It's only been 2 months, so she can't have improved that much. Luyin is different. He broke through from the Melder realm to the Lamita realm, and his star energy suppression no longer exists. His body has also undergone a transformation, and he's become much stronger. It would be strange if she's a match for him. But can Feng Shang win? He's not even in the top 4. Feng Shang isn't weak. If he hadn't met Starsabil, then he might have been able to fight against Grand Ini Mavis. Among the 10 student leaders, he's definitely in the top 5. Wu De kept muttering to himself, memorizing the discussions of the people around him. Hey, do you guys think that Feng Shang and Night Queen Yanqing are having an affair? Otherwise, why would he help her? Someone suddenly whispered. When Wu De heard this, his ears immediately perked up, and his eyes lit up. This was the gossip of the battle, and there was definitely something interesting going on. Don't spout nonsense. How is that possible? The Day-Night clan doesn't marry outsiders. That's an inheritance rule. Feng Shang is the 3rd son of the Feng family. His status isn't weak, but he's still not worthy of Night Queen Yanqing. That's impossible. Amidst the various discussions, a heavy pressure swept over. Everyone looked up and saw that Luyin had appeared. On the heavenly drum, all of the Day-Night clan members stood up and glared at Luyin. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was cold. Feng Shang was helpless. Luyin stood in the air and looked down at the heavenly drum. His gaze swept across all of the Day-Night clan members before finally stopping on Feng Shang's face. Brother Feng, are you going to help the Day-Night clan? Feng Shang smiled bitterly. I'm sorry, Brother Liu. I owe Night Queen Yanqing a favor, and I have to repay it today. Luyin nodded. You and I will just treat this as a sparring match. There's no need to bear grudges. Of course, I have no grudges with you. Feng Shang replied loudly. Night Queen Yanqing frowned, and her cold purple eyes stared at Luyin. You actually dared to appear and provoke the Day-Night clan. This will be the most regrettable thing in your life. Then try to make me regret it. Luyin shouted as purple battle force spread out from his body. Dark golden lines covered his body as 5-lined battle force erupted from his body, and he charged towards the heavenly drum. At the same time, Feng Shang waved his hand, causing the world to turn green. This was his domain. On the other side, Night Queen Yanqing released her 4-lined battle force, Night King's body. Around them, more than 20 Day-Night clan members leapt up and attacked Luyin. Boom! Shockwaves spread out from the heavenly drum, forming a hurricane that could be seen with the naked eye that swept out in all directions. It spread out from the heavenly drum, causing large amounts of mountains to crumble and the ground to collapse. More than 10 students who were nearby were instantly torn to shreds. The strength of this collision was shocking. 7 Day-Night clan members were annihilated, but their participation did not make much of a difference. It was mainly Feng Shang and Night Queen Yanqing who had joined forces to block Lu Yin's attack. In the history of the Astral Combat Academy, it was rare for 2 realm masters to join forces against a single person, but it had happened today. Lu Yin swept out with his leg and sent Night Queen Yanqing flying. He then turned around and slapped at Feng Shang, who responded with a palm. Whirlwind slash. Back then, Feng Shang had defeated Xia with a single whirlwind slash. Now, the same whirlwind slash collided with Lu Yin's 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm. The first wind blade was immediately crushed, and the second wind blade was only able to block 8 stacks. The 9th stack shattered the wind blade and slammed into Feng Shang's body, sending him crashing into the heavenly drum with a loud bang. 5-lined battle force was invincible, at least compared to the 2 people in front of him. Lu Yin had only used 1 move to heavily injure Feng Shang. Although it was not as shocking as when Starsabil had instantly killed Feng Shang, it was still shocking enough. The dozen or so Day-Night clan members all used their battle techniques to attack Lu Yin. Lu Yin snorted and disappeared with flash. From high up in the sky, he pressed down with a palm that enveloped all of the Day-Night clan members and sent them crashing to the ground. Even though there were several area masters among the Day-Night clan members, they still could not escape the fate of being crushed to death. Outside the heavenly drum, Xiyu was shocked. Was this really Luin? Five-lined battle force was simply too invincible. The two of them had awakened their battle force at around the same time, but now, the gap between them was so great. At that moment, Night Queen Yanqing appeared behind Luin. Die! Night Queen Yanqing shouted as she punched out with her Night King fist. Luin turned around and raised his hand. Boom! A shockwave descended vertically and split the ground apart. It was like a slash, and a huge spatial crack extended into the distance. Everyone looked up in shock. Luin had single-handedly blocked Night Queen Yanqing's strongest punch without even taking half a step back. Night Queen Yanqing's pupils shrank. How was this possible? She still remembered the battle from 2 months ago. Even if this person had five-lined battle force and could defeat her, it was still impossible for him to block her strongest punch so easily. That punch had been supported by her Night King's body and four-lined battle force. From now on, this place belongs to me. Lu Yin's voice was arrogant as he grabbed Night Queen Yanqing's fist and exerted force, shattering her right arm. He then reached out with his palm and struck her abdomen, sending her flying into a distant mountain range. At that moment, Luin felt a chill behind him as Fengxiang appeared. Sorry, this is the last attack. Luin did not turn around, as he had been on guard against Fengxiang all this time. He had seen how fast Fengxiang was, and his battle experience far surpassed that of any student leader. He would not be easily defeated. Luin did not know how Star Sibyl had killed him, but that did not mean that Fengxiang was weak. The green halo dissipated as Fengxiang's palm swept towards Lu Yin's neck. It was so fast that it crossed the void and tore through it. Luin did not move and allowed Fengxiang's palm to sweep past him. His figure slowly dissipated, but it was just an afterimage. Luin was no longer there. Fengxiang's expression changed. When? Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his back as his entire body dissipated from the undying realm. Luin walked out as his afterimage slowly dissipated. He had broken through to the Lamita realm, and his physical body had become even stronger. His flash's speed had naturally increased as well. So what if he tore through the void? He could now tear through the void like a space-exploring powerhouse. There was a furious roar as Night Queen Yanqing rushed out of the mountain range in a sorry state. She stared at Luin with killing intent. I'll kill you. Luin felt disdain, as this woman was no longer worth his time. However, this matter still needed to be put to an end. Lu Yin's body flickered and disappeared. Night Queen Yanqing's body dissipated from the undying realm just like Fengxiang. Everyone was silent. The entire Day-Night clan had been killed, including Night Queen Yanqing. From now on, the realm master of the undying realm had been replaced by Luin. Many swallowed hard. This matter had escalated, and the Day-Night clan would definitely not let this matter rest. It might even implicate those outside the Astral Combat Academy. Was Luin not afraid? Xiyu was stunned, as she felt that Luin was very domineering. Wu De was excited as he stared at Luin. This person would provide him with an endless source of news material. In the distance, Lu Xiaoyun left. This battle had not been interesting aside from showing that Luin was stronger. However, things would become troublesome from now on, as the Day-Night clan's revenge would not be simple. Huang Wang gave Luin a thumbs up from afar. He was ruthless. Although he was arrogant, he would not dare to provoke the Day-Night clan like this. This Luin was a genius. Even further away, a woman in white with a veil covering her face was silently watching Luin. No one had noticed her, and no one remembered her. However, if one were to revisit the Astral Combat Tournament, they would realize that this woman was the representative of Astral One who had honored the ancestors. After that, she had disappeared and had not participated in the lot-drawing competition. Luin looked down and saw countless eyes filled with shock, admiration, adoration, mockery, sympathy, and many other emotions. He knew the consequences of his actions, but he did not regret them. Men were born in this world, and they could not be cowardly or overcautious. Perhaps the Day-Night clan would retaliate fiercely, but if he did not do anything because he was afraid of retaliation, it would affect his mental state. He had honor points, was a lockbreaker, and was also a student of Astral 10. He also had the support of his family, so the chances of the Day-Night clan acting against him were slim. They might even implicate the Great Yu Empire, but Lu Ying himself did not have much of a connection with the Great Yu Empire. Furthermore, the Great Yu Empire was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Neo-Human Alliance was also there, and his family was also keeping an eye on the situation. That place was not as simple as it seemed, and he might be able to use the Day-Night clan to remove the Great Yu Empire's disguise. As for Earth, he was even less worried, as the conflict between students would not implicate a distant planet. The Day-Night clan might act against him because of his special constitution, but they would definitely not go to Earth to cause trouble. However, there was still a chance that they might guess that his special constitution was related to Earth. Lu Ying fell into deep thought. This matter had to be resolved, but he could not be too active. The more active he was, the easier it would be for him to be targeted. The only way was to divert attention. However, in the end, the reason why Lu Ying had the confidence to act was not because of his previous actions, but because of one person, Night King Yuanjing. The conflict between the younger generation and the clan was never as important as the third Night King. Unless he could rescue the third Night King, Lu Ying would still have some value. Even the slightest bit of value would be enough to protect him, and the Day-Night clan would not act against him. After a single battle, everyone from the Day-Night clan had been expelled from the trial zones, and the Undying Realm Master had been replaced. This news quickly spread, and it was not limited to the Astral Combat Academy. The more the news spread, the more humiliated the Day-Night clan would be. At the peak of Astral 3's Trial Zone Mountain, Night Queen Yanqing screamed with bloodshot eyes, "I'll definitely kill you, kill you." At the foot of the Trial Zone Mountain, Xianxia opened his eyes. He had joined the Astral Combat Academy for the sake of the Astral Combat Tournament, but after the tournament, he had become interested in the trial zones and had not planned on leaving for the time being. Fortunately, he had not left, or else he would not have been able to witness such an interesting event. Chaos God Mountain was one of the rulers of the Innerverse dark side. Darkness corresponded to light, and without light, there would be no darkness. Many powerhouses from Chaos God Mountain had been forced to join the Day-Night clan. The Day-Night clan was ruthless and tyrannical, and they had forced many powerhouses into a corner and forced them to join the dark side. Xianxia had a premonition that Lu Ying would be the next person to be forced to join the dark side. He decided to leave and quickly contact Chaos God Mountain. He could not allow the Day-Night clan to play Lu Ying to death. After screaming for a while, Night Queen Yanqing activated her gadget and contacted the Day-Night clan. She wanted Lu Ying to regret his actions today. She wanted revenge on that slut. "What did you say? No authority? I'm Night Queen Yanqing, and I have no authority to interrogate that woman? I'm Night Queen Yanqing." Night Queen Yanqing was furious. "I'm sorry, but Zhuo Day-Night has been temporarily imprisoned, and no one is allowed to interrogate her. This is an order from Night King Yuanjing." Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. How was this possible? How could a mere Zhuo Day-Night involve Night King Yuanjing? He was an elder and held a high position in the clan. Why would he interfere in this matter? Night Queen Yanqing closed her gadget and muttered to herself. She had a bad premonition that Lu Ying had dared to act so recklessly against her. Could it be because of Night King Yuanjing? Why was he able to form a relationship with Elder Yuanjing? Or could it be that there was someone behind him who could reach out to the Night King clan? The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became. There were very few powers that could reach out to the Night King clan. She thought about how Lu Ying had only been at the academy for a little over a year, but he had already grasped five-lined battle force. Was this person really only backed by the tiny Great Yu Empire? That was impossible. There was someone else, and this person had hidden himself very well. But no matter how well he had hidden himself, it could not quell the anger in Night Queen Yanqing's heart. She was Night King Zhenwu's younger sister, and so what if the power behind Lu Ying was strong? The 10 Arbiters' strength lay not only in their strength, but also in their authority. Even the great powers of the Neoverse had to give the 10 Arbiters face. She did not believe that Lu Ying could suppress her. As she thought about it, she immediately ordered the Day-Night clan to intervene in Frostwave Whi's war. She wanted to make an example out of the Great Yu Empire. Suddenly, her gadget beeped. She frowned and looked over in surprise. Why was it her? Can we talk? A pleasant female voice came from the gadget. About what? Night Queen Yanqing's tone was gloomy. About your grudge with Luin. Night Queen Yanqing clenched her fists. What's your relationship with him? Must there be a relationship? Of course. Otherwise, why would the great Starsibyl speak up for him? Night Queen Yanqing sneered. The person who had contacted Night Queen Yanqing was Astral One's leader, Starsibyl. I'm not trying to help him. I just placed a divination on him. With the champion of the Astral Combat Tournament as the outcome, I can divine whether or not this person will be of help to me in the future. I don't want your grudge to affect the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It has nothing to do with me. Night Queen Yanqing immediately refused. You've already lost. The Undying Realm's heavenly drum belongs to Luin, and this is an indisputable fact. The Day-Night Clan's experts were expelled from the trial zones because of you. Night Queen Yanqing, you might not care about the Astral Combat Academy's trial zones, but this is still a stain on your record. It's not only damaging your reputation, but also Night King Jinwu's, Starsibyl said. Night Queen Yanqing's tone was icy. I'll take back the heavenly drum and deal with that Luin once and for all. He's a lockbreaker, a 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker, Starsibyl replied. Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. What? He's a lockbreaker? That's right. You can check for yourself. Not only is he a lockbreaker, but he also has honor points. Astral 10 isn't as simple as it seems. Even if you can deal with the Great Yu Empire and the people around him, you can't do anything to him unless Night King Jinwu intervenes. However, do you think that Night King Jinwu will offend the Lockbreaker Society just because of Luin? Your revenge will only result in a lose-lose situation. He'll lose his friends and family, while you'll lose your reputation, Starsibyl said. She had grasped Night Queen Yanqing's thoughts. To the Night King clan, nothing was more important than their reputation. This was also why Night Queen Yanqing was so desperate to take revenge. Night Queen Yanqing's expression darkened. A lockbreaker's identity was indeed frightening, but it was not impossible to secretly kill him. As long as the Lockbreaker Society did not have any evidence, they would not be able to do anything to her. Consider this as giving me some face, and this matter will end here. In return, I'll let you use the mirror, Starsibyl said. Night Queen Yanqing was shocked. The mirror was the most precious item in the Lifeseek realm, just like the heavenly drum. Whoever controlled the mirror would become the realm master of the Lifeseek realm. The mirror had always been controlled by Starsibyl, and no one else had been able to use it. She had never expected that Starsibyl would be willing to pay such a price for Luin. How about it? The right to use the mirror, and your Day-Night clan will not be targeted in the trial zones. For the sake of the Astral Combat Academy's peace, we'll both take a step back. Night Queen Yanqing took a deep breath. Alright, I'll let him off for now. Thank you. Starsibyl then cut off the connection. Night Queen Yanqing's eyes flickered, and she snorted. At worst, she would not do it openly, but she would not let this matter rest. After thinking about it, she decided to find other powers to deal with Luin. However, things did not seem to be going well for her today. Just as she was thinking about who to look for, she received an order that sent a chill down her spine. Do not touch Luin, Night King Elder Council. Not long after, Starsibyl arrived at the heavenly drum of the Undying Realm. Luin sat on the heavenly drum and watched Starsibyl slowly walk over. His gaze was calm as he said, I was wondering who would be the first to show up. I didn't expect it to be you. You guessed that someone would show up? Starsibyl smiled at Luin and sat down beside him very naturally. She did not seem reserved at all. Surprise flashed through Luin's eyes. Everyone in the universe knows that the Night King clan cares a lot about their reputation. Since I stole the heavenly drum, there will definitely be someone who will speak up for Night Queen Yanqing. However, I'll have to disappoint you. Since I took action, I have no intention of returning it. I know. I'm here to ask you a question. Do you really think that your identity as a lockbreaker will protect you? Starsibyl looked at Luin and asked. Luin fell silent. As expected, his identity as a lockbreaker could not be hidden from these people. As long as they wanted to investigate, they would be able to find out. The Lockbreaker Society did not place too much importance on keeping lockbreakers' identities a secret. Lockbreakers were humanity's treasures, and there was no need to hide them. This was what the society thought, and Luine had no intention of hiding it. However, a single identity could determine two types of people. Wendy Yushan had not been able to find out anything, which meant that she did not have enough influence or was too one-sided. She had not been able to come into contact with the Lockbreaker Society, but people like Starsabelle and Madame Nayland could easily find out. A 2-star discerning elementary lockbreaker can indeed prevent Night Queen Xianxia from acting against you openly, but it's not difficult for her to act in secret. Although the Lockbreaker Society is protective, they are not stupid. They will not become enemies with the Night King clan over a dead person. So what if they have evidence? Night Queen Xianxia will be fine. At most, they will compensate and apologize. If the Lockbreaker Society wants an explanation, the Night King clan will easily hand it over. As for Astral 10, you can't stay there forever. Luine looked at Starsabelle. I know what you're saying, but sometimes I can't control my temper. Since you've appeared, it means that you've already dealt with that crazy woman. Starsabelle smiled. You don't show mercy with your hands or your mouth. No matter what, she's still a girl. Crazy woman. Luine felt disdainful. Starsabelle smiled. You, the people behind you, and your family and friends can't withstand the Night King clan's oppression. You have to think about them. Luine stretched lazily. Just tell me the results. Stop targeting the Day-Night clan, Starsabelle said. Luine was astonished. That simple? Starsabelle nodded. It's that simple. Luine stared at Starsabelle. Although I haven't known that crazy Xianxia for long, I understand her very well. She won't end a battle without paying any price. I've already paid the price for you, Starsabelle said slowly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. You paid for me? Why? Starsabelle sighed. You should know that the Council of Astral Academy has a president, and I'm the president. The stability of the Astral Combat Academy students is my responsibility, and it's also a responsibility that the 10 Arbiters Council has entrusted to me. For this, I can only pay a certain price. However, if Starsabelle had really paid the price, then there was a problem. There was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What did this woman want from him? Starsabelle stood up and smiled at him. Don't overthink it. I have no ulterior motives towards you. Luine stood up as well. It doesn't matter. It's not like I'm losing out. Starsabelle smiled. You're very interesting. Is that so? I always thought that my EQ was low and that I was just a blockhead. Starsabelle turned around and slowly walked away. You're already a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Find some time to meet with everyone and formally acknowledge your status. With that, she left the Undying Realm. Luine watched Starsabelle's disappearing figure and muttered to himself. Although the Astral Combat Academy was an institution, its internal structure was not simple. Starsabelle was mysterious, Night Queen Xianxia was tyrannical, and there was also Han Chong who was hiding nearby. There were also various great powers. Rather than an institution, it was more like a microcosm of the struggle between the various great powers of the universe. In that case, joining the Council of Astral Academy would be like roasting over a fire. Perhaps someone would contact him soon. That woman is Starsabelle? No way, she's still a student. Isn't Starsabelle very strong? She's comparable to the 10 Arbiters? Luine replied, there's more than one Starsabelle. They have to compete. Compete for the position? That's interesting. You have to be careful of that woman. Starsabelle's name is common even in the astral domain, and most of it isn't anything good. She's quite good at scheming, so don't be fooled by her. Luine was also thinking about this problem. He did not have the confidence that he would not be tricked by this woman. The main reason was that he knew too little about the structure of the universe, which made it very easy for him to be tricked. The only solution was to minimize his interactions with her. Speaking of which, brother, you're really ruthless. You directly humiliated the Day-Night clan, the monkey praised. Luine fell silent. But sometimes, you have to consider the consequences. What if the Day-Night clan sends experts to assassinate you? I'm scared just thinking about it. They're a powerful clan that dares to directly attack the astral beast domain. You're just a Lameter, and your small arms and legs can easily be broken. If that happens, I'll be in trouble. Luin was getting impatient. Shut up. If you don't want to die, answer my question. What question? The monkey asked. Are you sure that the Day-Night clan won't be able to save the third Night King? I've already said it. I'm absolutely certain. That's good. As long as the third Night King isn't saved, then I'll still have value. Value my ass. Do you think that the Night King clan will think that you can help them? As long as there's even a sliver of hope, the Night King clan won't let anything happen to me. The monkey agreed. That's right. The third Night King is too important to them. Even if they're certain that you don't know anything, they won't let anything happen to you. That's human psychology. But what if they come looking for me? I'll have to provide them with some useful information, Luin said. This was the main point. If he had no value, then even if Night King Yuanjing could protect him for a while, he would not be able to protect him forever. Night Queen Yanqing was not his only opponent, as the first to act was Night King Jinwu. The monkey fell silent. Luin was not in a hurry, as the two of them were already one. If he died, the monkey would not be able to live either. When the time came for him to face Night King Yuanjing, the monkey would be able to guess a few things. The battle between Luin and Night Queen Yanqing was temporarily halted by Starsabil's intervention. Over the next few days, the Day-Night clan's experts would occasionally visit the Heavenly Drum, but it was already occupied by Luin. Astral 10 could freely enter the Heavenly Drum, and Coco had a lot of fun there. However, Hui Day-Night did not go, as he had not acted against Luin either. He was in a very awkward position, and Night Queen Yanqing had never sought him out. Even Tiankong Day-Night, who had once protected him, had not sought him out. It was as if Hui Day-Night had been exiled. Just like that, half a month passed peacefully. Dao Bo and Han Chong returned from the border, and Luin formally convened the Council of Astral 10 student leader. In the Divine Path, Luin stood quietly beneath the tilting tower with Lu Xiaoyun and Quang Wang nearby. The three of them had been the first to arrive, followed by Han Chong. He looked at Luin with a strange expression, or rather, a look of amazement. Luin remained calm. News of him and Night Queen Yanqing had spread like wildfire, and everyone knew about it. Starsabil also arrived and smiled at Luin as she stood nearby. In the distance, many students appeared and looked over in surprise. This was the Council of Astral 10 student leaders, and it was a rare sight. Wu De had also arrived, as he would definitely be involved in any news. Unfortunately, this was the Council of Astral 10's meeting, so he had no right to enter. He could not hear anything, and even watching was difficult as the void was distorted. Soon after, Dao Bo and Luin arrived as well. Feng Shang arrived as well, and he smiled apologetically at Luin. Luin did not mind, as he had not suffered any losses. In fact, he found it a little funny. After all, his first opponent in the ported battles had been Feng Shang, and he had been instantly defeated. This had caused Luin to lose confidence, but now, he had returned the favor. Now, there was only one person left, Night Queen Yanqing. Shui Luyun had died at the border, so Astral 4 did not have a student leader for the time being. However, Luin felt that Sha was the most likely candidate. Sha's strength spoke for itself, as he had defeated Shui Luyun and was publicly acknowledged as the strongest student in Astral 4. However, he had not returned yet. With a whoosh, Night Queen Yanqing appeared and looked down at everyone from high up in the sky. She glared angrily at Luin, but she did not say anything. Instead, she descended with an aura of displeasure. Alright, aside from Shui Luyun, who died in battle, all of the student leaders have gathered. I represent the 10 Arbiters Council and the Astral Combat Academy to officially announce that Luin has joined the Council of Astral 10. You will have the responsibility to supervise, judge, and protect the students of the Astral Combat Academy. The 10 Arbiters Council will authorize the younger generation to supervise, judge, and protect the 10 Arbiters Council. Starsabil went on for a long speech. Everyone else had heard this before, but this was Lu Yin's first time hearing it. He was rather interested in one particular sentence. What did she mean by the 10 Arbiters Council will authorize the younger generation to supervise, judge, and protect the students of the Astral Combat Academy? Could it be that the Council of Astral 10 was not only responsible for the Astral Combat Academy? Luin thought of something, and he vaguely felt that Night Queen Xianxia had spent so much effort to prevent him from joining the Council of Astral 10 not only because of his special constitution, but also because of other reasons. This Council of Astral 10 was not as simple as it seemed. Very quickly, Starsabil finished her speech as usual. When she was done, she looked at Luin with a smile. Student Lu, is there anything that you don't understand? Almost none, Luin replied straightforwardly. Starsabil was stunned, and Quang Wang laughed heartily. Dao Bo also laughed and shook his head. Night Queen Yanqing's gaze was filled with disdain and even a trace of mockery. It looks like you don't understand the Council of Astral 10 at all, Starsabil said gently. Luin nodded. No one has told me anything about it. Starsabil was helpless. Alright, I'll just give you a brief introduction. Generally speaking, the Council of Astral 10 is an organization that helps the Academy manage and supervise the students. However, the Astral Combat Academy is a little special. The mentors almost never ask about anything, and everything is left to the students. Over time, the Council of Astral 10's authority grew, and now, with the 10 Arbiters Council's growth, the Council of Astral 10's authority is not limited to just the Astral Combat Academy, but also the entire universe. Luin was shocked. The universe? That's right. You should know that the Council of Astral Academy's status is equivalent to the Outerverse Youth Council. Do you think that this status is just for show? The Astral Combat Academy is a top institution in the Innerverse, and it basically represents the 10 Arbiters Council in handling some of the Innerverse matters. You can treat the Council of Astral Academy as the Innerverse Youth Council, and it can monitor the younger generation of the various flow zones outside of the 8 Great Flow Zones. Luin finally understood what kind of honor he had received. The Innerverse had 8 Great Flow Zones that occupied a large area of the Innerverse, and there were many smaller flow zones as well. Although the Council of Astral Academy had no authority over the 8 Great Flow Zones, just these smaller flow zones alone were enough to raise their status to the same level as the Outerverse Youth Council. After all, this was the Innerverse, which was fundamentally different from the Outerverse. Dao Bo spoke up. Don't overthink it. We're just civil servants. We have status, but we don't have the ability to carry out the orders. If we discover any problems, we still have to report them to the 10 Arbiters Council. Otherwise, just us students alone won't be able to handle the Innerverse matters. Although we're civil servants, we still have a lot of authority. Some country bumpkins from the fringe weaves will never understand the concept of authority, Night Queen Yanqing mocked. Luin did not have time to bother with her, as he now had a clearer understanding of the 10 Arbiters Council. The Council of 10 Arbiters had 2 large organizations under it. One was the Outerverse Youth Council, which supervised the younger generation of the Outerverse. It could be assigned to various weaves or even major powers. For example, the Great Yu Empire had the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council, which made it easier to supervise. The other organization was to help the Council of 10 Arbiters monitor the younger generation of the Innerverse outside of the 8 Great Flow Zones. The Council of Astral Academy did not need to carry out any tasks, and it only needed to supervise. The Council of 10 Arbiters' main focus was on the 8 Great Flow Zones of the Innerverse. These 3 organizations combined to form the 10 Arbiters Council, which could intimidate the entire universe. Do you have any other questions? Starsabil asked as she looked at Luin. Luin asked, what should I do? Starsabil smiled. The 10 Arbiters have decreed that Luin can supervise the students of the Astral Combat Academy and the younger generation of the Northline Flow Zone as a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Northline Flow Zone? Fengxiang was astonished, and he looked at Luin. Luin felt that there was something wrong with Fengxiang's attitude, and he asked, where's the Northline Flow Zone? The Northline Flow Zone is a flow zone between the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and the Beast Tamer's Flow Zone. It's roughly the size of the Frostwave Weave, and it's controlled by 17 families. There's also Shangwu Academy. You can investigate the details yourself, Starsabil said. Luin nodded and glanced at Fengxiang again before looking at Starsabil. I have a question. Ask away. Starsabil's attitude towards Lu Yin was quite good, which made Night Queen Yanqing unhappy. If I join the Council of Astral Academy, can I join the Outerverse Youth Council? The others looked at him in shock, and Night Queen Yanqing mocked him even more. You talk big. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. Do you think that the Outerverse Youth Council is the same as our student council? The Outerverse Youth Council members are all space-exploring powerhouses, and all of them are experts in the top 100 rankings. What makes you think you can join? Daobo replied, in theory, yes, as long as you have the ability. Lu Yin grunted. Can I meet the 10 arbiters? The surrounding people fell silent. Han Chong replied, not at the moment. You can't even meet us, so don't think about it for now. Lu Yin was helpless. He knew that this was the 10 arbiters' way of protecting their dignity, but he had not expected that he would not even be able to meet the 10 arbiters once he joined the Council of Astral Academy. Starsabil gave Lu Yin a set of numbers, which was the number of her gadget. Everyone else gave Lu Yin their numbers as well, except for Night Queen Yanqing. Kuang Wang patted Lu Yin's shoulder and said sympathetically, Bro, you can't mess with women, especially those from big families. Take care. Starsabil nodded politely at Lu Yin and then left the tower. Everyone left one after another. Fengsheng apologized to Lu Yin once more before leaving as well, leaving only Lu Xiaoyun behind. Did you receive the sword sex invitation? Lu Xiaoyun asked with a strange look in her eyes. Lu Yin stared blankly for a moment before recalling that old Kai had indeed said, I received it, but I have no plans to go to the sword sect for now. Lu Xiaoyun did not say much, but she looked at Lu Yin with a hint of approval. Not everyone could resist the sword sect's temptation, especially since the sword sect had offered Lu Yin a relatively high position that was comparable to Lu Xiaoqiu's. If the first flow zone was a dynasty, then Lu Yin would be the crown prince if he went there. It was terrifying, but Lu Xiaoyun admired him for being able to resist the temptation. Right, I'm curious. Do you guys stay at the academy all year round? Lu Yin asked. Lu Xiaoyun shook her head. Most of the time, we find a representative to help us deal with some matters. Then, what about the flow zone that the 10 Arbiters Council gave you? Lu Xiaoyun looked at Lu Yin seriously and thought for a moment before replying, I don't know how to explain it to you. Everyone's methods and attitudes are different. You have to figure it out yourself, or you can wait. Lu Yin watched Lu Xiaoyun leave and fell into deep thought. It seemed that the 10 Arbiters Council did not have a fixed process for dealing with matters. At this moment, Lu Yin's impression of the 10 Arbiters Council was that they were a group that wanted to seize power from the middle. They wanted to control the younger generation so that they could control the future of the universe. 10 youths daring to do such a thing. How bold! Lu Yin took a deep breath and smiled. He looked up, he had finally reached this step. A piece of paper with the surname Lu had buried 72 people, and all of this had been decided by the 10 arbiters. There would be a day when he would confront those 10 and have a showdown for what had happened all those years ago. Far away in the starry sky, a large spacecraft was speeding towards the north. The spacecraft carried the elites of the Great Yu Empire's younger generation. These people were about to undergo a trial, and those who passed would be able to join Yu Academy. After watching the Astral Combat Academy's Astral Combat Tournament, the younger generation of the Great Yu Empire was filled with excitement and longing. They all hoped to join the Astral Combat Academy and step onto the glorious stage of the universe. King Zishan had already set an example for them, and everyone wanted to become the second King Zishan. Geniana hugged her knees as she sat in her room. Her eyes were dazed, and her long hair was draped over her shoulders. She didn't know what she should do. Should she wait for Lu Yin to return and marry her, or should she search for the happiness that she had once yearned for? Ever since she had returned from Fire's Melt planet, she had never been able to forget that man who had been like a king of flames. His bright, fiery eyes had melted her heart, and she had dreamt of him many days and nights. She had longed to marry him, and even if Fire's Melt planet's environment wasn't suitable for the Anna family, she didn't care. But now, she was getting further and further away from that dream. Lu Yin was like a giant mountain that she could not cross. Especially after the Astral Combat Tournament, everyone had worshipped him and envied her for being his future wife. But all of this was a nightmare for Jenny. The more dazzling Luine was, the deeper her nightmare became. Xianxia sighed and took out an exquisite ring that Luine had given her. It was beautiful, but the more she looked at it, the more dazzling she found it to be. She walked out of her room and stood in the hallway, watching the meteorites streak past her, one after another. At that moment, her gadget beeped. Xianxia looked over and her expression changed to one of ecstasy. "Br brother Yanfeng, is that you?" Not far from the hallway, Geraldine furrowed her brow in distress. She had no confidence in herself during U Academy selection, and she didn't know if she would be able to join. Although she was a top student of the first military academy, she was still far from the elites. She looked up at the sky and thought of that bastard. That despicable bastard had lied to her, threatened her, and blackmailed her. Now, he had reached the most dazzling stage in the entire universe. "Okay, brother Yanfeng, I'll leave now," a voice said. Geraldine stopped and looked around the corner, only to see Xianxia excitedly running back into her room. There was an exquisite ring on the ground. Geraldine was puzzled. She knew that this woman was Lu Yin's fiancée, and she had been paying attention to her ever since they had boarded the spacecraft. She had originally been worried, but why had she suddenly become so happy? Yanfeng? Who was that? As Geraldine pondered, a gust of wind blew past her, and Xianxia quickly walked past her. Geraldine walked over and picked up the ring on the ground. It was so beautiful. She sighed in admiration and put it away. A large family was indeed a large family, and they didn't care about anything else. She could sell it for money, but wait, that bastard must be thinking about it. She actually had the same idea. One day later, on the Great U Empire's Xenu star, in the main hall of the Ana family, Xianxia smashed a teacup on the ground. That idiot actually dared to do such a thing. Capture her. Rocky Ana's expression turned ugly. "Brother, this is very troublesome. We can't openly capture her, or our Ana family will become the laughingstock of the Frostwave Weave." Xianxia gasped for breath, closed his eyes, and bitterly said, "I never thought that the shrewd me, Xianxia, would be ruined by this girl. She actually ran away from home to elope with that brat from Fire's Melt planet. What a joke. Jenny is too foolish. Yanfeng's target has always been Princess Wendy, so why would he want to elope with her? But brother, why did Yanfeng coax Jenny away? What's in it for him? Could it be that His Majesty's plan to attack Fire's Melt planet has been leaked?" Rocky Ana was bewildered. Xianxia waved a hand. "That shouldn't be the case. Only a few people know about the military plan, and it's impossible for it to be leaked. Besides, His Majesty wouldn't give up on attacking Fire's Melt planet just because of Jenny. If that's the case, then what's Yanfeng's goal?" Rocky Ana couldn't figure it out. Xianxia fell into deep thought as he tried to think of people related to Jenny. Finally, he thought of something. Find a way to contact Schutz and ask him if something happened at the Astral Combat Academy. "Brother, are you suspecting that this matter is related to King Zishan? Aside from that, Jenny has no other value to Yanfeng. King Zishan has entered the top 4 of the Astral Combat Academy, and I've heard that there's a Council of Astral Academy that's equivalent to the Outerverse Youth Council. If King Zishan joins the Council of Astral Academy, then it's not impossible for Yanfeng to make a move." Rocky Ana immediately left. Xianxia felt bitter as he watched Rocky Ana leave. He hoped that it wasn't true, or else the Ana family would be embroiled in an unimaginable storm. Even a hunter like him would be torn to shreds as this matter concerned the 10 Arbiters' Council. No matter how the Ana family tried to keep it under wraps, news of Jenny Ana running away from home still spread. More importantly, someone had seen her on Fire's Melt planet, and the person with her was from the Day-Night clan. This news shocked many. Why would the Day-Night clan be involved with Jenny Ana and Fire's Melt planet? In the Great U Empire's palace, Undying Yushan's face was gloomy. The plan to attack Fire's Melt planet had just been formulated, and now the Day-Night clan had appeared. What was going on? The Day-Night clan and Jenny Ana. Why were two completely unrelated people involved? Could it be related to Little Een? What had originally been an ordinary girl running away from home had suddenly shaken the entire Frostwave Weave. On Astral 10's Rain Observatory, Silver watched the drizzle fall with a happy smile on his face. This was too interesting. He had originally planned to wait for a while, but he hadn't expected the opportunity to come so soon. It seemed like he would be able to find out the truth soon. Brother Lu, we don't have much time left together. Luin was also in Astral 10. He had not contacted the outside world, and the outside world could not contact him either. Thus, he did not know what was happening in Frostwave Weave, and he was currently looking at the information on his gadget in confusion. He had logged on to the 10 Arbiters Council's internal network, and although there was a lot of information, he could not see much of it. With his current level of authority, he could only see a few things happening in the Northline flow zone and the Outerverse. Since he could see them, it meant that he had the authority to ask about them. He could write down his own plans below the information, and he could either solve the problem himself or report it to the council. However, Luin was very confused. The 10 Arbiters Council had 10 pages, and he did not know which page to send his suggestions to. The moment he saw these 10 pages, Luin was able to guess quite a few things. The 10 Arbiters were fighting for power amongst themselves, and the universe was like a cake that 10 people were fighting over. Whichever 10 Arbiters that Luin handed over his plans to would become one of their subordinates in the future. It was no wonder why Lu Xiaoyun had asked him to wait. She was not waiting for a solution, but rather for the 10 Arbiters' summons. He had to choose the 10 Arbiters, and the 10 Arbiters had to choose as well. Lu Yin's head hurt, as he had no idea who the 10 Arbiters were. The only ones he knew were Night King Zhenwu, Wen Sansi, Heart Phoenix's rumored older brother, and the person from the Sword Sect. He did not know anything about the other 6. Oh, right, there was also one known as the War King and one known as the Divine Fist. Could he just randomly pick one? Luin was looking forward to it. As long as he made his choice, then regardless of whether the 10 Arbiters were willing to accept him or not, his identity would eventually be revealed. However, if the 10 Arbiters refused to accept him, then he would be embarrassed. Furthermore, there was even a 10% chance that Luin would choose Night King Zhenwu, which would make things even more interesting. Previously, Mira had mentioned that she would recommend Luin to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and the person behind her was Wen Sansi. Then, if Luin received her recommendation, would he be able to join Wen Sansi's faction? This was a crucial step, as he needed the 10 Arbiters to back him up. Otherwise, joining the Council of Astral Academy would be meaningless. He looked at the page for the Northline flow zone once more, as his authority would be reflected here. Xianxia Academy's end-of-year tournament is about to begin. 10 Arbiters Council members are invited to supervise the tournament. Fairness, impartiality, and openness are our principles. Xianxia Academy has temporarily changed their trial planet. 10 Arbiters Council members are invited to supervise the tournament. Fairness, impartiality, and openness are our principles. Many of the messages were from the Northline flow zone, and most of them were from Xianxia Academy, which was the top academy in the Northline flow zone. According to the rules, the 10 Arbiters Council members were required to supervise the tournament. This was similar to how the Great Yu Empire's Youth Council had been disbanded during Earth's trial, and Mira had stepped forward to supervise the tournament. However, the Northline flow zone did not have a youth council. If Luin wanted to supervise the tournament, then either the 10 Arbiters would have to send someone over, or he would have to go personally. Generally speaking, this sort of supervision was just a formality, and Luin could simply report it to the council and send a random member over. However, he did not know who to report to, and he did not have the time to do so either. Helpless, he could only pretend that he did not see the message. There was only one thing he could do: delay until the 10 Arbiters contacted him, or until he had the time to do so. There were too many small flow zones like the Northline flow zone. If every flow zone's trial tournament had to be supervised by a member, then even if the number of members in the 10 Arbiters Council increased by 10 times, it would still not be enough. Thus, many inspections could be cancelled, and it all depended on the wishes of the members themselves. If I have the time, I can go and enjoy being a member, but I can't be considered a real member right now. I'd be no different from a student if I went, Luin muttered to himself as he browsed through the network. For 2 days, Luin did not leave his room as he searched for information about the 10 Arbiters Council. Something big had happened in the Great Yu Empire. The captain of the 13 Imperial squadrons, Luing Zishan, had been severely injured. Outside Xinyu Star, the undying Yushan stepped into a spacecraft and quickly saw the heavily injured Luing Zishan. Her face was pale and bloodless, and there were many wounds on her body. "How is she?" the undying Yushan asked in a low voice. "Captain Luing Zishan's life is not in danger, but she needs to rest for a while. Her organs have been severely injured, and she won't be able to fight at full strength for at least half a year," someone replied. The undying Yushan's gaze turned cold. "What about the battle records?" "Your Majesty, one side of the battlefield has been distorted, and all records have been destroyed. Only Captain Luing Zishan knows what happened at the scene," the man beside the undying Yushan replied in a trembling voice. The undying Yushan looked at Luing Zishan, who was lying in the nutrient solution, and thought about the battle in the Astral Combat Academy. He had already found out what had happened in the Astral Combat Academy. Luing had opposed Night Queen Yanqing, and although he had successfully joined the Council of Astral Academy, he had brought the Day-Night clan as an enemy to the Great Yu Empire. However, he had heard that the enmity between Luing and Night Queen Yanqing had been resolved by Astral One's leader, Star Sibyl. Had the Day-Night clan made a move this time? There was also the Day-Night clan member who had appeared beside Geniana. Even an idiot would know that they were targeting Luing. The undying Yushan was deep in thought when a beam of light suddenly pierced his eyes. His eyes widened as a terrifying amount of star energy erupted from his body, causing the heavens to feel heavy and everything to be suppressed. He reached out and grabbed a strand of Luing Zishan's hair. He pulled out a shimmering chip from the strand of hair and tossed it out. It tore through the void. Immediately after, the void in the distance began to distort as a terrifying fluctuation swept through the heavens, instantly shattering many meteorites that streaked past. Everyone in the spacecraft was stunned. If that thing had exploded within the spacecraft, they would all have died. Its power was enough to instantly kill an explorer. The undying Yushan's eyes turned cold. This was the second killing intent. The person who had attacked Luing Zishan was not satisfied with this result and wanted to kill even more powerhouses from the Great Yu Empire. At that moment, the void distorted and Xianxia appeared. "Your Majesty, that thing should have come from the Ross Empire in the blazing mist flow zone." "Are you sure?" The undying Yushan was shocked. Xianxia nodded seriously. "When I was young, I went to the Blaze Realm to train. The Ross Empire isn't that far from the Blaze Realm, so it's not difficult to identify their weapons. Could someone have imitated the Ross Empire's weapons and attacked us in order to frame them?" the undying Yushan asked. Xianxia shook his head. "That shouldn't be possible. Ignoring the difficulty of imitating the Ross Empire's weapons, based on the nature of the Innerverse's great powers, they wouldn't bother to disguise themselves to deal with us." "What a Ross Empire!" The undying Yushan was furious. He didn't need to think much to know that the Day-Night clan was behind the Ross Empire. Otherwise, why would the Ross Empire attack them? Just because they had sabotaged the three great powers' attack on Astral 10 was not worth the Ross Empire's intervention. If they had wanted to, they would have done so long ago. "Your Majesty, to be safe, it's best to stop all external wars. With the Ross Empire interfering, Captain Luing Zishan's situation will definitely become more frequent," Xianxia advised. The undying Yushan sighed and nodded. "Let Duke know about this. Tell him to be careful." "Yes." "Should we tell Princess Wendy?" The undying Yushan's eyes flashed. "No need. Since they attacked us, they must have taken her into consideration as well." Xianxia was right. Innerverse powers would not bother to disguise themselves when attacking outerverse powers. The Ross Empire's powerhouses were frequently dispatched to the Frostwave Weave and to the powers that were being attacked by the Great Yu Empire. Even if the Great Yu Empire stopped fighting, it was useless as the Ross Empire's attacks did not stop. At this point, Luing finally found out about this matter. He didn't need to guess, he immediately pinned the culprit to the Day-Night clan and Night King Jinwu. Aside from him, who else could mobilize the Ross Empire? Although Star Sibyl had resolved the dispute between him and Night Queen Yanqing, she could not do the same against Night King Jinwu. Luing had previously guessed that Night King Jinwu would make a move, but he had not expected it to be so fierce. Furthermore, Xianxia had completely disregarded him. To Night King Jinwu, suppressing the Great Yu Empire was a piece of cake, and Luin did not have the qualifications to be his equal. Luin knew this as well, but he could not change Night King Zhenwu's decision. Night King Yuanjing could protect him, but he could not protect the Great Yu Empire. However, did the Great Yu Empire really need protection? The more he interacted with the Great Yu Empire, the more Luin understood the Outerverse strength. The Great Yu Empire was definitely capable of conquering the Frostwave Weave and becoming the leading power. They had not been able to do so before because of the Undying Manual. If the Ross Empire underestimated the Great Yu Empire because of this, they would definitely pay a heavy price. Even so, this matter had started because of him, and Luin still had to think of a way to make up for it. At the very least, he needed to divert the Day-Night clan's attention. However, he was just a student, so what right did he have to make an enemy out of the Day-Night clan? Any space-exploring powerhouse would be enough to kill him. He could not use Night King Yuanjing either, as the more information he leaked, the more danger he would be in. What's our academy's leader worried about? Tio Kai's voice rang out, and Luin turned around to see a foxy face with a chilling smile. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat when he saw Silver. The Day-Night clan has made a move against the Great Yu Empire. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Silver feigned surprise. Make a move? Is it because you offended the Night King clan? Luin did not answer, which was a tacit admission. Silver's lips curled up. That won't be easy. That's the Day-Night clan we're talking about, and you've offended their entire bloodline. It'll be troublesome. Luin looked at him. If the Day-Night clan takes care of the Great Yu Empire, then you'll be in trouble as well. At the very least, your plans in the Great Yu Empire will come to an end. Silver stretched lazily. I don't understand what you're talking about, but I do have some information that I can sell you. I just don't know if you'll be able to pay the price. What information? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Silver beamed at Luin. First, the price. We'll trade for the goods. Luin took out his Mavis Bank crystal card. There are 450,000 star crystals here. Silver smiled. I don't need that. What I want is information. Information? Luin was astonished, but he could vaguely guess what Silver was talking about. You were actually able to communicate with a Night King elder and get that old fart, Night King Yuanjing, to protect your little girlfriend. I want to know what price you paid. Silver's smile faded. Luin fell into deep thought. Could he tell Silver about the third Night King? Silver was from the Neo-Human Alliance, which meant that he was an enemy of the human race. Although the third Night King was from the Night King clan, he had still helped the human race invade the Astral Beast domain. Would telling Silver be akin to betraying the human race? Hey, why don't you tell him? The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's mind. Luin was conflicted. It seems like this kid isn't a good person. Only a few people know about Night King Yuanjing. Aside from this place, only the upper echelons of the Night King clan know about it. If this kid knows about it, then he must have spread his ears to the Night King clan. That would be terrifying. Kid, is that the case? The monkey asked. Luin grunted in acknowledgement. Across from him, Silver's eyes widened. What? Is that price? Or are you willing to sacrifice the Great Yu Empire to protect the Night King clan? Or are you saying that you've already defected to the Night King clan? Silver's voice was very cold when he said the last sentence, a coldness that had never been there before. This brat isn't anything good. Tell him about the third Night King. Luin frowned, but he remained silent. Don't worry. Even if the third Night King's whereabouts spread throughout the human domain or even the entire universe, it's useless. No one can save him, and no one can harm him either. Even the Astral Beast domain hasn't been able to do it after so many years. Do you think the human domain can do it? Also, the third Night King isn't a good person. You can ask around and find out how many clans that guy wiped out back in the day. The Night King clan's tyranny is partially due to him, the monkey said. Luin made up his mind and looked at Silver. I have something to tell Night King Yuanjing. Silver's eyes widened again. The third Night King is in the Astral Beast domain's greater realm of nothingness, Luin said slowly. That one sentence caused the smile on Silver's face to completely vanish, replaced by a bone-chilling killing intent. How do you know where the third Night King is? Silver asked. Luine had never seen Silver like this before. I've already given you the information. You can tell me what you want to know. Now. Silver took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. His expression turned serious. The Night King clan is vainly trying to encroach on the Outerverse, and they've already decided to send experts to participate in the Outerverse trial. This trial is to select talents for the Outerverse Youth Council. Many experts from both the Outerverse and Innerverse will participate, including pirates from the Astral River, dark powers from Chaos Flow Zone, and even the remnants of the Technocracy and Astral Beast domains. Why? Luine was astonished. The Outerverse Youth Council had been established for so many years, and this selection seemed to be especially important. Silver shook his head. I don't know the exact reason, but the various clans of the Innerverse want to have a hand in the Outerverse Youth Council. It's not just the subordinate counselors, but also the counselors. Counselors? What about the original counselors? Luine was puzzled. Silver's lips curled up into a cold smile. Of the original 10 counselors, half are dead. Luine was shocked. The Outerverse Youth Council's counselors were all experts on the top 100 rankings. Wendy Yushan, for example, was in the top 20. Some of the other counselors were weaker than her, but they were all absolute experts. Are you surprised? Don't worry about it, it's very normal. The universe is just that exciting. No matter how strong you are, you can still fall. When the third Night King disappeared, it shook the entire universe, but it didn't take long for everyone to accept it. This is the universe. Silver beamed as he spoke, and then he left. Luine felt that Silver had purposely come here to tell him about the Day-Night clan. Why? Was he here to cause trouble? The Neo-Human Alliance had also planted people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so they would definitely send more people. Luine did not know Silver's goal, but he had obtained information that would be useful to him. Silver planned to cause trouble and divert the Day-Night clan's attention. However, since they dared to send people to compete for the counselors' positions, then there might be quite a few space-exploring powerhouses participating in the trial, which would be very troublesome. Although Luine was not afraid of ordinary explorers and could challenge those of a higher realm, if he ran into an explorer from a powerful clan like the Day-Night clan, he might not be able to challenge them. After thinking about it, Luine contacted Mira. He wanted to know the exact information so that he could be prepared. If the participants were all explorers, then he could forget about it. He was there to cause trouble, not to die. Mira was a graduate of the Astral Combat Academy, so Luine could contact her directly. What a rare guest. If I remember correctly, this should be the first time you've contacted me of your own accord. Mira's beautiful face appeared on the screen, and she beamed at Luine. When he saw her, Luine recalled the time when she had teased him on planet Conan. This woman had a wicked sense of humor. Senior Mira, do you still remember what you promised me? Mira's eyes widened, and she revealed an innocent and confused expression. I don't remember. What did I promise you? Luine was helpless. Recommend me to the Outerverse Youth Council. Mira grunted in acknowledgement. Sure, but you have to think about it carefully. If I recommend you, then you'll be branded as Xianxia. If this had been before the Astral Combat Tournament, Mira would not have said this to Luine, as he did not have a choice, nor did he have the qualifications to choose. It would be his honor to be able to join the 10 Arbiters, but things were different now. Luine was a member of the Council of Astral Academy, and he was also an extremely talented young expert. He had the qualifications to choose. Do I have to do this? Luine asked helplessly. Mira smiled. Of course. Think about it carefully. What if I enter on my own? For example, the Outerverse trial? Luine probed as he looked at Mira. Mira's eyes flashed. The Outerverse trial? Who told you that? Luine did not answer. Mira's lips curled up. Is it your little fiancé? That Princess Wendy? Luine shrugged. He did not refute or admit to it. There is indeed an Outerverse trial recently. If you don't want to be branded as one of the 10 Arbiters and join the Outerverse Youth Council, then this is a good opportunity. Luine was curious. Is this trial going to elect a counselor? Mira shook her head. At present, there are only 5 counselors in the Outerverse Youth Council, so there should be an election. However, it's not through this trial because no one in the Outerverse has the qualifications to become a counselor yet. Outerverse? Can't someone from the Innerverse do it? Luine was puzzled. Mira smiled. The 10 Arbiters Council not only needs prestige, but also affinity and support. If you need support, then you need to rope them in. Since this is an Outerverse matter, then it should be left to the Outerverse. Although the previous 10 counselors cultivated in the Innerverse, they were originally from the Outerverse, which is why they could become counselors. But now, no one from the Outerverse has the qualifications to become a counselor. Luine muttered to himself. If Innerverse powerhouses could not become counselors, then what was the Day-Night clan fighting for? Just subordinate counselors? Of course, if the Outerverse cannot produce enough counselors within a certain period of time, then we can only choose from the Innerverse. However, that won't be considered for now. Luine asked, what qualifications do I need to become a counselor? Myra's lips curled up. Leave your name on the top 100 rankings. Luine nodded. Indeed, the top 100 rankings was the standard for the 10 Arbiters Council. There were 2 ranks below the 10 Arbiters, the first was the Outerverse Youth Council, and the second was the 10 Arbiters Subordinate Counselors. Almost all of the powerhouses in these 2 ranks were on the top 100 rankings, as the 10 Arbiters had gathered almost all of the top youths in the universe. So, this trial has nothing to do with electing counselors, but rather subordinate counselors? Luine asked. Mira nodded. That's right, so you'll still have a chance if you join. Although there will definitely be space-exploring powerhouses among the participants, there shouldn't be many. The Council wants to restrict the Innerverse from interfering too much with the Outerverse in order to prevent the Outerverse from boycotting them. Thus, there are very few space-exploring powerhouses from the Innerverse who can participate in this trial, and there aren't many Outerverse youths who can reach the first realm of space exploring. Thus, this trial is mainly for Limiters. At this point, Myra's eyes lit up, and she looked at Luine curiously. If you pass this trial and join the Outerverse Youth Council, whose subordinate counselor will you become? Your little fiancé? Luine had never considered this question before, and he frowned. Even though I'm a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I still have to become a subordinate counselor? Mira looked up. That's a problem. Since ancient times, no member of the Council of Astral Academy has ever participated in the Outerverse Youth Council's subordinate counselor trial. That's because their status is equivalent to that of counselors, so there's no need to compete for the position of a subordinate counselor. You're really strange. First, he wanted to cause trouble for the Day-Night clan and divert their attention. Second, there had to be a reason why his family had wanted him to join the Great U Empire's Youth Council, and he did not want to disrupt his family's plans. Third, he wanted revenge. He had not forgotten the humiliation he had received from Bazer. Although Bazer was an explorer with a power level of 30,000, there was more than one way to take revenge. Don't think that you're invincible in the Lamita realm just because you defeated Lu Xiaoqiu and Night Queen Yanqing. Although the Astral Combat Tournament has attracted a bunch of extremely powerful geniuses, the universe is huge, and there are more than just these people. Lu Xiaoqiu is only a melder, and Night Queen Yanqing isn't the strongest Lamiter in the Night King clan. Your current strength still can't compare to the 10 Arbiters when they were Lamiters. The Outerverse Youth Council is far more attractive to some people than the Astral Combat Tournament, so you have to be careful. Mira then disconnected the screen. Luine smiled. He did not need Myra's reminder. He did not believe that the Astral Combat Tournament would attract all the top geniuses in the universe. However, it was not as exaggerated as Mira had made it sound. He was certain that among the universe's younger generation, aside from space-exploring powerhouses, the only one who stood at the peak was Lu Xiaoqiu, who had broken through to the Lamita realm. There was no doubt about this. No matter how strong the others were, they could not surpass Lu Xiaoqiu, especially since he still had the 4th sword. As long as Luine could defeat Lu Xiaoqiu, who had used the 4th sword, he would definitely stand at the peak of his generation. He would even be able to rival the 10 Arbiters when they were Lamiters. However, in the end, he would only be able to rival the 10 Arbiters. Surpassing them would be very, very difficult. The 10 arbiters were monumental existences. They were freaks that had been born during the universe's second transformation after formcast models had been created. The 10 arbiters were legends that could not be surpassed. At the same time, in Astral 3, Night Queen Xianxia lowered her head with a terrified expression. Because of you, our clan was pushed into the turmoil of the Frostwave Weiss War. Everyone thinks that the Ross Empire's attack on the Great Yu Empire came from the Day-Night clan. You are too foolish, a man on the screen said coldly. Night Queen Xianxia lowered her head. I'm sorry, brother. That's not how you play the game. If you want to humiliate someone, it's a good idea, but there's no need to expose the Day-Night clan. You'll only end up with an eternal enemy if you're excited for a moment. Furthermore, this enemy can't be eliminated for the time being. Who knows, he might become a hindrance to us in the future, even though the possibility of that happening is very small. Elder brother, I was too narrow-minded, Night Queen Xianxia said in a low voice. It doesn't matter. The mistake has already been made, so let's just follow this path. Elder Yuan Jing is protecting Luyin, not the Great Yu Empire, so it doesn't matter if it's destroyed. We can't not give Starsabelle face. Tell her that I was the one who did all of this. Yes, big brother. However, the person who used the Day-Night clan must be found. How bold of him to use the Day-Night clan to divert our hatred, the man said coldly. Night Queen Xianxia trembled. Yes, I'll head to the Ross Empire right away. Don't disappoint me this time. After losing the Astral Combat Tournament, those old fogies released Xianlong Day-Night. He'll be participating in this Outerverse trial as well. Night Queen Xianxia raised her head, her eyes filled with hatred. Brother, as long as this person isn't eliminated, my hatred will never subside. You're useless, so who else can you blame? He even succeeded in cultivating the Day-Night clan's most difficult technique, so it's normal that you're not his opponent. However, he'll never surpass me. As long as I'm around, there will be no place for the Day-Night bloodline to survive. Take care of your own matters and don't cause any more trouble for me. With that, the screen turned off. Night Queen Xianxia stood in place, her eyes filled with rage. Xianlong Day-Night was the person who had brought her the greatest humiliation. She was an elite of the Night King bloodline and the younger sister of one of the 10 arbiters, but she had lost to a Day-Night clansman. She could not hold her head up high within her clan, which was why she had come to the Astral Combat Academy. She had heard that Xianlong Day-Night had committed a mistake and been imprisoned, but she had never expected that he would be released because of her own defeat. Xianlong Day-Night and Luyin were both enemies that she had to eliminate. The Outerverse trial was not only for the Outerverse Youth Council to select subordinate counselors, but it was also a platform to test the various powerhouses. Regardless of whether they were from the Innerverse or the Outerverse, or whether they were willing to join the Outerverse Youth Council, everyone wanted to participate in this trial because the results of the trial would be directly presented to the 10 arbiters. To the younger generation, there was nothing more attractive than the 10 Arbiters Council. Although the 10 Arbiters Council was only an organization for the younger generation, it would only become stronger in the future because of the 10 Arbiters' existence. This was a publicly acknowledged fact, and because of the 10 Arbiters' backgrounds, the council had been recognized by the universe, making it an organization with the greatest potential. If there was a chance to present their performance to the 10 arbiters, countless people would be willing to risk their lives for it. Not only would they gain the 10 arbiters' favor, but they would also gain the support of the organizations behind them. The more dazzling one's performance was, the more resources they would receive from their organizations. At the center of the ancient continent stood a towering stone tablet. This was the Day-Night clan's ancestral land. Not far from the stone tablet was a dark underground prison. A pair of dignified eyes opened, followed by the sound of chains scraping against each other. Outside the underground prison, many Day-Night clan members stood quietly, their eyes filled with excitement. Soon enough, a figure walked out from underground and faced the stone tablet in the dim light. His body was covered in layers of chains, and he looked extremely haggard. However, his eyes were abnormally bright and filled with fighting spirit. Congratulations, Brother Xianlong, dozens of Day-Night clan members shouted. Their voices attracted the attention of many people, including the elders who were guarding the stone tablet. This figure was Xianlong Day-Night, a member of the Day-Night clan. He had no innate talent since he was young, but he had relied on his own efforts to climb to a position that was second only to Night King Xianwu. Among the younger generation of the Day-Night clan, he was the one who stood at the top of the stone tablet. The stone tablet did not measure one's strength, but rather one's comprehension of battle techniques and innate talent. It also directly measured one's walking distance within the Day-Night clan's inheritance corridor. Xianlong Day-Night had surpassed Night Queen Yanqing, and he had even surpassed many of the Day-Night and Night King clan elites. In terms of his comprehension of battle techniques, he had surpassed space-exploring powerhouses as a leader. This was Xianlong Day-Night, the man who had forced Night Queen Yanqing to go to the Astral Combat Academy. Xianlong Day-Night closed his eyes, seemingly tired. However, he quickly opened them again and roared with laughter. I told you that I would come out. I, Xianlong Day-Night, promised that I would be a part of the Night King bloodline, ha 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 ha. Below the stone tablet, several elders had ugly expressions. How arrogant. A mere junior dares to provoke our royal bloodline? He's like this, which is why he was imprisoned in the underground prison. He doesn't even know how to repent. We shouldn't have let him out. Forget it. Let him help our Day-Night clan regain our lost reputation. We need his help in this Outerverse trial. Otherwise, our efforts to influence the Astral Combat Academy to have the top 4 all go to waste. Humph, this kind of person should be planted with the Caged Realm technique. In the depths of space, in the first Flowzone sword sect, a mountain peak collapsed. A strand of sword chi tore through space as a handsome man walked out. He wore a short-sleeved shirt, jeans, and a felt hat. He had a frivolous look on his face. In the distance, an elder was furious. Long Yun, you brat. You're destroying the peak again. Long Yun rolled his eyes. It's my fault that the peak isn't sturdy. Brat, don't go. I'll teach you a lesson. Long Yun slipped away without looking back. I'm going to the Outerverse to play. I heard that Xianxia was defeated, so I'll go teach the person who defeated him a lesson. In Astral 1, Star Sibyl looked at her gadget with a strange expression. Let's go to the Outerverse trial. In Astral 7, Xianxia had a strange expression. The Outerverse trial? Does the sect want to use this opportunity to break away from the Day-Night clan? That's too naive, but there's nothing wrong with going there. Even if Silver had not told Luin about the Outerverse trial, the Astral Combat Academy would have informed him. For some reason, the top 4 had all requested to participate. When Luin found out, he was rather speechless. If he had known earlier, he would have waited. He had even been lectured by Mira. Outerverse trial, where should he go? He looked at his gadget. The Outerverse was very large, and there were several trial grounds that selected experts to join the Outerverse Youth Council. He wanted to see which trial ground he should go to. Lu Yin's pupil shrank as he looked at his gadget. Xianwu. Continent? Lu Yin was no stranger to the Xianwu continent. He had previously rolled enhance and fused with Wu Xia, who was in charge of the Xianwu Empire's crown prince's residence. He had some understanding of the continent, but he had never expected that the Outerverse trial would be held there. Although the Xianwu continent was in the dark mist weave, it was in a sealed space. Ordinary methods would not be able to see it, much like Astral 10, where one could only be guided in. However, because the Xianwu continent was sealed by the 5 sealing planets, it was very difficult to enter. Furthermore, one could not do so openly, as the Xianwu continent was not like Earth. The Outerverse had been in a war with a cosmic civilization, and even the dark mist weave could not do anything about it. There were many experts there, and once one's identity was exposed, death was certain. In Wu Xia's memories, there was an organization called the Ming Constables that the Xianwu Empire used to kill trial takers. They had a special method to find trial takers, and even space-exploring powerhouses would not be safe there. Thus, it was the perfect trial ground. No matter how unsafe the Xianwu continent was, it was a godsend for Luin, as he had already completed his mission. There had always been 2 missions to enter the Xianwu continent. One was to find the location of the 5 sealing planets, and the other was to find the burial place of the Almighty Senior from the Xianwu continent. He had fused with Wu Xia's body and happened to know the location of one of the 5 sealing planets, which meant that he had completed his mission. As long as he could return safely from the Shenwu continent, he would definitely take first place. Lu Yin took a deep breath. His luck was really good. He then took out his die. His innate gift was heaven-defying, and 1 point could bring him indescribable benefits, such as the art of Sirius or progenitor Wushang's hide. Although 2 points were not very useful, they might be useful in the future if he came across some extremely valuable items. 3 points were quite terrifying. His formcast model had been upgraded, and the purple star had improved its medicinal effects. Needless to say, 4 pips was in the time-stop space. 5 pips was not commonly used, mainly because he did not dare to roll his die in a crowded area. The duration was also too short, only 10 seconds. However, once used properly, it was not easy. 6 pips was always unexpected, and it could greatly increase one's strength. It even had such an unexpected effect. However, while other people's innate gifts could be used in the trial zones, his own die could not. Was it only in the trial zones, or did it not work in other similar places? This was very important. Ghost Monkey, let me ask you a question, Lu Yin said. The monkey was pleased with himself. Now you know how great I am. Ask away, and don't block me out for no reason. You said before that the trial zones are the legacy of the rune technology, so why can people use their innate gifts there? Lu Yin asked. Innate gifts are a part of the body, so of course they can be used. Why? Do you want to analyze it again? Even the powerhouses of the human domain can't do it, let alone you. Are there any innate gifts that can't be used? Lu Yin asked. The monkey paused. I've never heard of such a thing. The rune technology is definitely powerful, and they can copy any person, any technique, or even any innate gift. There's no such thing as an innate gift that can't be copied. What if there is? Lu Yin pressed on. The monkey replied, if there is, it only proves that the person's innate gift is too powerful, and it's beyond the scope of the rune technology's understanding. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He did not doubt this at all, as he was well aware of how powerful his die was. Are you the one whose innate gift can't be used in the trial zones? The monkey probed. Lu Yin answered, it's not me. It's someone else. Who? The monkey was shocked. Impossible. There's nothing that the rune technology can't copy. They can even copy the stars of the universe. How do you know so much about them? I told you before that I like to explore ancient ruins. There are records of all these things. Is that so? Lu Yin did not believe it. The monkey knew too much, but he had been able to dodge every time he probed. Lu Yin did not trust the monkey, and the monkey did not ask about his innate gift again. Not long after, a set of coordinates was sent to Lu Yin's gadget from the Sandmaster. Head to the coordinates and participate in the Outerverse trial. Lu Yin stood up, the trial had finally begun. From the very beginning, this trial had been unfair to everyone else. All that mattered was that he could return alive, but if his goal was to obstruct the Day-Night clan, then things would be different. Lu Yin had a plan in mind that might require him to use Wu Xiao's identity. Soon after, he arrived at the treasury to meet with Old Kai. Old Kai, I'm going to participate in a trial in the Outerverse. Can I apply for a personal spacecraft? Lu Yin asked awkwardly. His personal spacecraft had disappeared at the pirate port, and he had no idea where it had gone. Old Kai was very unhappy. You can't even protect your own things well. Be careful that you don't lose your life one day. Go. Remember, it's just a loan. If you lose it, you have to return it. He didn't mind. Most personal spacecraft only cost about 10,000 star crystals, which he could afford. Although he had been to the Dark Mistweed before, the universe's weather was ever-changing, and he had to change his route frequently. It would take him 19 days to travel from Astral 10 to the coordinates, which wasn't too long. He thought for a moment, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in his palm. He looked at the starry sky, infused his body with battle force, and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. Time slowly passed, and soon, 18 days had passed. Lu Yin's personal spacecraft had traveled through 6 filaments. Lu Yin had originally planned to find a place to stop and roll his die, but after some thought, he decided to leave it in the Shenwu continent to prevent any accidents from happening. Another day passed, and Lu Yin arrived at an isolated region in space according to the coordinates. From time to time, strange ripples would sweep through the area, and this region of space would be severed. Lu Yin passed through the identity verification and successfully entered. He saw a giant space station that was completely made of metal. It looked like a steel castle that floated in space, and it was even larger than a super-large spacecraft. Terrifying auras filled the air, all of which belonged to space-exploring powerhouses. Many of them were very obscure, but they still caused Lu Yin's scalp to go numb. These were powerhouses that he couldn't even begin to imagine. This was the front station for the invasion of the Shenwu continent. Because of this space station, the Shenwu continent would never dare to appear. A middle-aged man greeted Lu Yin. His name was Xianxia, and he was an explorer. I never thought that I would be able to meet Student Lu, one of the top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament. It's an honor, Xianxia said with a smile. His tone was very polite. He was just an ordinary explorer who had been born and raised in the dark mist weave. He had never been to the inner verse and had never had the opportunity to enter an advanced institution like the Astral Combat Academy. Lu Yin smiled. No matter how strong an ordinary cultivator was, the difference in their status was very obvious. Even if Lu Yin wasn't a match for this person would still be obedient to him. Besides, Lu Yin was confident that he could defeat this ordinary explorer. Even Zitai, an explorer realm astral beast that was known for its defense, had been forced back by him. There's no need to be so polite, Lord Xianxia. I'll have to trouble Lord Xianxia to explain the situation of the Shenwu continent, Lu Yin said with a smile. Xianxia nodded and smiled. Student Lu must have already investigated the Shenwu continent before coming here, so there's no need for me to explain the general situation. I'll just tell you a few things that you need to pay attention to. He paused and saw that Lu Yin was listening attentively. The first is your attire. The Shenwu continent's attire is retro, and will provide you with clothes that you can change into. Lu Yin looked over and blinked, but he didn't see anything. Xianxia smiled. There's a particle camera in my palm that can be installed in a person's muscle tissue without being detected. During the trial, all gadgets and other technologies must be removed, as the Shenwu continent is hostile to interstellar civilizations. If you're discovered by them, you'll definitely die, and no one will be able to save you. I've heard of this before, Lu Yin said. Xianxia nodded and continued. The third thing is star energy. The star energy that we cultivate is different from the martial power that the Shenwu continent cultivates. Student Lu, it's best that you hide in the wilderness when you reach the Shenwu continent and disperse your star energy to cultivate your martial power while ensuring your own safety. Otherwise, you'll be discovered by the Shenwu continent's specialized organizations, and if you're discovered, you'll be wiped out immediately. Lu Yin knew that Xianxia was talking about the Ming constables, but why didn't he just say that directly? After thinking about it, he understood. This was a trial, and it was impossible to explain everything clearly. The purpose of the trial was to select the strongest, and it wasn't a true experience. Death was all too common, and the trial's purpose was to select the strongest. The fourth thing is that the trial's results will be determined based on the results of the particle camera, and it will be up to the trial takers to figure out how to improve their results. However, Student Lu should know that there are 2 eternal missions related to the Shenwu continent, and completing either of them will be a great achievement, Xianxia said with a hopeful tone. I believe that Student Lu has a high chance of completing them. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. Lord Xianxia thinks too highly of me. I'm only a Lamiter. Xianxia praised, ever since the Shenwu continent was discovered, there has been an endless stream of trial takers, but no one has been able to complete the 2 missions. However, I believe that Student Lu will be able to complete them. Your spectacular battles during the Astral Combat Tournament were truly shocking. Lu Yin smiled and did not say anything else. In a moment, we'll invite a powerhouse to tear open a crack and send Student Lu to the Shenwu continent. The landing point will be in one of the 36 continents of the Shenwu Empire. Because we can't completely control the landing point, Student Lu must be prepared. It's not like there hasn't been a case where you've been discovered as soon as you land, Xianxia said solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. Then how will I return? I'll provide you with a few locations that are well hidden. Next time, we'll send a powerhouse to retrieve all the trial takers from those locations. Then why don't you just send them to one of those locations? The location changes, and it can't be used again. The people of the Shenwu continent will discover it, and everyone's landing point will be different. This is to ensure safety. Luin understood that this was a war. He silently reminded himself that although this was a war between the humans, to the people of the Shenwu continent, they were invaders. This was no different from the war between the human domain and the astral beast domain. At this moment, Song Yu's gadget beeped. He glanced at it and was shocked. Someone from the Blaze Realm is here. Are they also sending someone to participate in the trial? The Blaze Realm? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Who from the Blaze Realm is here? Someone called Eriker. Right, isn't he the one who was defeated by Astral 8's leader during the Astral Combat Tournament? Song Yu suddenly remembered and apologized to Luin. Please wait a moment while I bring him over. Many people are needed to enter the Shenwu continent, and it's very difficult to tear open a crack every time. Luin nodded and watched Song Yu leave. His eyes flickered, someone from the Blaze Realm was here as well. He wondered what Song Yu's expression would be when he saw him. It was not strange for someone from the Blaze Realm to participate in the Outerverse trial. Eriker was the strongest member of the Blaze Realm's younger generation, so it was normal for him to be sent here. He was much more arrogant than Luin, and he was not very polite to Song Yu. In his eyes, an ordinary explorer like Song Yu was not worthy of his attention. Someone like that had to curry favor with the Astral River Flowzone envoy before entering the Innerverse. Song Yu could also sense Eriker's arrogance, but he did not mind. Every trial involved encountering young geniuses from the Innerverse and Outerverse. So it did not matter much to him. On the other hand, it would be strange for someone like Luin to be so polite to him. Student Eriker, there's another student who came before you. After a few more people, we can head to the Shenwu continent, Song Yu said with a smile. Eriker grunted. Who's here? You should know him. He's also a student from the Astral Combat Academy, Luin. Eriker stopped and looked at Song Yu in astonishment. What did you say? Luin? He's here? Yes, he arrived about 10 minutes earlier than you. Song Yu smiled. Eriker's expression turned ugly, as he did not want to travel with Luin. Everyone would be enemies during the trial, and he would rather travel with an explorer that he did not know than provoke Luin. He knew about the enmity between the Blaze Realm and Astral 10. Eriker thought about it and said, I'll wait a few days before heading to the Shenwu continent. You guys can arrange for Luin to go first. After hearing Eriker's words, Song Yu was put in a difficult position. That won't do. Lord Tyrael said that as long as we gather 5 people, we have to go. Those are the rules of the trial. Eriker frowned and followed behind Song Yu, quickly spotting Luin. Luin saw Eriker as well and smiled. Are you the only one from the Blaze Realm going to the trial? Eriker, who had once arrogantly challenged the Realm Master, did not show any signs of arrogance in front of Luin. Aside from his slightly ugly expression, he appeared rather calm. Just me. Jared isn't going? Luin asked. Eriker shook his head. He's not going. Luin did not ask any more questions. Although his conflict with the Blaze Realm was not as deep as his with the Day-Night clan, it was still not shallow. However, now was not the time to provoke them. The Great Yu Empire was already under attack by the Ross Empire, and it would be troublesome if the Blaze Realm joined in as well. Eriker did not want to be the target of Lu Yin's revenge on the Shenwu continent, so he remained silent as well. Actually, the two did not have any direct conflicts, as Jared was the one who had a direct conflict with Luin. Eriker felt rather sullen and secretly cursed Jared countless times. He only hoped that this idiot's enmity with Luin would not implicate him. When Song Yu saw that the two were silent, he brought them to a transparent barrier at the edge of the space station. I'll have to trouble the two of you to remove your gadgets and change into the clothes of the Shenwu continent. Once we have gathered 5 people, we can set off. Luin and Eriker quickly changed into the clothes of the Shenwu continent. They wore long robes that exuded an ancient charm, and if they had a fan, they would look like scholars. This was Lu Yin's first time wearing such ancient clothes, and it was rather novel. Eriker had a troubled expression on his face, and he would occasionally sneak glances at Luin. He felt like a mouse that had been caged together with a cat, and he did not even have the courage to resist Luin. Five-lined battle force. Where did this freak come from? The wait did not feel good, and the space station did not allow anyone to enter or leave as they pleased. Helpless, Luin sat down cross-legged and focused on cultivating. Half a day later, someone arrived. When they saw Luin and Eriker, they were stunned. They recognized them, but they did not say anything and just walked to the side. Another person arrived shortly after. It was a woman with ordinary looks and a tall figure. She had a rather cold demeanor, and she glanced at Lu Yin's group before sitting down to cultivate. After an unknown amount of time, Luin suddenly opened his eyes and looked to the side. Xianxia was walking over with an ashen-faced youth. Luin stared at the youth with an indescribable sense of dread. This person gave him a similar feeling to Lu Xiaoqiu. Of the 4 people present, only Luin felt this way. Eriker and the others didn't care about this youth at all. The 5 of you have arrived, and Lord Talia will soon send all of you to Shenwu continent. I'd like to remind everyone that Shenwu continent is extremely dangerous, and there are many experts there. Although most of the experts have gathered at the 5 sealing planets to defend themselves, you still can't be careless. Over the past 1,000 years, countless trial takers have died on Shenwu continent, and the people there are no strangers to us. Luin stared at the youth who had arrived at the end of the group. This person made him feel apprehensive. The youth sensed Lu Yin's gaze and turned to look at him. His colorless eyes startled Luin. Why did this gaze and this feeling feel so familiar? It was similar to the Neo-Human Alliance's Corpse King that he had encountered on the giant planet. The young man only glanced at Luin before turning his head away. Luin frowned. Could it really be the Neo-Human Alliance? They already had people in the Outerverse Youth Council, so why would they send someone else? That shouldn't be the case, as there were many organizations in the universe that were as cold as the Neo-Human Alliance. There were also many techniques, and some people were just that cold. It was impossible to determine whether or not this was the Neo-Human Alliance. At that moment, the transparent barrier trembled slightly as a majestic force descended. Luin and the others were shocked. It was here. A crack appeared outside the barrier. It was very small, but it was large enough for a few people to enter. Go in immediately, someone shouted in their ears. Eriker rushed in without hesitation, and Luin followed closely behind. The moment his body touched the spatial crack, he felt an intense tearing force. Honestly, he didn't like this method of entering, as it was too dangerous, but he had no other choice. Suddenly, a palm appeared in the void and viciously slapped towards Lu Yin's group. Their pupils shrank, a terrifying powerhouse had descended, and an extreme sense of crisis was looming over them. Ming Zhaotian, you can't stop me. There was a furious roar as another palm appeared beside Luin and collided with the previous one. In an instant, the void distorted, and one of the 5 who had entered was torn to pieces. Luin was also affected, but fortunately, the impact wasn't too strong. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to sleep for a while. Be careful, and don't drag me down with you if you die, the monkey's voice rang out. The shockwaves from the collision of the 2 palms swept out in all directions, scattering Lu Yin's group. Countless cracks appeared in the void, and they had no idea which way to leave. However, they had no choice. The terrifying shockwaves made it impossible for them to even move a finger, and they could only watch as the spatial cracks swallowed them up. Before they disappeared, Luin saw a dignified man. This was the current emperor of the Shenwu Empire, Ming Zhaotian. After disappearing from the spatial crack, Luin temporarily lost consciousness. When he regained his senses and opened his eyes, he found himself in the water. What was before him was a dazzling white scene. Was this a person? He looked up and saw a devastatingly beautiful face. In that instant, Luin was stunned. It was an indescribable beauty, and he was almost completely immersed in it. He did not know if there were any artists in this world who could preserve such beauty, but if they could not, then it would be an eternal regret. Within a room, there was a wooden bucket with flower petals scattered about. A man and a woman stared at each other, both stunned. The man was completely immersed in the woman's beauty. The girl was stunned by the man's sudden appearance. Her daze lasted for a few seconds before she screamed in terror. The girl finally reacted and did the most normal thing, she screamed. Luine hurriedly covered the girl's mouth with an awkward expression. I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in from outside the room. Princess! Luine was about to do something when there was a loud crash from the roof. Erica crashed down, and Luine reached out to grab the girl's clothes from a nearby wooden rack. He wrapped them around her and dodged with flash, hugging her tightly. In midair, the girl stared at him blankly. Her beautiful eyes were like stars as she stared at Lu Yin's face while flower petals continued to fall around her. How dare you molest the princess, a furious voice shouted as an enormous shockwave blasted towards the falling Erica. Erica was miserable, as he did not even know who the princess was. He had only just crashed down, and he had even landed in a wooden bucket. Luine wrapped the girl tightly and tossed her onto the bed. Sorry, he said as he covered half his face with a silk scarf and rushed out. Who dares trespass into the Reverend King's residence? Luine and Erica were shocked. An explorer had to dodge quickly. There was a thump as the void trembled. A furious man rushed over and glared at Luine and Erica, who were fleeing to the sides. He raised both palms at the same time, one for each person. Erica gritted his teeth. He was one of the top disciples of the Blaze realm, and although he had the strength to challenge those above his realms, it was different for explorers. It was too difficult for a Lemeter to challenge an explorer, but it was not a problem for him to stay alive. Endless dark gold palm. Erica unleashed a dark flaming palm that collided with the middle-aged man's palm. The endless dark gold palm was instantly disintegrated. The middle-aged man's palm was tough and powerful, and it pierced through the void and viciously struck Erica. Erica's pupils shrank. How is this possible? He's just a native. With a thump, Erica spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed to the ground. At the same time, Luine also faced the middle-aged man's palm. He turned around and used a 9 stacks, 15-fold shockwave palm that was supported by 5-lined battle force. There was a violent boom in the void as a terrifying shockwave pressed down on the ground. Many of the pursuers were forced back, and Luine borrowed the strength of the middle-aged man's palm to retreat. The middle-aged man was astonished. This kid was not simple, as Luine had actually been able to withstand his palm. A large area of the house was reduced to rubble as countless people surrounded the area. The middle-aged man hurriedly rushed into the room to check on the girl's condition and dismissed his attendants. Father! The girl looked at the middle-aged man, and her eyes turned red. The middle-aged man hurriedly hugged her and nervously asked, Yen, are you all right? The girl shook her head and tightly wrapped herself in the blanket. I'm fine. The middle-aged man sighed in relief. That's good, that's good. Don't worry, Father will definitely not let that person off. The girl grunted in agreement. On the other side, Luine had forcefully withstood the man's palm and used flash to quickly escape into the forest. This was not a city, but rather the outskirts of the city. Aside from the huge house, there were also dozens of farmers in the area. Luine was glad that he had not fallen into the city. Otherwise, even if he had managed to escape, he would have faced the pursuit of the Ming constables. The Ming constables had heavenly globes that specialized in detecting star energy, so it would have been very difficult for him to escape. There were no longer any pursuers, and Luine relaxed. He removed the veil that was covering his face and thought back to the girl from before. She had been too beautiful, and he had only ever seen such a face on Bai Shui. Even Mira, Michelle, Madame Naylan, and Yu Xianxia paled in comparison. More importantly, the girl's pure gaze prevented Luine from even thinking about taking advantage of her. It was as if he was facing the purest side of her, and it made him feel a little ashamed of his own inferiority. He looked at the veil in his hand, and he could still faintly smell its fragrance. It was fresh, elegant, and intoxicating. For some reason, Luine solemnly put the veil away. He did not store it in his cosmic ring, but rather in his clothes. Right now, the most important thing was to find martial crystals. They were similar to star crystals and could be easily absorbed to increase one's strength. As long as he had them, he would be able to disperse his star energy and use his martial power to increase his power level. This way, he would not be detected by the heavenly globes, and he would be able to freely enter the city. Within the manor, Erica's body was curled up in pain. The surrounding soldiers had all distanced themselves from him, and only one young man was looking down at him. His name was Xianxia, and he was a martial king from the Reverend King's residence, which was equivalent to a lemeter. This was a manor in the outskirts of the Reverend King's residence, and the one who had attacked Eriker was the Reverend King, Ming Jiaoshu. The girl was the princess of the Reverend King's residence, Ming Yin. Are you an outsider? Tang Xi's voice was low as he stared at Eriker. Eriker suddenly attacked, and the surrounding black gold flames burst forth as he sent a palm strike towards Tang Xi. It was still the black gold silk palm. Eriker might not be able to withstand an explorer's attack, but he did not believe that a lemeter native would be able to withstand his attack. Tang Xi's gaze turned cold. The spear in his hand let out a metallic sound as it pierced through the dark golden palm and into Eriker's abdomen. Blood dripped from the tip of the spear and dripped onto the ground. Eriker's face paled. How was this possible? This native was actually so powerful that he could pierce through Lu Yin's black gold silk palm with a single spear strike. This native was definitely comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but he was still just a native. At this moment, Lu Yin recalled the warning that the seniors from the Blaze Realm had given him. He had warned Lu Yin not to underestimate the Shenwu continent, as it was able to resist the entire dark mist weave by itself. Even an almighty powerhouse from the Innerverse had not been able to take down the entire dark mist weave. Puff Eriker spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly squatted down. His abdomen had been pierced, and intense pain swept through his nerves. He soon fainted. Elsewhere, the Reverend King Ming Jiaoshu walked over and looked coldly at Eriker. Wake him up. Bring him to my study when he wakes up. Yes, Your Highness, Tang Xi respectfully replied. The moment Lu Yin entered Shenwu continent, a battle that shook the entire frost wave weave occurred in the Great Yu Empire. A mysterious expert had attacked Undying Yushan, and the battle had destroyed more than half of the imperial capital. Xinyu Star's weather had changed drastically, and a small portion of its 3 rings had collapsed. After the battle, Undying Yushan had been heavily injured, and Huaqing Shan had suffered light injuries. Many of the captains of the 13 imperial squadrons had also been injured, but fortunately, no one had died. Not long after the battle, Undying Yushan announced that he was going into seclusion to recuperate. He summoned Doran Yushan, Wendy Yushan, and all of the Yushan family's descendants back. Everyone in the Great Yu Empire was in a state of panic. Many people were saying that Undying Yushan did not have long to live and that he was about to pass on his throne. Lu Yin was naturally among those who had been summoned back, but he had already entered Shenwu continent, so he could not see any information. In Astral 10, Silver muttered to himself, he still can't find the bottom. Old fox, this only proves that you're one of the 7. You won't be able to escape. The cosmic sea was formed in a similar way to the galaxy. It was filled with violent liquid energy, and its area was much larger than the galaxy. Many people had speculated that the origin of the galaxy was the cosmic sea. In a corner of the raging universe ocean, a man with a weathered face was walking on a battleship. Outside the battleship was raging energy seawater, which roared from time to time. There were also unknown behemoths swimming by, emitting terrifying auras. If Lu Yin were here, he would definitely recognize this person as Uncle Reuben. Undying Yushan might really have died in the battle with the Great Yu Empire. The assailant has yet to be identified, Reuben said in a low voice. Is there a need to investigate? It's definitely the Neo-Human Alliance. They're the only ones who wouldn't have given up on the 7 quartz. A cold voice rang out from within the ship. It was a woman's voice, and her pitch was very high. Could it be the Day-Night clan? Reuben asked. That's impossible. Little Yen's matter isn't enough for the Day-Night clan to mobilize a hunter. Furthermore, they're focused on expanding into the Outerverse, so they won't easily start a war. The Ross Empire's attack on the Great Yu Empire shouldn't have been caused by the Day-Night clan either. Their scope isn't that small. Right, where's Little Yin? He went to the Shenwu continent. It looks like he hasn't forgotten his original mission. We can't give up on the Great Yu Empire. If he really is one of the 7, then the implications will be too great. Once we find out who he is, we can use this information to return to the old haunt. Reuben's eyes lit up. Understood, Captain. On the Shenwu continent, there were many people coming and going on the wide roads. Above them, the 5 ceiling planets were faintly discernible. Aside from that, a giant sun emitted light that brought life and heat to the land. The chirping of cicadas made people feel drowsy. Luin lay down on a large tree and looked at his palm helplessly. The Shenwu continent had its own ecosystem. Here, the power of star energy would slowly weaken, which meant that Lu Yin's strength would slowly decrease. Martial power could completely suppress star energy, and Lu Yin could tell from his exchange with that explorer that the suppression was quite severe. If not for his 5-lined battle force, then he would have ended up in the same state as Eriker. It was more practical to obtain more martial crystals as soon as possible. He didn't know how Eriker was doing, but he had been captured. If he was interrogated, he would definitely be able to obtain information about Lu Yin. As he thought about it, Lu Yin used his star energy to change his appearance and no longer used his name. From now on, he would be known as Lu Qi on the Shenwu continent. Squeak, squeak. In the distance, a convoy slowly approached. There were quite a few people, and aside from a few servants, most of them were soldiers. They stood guard on both sides of the road with cautious expressions. Astral beasts that resembled cows pulled the carriages. They looked docile and had large bodies, so they were probably quite strong. Each beast was pulling a large pile of items covered in white cloth towards the west. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he retracted his aura before following them from the side of the forest. Half a day later, when the sun set, the convoy stopped moving. We'll reach Qiong Island's Taicang City in another half a day. Rest for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and we'll set off after that, someone ordered. Everyone in the convoy stopped to rest. The soldiers automatically dispersed and remained vigilant of their surroundings. Lu Yin took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him and used flash to hide in one of the carriages. Every carriage was covered in white cloth, and he hid within it. Aside from the astral beasts pulling the carriages, no one else could sense him. A few servants were a few steps away from Lu Yin, and they were all eating their rations tiredly. This work isn't for humans. Not only do they have no money, but they also have to bring their own food and drinks. That bastard city lord should just die, one of the servants said angrily. Another person beside him sighed, there's nothing we can do about it. It's our fault for having such a city lord. Sometimes, I really wish that someone would steal these tributes and let that skinning city lord suffer. His Majesty's birthday is approaching, and these are all tributes. Who would dare steal them? Besides, we've already reached Qiong Island, and after that we'll reach Ming Island. That's the central continent of the empire, and there are many experts there. No one would dare to touch these tributes. Yeah, right, I heard that the Ming constables made a move a while ago. It seems like there are more and more outsiders coming here. This world is too chaotic. I'm just hoping to return home after delivering these tributes. Lu Yin leaned against a chest, his eyes shining brightly. Tributes? His luck was pretty good, and there should be martial crystals. Even if there weren't, there should be some good stuff that could be exchanged for them. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since I've robbed people, so it's time for me to do it. Alright, let's set off. We'll try to reach Taicang City before the curfew, the leader shouted, and all the servants stood up. Suddenly, Lu Yin attacked and slammed his palm into the back of the leader's neck. Although this person was also a Lemiter, he was far weaker than Lu Yin and was knocked unconscious in a single blow. Everyone was shocked, and they all attacked Lu Yin. Lu Yin was disdainful, but in less than 10 seconds, all the soldiers who were escorting the convoy were knocked unconscious and collapsed to the ground. The servants around them fled in fear. Lu Yin walked over to the first car, lifted the white cloth, and opened the box. It was filled with all sorts of shiny metal products that were probably similar to the gold, silver, and jewels on earth that were of no use to him. The second car was filled with antique calligraphy and paintings, and the third car was filled with martial crystals. Lu Yin was delighted, this was exactly what he wanted. There were more than 10 carriages, and all of them were filled with martial crystals. Martial crystals were the most suitable tributes. More than 10 chests of martial crystals were equivalent to about 200 star crystals, but Lu Yin was disappointed. It seemed like a lot, but in reality, it wasn't even enough to fill a sentinel's head. Forget it, he'll take it slow. This was just a city's tributes, and the Shenwu continent's martial crystals production was extremely low. Martial crystals weren't a currency, but rather a military item. Lu Yin stored more than 200 cubes of martial crystals into his cosmic ring and left the rest behind. He did not have the time to trade for them, and he would rather rob them if he had the time. However, he still had to be picky. He could rob people with bad reputations, but he could forget about those with good reputations. He needed at least 10,000 star crystals to absorb them, and he had to at least be able to fight for a while. Otherwise, he would have to absorb them slowly after he ran out of martial power. News that the tributes had been robbed quickly spread, and Qiong Island's army immediately sealed off the main road. They interrogated the soldiers who had been robbed, hoping to find some clues. However, Lu Yin's actions were too fast, and the sky was dark. They couldn't see clearly, so they could only search blindly. Lu Yin didn't dare enter the city, as Wu Xiao's memories contained information about heavenly globes. Every city had one, and the moment he entered, the globes would sense his presence and sense his star energy. He wouldn't be able to hide even if he wanted to. He didn't want to be hunted down by the Ming constables, as they had martial emperors who were explorers. It would be troublesome if he was targeted, as those people's understanding of the universe was no less than his own. The sky was completely dark, and Eriker was brought into the study of the Reverend King's manor. His face was pale without a trace of blood, and his abdomen was bandaged. His injuries weren't light. Reverend King Ming Jiaoshu looked at him. Name, identity, and purpose. Eriker panted heavily, but he didn't dare to hide anything. He quickly revealed his identity. Ming Jiaoshu was astonished. So you're from the Blaze Realm? It's been a long time. The last time the Blaze Realm sent someone here was 100 years ago. Eriker wasn't surprised, as he had already heard that the Blaze Realm had sent someone to Shenwu continent 100 years ago, but that person had never returned. Who's the other person? Ming Jiaoshu asked with a solemn expression. This was what he was most concerned about. There were very few people who could take a palm strike from him without being a martial emperor. That person was clearly a martial king, but he hadn't been injured at all, which meant that he was very strong. Furthermore, that person had done something unforgivable, which was to peek at his daughter bathing and emerge from a wooden tub. This matter had already spread, and the Reverend King's household had lost all face. Eriker didn't mind betraying Lu Yin, and he told Ming Jiaoshu everything he knew about Lu Yin in great detail. He even told Ming Jiaoshu how Lu Yin had fought during the astral combat tournament. Ming Jiaoshu was shocked. He's actually able to control 5-lined battle force as a martial king? That's not simple at all. No wonder he could take a palm strike from me. What's his nature like? Eriker slandered him. He's full of evil. Ming Jiaoshu's eyes turned cold, and an enormous pressure descended, crushing the table and chairs. Eriker was pressed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood as he looked at Ming Jiaoshu in fear. I don't like being lied to. Tell me the truth. Ming Jiaoshu's tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Eriker hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I don't know him, but I've heard some things about him. He has a grudge against the Blaze Realm, and he even extorted our disciples. That's why I said that. Blackmail? Ming Jiaoshu's eyes flashed. Eriker nodded and told Ming Jiaoshu what he had heard about Lu Yin's kidnapping of Craner and the other students. Ming Jiaoshu muttered, got it. Take him away. Don't let him die. Not long after Eriker was taken away, Xianxia entered the study. Your Highness, news of the princess has already spread. There's no way to hide it, Xianxia said in a low voice. Ming Jiaoshu was infuriated. You've gone too far. Ming Hao has planted such audacious spies in my manor. He must have ordered them to do so behind the scenes. They want to ruin Yan'er's reputation. Xiaxia's gaze turned cold. The most important thing right now is to capture that outsider called Lu Yin and use his death to prove the princess' innocence. Ming Jiaoshu's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thought. Xianxia did not say anything. Leave for now and continue looking for that Lu Yin. But remember, you're not allowed to take his life, Ming Jiaoshu ordered. Tangxi immediately acknowledged and retreated. Ming Zhaoshu pondered for a moment, then walked out of the study and arrived outside Ming Yan's room. "Yan'er, may I come in?" "Imperial father, please come in," Ming Yan said softly. Ming Zhaoshu opened the door and saw his daughter staring blankly at the mirror with a bitter look in her eyes. The Shenwu continent valued a woman's chastity greatly. If a woman's body was seen naked, the consequences would be severe, and it would be very difficult for her to marry someone else. This was the custom of the Shenwu continent. Thinking of this, Ming Zhaoshu was furious. That outsider had fallen into Yan'er's bathtub, and Ming House people had spread the news. Not only had his Wang mansion lost face, but it would also ruin Yan'er's life. "Yan'er, are you all right?" Ming Zhaoshu walked behind his daughter and asked tenderly. Ming Yan shook her head sadly. "Father, what happened to that person?" "He got away." "But don't worry, Yan'er. Father will definitely catch him and make him pay the price," raged Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Yan was silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter's pale face and sighed. "Yan'er, do you still remember what that person looked like?" Ming Yan's body shook as she shook her head. Ming Zhaoshu was puzzled. "Father remembers that you have a photographic memory since you were young. You are also very good at calligraphy, painting, and the zither. How can you not remember what he looks like?" Ming Yan blinked and pursed her lips. "I don't remember. It was too chaotic back then." Ming Zhaoshu looked at his daughter for a while and nodded. "All right, it's fine if you don't remember. Rest well and don't think too much about it." Your daughter understands," Ming Yan replied. As she watched Ming Zhaoshu leave, she recalled the scene of Lu Yin standing in the bathtub and staring blankly at her, and the scene of him wrapping her in her clothes. It was so embarrassing, but he was so interesting and stupid. Ming Yan couldn't help but smile when she thought about it, but then she restrained herself. "What's wrong with me?" She touched her lips with her fingers. He had touched her here. She had been born in the reverend king's household since she was a child, and she had rarely seen other people. The infighting between the members of the imperial family had left her with no friends, and her only family member was her father. She did not understand much about the outside world, and she could only rely on music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to keep her company. Lu Yin was the first man who had come into close contact with her, and he was also the first man who had seen her. Ming Yan could not help but feel that he had left a shadow in her heart. The next day, everyone from the reverend king's household left for Qiong Island. Lu Yin remained in the distant forest. During this time, the reverend king's household soldiers had been searching for him everywhere, but to no avail. Even a martial emperor like Reverend King Ming Zhaoshu could not do anything to Lu Yin, let alone the others. However, Lu Yin had discovered an expert who was also a leader, but whose strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Information was relative, and the Reverend King's household had been searching for him. Naturally, Lu Yin had learned a few things about the Reverend King's household, such as Eriker's capture. He knew that he had been exposed, and Lu Yin did not believe that the Blaze Realm's people would cover for him. Strange, the Reverend King's household's people haven't appeared since yesterday. Did they leave? Lu Yin muttered to himself as he looked at the Reverend King's household's manner. He felt a sense of loss as he thought about that girl. Her face was devastatingly beautiful, and although Bai Shui was beautiful, Lu Yin had not been moved. However, this girl was different. Her purity was unforgettable, and his heart had been moved. He shook his head and decided not to think too much about it. This was the Shenwu continent, a place that was comparable to the entire Dark Mist Weave. If he was not careful, he would die. Some feelings could not be allowed to sprout, and they were destined to never continue. Forget it, he decided to focus on his own matters and continue robbing. Coincidentally, a group of carriages arrived. Qiong Island was next to Ming Island, which was the center of the Shenwu Empire. Of the 36 continents, at least 7 had to pass through Qiong Island in order to enter Ming Island. Lu Yin did not know, but there should be a lot. He planned to stay here for the next few days and rob a few batches. With his strength, he should be fine as long as he did not run into any martial emperors. Currently, most of the martial emperors in the Shenwu Empire were concentrated on the 5 sealing planets, so he should be fine as long as he was careful. 10 days later, Cheong Island's army completely sealed off the area. Luin left, knowing that he could not stay any longer. He had robbed 5 batches of tributes over the past few days, which had attracted a lot of attention. If he stayed any longer, he might attract the attention of the Ming constables. Taizong City was the gateway to Cheong Island. Entering Taizong City was the same as entering Cheong Island. Luin looked around curiously and raised his head to see a giant city gate towering over the city. This was the ancient city wall, and there was something that looked like a glass lampshade that emitted a faint light that occasionally emitted ripples that swept out in all directions. This was a heavenly globe that used martial power to sweep through the entire city. Once it came into contact with star energy, there would be a reaction. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, too many trial takers had come to the Shenwu continent, which had forced the Shenwu Empire to develop heavenly globes. Because of these globes, countless trial takers had died tragically. The heavenly globe's martial power swept past Luin, but there was no reaction. He had already dispersed all of his star energy the day before and replaced it with martial power, so it naturally would not be rejected. He used someone else's household registration to enter Taizong City, and what greeted him was a bustling scene. It had to be said that the Shenwu continent had developed quite well, and there were almost no traces of the Great War from 1,000 years ago. Hawking noises could be heard everywhere, and in the distance, there was a towering restaurant that was almost at the same level as the city wall. Luin was not in a hurry, and he slowly walked forward. The army rushed past him with a somber aura. "Have you heard? Someone's been robbing tributes recently, and 5 batches have already been lost. The king's residence is furious, and he's ordered the army to investigate thoroughly. The surrounding cities have been sealed off, and even the king's residence has been searched. I heard that there was even a battle." "Shh, keep your voice down. The incident at the residence has nothing to do with the looting of tributes. It was an outsider who peeped on the princess bathing, and I heard that he was caught bathing with her. That's why a battle broke out." "What? Doesn't that mean that the princess' reputation is ruined? Who would dare to marry her then?" "Yes, it's a pity that the empire's twin beauties have been ruined. No matter how beautiful she is, this incident will make countless people afraid to marry her." Luin was stunned. Was that really necessary? He had only seen her naked. He frowned and tried to recall Wu Xia's memories. It seemed that the Shenwu continent placed a lot of importance on a woman's reputation. This was troublesome. Did that mean that he had harmed that girl? Luin was a little absent-minded, and he slowly walked into the restaurant. He chose a seat near the window and casually ordered a few dishes. He was rather vexed, and the image of that girl kept appearing in his mind. He felt a little apologetic. The Shenwu continent's military development was extremely fast, and it was even comparable to a weave. However, they were very conservative when it came to thinking. This incident would definitely leave an unerasable scar on that girl's heart. "Sir, your dishes are all here," the waiter said politely as he poured Luin a cup of wine and retreated. Luin watched the army rush past the window, kicking up a large cloud of dust. He frowned and decided to close the window. "Bro, don't close the window," a voice called out from behind Luin. Luin ignored him and continued to close the window. Behind him, the man raised a hand and pressed down on Luin's arm. "I'll say it one more time. Don't close the window." Luin glanced at him. The man was in his 30s and seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were tired, but he gave off an uncouth aura. He did not seem like a good person. At this point, the dust had settled, but Luin did not care. He withdrew his hand and continued to eat. The man also withdrew his hand and did not cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a flash of light entered his eyes. Luin's eyes widened as he looked into the distance. Was that an arrow? There was a whoosh as the arrow shot towards him, but it was not aimed at Luin. Instead, it was aimed at the man behind him. The man grabbed at Luin, intending to use him to block the arrow. Luin was furious and raised his hand to meet the man's palm. There was a light sound, and the shockwave shattered the table and sent the railings on the 2nd floor flying. The man was forced back by Luin's palm and yelped in surprise. At this moment, the arrow brushed past the man's shoulder and pierced through the floorboards on the 2nd floor, causing the ground to crack. Heng Luoshan, surrender! There was a loud shout as people rushed in from above and outside the window to attack the man, who was Heng Luoshan. Heng Luoshan gave Luyin a deep look before jumping out of the window. What a joke! The lackeys of the Demon Hunter Society want to capture me? Dream on. I'm not ranked 17th on the list of tempering for nothing. Not long after, the battle ended. The restaurant had suffered an unexpected calamity, and much of it had been damaged. The owner hurriedly apologized with a bitter smile. I'm sorry to have startled you, sir, the owner apologized to Luyin. Luyin was curious. What's the list of tempering? He had not paid much attention to this list in Wu Xiao's memories. His memories were vast, and he had only been able to look through a portion of them in the limited time he had. You don't know about it? The owner was surprised. Luyin smiled. I grew up in the mountains, and this is my first time coming out to train. So that's how it is. No wonder you don't know about the list of tempering. It's a list created by Crown Prince Ming Hao using the Demon Hunters Society's intelligence network. It lists everyone under the martial emperor realm, regardless of age and cultivation. That Heng Luoshan is ranked 17th on the list of tempering, the owner explained. Luyin understood. A list like this could easily arouse a person's competitive spirit and motivate them to become stronger. This applied to both the universe and the Shenwu continent. It was quite impressive that Crown Prince Ming Hao could achieve this. Boss, where can I buy the list of tempering? The owner hurriedly ordered someone to buy a copy for Luyin. This sort of list could be found throughout the Shenwu Empire, so it wasn't expensive. Luyin left behind a martial crystal and left the restaurant. If a trial taker wanted to obtain results in the Shenwu continent's trials, there were other methods besides the two fixed missions. Leaving one's name on the list of tempering was one of them. After all, it was the most authoritative list for those below the martial emperor realm, and it was also a list for those below the explorer realm. Leaving one's name on the list was enough to obtain some results. Many people had come to the Outerverse trials during this period, and as long as one kept an eye on the list, they would be able to find a few. Luyin's goal was to find the Day-Night clan and defeat them so that they could spend more time and effort on the Outerverse Youth Council. The first place on the list of tempering was hidden? Luyin was shocked, as it was very rare for someone to be on the list to be hidden. The second place was Li Zimo, who was noted as commander of the Ming Vanguard. The Ming Vanguard was the Ming Constables organization that massacred outsiders. If this person could become a commander, then he was definitely extremely strong and should be comparable to the student leaders of the Astral Combat Academy. In terms of strength, he should be able to enter the top 8, as there was only one person from the Reverend King's residence who was ranked 8th. The third place was Grandmaster Dai, who was noted as commander of the Demon Hunters Society. Luyin laughed. It seemed that this list of tempering was not just a way for Crown Prince Ming Hao to gather powerhouses, but also to show off the strength of the Shenwu Empire. The first place was definitely someone from the Empire, and the top 3 were all official powerhouses of the Empire. This was a huge blow to the remnants of the sects that had been wiped out 1,000 years ago. Luyin left Taizong City and headed west. He wanted to go to Ming Island, which was the center of the Shenwu Empire. All of the trial takers would gather there. Luyin's speed was quite fast, but the Reverend King's residence was much slower. They would stay for 2 days at every city they passed, and this delay allowed Luyin to see the Reverend King's residence's convoy in Bo City. The army led the way, and many experts gathered to protect them. Ming Zhaoshu's explorer strength swept out from time to time, intimidating everyone around him. Luyin put down his wine cup and watched the convoy pass by below. Through the gauze curtains, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Ming Yan. Her stunning beauty could not be hidden. The convoy quickly left. The next city was Shanghai City, the capital of Qiong Island, where the Reverend King's residence was. Luyin's residence's residence. The sky above Shenwu continent was dark and pure, and only the 5 ceiling planets were enveloped by it. It was as if a giant pearl was hanging above Shenwu continent, and it emitted a faint light. At the same time, on the other side of Bo City, Ming Yan suddenly got up from her sleep. Her face was flustered, and her face was flushed red. She was dreaming again, dreaming of the day when the two of them met in the bathtub. It was so embarrassing. Thinking about this, she raised her head and looked at the starry sky. Her gaze was pure and natural, without a trace of impurity. As she watched, her gaze dimmed. Perhaps, they would never meet again in the future. A stranger whose name she did not even know had intruded into her heart because of an unforgettable event. This was impossible for a normal girl, but it was the same for Ming Yan. Ever since she was young, that person had been the closest to her, and he had given her an indescribable shock. She was shy, curious, and even a little resentful. Ming Xiaoshu's head hurt. Ming Yan was helping Lu Yin hide the truth. He could understand her kindness, but she was still young and did not understand the impact this matter would have on her. This matter would affect her for the rest of her life, and in the future, it might cause her pain. Ming Xiaoshu's gaze turned cold as he looked at the sky. If not for Ming Hao's people deliberately spreading the news, this matter would not have spread. Ming Hao. Under the pure night sky, many people looked at the sky. Suddenly, a crack connected the heavens and the earth, and multiple figures appeared. Ming Xiaoshu was shocked. Outsiders? At the gates of Bo City, a heavenly globe rippled, and the figures that appeared from the spatial crack were repelled. They reflected the light, making them as conspicuous as light bulbs. Countless angry shouts rang out, "Outsiders! Seal the gates and kill without mercy! Kill them! They're outsiders!" It wasn't just the government that acted, as many cultivators who were not loyal to the Shenwu Empire also acted. To the people of Shenwu continent, outsiders were public enemies. Lu Yin was shocked, as these people were too unlucky to have landed directly in the city. They must have been disturbed by the Shenwu continent's experts just like him, which was why they had appeared in the city. Boom! There was a huge explosion as a fierce battle broke out in Bo City. Those who dared to participate in the Outerverse trial were not ordinary people, and even the weakest of them were Lameters. Furthermore, they were all Lameters, and there was even an explorer among them. Ming Xiaoshu acted, as he was the only explorer in Bo City. High up in the sky, Ming Xiaoshu and the explorer were locked in a fierce battle. Below them, many other battles were occurring. In the city, the entire city had awakened, and they were all targeted at the outsiders. Their bodies were repelled by the martial power, and they could not hide at all. In the blink of an eye, 2 people had been killed, and one of them had been less than a kilometer away from Lu Yin. Suddenly, the heavenly globe above the city gates exploded. Lu Yin was shocked, as there was actually another person hiding who had not been detected by the heavenly globe. He took out the giant emperor's third eye and stared at the city gates. He could faintly make out a familiar figure rushing out and leaving Bo City. Was that Han Chou? The heavenly globe had been destroyed, and the remaining trial takers immediately hid. Only the explorer was blocked by Ming Xiaoshu and could not leave. Bang! There was a tremor in the sky, and a strong gust of wind blew down, crushing many houses. The soldiers took out their shields to defend themselves. "You natives dare to stop me? You're courting death." A shout came from the sky, and a strange force pressed down. Ming Xiaoshu angrily shouted, "All outsiders must die." Lu Yin stood by the window and looked up. He had never seen that explorer's battle technique before, as it was not from a power that he was familiar with. Ming Xiaoshu did not use any battle techniques, and he simply sent out palm after palm, using his martial power to increase his power level. His palm force was so vigorous that even the explorer's battle technique was barely able to match it. How is this possible? How can your palm force be so vigorous? How can this space not be torn apart? The explorer was shocked. Ming Xiaoshu snorted. "It looks like you don't understand Shenwu continent. You have strength but no brains. You can die now. You're just a mere native." The explorer was enraged and attacked with all his strength. There was a thump, and a shockwave swept through the area below. The shields that the 100 soldiers had used to block the attack instantly shattered, and a huge crack appeared in the ground. The shockwave swept out for thousands of meters and crushed countless houses. At this moment, a bright light flashed above the 5 ceiling planets. The next moment, the explorer stopped moving as his body was cut in half, and fresh blood splattered onto the ground. This scene was extremely shocking, as this attack had come from a planet, and it had instantly killed an explorer. Lu Yin looked up at the sky. The 5 sealing planets had gathered almost all of Shenwu continent's experts, and they were used to defend against the outsiders. That attack had definitely come from a cruiser or even a hunter, which was too terrifying. This trial was far more frightening than he had imagined, and there were countless dangers that could appear at any time. Even explorers could be instantly killed. Ming Xiaoshu looked up at the sky and snorted as he descended. Lu Ying closed the window and took a deep breath before lying down on his bed. He silently warned himself to keep a low profile and not expose himself. What had happened that night was just an interlude, as it happened all the time on Shenwu continent. The next day, Bo City's army skillfully sealed off the battlefield and treated the injured in an orderly manner. The city lord personally thanked Ming Xiaoshu and stood at the city gates as he watched the reverent king's convoy leave. Lu Ying left a few hours later. After last night's battle, Bo City's security had become even stricter. Fortunately, Lu Ying had stolen a household registration certificate, so he easily passed through. Was Han Chong the one who had destroyed the heavenly globes last night? Lu Ying thought about it, and that should be the case. That figure was too familiar, and the top 4 from the academy would all participate in this trial. Han Chong had arrived, and Star Sibyl and Grandine Mavis should be there as well. Lu Ying wondered if he would be able to meet them in Ming City. Shanghai City was the largest city on Qiu Island, and it had a huge moat. It had hundreds of thousands of soldiers and countless experts, and it was rumored that there were no less than 10 people on the list of tempering. There were 200 experts on the list of tempering, and having 10 of them in Shanghai City was already quite good. Lu Ying had not been in Shanghai City for long when he heard that the Reverend King's residence was recruiting experts to protect the convoy as it headed to Ming City. He was immediately tempted, and he headed towards the residence. The Reverend King's residence occupied the central area of Shanghai City. It was not a residence, but rather a large manor surrounded by mountains and rivers. The river that surrounded the residence was not much narrower than the moat. The entire residence occupied a large area, and it was said that a normal person would not be able to walk to the end of it in a day. It was Ming Zhaotian's birthday, and the Reverend King naturally wanted to send a congratulatory gift. This was also the reason for this recruitment. Not only was he recruiting experts to protect him, but he was also recruiting coachmen. Lu Ying had applied to be a coachman. The requirements for a coachman were not high, and the inspection was not strict either. However, it would be troublesome if an expert accompanied him, as he might have to face Ming Xiaoshu directly. "Kid, do you even know how to feed a horse? If you don't, then scram. Don't waste my time," a man shouted at Lu Ying. This person was the butler of the Reverend King's residence, and he was also known as Butler 7. He was the one who had chosen the coachman for this recruitment. Lu Ying lowered his head obediently as he looked at the horse in front of him. He really did not know how to feed a horse. As he thought about it, he noticed that Butler 7 was getting more and more annoyed. His hand trembled, and something fell to the ground with a soft thud. "Butler 7, are these 5 fortune coins yours?" Lu Ying asked in surprise as he pointed at the items on the ground. The 5 fortune coins were the common currency of the Shenwu Empire. Butler 7 greedily looked at the 5 fortune coins on the ground and hurriedly picked them up. His face was full of smiles as he said, "It's mine, it's mine. Luckily you saw it, or else I would have lost it." "Haha." Lu Ying smiled apologetically. "It's little 7's honor to serve you, Butler 7. Butler 7 was shocked. "You're little 7? "Yes, I'm Lu Qi. Many people call me little 7. Lu Ying smiled. Butler 7 sized Lu Ying up and sighed in admiration. "Not bad, not bad. Consider us fated. Alright, you don't need to feed the horses. You know how to drive, right?" "Yes, yes, yes. I know how to drive," Lu Ying hurriedly replied. Driving was too easy, and if it did not listen, he could just whip it. If it did not listen, then he could forcefully control it with martial power. It was better than feeding a horse. Lu Ying felt embarrassed that he'd only gotten a job as a coachman after spending so much money. Thankfully, he'd managed to sneak into the Reverend King's entourage, and all he had to do was follow them to the capital. Being a coachman was a challenging job, or at least that was what Lu Ying thought. It had already been 2 days since they arrived at the Reverend King's residence. Just yesterday afternoon, the fleet of carriages had finished assembling. The carriages stretched for several miles, carrying countless goods as they headed towards Mingdu. On both sides of the carriages were the Shanghai City Army and the Reverend King's Residence's private soldiers. Even further away were the experts that the Reverend King's Residence had recruited. There were at least 1,000 of them, and almost all of them were Martial King experts. Luin could not understand how the Shenwu continent had managed to produce so many experts. If they had only used martial crystals, then they would not have been able to nurture so many Martial King experts. Even though the Great Yu Empire encompassed 13 filaments and countless planets, it would still be difficult for them to casually gather over 1,000 limeters who were free cultivators. This could only be attributed to the speed at which martial power was absorbed. Perhaps the Shenwu continent's natives were able to absorb martial power from the void much faster than outsiders like them. As he thought about it, he noticed that the carriage had deviated slightly. Luin raised his hand and whipped the carriage back to its original course. He had been working with this horse for the past 2 days. At first, it had been very difficult to control, and he had only been able to forcefully control it with his martial power. However, he had slowly realized that it was not that difficult to control the horse, and it was actually quite interesting. Since he couldn't cultivate in the Reverend King's Residence, he might as well treat himself as a coachman. His performance had even won the praise of Butler 7. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Earlier, Butler 7 had even come looking for him, saying that he wanted to keep him in the Reverend King's Residence. 3 days passed by peacefully, and the Reverend King's convoy had already left Shanghai City, traveling on the official road to Mingzhou. The wide road was flat, and there were local troops protecting it from time to time. Luin hadn't seen Ming Yan for the past 3 days. She had been in her carriage the entire time. The military carriage was pulled by a kind of strange beast known as the He Beast. It was usually used by the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu. At this moment, Ming Yan and Ming Zhaoshu were inside the military carriage. The coachman in the Reverend King's Residence had their own promotion system, and Luin was the lowest-ranked coachman. There were other coachmen above him, such as government coachman, military coachman, family coachman, and so on. The highest-ranked coachmen were military coachmen. Luin actually wanted to be a military coachman, but those coachmen were all cultivators, and even Steward 7 had to treat them with respect. While Luin was lost in his thoughts, a wave of energy swept past him. This was the power of the heavenly globes, and Luin had come into contact with it countless times. Suddenly, a light shone from a tea stall on the side of the road. There was a repelling reaction, and Luin looked over in surprise. At the tea stall, a young woman suddenly stood up. Her expression changed drastically as she rushed into the distance. "Hold on tight." Ming Zhaoshu's deep voice came from the carriage. Tang Xi leaped into the air and swung the spear in his hand. The spear arced through the air and seemed to cause ripples in the air as it pierced towards the woman. The woman gritted her teeth, turned around, and stabbed out with her sword. The sound of metal clashing resounded, and dazzling sparks flew out. The sword was broken by the spear, and the tip of the spear swept past the woman's arm, bringing out a trace of blood. She was thrown dozens of meters away, heavily smashing into the ground, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. The difference between this woman and Tang Xi was too great. Tang Xi was comparable to a student leader of the Astral Combat Academy, but this woman was not even at the level of an area master. She should be from the outerverse. She was done for. Tang Xi landed on the ground and picked up his spear as he slowly approached the woman. The woman felt bitter. If she had known this would happen, she would not have participated in this trial. The outerverse trials were indeed not something that could be touched by ordinary people. She was considered the most outstanding person in her own country, but she was still far from being able to compete in a trial of this level. Surrender, or die. Tang Xi's cold voice rang out as the tip of his spear was only an inch away from the woman's face. The woman helplessly stood up. Of course, she did not want to die. At that moment, several figures rushed over from the distance. Tang Xi looked over, and a trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes as he turned back to look at the carriage. Ming Zhaoshu lifted the gauze curtain and saw the figures. They were the Ming vanguard from the Ming constables. There were a total of 5 people, and all of them were martial kings. One of them was definitely not weaker than the woman, and he respectfully greeted the carriage. The Ming vanguard greets the reverent king. Why are you here? Ming Zhaoshu was curious. We've been tracking this outsider. Thank you, Your Highness, for capturing this person for us. Ming Zhaoshu lowered the gauze curtain. Let's go. Tang Xi glanced at the Ming vanguard and then coldly left. The woman's face was deathly pale. If she had been captured by the reverent king, then she might have had a chance to live. However, if she had fallen into the hands of the Ming vanguard, then it would be a different story. She had been on the Shenwu continent for half a month, and she had heard too many rumors about the Ming vanguard. They were a bloodthirsty organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Luin looked at her with pity. He was well aware of the Ming vanguard's brutality, and this woman would definitely not have a good ending. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do to help her. The convoy continued forward, and soon, the woman and the Ming vanguard disappeared from Lu Yin's sight. At that moment, Lu Yin was more concerned about Tang Xi, who was ranked 8th on the list of tempering. This person was very strong, and if he had been placed in the astral combat tournament, he would have been able to rank within the top 16, and he would have been qualified to fight against the student leaders of the various academies. The Shenwu continent was truly a mystical place. It possessed martial power that surpassed star energy, and it had even nurtured so many powerhouses. It was no wonder why it could resist the entire dark mist weave and why even the powerhouses of the Innerverse had failed. The more Lu Yin understood about the Shenwu continent, the more he did not want to treat this trial as a mere trial. The Shenwu continent was not too far from the frost wave weave of the Great Yu Empire, and it was also very close to the Astral River. This geographical location was rather important, and it would be good if he could gain some status here. The only thing this continent lacked was technology. Once technology caught up, the strength of this continent would be enough to raise the overall strength of the dark mist weave to a whole new level. The sky gradually darkened, and the convoy rested. They were still quite a distance away from the next city, and they would need to cross over 2 mountains. It was impossible for them to reach their destination before nightfall, so it was likely that they would rest here for the night. This continent's space was stable, and even explorers could not tear it apart. This was not a good thing for the invaders from the dark mist weave, but it also had its disadvantages for the Shenwu continent itself. They could not create spatial items, and they could not create things like cosmic rings. Thus, they could only carry items around with them, which was very inconvenient. Night fell, and the roars of beasts could be heard everywhere. Occasionally, huge creatures would fly across the sky, stirring up strong winds. Lu Yin rested in the carriage, and before long, Butler 7 arrived. Damn it, that snobbish bastard. If I hadn't promoted him back then, how could he have become a carriage driver? He actually forbade me from getting close. Bah! Butler 7 angrily rebuked as he sat down next to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was curious. Who dares to anger you, Butler 7? It's that carriage driver. I wanted to pay my respects to His Highness and the princess, but I was actually rejected. Bah! Butler 7 was furious, and his face turned ashen. Lu Yin glanced at the huge carriage in the distance and saw a middle-aged man behind the he-beast. He was the carriage driver. Why aren't His Highness and the princess coming down? Butler 7 casually answered, of course it's to protect the princess' reputation. What's wrong with the princess? Lu Yin asked as he recalled the rumors he had heard in Taizong City. Butler 7 carefully looked around and whispered, the princess' reputation has been ruined, and she doesn't dare to come down for the entire journey. She's afraid that Crown Prince Ming Hao's people will use this against her and stir up trouble. Crown Prince Ming Hao? Isn't he His Highness's junior? Is there a conflict between them? Lu Yin asked curiously as he took out a jug of wine. He had specially bought this jug of wine to curry favor with Butler 7. Butler 7 smiled when he saw the wine and took a big gulp before wiping his mouth. This is no secret in the Empire. Ever since His Majesty went to the Central Planet to defend against foreign enemies, all of the Empire's affairs have been concentrated in the Crown Prince's residence. The excessive centralization of power has caused a group of old officials in the court to be dissatisfied, and they believe that power should be concentrated in the palace instead of outside. Many of them pushed His Highness out, and since then, Crown Prince Ming Hao has hated His Highness and has been opposing His Highness everywhere. Lu Yin muttered to himself. This was not what Wu Xia's memories had told him. Although Lu Yin could not remember it clearly and only had a rough idea of what had happened, it seemed like Crown Prince Ming Hao had been targeting a certain person and was very wary of him. Could this person be the Reverend King? If it really was the Reverend King, then it would not be as simple as hatred, but rather fear. Ming Hao wanted to prevent the Reverend King from rising to power. There are many people from the Crown Prince's residence in our Prince's residence. His Highness also knows about it, but he has never asked about it. Who would have thought that some time ago, an outsider would take advantage of the princess's innocence, and the Crown Prince would wantonly spread the news, causing the princess's reputation to be ruined? Butler 7 sighed. Lu Yin felt even more apologetic. An accident had involved an innocent girl in a fight, and she would have to bear the reputation of having her reputation ruined for the rest of her life. The Shenwu continent placed too much importance on a girl's reputation, and this was the result of not having a clear mind. Right, what about Tang Si? He seems to be very powerful. Butler 7 nodded. No one knows where he came from, but he is indeed very powerful. Almost no one in the Martial King realm is a match for him, and the fact that he is ranked 8th on the list of tempering is not an exaggeration. Do you know how many Martial Kings there are in the Empire? The older generation of Martial Kings cannot be compared to the younger generation in terms of experience and techniques. However, Tang Si still managed to suppress countless Martial Kings and reach the 8th position. He is very terrifying, and he is second only to His Highness in the Reverend King's residence. The mountain roads were not easy to traverse, but with the army clearing the way, the convoy still managed to enter the city after a day. As long as we pass through Fan City, we will enter Ming Island, and after another month of travel, we will reach the capital. Butler 7 was delighted as he spoke to Lu Yin. He liked chatting with Lu Yin, as he felt that Lu Yin was smart, generous, and knew how to flatter others. He was very much to Butler 7's liking, and he decided that he would definitely bring this young man into the Reverend King's residence and groom him as his successor. Lu Yin looked at the tall city in front of him and looked up at the heavenly globe. From time to time, ripples would sweep across it, and he wondered if there were any trial takers in this city. Fan City had already arranged a place for the convoy to stay, and Lu Yin had just finished his meal when Butler 7 called him to the side. Little 7, His Highness just instructed me to find a few coachmen to follow the princess out for a walk. Do you want to go? Lu Yin was delighted. Of course. Thank you, Butler 7. Butler 7 smiled in satisfaction. The princess needs to keep a low profile when she goes out. Aside from Tang Si, there will only be one maid and a few coachmen. Remember, be smart and don't cause trouble. Lu Yin immediately agreed. The coachman's job is to carry the princess's things. Don't look at her directly, and don't speak. Pay attention to the people around you at all times. Butler 7 gave a long speech. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived outside and saw Tang Si standing there quietly with a solemn expression. He lowered his head and stood quietly behind Tang Si. A few other coachmen arrived and stood beside Lu Yin. Not long after, the princess walked out with a veil over her face and a maid beside her. She looked around curiously. She rarely left the house, and if not for the fact that the Reverend King had sensed that she was in a bad mood, he would not have let her out. Ming Yan treasured this opportunity. Although Fan City wasn't big and couldn't compare to Shanghai City, she still found it novel and smiled. Tang Si followed closely behind Ming Yan, not daring to take even half a step away. Lu Yin and the other coachmen followed closely behind as well. They were responsible for carrying the princess's purchases. Lu Yin was less than 5 meters away from Ming Yan, with Tang Si between them. He didn't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. Although his invisible aura technique was effective, he didn't know much about martial power, so he didn't dare to test it out. Just as Ming Yan was happily shopping, many people gathered in front of her to watch the commotion. Ming Yan immediately walked over. Lu Yin and the others quickly parted the crowd for her and looked at the scene. Lu Yin's pupil shrank when he saw what was going on. In front of them, several burly men were scolding a woman and occasionally attacking her. People around them were pointing at them, but no one dared to speak up. Ming Yan looked at the maid with pity, but the maid immediately stepped forward to stop them. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the woman who had been humiliated was brought to Ming Yan. "I'm Yu. Thank you for saving my life, Mississippi." The woman knelt down and thanked her softly. Ming Yan couldn't bear it and quickly helped her up. "What happened? Why were those people humiliating you?" "I came to Fan City to seek refuge with a relative, but that relative is no longer here. Along the way, I was drugged and lost all my cultivation. They even wanted to sell me to a brothel. If not for you, I would have been finished," Yu said gratefully and knelt down again. Behind Ming Yan, Xianxia suddenly grabbed Yu's arm, his gaze cold. Ming Yan was furious. "Brother Xianxia, what are you doing?" Yu looked at Xianxia in horror. Xianxia stared at Yu and placed his thumb on her wrist. After feeling it for a while, he let go and respectfully said, "Miss, this girl's cultivation isn't weak, but she was indeed drugged to disperse her martial strength." He already said it. "Look at you, you're hurting him." Ming Yan was dissatisfied, and she looked at Yu apologetically. "I'm sorry, Yu. He's just like that. He doesn't know what's important." Yu respectfully replied, "The world is dangerous. Miss, please don't blame this big brother. He was only trying to protect you." Ming Yan nodded and looked at Xianxia. "Can Yu's medicine be cured?" Xia's voice was low as he replied, "Yes, but the antidote will require His Highness's approval before it can be taken out." "Then let's go, I'll go find Royal Father." After saying that, Ming Yan did not have the mood to continue strolling around and pulled Yu away. Yu hurriedly opened her mouth. "Miss, you just said, His Highness? You are the princess?" Ming Yan stuck out her tongue and smiled. "Right, I forgot to tell you. Let's go, I'll take you to see Father." Yu panicked, but she was still pulled away by Ming Yan. Ming Yan was delighted, as she had heard many stories about such things from scholars. She had never thought that she would be able to save a girl who was about to be forced into prostitution. This was too fun, and the more she thought about it, the happier she became. Xianxia and the rest hurriedly followed behind. Luin looked at Yu as if he had seen a ghost. Wasn't this Xianxia? Although she had changed her appearance slightly, she could not fool Luin. This woman had also come to the Shenwu continent, and she had even targeted the Reverend King's residence. What was she planning? Did she think that she could fool the Reverend King's residence with such petty tricks? She was courting death. Reality exceeded Lu Yin's expectations, and everything about Xianxia had been proven to be true. Even the relatives that she had sought refuge with had been found by the Reverend King's residence in Lin City. Everything was fine. Luin was speechless, but his eyes flickered. It seemed that these great powers had long since established their bases on the Shenwu continent. They had probably established their foundations hundreds or even hundreds of years ago to facilitate investigations. Xianxia had the Frost Moon sect behind her, and there had definitely been people from that sect who had established themselves on the Shenwu continent a long time ago. Ming Yan sympathized with Xianxia's predicament. "My father has already helped you find the whereabouts of your relatives. Do you want to seek refuge with them?" Xianxia shook her head bitterly. "They can't even take care of themselves, so there's no point in me going there." She then bowed to Ming Yan. "Thank you for saving my life, Princess. Yu has no way to repay you, but I will definitely repay you in my next life." Ming Yan looked at Ming Zhaoshu. "Father." Ming Zhaoshu looked at Xianxia. "Where did you cultivate your martial arts?" Xianxia respectfully replied, "My master is Ping Shui Guai." Ming Zhaoshu was stunned. The same Ping Shui Guai who challenged a martial emperor 100 years ago as a martial king? "Yes," Xianxia respectfully replied. "Where is he now?" Ming Zhaoshu asked, his interest piqued. Xianxia bitterly replied, "My master has been dead for more than a year, and he's buried in Ping Shui Guai." Ming Zhaoshu nodded and sighed. "What a pity. Your master was one of the rare few who could challenge a martial emperor as a martial king. Although he was defeated, it was a glorious defeat. I think his death must have something to do with that battle." Ming Zhaoshu then looked at Xianxia. "You're Yu, right? Are you willing to stay in the manor?" Xianxia was stunned. She looked at Ming Yan, then lowered her head in gratitude. Yu is willing to spend the rest of her life repaying you for saving my life. That's great. You'll follow me from now on. Ming Yan was overjoyed, and her eyes lit up as she looked at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. As he watched the two women leave, Ming Zhaoshu solemnly said, "Immediately send someone to investigate Pingshui Guai. Not only do we need to investigate the Pingshui Guai, but we also need to investigate Yuer's family background. We need to trace it back to 1,000 years ago." Is the matter worried that she's from the outside? Tang Si asked. Ming Zhaoshu snorted. These outsiders have long since taken root in the Shenwu continent, so it's not difficult for them to forge an identity. I'm not sure if she's from the outside, so let's investigate. If that's the case, then why did you allow her to stay with the princess? Tang Si did not understand. Ming Zhaoshu did not answer, and Tang Si did not dare to ask any more questions. Lu Yin and the rest put down the things that Ming Yan had bought and immediately left. After they left, Xianxia suddenly looked up and glanced at Lu Yin. This person had been intentionally avoiding her, and his appearance seemed somewhat familiar. However, she could not recall who he was. Could he be a trial taker as well? Lu Yin had not changed his appearance much, as he had been afraid that Xianxia would recognize him. Thus, he had been avoiding this woman. However, a woman's intuition was very sharp. Lu Yin's small movements might have been able to escape the detection of an expert, but they could not escape the eyes of a woman. Although she had not been able to recognize Lu Yin, she still paid attention to him. Ming Island was the central island of the Shenwu Empire, and it was also the heart of the entire Shenwu continent. The entire island was surrounded by a huge river called the Ming River. The Ming River goes around Ming Island, and it has countless tributaries. After passing through Fan City, you'll reach the Ming River in about 2 days. Once you cross the Ming River, you'll be on Ming Island, Butler 7 explained with great pride, as he had been to Ming Island before. No matter where one went, regional discrimination would always exist. The people of Ming Island looked down on the people of the other 35 continents, just like how the people of the Shenwu Empire looked down on the rest of the continent. Every continent in the Shenwu Empire was very large, and many people had never left their own continent in their entire lives. Butler 7, who was not even a martial artist, had been to Ming Island before, which showed that he had the right to be proud. Lu Yin quickly flattered him. Butler 7 was very pleased to hear this. By the way, Butler 7, the princess is one of the 2 beauties of the empire. Has no one come to propose marriage in all these years? Lu Yin asked curiously. Butler 7 rolled his eyes. Of course there have been, but ever since the relationship between His Highness and Crown Prince Ming had deteriorated, no one has. At this point, Butler 7 carefully whispered into Lu Yin's ear, think about it. If you lose your life, then no matter how beautiful the princess is, you won't be able to enjoy her. Are you saying that Crown Prince Ming will make a move on His Highness? Lu Yin was shocked. Shoo, don't spout nonsense. I don't know. Butler 7's face paled, and he immediately shut his mouth. At this point, Butler 7 was called away, and Lu Yin continued driving the carriage. However, it didn't take long for a fragrant breeze to blow past him. Lu Yin's expression changed, and he continued driving the carriage. Another child rode over from the side. It was Xianxia. Have we met before? Xianxia asked as she looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin immediately smiled apologetically. I'm just a coachman. How could I have the honor of meeting you? Xianxia sized Lu Yin up and felt that he looked familiar. Her woman's intuition told her that he was intentionally avoiding her gaze. Raise your head. Lu Yin helplessly looked up. At this point, Butler 7 arrived. Little 7, one of the coachmen in the back is sick and can't accompany us. Go take his place. Lu Yin felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he bowed to Xianxia before immediately leaving. Miss Little 7 didn't disrespect you, did he? Butler 7 probed. Xianxia smiled. Of course not. Butler 7 is being too serious. I just felt that he looked familiar. Oh, then I'm relieved. Little 7 is a country bumpkin, and he doesn't know the rules, Butler 7 said politely. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Butler 7, has Little 7 always been in the Reverend King's residence? Butler 7 shook his head. He only joined us a few days ago. I took him in because I saw that he was skilled at writing. Xianxia nodded, smiled at Butler 7, and then left. Butler 7 took a deep breath, and a look of intoxication appeared on his face. Too fragrant. It's a pity that he wasn't sold. Otherwise, I would have gone bankrupt just to have fun with you. What a pity. Xianxia's appearance was absolutely stunning, and she had captivated many people back at Blackwater Lake. Even though she had changed her appearance slightly, she was still a top-grade beauty. She was naturally very attractive to someone like Butler 7. Did he only join us a few days ago? Xianxia looked at Luine, who was driving the carriage attentively, and her eyes flashed. Was this person really a trial taker? If he was, then why did he have no cultivation at all? Had he hidden it? It was too terrifying to be able to hide it so well. Xianxia tried her best to recall all the experts she had met, but she just couldn't remember them. After all, she was the young mistress of the Frostmoon sect, and she had seen too many young elites. Even though Xianxia couldn't recall Lu Yin's identity, that didn't stop her from probing him. Every once in a while, she would find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with Lu Yin, which made him feel rather helpless. He wondered if he should find an opportunity to deal with her. However, Xianxia didn't always bring trouble to Lu Yin. For example, Lu Yin was currently following behind the carriage, only a few meters away from Ming Yan. This had been arranged by Xianxia. Ming Yan treated her extremely well and had even allowed her to enter the carriage. However, due to Ming Xiaoshu's presence, Xianxia hadn't been able to enter. Is there anyone else in your family? Xianxia asked Lu Yin as she rode. Lu Yin's face twitched. No, there was a plague in my hometown. Everyone died. Xianxia nodded. How old are you this year? Inside the carriage, Ming Yan occasionally looked outside in surprise. Father, Yuer seems to be very nice to that coachman. Ming Xiaoshu held a scroll and smiled. Perhaps they're fated. Ming Yan seemed to understand, but she still stole a glance at Lu Yin and blinked. This person seemed a little familiar. At this moment, Lu Yin wanted nothing more than to stuff Xianxia's mouth with a pair of stinky socks. This was a carriage, and Ming Xiaoshu was sitting inside. Lu Yin would be discovered if he answered even the slightest mistake, but this daughter of his was asking questions as if they were on a blind date. He couldn't just ignore her, it was disgusting. The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before? Xianxia asked as she stared into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin's heart sank, but at this moment, Tangxi arrived. Your Highness, we've arrived at Ming Lake. The boat has been prepared. There's no rush. Yuer, ask the same question again. Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out from within the carriage. Tangxi immediately stared at Lu Yin with a wary expression. Lu Yin's finger moved, and Xianxia spoke up. The way you're driving the carriage is very strange. You don't look like an ordinary person. Have you cultivated before? Many people around them looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin calmly replied, I haven't cultivated before. It's just that when His Majesty traveled to Qianshan village, he passed down a few techniques. I passed by Qianshan village and learned a few things from the villagers there. The curtains parted, and Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with surprise. You've been to Qianshan village? Lu Yin bowed. Yes. When I was young, I learned a few moves from an old tree at the entrance of the village. I've always used them for self-defense. Which moves did you learn? Ming Xiaoshu was interested. Lu Yin didn't dare to refuse, and he hurriedly displayed the technique in the open space. It was just 3 moves, and although they seemed ordinary, Ming Xiaoshu felt a sense of nostalgia. This was a technique that he and Ming Xiaotian had created when they were younger, and it had actually been passed down in that small village. When he thought of this, Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin with a much gentler gaze. You're lucky to be able to learn it. After His Majesty's birthday, you can stay in the manor. Lu Yin immediately expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your promotion, Your Highness. Ming Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Let's go and cross the Ming River. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin curiously, pursed her lips, and lowered the curtain. Yu Xianxia frowned. This person wasn't a trial taker, or else he wouldn't have known about such a small matter. Forget it, it was a waste of time. She was no longer interested in Luin. Luin sighed in relief. Fortunately, Wu Xia had seen Crown Prince Ming Hao learn in front of Ming Zhaotian. Luin had learned it on the spot, and he had guessed correctly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known how to deal with this situation. He glanced at Yu Xianxia. Deep in the universe, in the Day-Night clan's prison, a grating voice woke Shui Day-Night up. She raised her head, her face drained of all color. An old man walked in and looked down at her. What's your relationship with Astral Ten's Luin? Shui Day-Night looked at the old man and trembled. Nothing. Why did you help him? He did it to save me. The old man looked at her for a while. The Day-Night clan doesn't marry outsiders. You should know that. Shui Day-Night whispered, I don't have that kind of relationship with Luin. We've only met 3 times. The old man nodded. All right, I believe you. However, he was willing to reveal the third Night King's secret for you, so he isn't heartless towards you. From today onwards, you are Night King Yuanjing's disciple. Shui Day-Night looked up in shock. The third Night King? The old man's lips curled up. That's right. This person provided information on the third Night King in exchange for your acquittal. I agreed. Shui Day-Night was stunned. The third Night King? The Ming River was wide, and its surface sparkled with light. It was divided into many channels, and each channel was filled with large ships carrying people and goods. The Reverend King's household's fleet had taken over 5 of the channels, and the military was leading the way towards Antai City, the entrance to Ming Island. The large ships moved along with the undulations of the lake, but the ships were very stable. As a coachman, Luin was not qualified to be on the same ship as the Reverend King and Ming Zhaoshu. However, there were some precious items that required coachmen to carry, and Luin was honored to be named. Butler 7's attitude towards Luin had completely changed. He had gone from praising him in the beginning to being friendly and humble, and even a little flattering. Luin was amused, as this was power. Even the slightest bit of kindness from Ming Zhaoshu would cause thousands of servants from the Reverend King's household to fawn over him, including the butler. Just as the ship was about to set sail, a group of people riding giant beasts rushed over from the shore, kicking up a cloud of dust. Student Beiqing requests an audience with the Reverend King, a voice shouted from the shore. Luin and the rest turned around to see a pale-faced scholar with a handsome face. He was dressed in long white robes and held a folding fan in his hand. He smiled at them. Beiqing? Luin vaguely recalled that this person was the son of some important person. So it's nephew Bei. Ming Zhaoshu walked out from the stern of the ship and smiled at Beiqing. He raised a hand, and a large deck was lowered. Nephew, you must be heading to the capital as well. Why don't we go together? Beiqing was delighted, and he bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. He did not stand on ceremony and boarded the large ship. On the other side of the luxurious ship, Ming Yan frowned in displeasure. What's wrong, princess? Yu Xianxia asked. Ming Yan replied softly, this Beiqing once asked father to marry me, but I don't like him. Why? Princess, you haven't come into contact with the outside world since you were young, right? Yu Xianxia asked curiously. Ming Yan gripped her teacup tightly and pursed her lips. His reputation isn't good. I've heard that he frequents brothels. Yu Xianxia nodded. Since that's the case, princess, let's not go out. We don't want to meet such a person. Ming Yan grunted an acknowledgement and turned to look at the lake. Suddenly, her gaze shifted. Look. Why are there tree branches on the lake? Yu Xianxia turned to look, and her expression changed. Not good. There's an assassin at the bottom of the lake. The entire ship shook as waves of energy swept up and pierced through the bottom of the ship. White waves of energy erupted from the ship and swept across the area. Ming Zhaoshu's expression changed as he realized that he had been careless. He shifted his right foot to the side, and a majestic martial energy spread out from his foot to the bottom of the lake. There was a muffled boom as the entire lake boiled over. At this moment, Ming Zhaoshu was like a god that controlled the entire world. The air became heavy, and Beiqing was so frightened that he almost fainted. The surface of the lake quickly turned red as corpses floated up to the surface. These people had only attacked once, and they had not had the chance to attack again. As a martial emperor, Ming Jiaoshu could crush all of them. There weren't many corpses on the surface of the lake, only a few dozen. However, they were scattered across a wide area, and there were even some at the bottom of the nearest river. These people seemed to have been trying to destroy the ship, but they had not been able to do so in time. They had underestimated Ming Jiaoshu's strength. Against such a powerhouse, numbers were meaningless. Check the other rivers to see if there are any remnants of the sect, Ming Jiaoshu barked. The surrounding troops immediately moved to seal off the Ming River, and even Antai City's troops were mobilized. Beiqing leaned on the railing and heaved a sigh of relief. He had thought that he was dead for sure, as the pressure had been too great. "Nephew, are you all right?" Ming Jiaoshu looked at Beiqing with concern. Beiqing bowed. "With your highness here, these rascals are just ants." "I'm fine." Then, he suddenly asked, "Right, your highness, where's the princess? Is she all right?" Ming Jiaoshu waved a hand. "Yenner is fine. Don't worry, I'll arrange for someone to take you to rest." Beiqing nodded, his face pale. Beiqing was actually not weak, as he was a martial king. He had used countless resources to accumulate his strength, and he had even reached the 132nd position on the list of tempering. However, he had too little experience, and the number of battles he had fought since he was young had been limited. It was naturally difficult for him to adapt to the pressure of a martial emperor at such close range. Within the cabin, Ming Yan's face was pale as Xianxia hugged her. "Princess, everything's fine now. Don't worry." Ming Yan nodded. "Thank you, you. If not for you, I would have been in danger." Xianxia smiled. "If not for you, you would have been sold to a brothel. Please don't be so courteous, princess. Yuer's life belongs to you." Ming Yan forced a smile and held Xianxi's hand. The ship's hull had been slightly damaged, but fortunately, it was not too serious. Ming Jiaoshu had acted too quickly, and those people had not been able to do much damage in time. In less than half a day, the ship had been repaired, and they could safely cross the river. These sect evildoers really don't know when to stop. They dare to do anything. They even dared to assassinate His Highness, Butler 7 said with lingering fear. He had almost been killed by a blast of energy. Luin also appeared to be terrified. Butler 7, how do you know that those people are sect evildoers?" Butler 7 angrily replied, "Who else could it be? 1,000 years ago, the Empire's strongest cultivator, Lord Ming Taizheng, ruled the world and wiped out all the sections. Since then, there have been no more sects on the continent, and all the cultivation techniques have been handed over to the Empire. Although Lord Ming Taizheng perished, together with the foreign cultivators, the current emperor is even more powerful. He fought until all sides submitted, and no one dared to resist the Empire. Only these sect evildoers are hiding like rats, but they can still wreak havoc. I heard that there's a demon hunter society that specializes in dealing with sect evildoers?" Luin was curious. Butler 7 nodded. "That's right. I don't know what the Demon Hunter Society are doing, but they still haven't wiped out the sect evildoers after so many years. They're really useless." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "Useless? Not necessarily. The Demon Hunter Society was useless without sect evildoers. As long as they weren't stupid, they wouldn't go all out to wipe out the sect evildoers. Although Ming Lake was very wide, it was very fast to cross it. Soon, everyone saw Antai City and saw a large number of troops sealing off the shore. How unlucky. Ming Island has been sealed off, and no cultivators are allowed to enter. Even people from the Reverend King's household have to wait for 2 days, someone said. Lu Yin's expression changed. Ming Island had been sealed off, which meant that he now knew why Xianxia had infiltrated the Reverend King's residence. If she followed the Reverend King's residence to Ming Island, she would not be discovered, and she would also be able to gather some information. However, the Frost Moon sect's influence on the Shenwu continent had been exposed to Lu Yin. The fact that they had been able to obtain news of Ming Island being sealed so many days in advance and had even been able to fake their identities to enter the Reverend King's residence showed that the Frost Moon sect was quite powerful. The caravan would have to wait on the ship for 2 days. The Reverend King, Ming Jiaoshu, had already left for Antai City. He didn't bring anyone with him, and even the princess, Ming Yan, was left behind on the ship. Luyin leaned against the goods and looked up at the sky. He didn't know when the weather had turned gloomy, but it was about to rain. On the deck, Ming Yan looked at the surface of the lake. Even though there was no sunlight and it was slightly gloomy, it was still better than being trapped in the cabin. She couldn't stand it either. Beside her, Xianxia stood silently. Not far away, Beiqing walked over. When he saw Ming Yan, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly bowed. Beiqing greets the princess. Ming Yan turned her head. Beiqing's eyes lit up at the sight of her beautiful face covered by a thin veil. Ming Yan frowned and subtly took 2 steps back. So it's Brother Bei. I heard that senior brother has been demoted to an official position. How do you have the time to return to the capital? Beiqing smiled and said, it's His Majesty's birthday. No matter how busy I am, I still have to come back. My father has repeatedly urged me to personally congratulate His Majesty on his birthday. Lord Bei is too kind, Ming Yan said politely, then turned her head away and stopped talking to Beiqing. Beiqing's gaze swept over Ming Yan's back. What a beautiful woman. The Empire's twin beauties indeed lived up to their reputation. She was much, much more beautiful than when she was young. He had to obtain this woman. He was the son of the Empire's Grand Secretary. Even the Crown Prince had to give him face. It would not be difficult to obtain this beautiful princess. Ming Yan frowned. She could feel the fiery gaze on her back. Feeling displeased, she turned around and returned to the cabin. Beiqing bowed again. Farewell, Your Highness. Xianxia glanced at Beiqing. Coincidentally, Beiqing also raised his head and met Xianxia's gaze. Xianxia smiled faintly and left with Ming Yan. This woman was not bad either. She was very beautiful. Beiqing was stunned by Fairy Yu's beauty, and his heart swayed. Luyin stood at the corner and looked at Beiqing with some displeasure. This guy had set his sights on Ming Yan, and the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt. With a casual wave of his hand, a gust of wind generated by pure strength swept past his feet, causing Beiqing to fall to the ground. He then turned and left. Beiqing cried out in alarm and fell to the ground. His expression was strange. What was going on? Ming Yan and Xianxia, who hadn't gone far, turned around and saw Beiqing's sorry figure on the ground. They smiled at each other and whispered something to each other before returning to the cabin. Sir, are you all right? Someone helped Beiqing up and asked with concern. Beiqing waved his hand and looked around. What was going on? Just now, he had been tripped by a strange gust of wind, but how come the others were fine? There was no fluctuation of martial power, so it was not a sneak attack by a cultivator. This was strange. Beiqing quickly tossed this matter to the back of his mind and started thinking about how to get close to Ming Yan and Yue. He had invited Ming Yan to eat at noon and in the evening, which annoyed her to no end. Luyin was even more displeased now that someone else was flirting with the girl he liked. This feeling was rather uncomfortable. No, I can't let you have so much fun. His lips curled up as a playful look flashed across his eyes. The sky was dark, and the surface of the lake reflected the white light. From time to time, fish would leap up and splash into the water. Beiqing drank his wine gloomily, as he had been rejected multiple times. Ming Yan was one thing, but Yue was not giving him any face either. How preposterous. Who goes there? A low voice came from outside the cabin. I'm here on Miss Yue's orders to deliver something to Sir Bei. Beiqing's eyes lit up. Let him in. Luyin walked into Beiqing's cabin and respectfully raised his hand, revealing an exquisite sachet. Sir Bei, Miss Yue asked me to give this to you. Beiqing was pleasantly surprised. Yue? Why didn't she give it to me herself? Luyin whispered, I'm not sure. Beiqing looked at the sachet, and her lips curled up. She was just shy and embarrassed, but the Empire valued a woman's reputation very much. It was already quite rare for her to give him a sachet, so she would not do anything else. Alright, I understand. You can leave now. This is your reward. She then tossed him a marshal ticket, which was a paper ticket that was specially made to be worth 5 fortunes. Luine was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, sir. By the way, Miss said that you should keep this matter a secret. Even if you ask her, she won't admit it. Beiqing smiled. Don't worry, I understand. Luine left. Beiqing took a deep whiff of the sachet with an intoxicated expression on his face. He knew how attractive he was to girls from small places like this. He was the son of one of the empire's top military officials, and his status was not something that these girls from small places could hope to match. Coupled with his handsome appearance and extraordinary manner of speech, there were too many girls in the empire who liked him. This Yuer was quite tactful and had delivered herself to him when he was feeling lonely. As long as she performed well, it was not impossible for him to accept her. Right, he could also use this woman to get closer to the princess. That was the main point. Men, bring my precious wine to Miss Yuer's room. Yes, sir. Luine smiled in the distance. Xianxia had caused trouble for him before, and now, he wanted to give this woman some trouble as well. The sachet was indeed hers, and there was no way it could be faked. The next day, the sky was still gloomy, and the sky was gradually darkening. It felt like a storm was brewing. The lake had also cooled considerably. Ming Yan was chatting with Xianxia in her cabin when Beiqing arrived outside. Princess, Beiqing is here to invite you to lunch. Please don't decline. Ming Yan frowned and helplessly replied, all right, thank you. I'll be right there. Beiqing was delighted. I'll be waiting for you, princess. Yuer, this person is so annoying, Ming Yan complained softly. Xianxia smiled. If you hate him, then why did you agree to eat with him? Ming Yan was helpless. Father's relationship with the crown prince is too bad. Although this Beiqing is annoying, his father holds great power and has a certain amount of influence. Even if I don't like him, I can't cause trouble for father. Besides, I've already declined his invitation several times. If I decline again, I'll offend him. Xianxia looked at Ming Yan with pity. This seemingly noble and respectable princess could not even decide her own future. However, Ming Yan's words made Xianxia look at her in a new light. Xianxia had originally thought that this young princess was ignorant of the ways of the world and that she was just a pretty face. Xianxia's words, however, proved that this young princess had her own thoughts. Although she was very pure, it was only because she had too little contact with the outside world. She had her own determination. Princess, don't worry. We'll deal with him like this. Xianxia held Ming Yan's hand and comforted her gently. Ming Yan nodded and stood up. Even Xianxia was amazed by her beautiful figure. Perhaps only an ancient civilization like this could give birth to such a beautiful woman. Even Xianxia was envious of the person who would be able to marry this young princess in the future. He would definitely be the luckiest man in the world. A cold wind blew from the deck. Beiqing had arranged for the meal to be held on the deck. He talked about the various histories of Ming Lake while imagining the future. He felt like he was passing judgment on the world, especially when Ming Yan and Xianxia arrived. He waved his hand and recited a poem. Sir's poetry has improved again. I'm sure you'll be able to amaze the entire city, a servant beside him praised. Beiqing smiled faintly. When he saw Ming Yan and Xianxia arrive, he hurriedly stepped forward and gestured for them to sit. Princess, Miss Yuer, please sit. Xianxia hurriedly declined. Sir, you're too polite. I'm just a servant, so I'll just stand to the side and wait on you. Ming Yan hurriedly pulled Xianxia aside. Yuer, you're not a servant. She then led Xianxia to a seat. Beiqing had also called Luine over to serve him. Beiqing had mistakenly thought that Luine was one of Xianxia's trusted aides. With his experience as a womanizer, he naturally knew how to discreetly prove that he valued a woman. He even had someone change Lu Yin's clothes so that he would look more spirited. This meal was very important to Beiqing, as it would determine whether or not he would be able to gain the favor of the two girls. During the meal, he tried his best to show off his erudite side, and the servants beside him would praise him from time to time. Luin rolled his eyes. What an idiot. Ming Yan and Yu Xianxia, on the other hand, were just eating. They practically ignored Luin, and at most, they would give him some face and smile so that he wouldn't feel so awkward. Beiqing felt that something was amiss. The meal was almost over, but there was no progress in their relationship. He clapped his hands, and a servant brought out an exquisite wooden box. Beiqing placed it on the table and pushed it in front of Ming Yan. He said fervently, "Princess, this is a top-grade violet love pearl that I found in the endless eastern sea. It's very rare, and I'll give it to you." Ming Yan was shocked. She had heard of the violet love pearl before, and it was rumored that wearing it would allow one to pray for their loved ones. It was a treasure that many girls dreamed of. She slowly opened the box, and a purple light flashed past. A small round pearl appeared before her eyes, and it seemed to be translucent. There was even a mist rising from it. "Brother, your gift is too generous. Please take it back. I cannot accept it." Ming Yan resisted the temptation and closed the box before pushing it back to Beiqing. Beiqing smiled. "This pearl is very rare. I can't think of anyone else besides you who would be worthy of it. Sir only found this after searching the entire endless eastern sea. It's rumored that His Majesty wanted to find one to give to his beloved, but he couldn't find one." The servant behind Beiqing continued to praise the pearl, but the moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. This person was using Ming Zhao Tian as a metaphor. Luin looked at the servant with admiration. Beiqing was about to scold him when another servant shouted, "Shut up! Are you saying that His Majesty is inferior to Sir? Or that His Majesty's sincerity is inferior to Sir? Leave." Luin was speechless. This servant was even more ruthless. He was clearly saying that Beiqing was a genius, and every sentence he said was pushing Beiqing to his death. Beiqing was so angry that he couldn't speak. "Both of you, leave and shut up for the next 10 days. "Yes, sir." The two quickly retreated in fear. After this incident, the precious violet radish love bead could not be given away no matter what. Beiqing was not stupid and did not dare to give it away again. Otherwise, it would be disrespectful to Ming Zhao Tian. He secretly hated those two idiots for ruining his plans. "Brother, you and I have eaten our fill, so we'll go back and rest," Ming Yan said politely. Beiqing quickly stood up and bowed. "Take care, Your Highness." Beiqing cursed as he watched the two girls leave. Those two bastards had ruined his plans, and if word of this reached the ears of others, it might bring trouble to the Bei family. Luin coughed and whispered, "Sir Bei, there's no need to be angry. Everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence." Beiqing's heart skipped a beat. That's right, everyone here is from the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was far from the capital, and they didn't have much contact with the Bei family's political enemies. But Luin hesitated. Beiqing was shocked. "But what? Tell me." Luin respectfully replied, "But it's said that the Crown Prince's men are hiding in the residence." "I don't know if that's true or not." Beiqing's heart sank, as he felt like he had stepped on thin air. His father had only been able to sit firmly in his position because of his neutral stance. If the Crown Prince found out about this, it would be troublesome. Although the other princes were no threat to the Crown Prince was not young, and it was inevitable that he would clash with His Majesty. There were many rumors in the capital that the Crown Prince wanted to ascend the throne early, and he had the support of many ministers. Beiqing's head hurt. He had actually led these two idiots into digging such a huge hole for him. He wanted nothing more than to throw the violet love beads into the lake. Forget it, now wasn't the time to think about this. He scanned his surroundings, wondering if the Crown Prince's men were really here. "You did well. This is your reward." Beiqing gave him another martial ticket, one that was worth much more than the previous one. He immediately thanked him. "Right, why didn't Miss Yu react to me today?" Beiqing was puzzled. Luin respectfully replied, "In front of the princess." "Oh, that's right. The princess is present. Then, can I go look for Miss Yu?" Beiqing hesitated. Luin replied, I've been with Miss Yuer for quite some time, and she once said that the man she's looking for has to be stronger than her or more cultured than her. Otherwise, how can he conquer her? Beiqing's eyes lit up. Alright, I like challenges. Since you said that, I'll reward you. He then gave Luin another martial ticket before turning to leave. This young master of an aristocratic family was not stupid, but he was simply too full of himself. He really believed that a girl would fall in love with him at first sight. However, this was the Shenwu continent, and Beiqing had a special status, so such a thing might happen. Not long after, a piece of news spread around. Beiqing was challenging Yuer. Luin was left speechless. So direct? At this moment, Xianxia felt as if she had seen a ghost. Beiqing had inexplicably rushed over to fight her. Was he crazy? Yuer, how did you offend Beiqing? Ming Yan hurriedly asked Xianxia. Xianxia shook her head with a confused look on her face. I don't know. He came over himself and said that he wanted to compete with me. Ming Yan was furious. What's wrong with that person? You're not even an expert on the list of tempering, so why would he challenge you? I'll go look for him. Xianxia hurriedly pulled Ming Yan back. Forget it, princess. I've already rejected him, so let him be. Ming Yan snorted. This person was crazy. Xianxia had clearly underestimated Beiqing's patience. From the moment she had rejected him, Beiqing had been certain that he would be able to conquer her. He had continued to pester her even after entering Odyssey City, and it seemed as if he would not let go no matter what. Ming Yan was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Xianxia wanted nothing more than to kill him. On the night that they entered Odyssey City, a torrential downpour fell, trapping the Reverend King's entourage within the city. Ming Island was sealed off, and no cultivators were allowed to enter. Even the people from the Reverend King's residence were carefully checked before they were allowed to enter. Xianxia looked at the endless rain outside. Her goal had been achieved, and she had successfully infiltrated the Reverend King's residence into Ming Island. Now, all that was left was to leave. Dong dong dong, Miss Yuer, are you there? I'm Beiqing. Xianxia was furious. This despicable bastard. Why was he always pestering her? She had already changed her appearance and was far inferior to the princess, so why was he still pestering her? One moment, he wanted to compete in martial arts, and the next moment, he wanted to compete in literary skills. Sir Beiqing, Yuer has the appearance of a willow, and she's also the princess maid. Why are you pestering her to compete in martial arts? Xianxia asked Beiqing. Beiqing was taken aback, and he did not understand. It had been 2 days since he had pestered this woman. Was that not enough to show his sincerity? She was the one who had given him the pouch first. Fine, since she still had this attitude, then don't blame me. Just as he was about to take out the pouch to question her, the Odyssey City Lord arrived and requested an audience with Beiqing. Miss Yuer, please rest. I'll go meet the guest, Beiqing said politely. Xianxia nodded and closed the door. This person was so annoying. Odyssey City was the closest to Ming Lake, and it was rich in seafood, especially during heavy rain. A delicacy called oolong fish would swim out of the lake and attract countless people to fish. Luin was called over by Beiqing. What's going on? Is this pouch yours? Beiqing's expression was ugly as he asked loudly. Luin respectfully replied, of course it's Miss Yuer's. If that's the case, then why is she ignoring me? Beiqing was displeased. Luin lowered his head. I don't know about that, but I have a plan that you can try. Hurry up and tell me. Beiqing urged. Lu Yin's eyes flickered. He had been thinking about his next move since yesterday. He could not hide in the Reverend King's residence for this trial, as that would be meaningless, and he would not be able to find anyone from the Day-Night clan. It was better to rely on someone else and walk another path, and Beiqing was the person he had chosen. At first, he had only wanted to tease Beiqing and Xianxia, but now, he really wanted to raise his status in Beiqing's heart. This person was someone who even the Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, treated with respect. It's raining heavily in Odyssey City, so you can invite the princess and Miss Yuer to go fishing. I've heard that the oolong fish here are famous throughout the continent, and they're top-quality delicacies. Miss Yuer comes from a remote area, so I'm sure she'll be interested. Beiqing's eyes lit up. That's a good idea. All right, we'll do as you say. He then looked Luin up and down. You're not bad, much better than those two idiotic servants of mine. Are you interested in following me? Luin was delighted. Thank you for your interest, sir. I'm willing. Beiqing nodded in satisfaction. After His Majesty's birthday celebration, come find me at the Grand Council residence. Thank you, sir, Luin said gratefully. Luin smiled as he watched Beiqing leave. Once he entered the Grand Council residence, would he still be afraid of not being able to make a name for himself? No matter how bad his performance was, he could still steal secret documents from the Grand Council residence, which would add points to his results. However, Luin was still racking his brains for a way to impersonate Xianxia and talk nonsense with Beiqing. On the other side, Beiqing had left Antai City and was heading to Mingdu overnight. Lu Yin's efforts had all been for naught. Beiqing's sudden departure is related to the letter he received. It should be from his father, Bei Hong. Needless to say, it's definitely because he's not allowed to interact with the Reverend King's residence, Tang Si said respectfully as he stood in front of Ming Zhaoshu. Ming Zhaoshu's gaze was cold. There's another reason. Someone told him about Yan. Tang Si was shocked. Could it be someone from the Crown Prince's residence? Ming Zhaoshu nodded. Ming Hao doesn't want us to form a relationship with Bei Hong. That's the only effective way. A woman's reputation was extremely important on Shenwu continent. No matter how much Beiqing liked Ming Yan, once her reputation was tarnished, he could no longer pester her. Your Highness, then. Tang Si was in a difficult position. Ming Zhaoshu raised a hand and looked at Tang Si. Go and call Lu Qi over. Tang Si was puzzled. Lu Qi? The coachman? Ming. Zhaoshu's lips curled up. Call him over. Yes. Not long after, Luin was brought to a study. He did not understand why Ming Zhaoshu wanted to see him. Coachman Lu Qi greets your highness. Enter, Ming Zhaoshu's dignified voice rang out. Luin pushed the door open and stepped in. He bowed slightly. Your highness. Ming Zhaoshu waved his hand, and the door closed. An invisible wave swept out and sealed off the entire study. At that moment, Luin almost lost control of himself and attacked, but he forced himself to control himself. Trembling slightly, he asked, Your Highness, what orders do you have for me? Ming Zhaoshu stared at Luin and said coldly, Beiqing values you greatly. Luin was shocked, and his expression turned fearful. Your Highness, I don't know what you mean by this. Ming Zhaoshu raised a hand, revealing a sachet. When he saw it, Lu Yin's pupils shrank, and his muscles tensed up. He was prepared to flee at any moment. I've seen and heard everything you've done during this period of time. Do you still want to hide it? Ming Zhaoshu asked coldly. Luin lowered his head, and his eyes flickered. Heard? Could it be a domain? This person had actually comprehended a domain. Even among the countless powerhouses in the Innerverse, those who had comprehended a domain could be counted on one hand. The Astral Combat Academy included the top elites of the universe's younger generation, but there were less than 20 people who had comprehended a domain. Luin could not understand how Ming Zhaoshu had managed to do so. The atmosphere was strangely silent. Luin did not speak. He adjusted his breathing and was prepared to act at any moment. Ming Zhaoshu looked at him for a while and then put down the sachet. You're not bad. Luin looked up in surprise and gave Ming Zhaoshu a puzzled look. A hint of a smile appeared in Ming Zhaoshu's cold eyes. You were able to establish a relationship with Beiqing in such a short period of time. If he hadn't left at the last minute, you might have been able to establish a deeper relationship with him. You're very smart, and you're not content with being in hiding. Luin hurriedly said, I was wrong. Ming Zhaoshu shook his head. You weren't wrong. No one is willing to be poor for the rest of their lives. You walked out of your narrow world and learned the techniques that His Majesty and I created together. These are your opportunities. You were able to contact Beiqing. This is your ability. You are a person with both ability and opportunity. When he heard Ming Xiaoshu's words, Lu Yin lowered his head, not daring to answer. Are you willing to serve me, 7th Lu? Ming Xiaoshu suddenly shouted as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's mind shook, it was that pressure again. Explorers might not be able to accurately attack one's spiritual force, but their bodies had already undergone a metamorphosis, and they could naturally exert pressure on those below them. This was why many geniuses were unable to challenge explorers, but it had no effect on Lu Yin. I'm willing to serve you, Your Highness. Lu Yin pretended to be paralyzed and hastily declared his position. Ming Xiaoshu nodded in satisfaction. Good. Raise your head. Lu Yin looked up, and a gust of wind blew against his face. His expression changed, and he once again resisted the urge to attack. A strange fragrance was inhaled into his body, causing him to feel numb. This is my secret medicine. It can increase your strength and senses, but there are side effects as well. You must absorb it every once in a while, or you'll turn into a puddle of blood, Ming Xiaoshu said coldly. Lu Yin trembled. Your Highness, I know my mistake. I've already said that you weren't wrong. Help me with something, and I'll permanently remove this medicine. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ming Xiaoshu stood up and walked to Lu Yin's side, whispering, Enter the Crown Prince's residence. Lu Yin was shocked. The Crown Prince's residence? Ming Xiaoshu's gaze was cold. You've been to Qianshan village, and you've unknowingly formed a connection with the royal family. You're also very smart, so you should have the ability to enter the Crown Prince's residence and gradually gain Ming Hao's trust. Manager Wu Xia died a while ago, so this is your chance. I understand, Your Highness, Lu Yin replied. Wu Xia had died. As expected, this person had found out the location of the 5 sealing planets' nodes and had been threatened. It would be strange if he hadn't died. Ming Xiaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. The key was that this secret medicine could not be removed without a certain level of strength. Lu Yin was just an ordinary person, and he should know that even if he told Ming Hao about it, Ming Hao would not remove the medicine for him. This was a dead end. If you complete this task well, I'll betroth you to you, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin looked up in surprise. You? Ming Xiaoshu smiled, do you think that only young masters like Bei Qing can obtain you? I promise you that you will never leave the palace, nor will she be married off to anyone else. She's yours. This Ming Xiaoshu's grasp of human nature was terrifying. If Lu Yin had been an ordinary coachman, he would have felt his blood boil. He was now qualified to obtain the woman that he had once looked up to. Normal people would not be able to understand this kind of mentality. Poison and beauty were Ming Xiaoshu's methods. All right, you can leave now, Ming Xiaoshu said indifferently. Lu Yin bowed and retreated. Just as he reached the door, Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out again. I'll have you leave before we reach the capital, and I'll send someone to contact you. There's one more thing you need to remember, don't try to be smart, and don't ever meddle in my master's affairs. Lu Yin bowed and left the study. Outside the door, Tangxi looked at him coldly. Lu Yin bowed once more and left. Tangxi watched Lu Yin's departing figure and stepped into the study. Is that really necessary, Your Highness? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. This kid is very clever, ambitious, and lucky. Let him try his luck at the Crown Prince's residence. Perhaps he'll reap some unexpected benefits. He paused for a moment before continuing, besides, he's already connected to Bei Qing, and this connection might help us in the future. Bei Qing won't care about him. To Bei Qing, he's just a slave who's asking for a reward, Tangxi said. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. It doesn't matter if I don't care. That connection is enough. Elsewhere, Lu Yin was far away from the study, deep in thought. The Crown Prince's residence held no attraction for him, as its greatest secret was the location of the 5 sealing planets. After the incident with Wu Xia, Ming Hao would definitely increase the level of protection for this secret. It would be difficult for Lu Yin to obtain it with his own strength, so there was no need for him to go to the Crown Prince's residence. As for the poison, he had his own ways to force it out. Now, he was thinking about Ming Xiaoshu. According to Wu Xia's memories and the rumors, the Reverend King Ming Xiaoshu was a straightforward and upright person who was loyal to Emperor Ming Xiaotian. He cared about the country and took care of the people. His only flaw was that he was weak in martial arts. His elder brother, Ming Zhao Tian, was not much older than Lu Yin, but he was already a martial god. Even the crown prince, Ming Hao, was a martial emperor, but Ming Zhaoshu was still a martial emperor. It was said that he could not even compare to Ming Hao. This was Ming Zhaoshu's only flaw. However, if this person had comprehended a domain, then things would be different. Lu Yin did not believe that someone who had comprehended a domain would be weak. Furthermore, Ming Zhaoshu had a very precise grasp of human nature, and he had even allowed Bei Qing to pursue Ming Yan. From this, Lu Yin could see that Ming Zhaoshu was extremely shrewd. Ming Zhaoshu was definitely not a simple person, and he had concealed himself far too deeply. Everyone knew that the reverend king's residence had been targeted by Crown Prince Ming Hao, and many people had been sent to infiltrate it. When Lu Yin had first heard about this, he had felt that it was strange. Ming Hao was not stupid, and he had sent people to spread the news throughout the city. Now, however, Lu Yin felt that this was more likely Ming Zhaoshu's plan to suppress Ming Hao's reputation. Of course, this was all just Lu Yin's guess, and he was just imagining things. However, it could also be true. Lu Yin pondered over this as he walked, and he accidentally bumped into someone at a corner. Ah! There was a cry of surprise, and Lu Yin subconsciously reached out to grab the woman in front of him who was about to be knocked down. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and a sweet fragrance wafted over. It was very familiar. Was this Ming Yan? Time seemed to stop as Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan and stared at her in the corner. Xianxia was the first to react, and she slapped Lu Yin's shoulder to push him back. How dare you blaspheme the princess? Lu Yin took a few steps back and lowered his head to apologize. Ming Yan looked at Lu Yin strangely. You're that coachman? You're called Lu 7, right? Yes, I'm Lu 7, Lu Yin hurriedly replied. Ming Yan looked at him strangely. Raise your head. Lu Yin was speechless, as Ming Zhaoshu had said the same thing. He slowly raised his head and feigned fear as he looked at Ming Yan. Ming Yan stared into his eyes, and a ripple appeared in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something. How dare you stare at the princess? Xianxia shouted and raised her hand again, but Ming Yan hurriedly stopped her. It's fine. Let's go. Xianxia glared fiercely at Lu Yin before leaving with Ming Yan. Ever since Lu Yin had displayed those techniques, she no longer cared about him, as she believed that he was a native of the Shenwu continent. Furthermore, she hadn't felt any martial power in that palm strike. Lu Yin lowered his head and waited for the two women to leave before looking up and rubbing his shoulder. Fortunately, that woman had not used too much strength, or else he would not have been able to hide the fact that he was not injured. 2 days later, the sun shone brightly as white mist rose into the air and fresh air spread across the land. The reverend king's convoy left Antai City and continued towards the center of Ming Island. Not long after they left Antai City, a crack spread across the sky and into the forest in the distance. At the same time, a few figures rapidly descended. Lu Yin's eyes trembled. It was a trial taker. Your Highness! Tang Xi shouted. Ming Zhaoshu flew out from his carriage. Don't move. I'll take care of it. He then raised a hand, and a majestic martial power distorted the void and pressed down in all directions. In the distance, a similar majestic force appeared and resisted Ming Zhaoshu's attack. There's actually a martial emperor here? You're courting death. Ming Zhaoshu leapt out and charged into the distance. Just as Ming Zhaoshu left, dozens of figures rushed out from underground. Tang Xi shouted, kill the sex remnants. The entire convoy was thrown into chaos. The sex remnants had taken advantage of Ming Zhaoshu's pursuit of the trial takers to attack the convoy. Butler 7 hid under the carriage and trembled. They were in the middle of the convoy and were surrounded by soldiers, so they were temporarily safe. Suddenly, a sharp slash streaked across the sky. Tang Xi leapt up and stabbed out with his spear. With a bang, a shockwave crushed the ground and killed dozens of people. Tang Xi was forced back by more than 10 steps, and he looked over in shock. This was a trial taker, a Lamiter from the Innerverse. Many of the Innerverse's great powers nurtured powerful disciples, and this person's strength was comparable to the Astral Combat Academy's student leaders. Being able to force Tang Xi back proved that he had the strength to enter the top 16 of the Astral Combat Academy. Further away, the battle between Ming Xiaoshu and the explorer grew more and more intense. The cracks in the ground even spread to the convoy, splitting it in two. Lu Yin and the rest were separated from Tang Xi. Blood spurted out from underground, and Yu Xianzi's eyes narrowed. There's still someone underground. As soon as she spoke, more than 10 experts attacked the carriage. Lu Yin clenched his fists and watched the scene unfold. The carriage was overturned, and Yu Xianzi carried Ming Yan out. She coldly looked ahead as more than 10 martial kings attacked. Yu Xianzi pushed Ming Yan to the side of the carriage. Protect the princess. The intense battle spread out in all directions. A blast of energy tore through the void and shot towards Ming Yan. Lu Yin grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace. Be careful. Ming Yan lay in Lu Yin's embrace and looked up at him. Her eyes wandered as she softly asked, "Why are you following us?" Lu Yin was stunned. "Princess, what are you talking about?" Ming Yan pursed her lips. "Why are you following us?" There was a soft whooshing sound as Yu Xianzi forced back several martial kings. She was about to rush over when she was stopped by someone else. Lu Yin and Ming Yan were surrounded by experts from the Reverend King's residence. Compared to the convoy, the princess's safety was more important. Despite the chaotic battle, Ming Yan remained fearless as she stared at Lu Yin. "What exactly do you want?" "Lu Yin?" Lu Yin was stunned. "You know me? Someone else told me your name." "You're Lu Yin. Why are you following us?" Ming Yan stared at him, her beautiful face filled with stubbornness. It wasn't that she didn't understand the importance of having one's reputation destroyed in this era, but she didn't want to think too much about it. What had already happened, and she didn't want to be looked down upon. She could act as if nothing had happened in front of anyone else, but not this man in front of her. He was the one who had destroyed her reputation, and she would never be able to shake him off in this lifetime. He had harmed her and disturbed her mental state, making it so that she couldn't even dream in peace. She had already dreamt of him for more than 10 days. Lu Yin could not speak. He could see the stubbornness, grievance, anger, and other indescribable emotions in Ming Yan's eyes. What else could he say? "I'm sorry." Ming Yan's eyes dimmed. "Leave. Don't come near us again, or my father won't let you off." "He doesn't know who I am," Lu Yin said. Ming Yan shook her head. "You underestimate my father too much, whether it's you or you. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. "You know?" Ming Yan's lips curled up as she smiled. "Lu Yin, do you think that a native like me is stupid?" Lu Yin was stunned. Stupid? He seemed to have misjudged this girl. She was kind and beautiful, but she was definitely not stupid. In terms of quick-wittedness, she surpassed most people. Yu Xianzi had used the power behind her to forge an identity. Even if the Reverend King was suspicious, he would still investigate. However, Ming Yan was certain that she was much smarter than the Reverend King. "How did you recognize me?" Lu Yin asked. He was very curious. Ming Yan blushed. You have my scent on you." She then struggled out of Lu Yin's embrace. Yu Xianzi had already finished her battle, and she had shown that she was not weak. His arms were empty, and Lu Yin's heart felt empty as well. He looked at Ming Yan, and his heart surged. He suddenly had the urge to trample the world beneath his feet and pull her into his embrace. This girl had touched his heart. "Princess, are you all right?" Yu Xianzi asked nervously. Ming Yan shook her head and glanced at Lu Yin. She pointed at Yu Xianzi and stuck out her tongue. It was an adorable sight. Lu Yin was stunned. She looked back and smiled. She was so beautiful. Ming Yan giggled when she saw Lu Yin's dazed expression. She then turned back. Yu Xianzi did not see this. She kept a close eye on her surroundings, afraid that another attack would occur. When the battle in the distance ended, the ambush finally came to an end. The remaining sect members were all dead, and 2 of the trial takers had died. The explorer had escaped, and Ming Xiaoshu had not been able to catch him. "Yan'er, are you all right?" Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter with concern. Ming Yan shook her head. "I'm fine with Yuer's protection." Ming Xiaoshu grunted. Pack up the caravan and continue forward. Butler 7 finally crawled out from under the carriage, still in shock. Butler 7, are you all right? Luin asked with concern. Butler 7 felt awkward and coughed. Well, I've already checked. There are no sect remnants hiding under the car, so you can rest assured. Luin was speechless. What an exquisite reason. The Reverend King's residence's convoy wasn't the only one that had been attacked. All of the convoys in the Shenwu Empire that were heading to the Radiant City had been attacked as well. Most of them were from the remnants of the sects, which put the Demon Hunters Society in a very passive position. It was their mission to deal with the remnants of the sects, but now, the remnants of the sects were becoming more and more rampant. Even the Crown Prince, Ming Hao, was furious. Ming Zhaotian's birthday was approaching, and it seemed that someone wanted to add blood to this grand occasion. All of this had nothing to do with Luin. Right now, he only wished that this journey would never end. Ming Yan's existence had made him forget many things, and when their gazes met, his heart would race. It was a beautiful feeling. Unfortunately, no matter how much he hoped, the time would come. More than 10 days later, the caravan finally stopped. Your Highness, we'll reach the capital once we cross the mountain pass up ahead, Tang Xi reported. Ming Xiaoshu grunted an acknowledgement and glanced at Luin. Luin nodded and left the convoy under Tang Xi's arrangements. He wanted to head to the capital alone and find a way to join the Crown Prince's residence. Before he left, he looked at the carriage with great reluctance. He didn't know when they would meet again. This was a foreign continent that was constantly under surveillance, and he didn't know if he would be able to return or even leave this place alive. Luin sighed and left in the end. Within the carriage, Ming Yan looked outside through the gauze curtains with a melancholy expression. What's wrong, Yan? Ming Xiaoshu asked curiously. Ming Yan shook her head and said bitterly, Father, will the enmity between us and the outsiders never be resolved? Ming Xiaoshu was surprised. Why do you ask? I'm just curious. This war has been going on for too long, Ming Yan replied softly. Ming Xiaoshu sighed. 1,000 years ago, a powerhouse was born on the mainland, and that powerhouse was Ming Taizheng, the uncle of my brother and I. With his help, the empire was invincible and even tore open a spatial portal in an attempt to create a new era of glory. Unfortunately, the outsiders were attracted, and uncle perished. The 5 sealing planets sealed the mainland, and for the past 1,000 years, countless powerhouses have died in battle to protect the 5 sealing planets. This blood debt cannot be resolved. Ming Yan's eyes dimmed, and she gripped her handkerchief tightly. Every family has someone who died at the hands of the outsiders. Regardless of whether it's the Empire, the remnants of the sects, or the natives of the islands in the endless East Sea, everyone has a common enemy in the form of the outsiders. Once discovered, they will be killed without mercy. Ming Yan's heart trembled, and her face paled. 1,000 years of enmity could not be resolved, but she wanted to resolve it. Perhaps to the people of the mainland, she was a traitor. Ming Xiaoshu looked at his daughter tenderly. I know you're kind, but this is 1,000 years of enmity. Don't think too much about it. Everything will be decided by me. Ming Yan looked at Ming Xiaoshu and lowered her head. Father, I don't want to get married. Ming Xiaoshu frowned. Why? Then, as if remembering something, he said, Don't worry, Yan. I will think of a way to restore your reputation. I won't let you suffer. I'm sorry, Father. Ming Yan's tone was bleak. Ming Xiaoshu sighed and patted her shoulder. He didn't think too much about it, as he assumed that his daughter was worried about her reputation and was unwilling to part with him. The capital was surrounded by mountains, and 4 towering peaks protected the entire city, forming an impenetrable fortress. It was rumored that there were martial sovereigns overseeing each peak to protect the capital. Luin shuttled through the forest and looked up at the distant peaks. He stopped and leaped up, sitting cross-legged on a large tree and beginning to detoxify the poison. Although the poison that Ming Xiaoshu had given him was vicious, it was only effective against ordinary people. Normal martial kings would not be able to force it out, but it was not difficult for Luin. Half an hour later, Luin spat out a mouthful of blood. The black blood corroded the tree trunk, emitting a screeching sound. Lu Yin wiped the corner of his mouth and tried to feel his blood. Unfortunately, while this poison could improve his 5 senses and strength, the side effects were too great. Otherwise, it would have been a great tonic. Just as he was about to descend from the tree, his expression changed. He saw a figure quickly shuttling through the distance, but he did not move. Soon after, a beautiful figure flashed past him. Lu Yin was shocked to see that it was Xianxia. She had also left the Reverend King's convoy. Xianxia had joined the Reverend King's convoy in order to enter the sealed Ming Island and avoid the Ming vanguard that was constantly searching for outsiders. Now that she had reached the capital, she had achieved her goal, so she naturally would not follow the Reverend King's convoy. It was a pity for Ming Yan, as Xianxia quite liked this pure and kind girl. Just as she passed by the tree that Lu Yin was hiding in, Xianxia suddenly paused and turned to look at a nearby tree trunk that had been corroded by the poisonous blood. Her gaze trembled, and she turned back to look at the top of the tree where Lu Yin was hiding. Lu Yin knew that he had been discovered, so he leaped down and stood opposite of her. "It's you?" Xianxia exclaimed, as she had never expected to run into this coachman here. Lu Yin's appearance had not changed, as he still looked like Lu 7. "Miss Yu, I didn't think that we would meet here." Xianxia stared at Lu Yin and sternly asked, "Who are you?" "You're definitely not an ordinary person." Lu Yin shrugged. "Take a guess." Xianxia snorted. "You're courting death." She then sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin. Her pure white palm transformed and sealed off the surrounding area, forming palm shadows that caused the void to ripple. Lu Yin raised his own palm at the same time and accurately struck down all of the palm shadows that Xianxia had created. There was a loud bang, and the shockwave from the collision crushed the ground and caused a dozen or so trees to collapse. Xianxia was forced back by Lu Yin's palm strike, and her face paled. She was the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect and a top expert of the universe's younger generation. Although she could not compare to those freakish geniuses, she was still not someone that the average person could go up against. Although there were many powerhouses on the Shenwu continent, only the top 10 or even the top 5 on the list of tempering could match up to her. "Who are you?" Xianxia shouted as she stared at Lu Yin warily. Lu Yin smiled and used flash to appear beside Xianxia. He then used the 96th form of the Sky Beast Claw, and the void howled as he pressed down on Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze turned cold as a clear moon appeared on her forehead. Chilling moon. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his entire body as his Sky Beast Claw was frozen to the point of cracking. He took a step back and watched in astonishment. This was Xianxia's innate gift, Cold Moon. Frigid Mountain Ice Plum Palm. Xianxia used Cold Moon to freeze everything around her, causing even the air to freeze. She then sent a palm strike towards Lu Yin, causing everything within a kilometer to turn into a plum blossom imprint that changed the weather. Lu Yin easily dodged her attack. During the Astral Combat Tournament, Xianxia had been defeated by Sharon. Sharon had easily broken through the battle techniques that she had learned from Blackwater Lake and instantly defeated her. At that time, Xianxia had not been able to use so many battle techniques, and her innate gift had only appeared briefly. Now, she had displayed all of her innate gifts, but they were still useless against Lu Yin. He was so fast that he could tear through the void. Although he could not tear through the space of the Shenwu continent, he was still not someone that Xianxia's attacks could touch. The more Xianxia fought, the more shocked she became. This person's strength had far exceeded her expectations, and he was at least as strong as one of the top 16 in the Astral Combat Tournament. The Shenwu continent really could not be underestimated. She did not hesitate to use her strongest battle technique, the one that she had inherited from Blackwater Lake, Water God's Robe. Her martial power imitated the flow of water as it spun around her. Lu Yin leaped back and calmly watched. The vortex grew larger and larger until all the trees within a kilometer were crushed to dust. The ground sank, and even the clouds in the sky were swept away. This strange phenomenon attracted the attention of many passers-by. Xianxia stood in the center of the vortex and stared at Lu Yin coldly. "Speak. Who are you, or you'll die?" Lu Yin's lips curled up as 9 stars appeared on the surface of his body. He watched the vortex and slowly approached it. Xianxia frowned. "You're courting death." Lu Ying stepped into the vortex, and in the next instant, a shocking four-lined battle force appeared. He forcefully withstood the tearing force of the vortex and easily walked up to Xianxia. He was now only half a meter away from her. Do you still want to fight? Xianxia's eyes flickered as she stared at Lu Ying in shock. This scene was extremely familiar. During the astral combat tournament, Sharon had easily walked up to her and defeated her. Now, the same thing was happening again. The only difference was that Sharon had used his domain to dissolve the attack, while this person had used his battle force to withstand it. You, little Seven Lu. Lu, you're Lu Ying? Lu Yan's face changed back to his original appearance. Long time no see, Xianxia. The whirlpool around them dissipated, and Xianxia closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her face had changed back to the beautiful Xianxia, the young mistress of the Frost Moon sect. Long time no see, brother Lu. Come with me, Lu Ying said before turning to leave. The battle here would definitely attract many people, and it might even attract the Ming vanguard, so he could not stay here any longer. Xianxia did not want to be with Lu Ying. Trial takers were enemies, and no one wanted to be with someone who could decide their own fate. However, she had no other choice. Lu Ying could kill her with a single move. 10 minutes later, Lu Ying and Xianxia stood facing each other by a stream. I never thought that little Seven Lu would be Lu Ying. No wonder you looked so familiar. Thanks to you, I was almost discovered by Ming Zhaoshu, Lu Ying teased. Xianxia smiled bitterly. Sorry, brother Lu. I was just testing you. I didn't want to cause you any trouble. Lu Ying smiled. I'm curious as to why Xianxia came to Mingdu. Xianxia's expression changed slightly, and she stared at Lu Ying. This has nothing to do with brother Lu. We're both trial takers, so we shouldn't interfere with each other's business. How about that? Lu Ying smiled. But you've already caused me trouble. Because of you, I've been targeted by Ming Zhaoshu, and he sent me to the Crown Prince's residence as a spy. You should know what kind of place the Crown Prince's residence is. If I'm not careful, I might even lose my life. This is the trouble you've caused me. Don't you plan on compensating me? Brother Lu, you think too highly of the people of Shenwu continent. With your strength, you should be fine as long as you don't run into a martial sovereign. There are definitely no martial sovereigns in Mingdu at the moment, and they're all defending the 5 sealing planets. Xianxia changed the subject. Let's not beat around the bush. Don't force me to kill you. Xianxia clenched her fists as her eyes flickered. Killing intent flashed across her eyes, but it quickly dissipated. She was no match for the man before her, so she helplessly said, Brother Lu, Senior, are you really going to bully your junior? Lu Ying frowned. This won't work on me. Tell me your plan. What plan? Xianxia asked in confusion. The closer he got to Xianxia, the stronger the killing intent in his eyes. I've already told you, don't force me to kill you. The Frost Moon sect definitely has people hiding on the continent for 1,000 years, and your identity is a fake. You must have a motive for entering Mingdu, and I really want to know what it is. Xianxia helplessly replied, Brother Lu, even if there's an ulterior motive, it's my Frost Moon sect's business. It has nothing to do with you. Just curious, Lu Ying casually replied. Xianxia was taken aback, and she smiled bitterly. Brother Lu is really straightforward. Alright, I'll tell you. I'll be joining the Demon Hunter Society once I'm in Mingdu. The Demon Hunter Society? What are you going to do there? Aside from the 2 fixed missions, the Shenwu continent's trial results are all based on one's performance. The Demon Hunter Society is a killing organization that specializes in dealing with the remnants of sections. As long as you join, your results will definitely improve significantly. Brother Lu entered the continent's trial for the sake of his results, so he can't really be thinking about completing those 2 missions. That's impossible, and it's better for people to be realistic, Xianxia said in a serious tone. Lu Ying nodded. You're right. Xianxia's eyes lit up. As long as Brother Lu doesn't obstruct our Frost Moon sect, we're willing to create an identity for you to infiltrate the Demon Hunter Society. That should be enough to improve your results. You're willing to let me follow you? Lu Ying was curious. Xianxia smiled. Of course. My goal is only to join the Demon Hunter Society and nothing else. Brother Lu, you'll be able to take care of me. Aside from the Demon Hunter Society, where else can you help me join? Luin asked. Xianxia thought about it. Aside from the Imperial Palace and the Crown Prince's residence, anywhere else should be fine. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term, and even if there are any, it'll be several months later. I want to join the Ming Constables. Xianxia was shocked. The Ming Constables? Why do you want to join them? The Ming Constables were an organization that specialized in killing trial takers. Luin naturally wanted to join them to search for the Day-Night clan, but he would not tell her that. The Ming Constables are more difficult than the Demon Hunters Society, so my results should not be too bad. I want to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and the Ming Constables are the minimum. You want to join the Outerverse Youth Council? Xianxia was confused. Brother Lu, you're a member of the Council of Astral Academy. Why would you want to join the Outerverse Youth Council? It's none of your business, Luin replied indifferently. Xianxia looked at Luin carefully and thought about it. The Ming Constables aren't the Demon Hunters Society. With our fake identities, the Demon Hunters Society will need 2 months to discover the flaws, but the Ming Constables will need at most 1 month. Are you sure? Luin nodded. All right. Xianxia took out a letter from her cosmic ring and handed it to Luin. Give this letter to the Ming Constables, and you can join. Everything is written in great detail, and you can continue using the name 7 Lu or whatever you want. It doesn't matter, but the authenticity of this letter will be determined in a month at most. Don't blame me for not warning you, but there are martial sovereigns in the Ming Constables. Luin took the letter and opened it to take a look. He did not completely believe Xianxia's words. She had just said that there were no martial sovereigns in the Ming Constables, but now she was saying that there were martial sovereigns in the Ming Constables. This woman was dishonest. The contents of the letter shocked Luin. Everything about him was described in great detail, and it was even stamped with the seal of the previous Ming Constables. There were also a series of other seals that had once belonged to the Ming Constables. He looked at Xianxia in admiration. It's good to have a background. You can fake anything. It's not fake, it's real. Aside from the previous Ming Constable's seal, everything else is real. Lu Yin's brows rose. How ruthless. These people might not even know that they were working for the Frost Moon sect. We're even. Xianxia's eyes flashed. Brother Lu, we can actually work together. Oh? How? Luin asked with interest. Xianxia replied, actually, ever since that war 1,000 years ago, many great powers in the universe have hidden themselves on Shenwu continent, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Our Frost Moon sect is just a small sect that relies on the Day-Night clan, and we don't have any authority. If Brother Lu is willing, we can work together to resist the other powers. For example? Luin asked. Xianxia muttered to herself for a moment. The Day-Night clan. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He had been thinking about how to get information about the Day-Night clan, but he had not expected this woman to reveal it herself. It seemed that the Day-Night clan was not very popular. Is the Day-Night clan's influence on Shenwu continent very strong? Xianxia bitterly replied, they're very powerful in the entire universe. Even if your frost wave weave is very remote, anyone who sees black and white hair will know that they're from the Day-Night clan. This is their influence. Who did they send over? Luin asked curiously. Fear and dread flashed through Xianxia's eyes. Xianlong Day-Night, a genius from the Day-Night clan who defeated Night Queen Yanqing. Luin was stunned. Defeated Night Queen Yanqing? Xianxia nodded. That's right. This matter is very secretive, and only a few people in the Day-Night flow zone know about it. Our Frost Moon sect is one of them. This person has comprehended an extremely powerful battle technique that no one else in the Day-Night clan has been able to learn for countless years, the Day-Night restoration technique. He's known as the genius of the Day-Night clan who is second only to Night King Shenwu, and he's the opponent we'll be facing on Shenwu continent. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. He was well aware of Night Queen Yanqing's strength, and since Xianlong Day-Night had been able to defeat her, His strength was definitely comparable to Lu Yin's own. The Day-Night clan was one of the strongest clans in the universe. Geniuses came one after another. The Day-Night clan didn't send any explorers? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia shook her head. I don't think so. Explorers attract too much attention. Their goal is to send someone to join the Outerverse Youth Council and use that as an excuse to meddle in the Outerverse affairs. If they send an explorer, the 10 arbiters will be wary of them. Lu Yin understood. The 10 arbiters were also fighting both openly and covertly. If the Day-Night clan really did send an explorer to the Outerverse, then the other 10 arbiters would definitely do the same, and the Outerverse would be in chaos. There's one more thing. Xianxia looked at Lu Yin seriously. They want to wash away the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat. Lu Yin's eyes flashed coldly. Brother Lu, don't you think that this is strange? The top 4 of the Astral Combat Tournament have all entered the Shenwu continent, and this is the Day-Night clan's interference. The battle between you and Night Queen Yanqing was also arranged by the Day-Night clan, Xianxia explained. Lu Yin was well aware of this, as he was like a chess piece that the Day-Night clan could manipulate as they pleased. The Day-Night clan needs Zhanglong Day-Night to defeat the top 4 and stand out in this trial. They want him to reverse the humiliation of Night Queen Yanqing's defeat, as well as the humiliation of the Day-Night clan being suppressed by you in the trial zones, Xianxia continued. You're saying too much, Lu Yin said. Xianxia lowered her voice and said, the Day-Night clan is just that tyrannical. They don't hide their actions, and our Frost Moon sect understands them too well. That's all I have to say. Brother Lu, you can think about it if you're willing to cooperate. I'll be in the Demon Hunters Society under the alias of Little Yu. Lu Yin laughed. Xianxia was trying to incite hostility between him and the Day-Night clan, but there was no need for that at all. Lu Yin already had an irreconcilable grudge with the Day-Night clan. From the moment he had discovered Qingyu on Earth, the grudge between the two parties had been irreconcilable. Within the Radiant City, there was a massive bank that was located at the intersection of 2 main roads. It occupied a large area, and it was surrounded by powerful guards. This was the Bank of Wuyun, and it was the largest bank in the Shenwu Empire, second to none. After the Great War 1,000 years ago, the Bank of Wuyun had risen to prominence and crushed all other banks in the empire. Just as the empire was about to intervene, the bank had accepted the imperial family's investment and become an economic powerhouse that was independent of the imperial family. Over the years, the empire's disaster relief, military provisions, salaries, and even rewards had all been supported by the Bank of Wuyun. After 1,000 years, the Bank of Wuyun had become an unimaginably huge entity. Although the people of Shenwu continent looked down on merchants, the Bank of Wuyun was an exception. Behind the bank, in a huge manor, a middle-aged man was sipping tea and looking around. His name was Ming Zhaokai, and it was obvious from his name that he was a member of the imperial family. He was of the same generation as the emperor, Ming Zhaotian. Although he was a member of the imperial family, he was different from Ming Zhaotian and the others. He liked to manage money and was proud of it. He even wanted to change his name to Ming Zhaokai, but Ming Zhaotian punished him for it. In the end, Ming Zhaotian allowed him to take over the empire's finances and become the finance minister. Light footsteps could be heard, and Ming Zhaokai turned around to see a young girl. She was pretty and had a smile on her face. She gave off a refreshing and comfortable aura. The girl walked up to Ming Zhaokai and bowed. Alan greets Lord Ming. Ming Zhaokai raised his hand and helped the girl up. He looked at her with admiration. You're Alan? Yes, I am, the girl said respectfully. Ming Zhaokai grunted and looked at the girl. Not bad, not bad. You're only 20 years old, yet you're able to become the manager of the Bank of Wuyun. You must have outstanding ability. Alan smiled. You flatter me. Ming Zhaokai looked satisfied and gestured for them to sit. Miss Alan, I'm sure you know why I've come to the Bank of Wuyun, Ming Zhaokai said straightforwardly. Alan nodded. Of course. The foreign tribes of the endless Eastern Sea are invading, and the Empire doesn't have enough warships. The Bank of Wuyun is willing to help and provide military supplies to repay the Empire for its many years of support. Ming Zhaotsai's eyes lit up. How much is Miss Alan prepared? Alan clapped her hands. and a servant handed a list to Ming Zhaokai. He glanced at it, and his expression changed. He looked at Alan in surprise. "Miss, this is too much." Alan smiled. "It's not much. His Majesty's birthday is coming soon, so this is a gift from the Bank of Wuyun to His Majesty." Ming Zhaokai smiled. "In that case, thank you, Miss Alan." Alan smiled. "It's good that you're satisfied, but it's a pity." "A pity? What's a pity?" Ming Zhaokai raised an eyebrow and looked at Alan in confusion. Alan sighed. "I come from a humble background and a merchant, so I'm not qualified to enter the palace." Ming Zhaokai smiled and said, "So that's how it is. What's so difficult about that? If you're willing, you can follow me. I can bring you to the palace to observe the ceremony." Alan was overjoyed. "Really? Milord, are you willing to condescend and bring me to the palace for a pilgrimage?" "Ha ha ha ha, there's no need to be so polite. I can even bring you to see Imperial Brother. Imperial Brother spends most of his time on the central fate planet, and he'll only descend on that day. If you're lucky, you might even be able to speak with him," said Ming Zhao with a smile. Alan hurriedly thanked him. Before long, Ming Zhao left. Within the Bank of Wuyun, Lan looked at Ming Zhao's eyes back with a solemn expression. Her appearance gradually changed, and if there were any trial takers present, they would definitely recognize her as one of the top 4 finalists of the Astral Combat Tournament, Grandini Mavis. Just as Grandini was about to enter, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Countless people walked onto the main road and looked into the distance with reverence. Grandini was curious. She reverted back to Lan's appearance and walked out of the bank. After asking around, she found out that His Majesty's birthday was approaching, and the top scholar of the written exam was going to enter the academy to pray for His Majesty. Her eyes were filled with curiosity. What an ancient title, but those who could receive such a title were the elites of the elites. In ancient society, this status was not low. As the sound of gongs and drums grew closer, the army cleared the way. A man riding a giant astral beast waved to the people on both sides of the road, smiling happily. Grandini's face darkened when she saw the man, as if she had eaten a dead fly. It was Han Chong. Although his appearance had changed, the feeling that he gave her had not changed. She immediately recognized that this so-called top scholar was Han Chong. How disgusting. He had actually come to the Shenwu continent to take the exam. In the middle of the road, atop the head of the giant astral beast, Han Chong coincidentally saw Grandini as well. A strange look flashed across his eyes, but he smiled warmly and waved back. Grandini clicked her tongue and then turned around to return to the Bank of Wuyun. Han Chong smiled as he looked at the Bank of Wuyun, but he did not mind and continued on his way. On the other side of the capital, the Crown Prince's residence was not too far from the palace. At this moment, Crown Prince Ming Hao had a nervous expression on his face as he stared at the end of the road. He was not waiting for the top scholar, but rather for an extraordinary woman who had passed down a 1,000-year-old legacy and had created the heavenly globe. She was the inheritor of Fate's legacy. After the great battle with the outsiders, countless outsiders had descended upon the Shenwu continent, but no one had been able to detect them. In the midst of the Shenwu continent's distress, someone who called himself Fate's legacy had created the heavenly globe to search for outsiders for the Shenwu continent. Fate's legacy was not a sect, but rather an inheritance. No one knew what Fate's legacy was, but they all knew that it possessed a mysterious divination ability. Even the Emperor, Ming Zhao Tian, respected Fate's legacy, but unfortunately, he could not find it. Ming Hao had not expected Fate's legacy to suddenly find him. "Your Highness, there's someone here," someone cried out. Everyone looked towards the end of the road, where a woman wearing a veil and surrounded by mist slowly approached. Ming Hao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly stepped forward. "Xiao Shu greets your Highness," the woman said gently as she bowed. Ming Hao was puzzled. "You're the current Fate's legacy?" The woman bowed. "Yes. Xiao Shu's cultivation is too shallow, so I've disappointed your Highness." Ming Hao hurriedly returned the greeting and sincerely said, "Fate's legacy is too serious." The senior who created the heavenly globe was only a martial emperor, but he possessed unfathomable abilities. Fate's legacy doesn't care about cultivation. The woman's eyes sparkled like stars as she looked at Ming Hao. You flatter me, Your Highness. I'm not worthy of the title of Fate's legacy, so please call me Xiaoshu. My real name is Xiaoshu. Ming Hao nodded. Miss Xiaoshu, please enter the Crown Prince's residence. Xiaoshu nodded. Please, Your Highness. At this moment, Luyin did not know that many familiar faces had appeared in Mingdu. One night passed, and the next day, Luyin entered the city and saw the most prosperous city in the entire Shenwu continent. 4 peaks surrounded the city, 5 ceiling planets hung high in the sky, and a wide moat flickered with waves. Mingdu was a place where the winds and clouds gathered. Nearly half of the top 10 on the list of tempering were in the city, and countless experts had appeared both openly and covertly. Outside the city gates, dozens of heavenly globes emitted a faint glow. They did not stop for even a second as they continuously released martial power that swept through the city. The entire city was covered by these globes, and the moment any star energy fluctuation appeared, it would immediately be discovered. The headquarters of the Ming Constables and the Demon Hunters Society were both located in the city. Even a hunter would find it difficult to escape once they entered the city. Luyin marveled at the city's prosperity as he walked towards the Ming Constables' headquarters. For hours after Luyin entered the city, the Reverend King's convoy arrived and entered the city one after another. Within the carriage, Ming Yan looked outside the curtains with bright eyes, as if she was searching for something. Ming Xiaoshu closed his eyes and rested. At this moment, Tang Xi's voice sounded out. Your Highness, the results of the investigation are out. Ming Xiaoshu opened his eyes. Speak. There's no problem with Yuer's ancestral records, but they can only be traced back to 800 years ago. There's nothing beyond that. Ming Yan's expression changed when she heard the question about Xianxia, and she lowered her head. Ming Xiaoshu frowned. Is it because you can't find anything, or is there nothing? Tang Xi was silent for a moment before replying, I don't think so. Whether it's the local records or the genealogy records, there's no information from 800 years ago. Have Yuer come see me immediately, Ming Xiaoshu said in a low voice. Yuer's gone, Tang Xi's voice was icy. Ming Xiaoshu was furious. He walked out of the carriage and looked at Tang Xi. What did you say? She's gone? Tang Xi lowered his head. Yes, the results were delivered today. This subordinate went to look for her immediately, but she wasn't with the convoy. She was here yesterday, but she's gone today. She really knows how to pick a time, Ming Xiaoshu said coldly. He then looked around and saw many citizens of the city looking over. His expression relaxed. All right, let's forget about this matter. Tang Xi looked up. Your Highness, aren't you going to send someone to capture her? Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. She should be someone from a great power outside the realm. She must have taken root in the mainland 800 years ago. She can also change her appearance, so we won't be able to find her. Forget it. He then returned to his carriage. Ming Yan sighed and smiled. She was rather glad that she had taken a liking to Yuer. Although the girl had lied to her, Yuer was Ming Yan's first friend, which was very rare. Ming Yan didn't have a deep understanding of the 1,000-year-old blood feud, so she didn't hate Yuer that much. Ming Xiaoshu returned to his carriage and sat down, looking exhausted. He inadvertently glanced at Ming Yan, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. His daughter was smiling? Could it be that she already knew Yuer's identity? Now that His Majesty's birthday is approaching, the Ming Constables, the Demon Hunters Society, the army, and the local experts have all gathered together to search for traces of the extraterrestrials. I heard that even the successor of Tianji has appeared. As long as there are extraterrestrials in this city, there is no way they can escape, Ming Xiaoshu said calmly. It was as if he was talking to himself, but also to Ming Yan. Ming Yan's face paled. Father, the successor of Tianji? Is he the descendant of heavenly secrets who invented the heavenly globe and possesses the ability to divine? That's right. Tianji has the power of divination, and no outsider can escape. There's a 90% chance that Yuer is an outsider, so she'll die without a doubt. That's why there's no need to capture her, Ming Xiaoshu said. Ming Yan's fingers turned white as she clenched them tightly. She looked uneasy. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at her and confirmed that she already knew that Yuer was an outsider. He shook his head and did not say anything else. He knew his own daughter very well, she was too kind. However, Ming Zhaoshu did not know that Ming Yan was not just worried about Xianxia. She was also worried about that man, a man that she would never forget. The Ming constables were located in a corner of the capital, and it was not very eye-catching. Many people knew that this was the Ming constables, but no one dared to approach it because of the two ferocious-looking beast statues at the entrance. They were not real beasts, but they emanated an aura that would cause ordinary people to tremble in fear. They could even create terrifying illusions that could cause people to lose their minds. Lu Yin walked outside the Ming constables and looked at the two strange beasts that were made from some unknown material. His gaze grew more and more surprised. Aren't these source boxes? Others might not be able to tell, but Lu Yin could tell that these two beasts were source boxes that had been unlocked by someone. Lu Yin got closer and closer as he sized up the beast statues. He activated the serious art, and what he saw was a solid energy that was as deep as the sea that formed the two ferocious beasts. Less than a third of the energy on the surface had been unlocked. This had to be done on purpose. Lu Yin guessed. Otherwise, how could someone have unlocked these beasts? But were there lockbreakers on the Shenwu continent? Or was it a real lockbreaker who had made a move but had met with an accident halfway through? Who goes there? A cold voice came from the Ming constables. No one appeared, but Lu Yin could feel a murderous aura around him. If he made any sudden movements, he would be met with disaster. Lu Yin did not say anything. He took out the letter and raised his hand, causing it to disappear in an instant. Lu Yin waited outside the Ming constables. After a while, the cold voice came again. Come in. Lu Yin took a deep breath and stepped into the Ming constables. This was the place that trial takers feared the most, as it was stained with the blood of trial takers. It was rumored that the master was a martial sovereign, which was equivalent to a cruiser. Lu Yin would either successfully join the Ming constables, or it would be very difficult for him to leave alive. Wait, this place is so cold. Hey, where are you? The monkey's voice suddenly rang out, giving Lu Yin a fright. Lu Yin could not speak, so he silently entered the Ming constables. What a heavy murderous aura. This is a good place to bury the dead. Also, why do I feel that it's quite dangerous? There are powerhouses here that can threaten your life. Damn it, Lu Yin, what's wrong with you? Don't you know that you have to avoid those powerhouses? The monkey shouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Yin frowned and wanted to block the monkey, but he did not dare to act rashly. He could only allow the monkey to yell and shout. The Ming constable's decorations were simple, and the entire capital was in a celebratory mood for Ming Zhaotian's birthday. However, this place did not seem to have any of that, and it was still as eerie and terrifying as ever. Suddenly, there was a miserable howl, and Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. He did not walk far before turning into a courtyard. A row of people appeared in front of him, standing there quietly as if they were not breathing. There was a pool of blood on the ground, and a man was twitching. Blood flowed down his neck and dyed the ground red. Every year, outsiders try to join the Ming constables, and this land is stained with the blood of countless outsiders. Lu Yin walked over to the row of people and stood there. Wasn't that guy the one who came in with you? The monkey exclaimed in surprise. Lu Yin's eyes darted around, and he glanced to the side at the man that the monkey had mentioned. There were 3 people between them, and the man looked unfamiliar. The man's expression was cold, and his eyes were devoid of any emotion. That's right, it's him. No disguise can escape my eyes. Even though he's changed his appearance, I can still recognize him at a glance, the monkey said proudly. I'll give you one chance. Outsiders, step forward. As long as you tell me everything, I guarantee that I won't kill you. A sinister voice descended. No one stepped forward. Very good. I hope that you won't be discovered. Then, a wave of energy swept past them. It was very weak, but it was very fine, and it was 10 times more powerful than the heavenly globes. Lu Yin inwardly rejoiced that he had dispersed the star energy very cleanly, and that he had hidden everything that had come into contact with star energy, including his cosmic ring, somewhere else. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape this detection. Suddenly, there was a repulsive reaction. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he immediately raised his hand to slap the man who was repulsed. The person that the monkey had recognized who had arrived with Luin also attacked at the same time. Their reactions were the fastest, and their attacks landed before the others could react. There was a loud bang, and the man who had been repulsed was sent flying by the two of them. The others looked over in shock. Luin and the other person who had attacked exchanged glances, and then they stared at the man who had been sent flying. The man stood up and patted himself before looking at Luin and the other person with admiration. Not bad. You attacked me subconsciously, which proves that you really want to kill outsiders. The two of you pass, but the rest of you don't. Leave. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he sized up the person. The man smiled. I'm Ming Zhaochen. Then, his face changed to that of a middle-aged man, and he looked somewhat similar to Ming Zhaoshu. Greetings, master. The other person who had attacked immediately bowed, and Luin followed suit. Greetings, master. The Ming constable's master was Ming Zhaochen, and he was of the same generation as Ming Zhaotian and Ming Zhaoshu. He was a martial sovereign, and he was also the Shenwu Empire's sharpest blade. Ming Zhaochen's gaze swept across the two. The Ming constables recruit many people every year, but very few are truly qualified to join. Not only do they need strength and temperament, but they also need courage and quick reflexes. The outsiders are very strong, and to them, our Shenwu continent is just a training ground. Thus, those who dare to participate are all experts. What you need to do is to become stronger than them. Yes, master, the two answered. 2 days later, outside the capital, Luin lay on the grass with the heavenly globe in his hand that occasionally emitted fluctuations. Many of the Ming constable's Ming vanguards were hidden outside the capital, and they were constantly monitoring the surroundings in search of outsiders. Luin felt that this method was not very effective, as most of the outsiders would replace their star energy with martial power, so it was impossible to find them. However, this was the Ming vanguard's job, and they could not slack off. Luin had changed his name to Qi in the Ming constables, and the person who had joined with him was called Wu Shan. Are you sure that guy is the one who entered the Shenwu continent with me? Luin asked again. The monkey was unhappy. I'm sure. How many times do you want me to repeat myself? Nobody can hide from my eyes, and neither can you. Shut up, Luin suddenly barked as he stared into the distance. Sirius suddenly circulated on the surface of his body, and the space around him began to fluctuate slightly. Someone was traveling at an extremely fast speed, even causing the void to distort. Only an explorer or a Lammeter genius could cause the void to distort on the Shenwu continent. Luin was confident that he could cause the void to distort, but there were very few trial takers who could reach his level. There was a whoosh as a strong gust of wind swept through the area. Luin stared at the figure that was passing by, and it was a woman. He did not hesitate to chase after her, relying purely on his physical strength to move and retracting his aura so that the woman would not be able to discover him. The more he moved, the stranger Luin felt. The woman was also relying on her physical strength to move without using any martial power, so she would not attract any attention. To be able to display such strength and even cause the void to distort, the first person that came to his mind was the Mavis family. If his guess was correct, then that woman was very likely Grandine Mavis. 4 mountains surrounded the capital, and there were many other mountains outside of the capital. The woman avoided the crowd and appeared in a thatched cottage behind a small mountain. Luin stopped and quietly approached her. You're late, someone said from within the cottage. There were too many things to do, and I couldn't help it. It's better than some people not coming. It's fine if they don't come. The Dark Mistweave will launch an attack on the birthday celebration, and all the experts above the Explorer realm on the continent will be pinned down, including the guardians of the 4 mountains. Our mission is to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. On the roof of the cottage, Luin calmed himself and looked down. There were no less than 10 people in the cottage, and when he heard the words Explorer, he knew that they were trial takers. Are you sure that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 sealing zones? The woman who had arrived last asked. Luin only glanced at her, not daring to stare at her. Experts like her could sense the gazes of others, so he could not be certain that this woman was Grandine Mavis. I'm 90% sure. Our sect has been in hiding for more than 1,000 years, and one of our ancestors protected the Tower of Resonating Light several hundred years ago. That's good. I don't want to work for nothing. At that moment, Lu Yin's expression changed. Someone else had arrived. The cottage fell silent as everyone stared outside. The newcomer did not hide his presence, and he simply pushed open the door and entered. "Oh, isn't this the top scholar? How come you have the time to visit a small place like ours?" the woman teased. The person who had entered the cottage was Han Chong. Even the manager of the Bank of Wuyun doesn't mind, so what's a mere top scholar worth? I never thought that Han Chong, one of the top 4 students of the Astral Combat Academy, would actually become the top scholar of the Shenwu Empire. Just based on this alone, Brother Han's results won't be bad, someone said enviously. The woman was disdainful. What's so strange about someone from the erudite flow zone becoming the top scholar? That's right. Let's get down to business. But before that, we need to clean up a bit. Han Chong suddenly looked up at the roof. Lu Yin's eyes widened, and he used flash to disappear from his original spot. The cottage crumbled, and a shockwave swept out in all directions. Han Chong's gaze swept across the cottage before he stared in the direction that Lu Yin had disappeared. He raised a hand, and his martial power swept through the air. He used his martial power to draw a picture of a vast landscape that no one could escape from. Lu Yin was shocked as he looked at the strange martial power that covered the surrounding void. This was Han Chong's strength. "Who's there?" the woman shouted as she punched at Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and swept out with a single leg. There was a thump, and a violent shockwave swept out from where the two had collided. The mountain range crumbled, and the ground crumbled. Both of them retreated at the same time, and the giant emperor's third eye appeared in Lu Yin's left hand. He activated the serious art and stared at Han Chong's myriad mountains and rivers painting. He struck out with a palm, and the martial power was disintegrated. Han Chong was shocked that his battle technique had been so easily dispelled. Although he hadn't used his full strength, the technique should have been able to trap an explorer for a while, but it hadn't been able to stop that person. That person was a lockbreaker. The woman was furious after being pushed back by Lu Yin's kick. She wanted to chase after him, but Han Chong stopped her. "There's no need. You won't be able to catch up." The woman was unwilling to give up, and she clenched her right fist. She was shocked that this person had been able to block her direct punch and even dispel Han Chong's seal. He was extremely powerful, and he wasn't even an explorer. This person had the power to rival all of them. The rest of the group rushed out as well. "Brother Han, how was it?" Han Chong shook his head. "He's very strong. I couldn't stop him." "Then what do we do?" "He must have found out about our plan." Someone was annoyed, but they didn't blame Han Chong. Han Chong and Grandini were the strongest in the group, and if even they couldn't stop this person, then the rest of the group had nothing to say. Han Chong calmly replied, "Don't worry. We'll continue as before." "But we don't know who he is." "What if he's from the Ming constables?" someone questioned. Han Chong was certain. "He's definitely a trial taker." "I think so too. His attacks are completely different from those of the Shenwu continent's natives," Grandini said. The others looked at each other and sighed helplessly. "Let's confirm it again." Lu Yin fled and glanced back. He had not expected Han Chong to discover him. This person's comprehension of domains was very high, and even Lu Yin's invisible aura technique had not been able to completely evade him. Lu Yin felt that he had to think of a way to comprehend a domain, or else he might be forced into a passive position in the future. However, after the commotion, it was unlikely that they would attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Was the Tower of Resonating Light one of the 5 sealing nodes? Lu Yin thought about it. On the other side, Han Chong and the rest left separately. Grandini found Han Chong with a serious expression. "That person was able to break through your seal, so he should be a lockbreaker." Han Chong nodded and smiled. "There's no need to think about it. I've already guessed who it is." "I've guessed it as well. Someone who can compete with me in terms of strength, is a lockbreaker, and is so fast." "It has to be him," Grandini said excitedly. "Who would have thought that the top 4 would all gather in Mingdu? Interesting." Grand Ini was shocked. Top 4? Star Sibyl is here? Han Chong nodded. She should be. Aside from us, there are other experts in the capital as well. Some of them are not weaker than us, and some are even stronger. The celebration won't be peaceful. There were still 23 days until the celebration, and as the day drew closer, a large number of experts from the Demon Hunters Society were transferred to Mingdu. However, the Ming Constable's Ming vanguard dwindled. It was rumored that they had been temporarily deployed to protect important people. Powerful officials from all over the Shenwu Empire had gathered in Mingdu, and Crown Prince Ming Hao naturally would not allow anything to happen to them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he had used his authority to mobilize the Ming vanguard. The commander of the Ming vanguard, Beiji Gui, scanned the crowd coldly and said, "Recently, there has been a great change in the list of tempering. Many experts have appeared, and these people are likely to be outsiders. The manor head has ordered us to select experts to defeat the newcomers who have made it onto the list." Who is confident? Luin was under Beiji Gui's command. Beiji Gui was an explorer and did not have the qualifications to challenge the list of tempering. Furthermore, the list of tempering had been created by Crown Prince Ming Hao to display the empire's might. Even if they suspected that the newcomers were outsiders, the Ming vanguard could not capture them. Otherwise, others would suspect that the list of tempering was unfair, so that they could take action. Beiji Gui's words were simple, but the list of tempering was a fair ranking. Anyone who made it onto the list of tempering had done so through challenges. Their strength was not to be underestimated. Although the Ming vanguard members were strong, they were not confident. Beiji Gui felt helpless. There were very few experts in the entire Ming constabulary who were qualified to challenge the list of tempering. The list of tempering included the empire's 200 martial king experts. When these experts were spread out, there weren't many in the Ming continent, let alone the Ming constabulary. Fortunately, the Ming constabulary had Li Zimo, who was ranked second on the list of tempering. No one dares to challenge him? The Manor Lord has decreed that anyone in the top 20 of the list of tempering will be promoted to vice commander, while the top 10 will be promoted to commander, Beiji Gui said. Luin was tempted, but he didn't make a move. He felt a sense of unease. Wu Shang stepped forward. "I'm willing to help." Beiji Gui looked at Wu Shang with a strange look in his eyes. He nodded and said, "All right, go ahead. This is the list of recent changes to the list of tempering." He then handed a copy to Wu Shang. Wu Shang glanced through it and then left the Ming constabulary. There were a total of 12 people who had changed, and 2 of them were in the top 20 of the list of tempering. One of them was in the capital, while the other was in Huaiqi City, which was a city away from the capital. Wu Shang had chosen Huaiqi City. As soon as he left the capital, Wu Shang looked at the list of tempering and glanced at the top. His eyes flashed, and he narrowed his eyes before speeding off into the distance. At this moment, Beiji Gui appeared and blocked Wu Shang's path. "I'll go with you." Wu Shang respectfully replied, "There's no need to trouble you, Commander." Beiji Gui looked at Wu Shang and suddenly attacked. A sword appeared in his hand and swept out. Wu Shang's eyes were cold, and his martial energy was ready to be unleashed. Suddenly, several cracks appeared in the sky as more trial takers descended. This time, they landed right outside the capital. The Ming vanguard that had followed Beiji Gui out of the city were shocked, and they immediately took out their heavenly globes. Luin looked at them with pity. Which unlucky person had fallen here? This person was courting death. 5 people fell out of the 5 cracks, 3 Lemeters and 2 explorers. One of the explorers just happened to land on top of Beiji Gui's head, and Beiji Gui immediately attacked. "Die, outsider." "Native." The explorers who had fallen attacked at the same time, and with a boom, the ground shook. At the same time, one of the 4 mountain peaks surrounding the capital shone brightly, and a terrifying martial energy swept through the sky, shaking the entire capital. Ming Zhaoshu looked up. A martial sovereign. Within the bank of Wu Yun, Lan, who was also Grand Ini Mavis, looked up in shock. The rumors are true. Every mountain peak has a martial sovereign overseeing it. Within the academy, Han Chong was praying for Ming Zhao Tian. He looked up at the sky. A cruiser. Within the Crown Prince's residence, Ming Hao looked up. Reckless. Not far away, the prophet's successor, Xiaoxu, also looked up at the sky, but no one knew what he was thinking. Just as everyone thought that the battle would end soon, a strand of sword chi slashed through the sky, tearing through the void and creating a shocking spatial crack. It was as if the sky was collapsing, and countless people were horrified. Crown Prince Ming Hao immediately stood up, and his expression changed. How is this possible? Ming Jiaoshu was shocked, and he crushed his cup. A super powerhouse. The sword sex Long Yin was here. Ha 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 ha. A huge sound wave swept through the capital and spread into the distance. At the same time, the other three mountain peaks unleashed a terrifying attack towards the east. Goodbye, ha 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 ha. A strand of sword chi swept out, and the four martial sovereigns' simultaneous attacks were blocked and neutralized. Long Yin himself did not even appear from start to finish. This scene was shocking, and many people felt a chill run down their spines. A single person had fought against four martial sovereigns, and this was definitely a super powerhouse. To the experts of the Shenwu continent, although the foreigners were very strong, they were not much different from the top experts. In fact, they might even be slightly weaker than the top experts. However, Long Yan's sword had completely overturned this concept, and it was as if a thin veil had been torn apart. Crown Prince Ming Hao was shocked. That person was also a martial emperor like him, but he had blocked the attacks of four martial sovereigns by himself. How was this possible? He could not figure it out. Even if he gathered all the resources of the Shenwu Empire for his cultivation, he would not be able to reach this stage. This was too terrifying. Ming Jiaoshu's gaze turned gloomy, and a thought that had been in his heart for a long time was confirmed. He wanted to lead the Shenwu continent out of this world. From his perspective, the Shenwu continent had not truly withstood the attacks of the foreigners, but had instead been captured. Outside the capital, Lu Yin's eyebrows twitched. The sword sex Long Yin? An explorer genius had actually jumped realms to block the attacks of four cruisers. Although those four had not used their full strength, it was still not something that a normal cruiser could block, let alone an explorer. This person was definitely one of the top experts on the top 100 rankings, and he might even surpass Wendy Yushan. Lu Yin had specifically asked around, and Wendy Yushan had not become a cruiser yet. She had relied on her own strength to become the captain of the second squadron and had defeated cruisers, but she was still an explorer. Long Yin? I think I've heard of him before. He's one of the must-kill powerhouses on the Celestial Vanquishers list. How disgusting, the monkey shouted. Long Yan's sword had not only shocked the entire capital, but it had also saved the people who had landed with him. Aside from two unlucky fellows who had landed directly in the capital, the rest had all fled, including Wu Shang. This infuriated Beiji Gui, as Wu Shang was definitely an outsider. The experts who had mysteriously appeared on the list of tempering were most likely outsiders as well, and Wu Shang had the confidence to challenge them. Furthermore, he had recently joined the Ming Constables, so he could naturally be an outsider as well. What a pity. The Ming Constables were very strict in their investigation of the Ming vanguard. Even though Lu Yin had the seal of the previous Ming Constables, they were still probing him, and he had almost been discovered. The person who ranked first on the list of tempering had never been revealed. Perhaps this was one of Crown Prince Ming Hao's methods, as he had specifically prepared to challenge the outsiders on the list of tempering. Whoever he suspected of being ranked first on the list of tempering was someone with terrifying strength, and very few people could stop him. This was his insurance. Since the list of tempering had been created by the Crown Prince, he would not let the Ming Constables clean up after him. There were no loopholes. Lu Yin had just realized this, and Wu Shang had only realized it after leaving the city. Unfortunately, he had still been intercepted by Beiji Gui. If not for Long Yin, he would have been in danger. 10 days passed in a flash, and Lu Yin had made some contributions during this time. He had captured a trial taker and handed him over to the Ming Constables. This trial taker had come from the Innerverse Blazing Mist Flow Zone, which was on good terms with the Blaze Realm. To Lu Yin, this person was an enemy, and he did not show any mercy. The Ming Constables had been established specifically to kill trial takers, but there were not many trial takers each year, and each one was better at hiding than the last. As a result, the Ming constables were rarely able to capture trial takers alive in recent years. Lu Yin's contribution this time had earned Ming Xiaoqin's praise, and with his sufficient strength, he had been promoted to the position of vice commander to follow Li Zimo. Lu Yin did not believe that Ming Xiaoqin would promote him so easily. Perhaps the Ming constables also had the intention of having Li Zimo monitor him, but Lu Yin did not care. He had originally planned to use the Ming constables to deal with the Day-Night clan's experts, and he might even be able to use them to gain some merit. Li Zimo was a very cold person, and he was an expert swordsman. His entire being was like an unsheathed sword that showed off its sharpness, but it did not harm anyone. It was as if he had hidden his sharpness within a small space. Lu Xiaoqiu's sharpness was reserved, but he still possessed the 13 swords, a swordsmanship that could dominate the heavens. This Li Zimo was ranked second on the list of tempering, so his strength could not be underestimated. Lu Yin wondered how his swordsmanship was like. Lu Yin did not dare to get too close to the man, as he was afraid that his true strength would be discovered. From now on, you and I will each take 3 people to protect the Reverend King's residence, Li Zimo said when he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin was shocked. The Reverend King's residence? The Reverend King's residence is not far from the palace. Let's go, Li Zimo said calmly as 6 Ming vanguards followed behind him. Lu Yin had never thought that he would be transferred to the Reverend King's residence again. Fortunately, he had altered his appearance before coming to the Ming constables, or else he would have definitely been recognized by the Reverend King's residence. The Reverend King's residence was rather courteous to the Ming constables, and they were allowed to protect the Ming constables from behind the gates. Your Highness, does the Crown Prince want the Ming vanguards to protect the Reverend King's residence because he wants to keep an eye on us? Tang Xi asked in a low voice. Ming Xiaoshu shook his head. He's not that stupid. He just wants to show others that we have a harmonious relationship. For this reason, he even sent a commander over. That's quite the capital. Right, have you found Little Seven? Ming Xiaoshu suddenly asked. Tang Xi shook his head. I couldn't find him. He didn't go to the Crown Prince's palace at all, so it's possible that he didn't even enter the capital. Ming Xiaoshu frowned. Is he dead? Your Highness, he's just an ordinary person. He won't be of much use in the Crown Prince's residence, Tang Xi said. I know, but it's precisely because he's an ordinary person that it's safer. No one would have thought that I would send an ordinary person into the Crown Prince's residence. He's a scapegoat that I've carefully arranged for someone else. Forget it, if he didn't go, then so be it, Ming Xiaoshu said calmly. Tang Xi stood there quietly, as if he had something to say. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at him. What's the matter? Tang Xi half knelt. Your Highness, this subordinate wishes to challenge Li Zimo. No, you're too far behind Li Zimo, Ming Xiaoshu rejected him. Tang Xi's expression darkened. Even so, I still want to personally test the strength of the second on the list of tempering. Ming Xiaoshu looked at Tang Xi and said in a low voice, Li Zimo is obsessed with swordsmanship and created a powerful killing technique like the silent sword at such a young age. The reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao doesn't want the top ranker to appear is because he wants to get rid of the hidden dangers on the list of tempering and also to avoid Li Zimo. He's very powerful and can be ranked first in the martial king realm. Tang Xi raised his head, his gaze resolute. Your Highness, this subordinate begs you to agree. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Ming Xiaoshu sighed, looked up at the sky, and smiled bitterly. Ming Hao, you've made the right move with the list of tempering. So many people on the Shenwu continent are willing to sell everything they have just to leave their names on the list, and how many experts have you recruited because of it? I'm impressed. After sighing, he lowered his head and looked at Tang Xi. Alright, I agree. Go ahead. Since you're challenging me, don't leave any regrets. I'll do my best to keep you alive. Tang Xi was delighted. Thank you, Your Highness. The Reverend King's residence in the Bright City was very large, and it had a specialized training ground. News of Tang Xi's challenge to Li Zimo quickly spread throughout the Reverend King's residence, and it even spread outside, arousing the curiosity of countless people. Tang Xi was ranked 8th on the list of tempering, and his spear was invincible. Li Zimo was ranked 2nd on the list of tempering, and he had created the silent sword that even Ming Zhao Tian had praised endlessly. He was the leader of the Shenwu Empire's younger generation, and the battle between the two of them was enough to excite anyone. Even the powerhouses on the four peaks were looking over. Ming Zhaoshu sensed this and looked around. Then, he looked at the arena. The battle for the list of tempering is a battle of life and death. Outside of the drill ground, Luyin watched the scene closely. He was very curious. Li Zimo was ranked second on the list of tempering, which was enough to represent the strength of the Shenwu continent's younger generation. He was able to suppress all martial king powerhouses, not just the younger generation. Li Zimo was still as cold as ever. He held his longsword and quietly looked across. Tangxi gripped his spear tightly, and his eyes widened. He charged forward at top speed and thrust his spear towards Li Zimo. The tip of the spear caused the void to fluctuate as a sharp aura swept past Li Zimo, tearing through the air. The aftershock caused the ground of the drill ground to crack and sparks to fly. This attack was unstoppable, and even Luyin was shocked. This attack was comparable to an attack with three-lined battle force. Across from him, Li Zimo's eyes flashed with a glimmer of admiration. He gripped his sword, raised it, and chopped down. His body disappeared, and his sword returned to its scabbard. It was as smooth as flowing water, and there was no sound or anything out of the ordinary. Quite a few people were stupefied, unable to understand. Ming Zhaoshu's eyes narrowed as he fearfully looked at Li Zimo's back. With a bang, Tangxi's spear broke, and half of the spear fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His entire body seemed to be frozen in place, and his eyes were filled with extreme unwillingness and admiration. Luyin was shocked. At this moment, Li Zimo's back seemed to overlap with Lu Xiaoqiu's. It really did seem like it. That attack was almost exactly the same as the first sword of the 13 swords. The only difference was that the first sword did not need to move, and it could cut through the void. Li Zimo's attack, on the other hand, needed to travel a certain distance, but the attack speed was about the same. This was probably due to the Shenwu continent's space being abnormally frozen. If this had happened in the normal universe, then this attack might not have needed to move at all, and it would have been almost exactly the same as the first sword of the 13 swords. Li Zimo, a native of the Shenwu continent, had created a sword technique that was comparable to the first sword of the 13 swords. If the sword sect found out about this, they would definitely fight to take him in as a disciple. This was what it meant to be an absolute genius. Lu Xiaoqiu was a genius who had inherited the innate gift of the 13 swords, while Li Zimo was a genius who had created the first sword. It was hard to say who was stronger, but Luyin felt that he was more inclined towards Li Zimo, as this person's talent in the way of the sword was too terrifying. The only thing he lacked was a starting point. If he had been allowed to learn the 13 swords, then his speed might even surpass Lu Xiaoqiu's. Luyin had truly witnessed the strength of the Shenwu continent's younger generation. This Li Zimo was strong enough to enter the top 8 of the Astral Combat Tournament, and if that was not his strongest attack, then he should be able to enter the top 4 and fight with Luyin. This was the second place on the list of tempering. Luyin wondered how strong the first place was. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Li Zimo had already left. The dignified 8th place on the list of tempering had not even been able to withstand a single attack. This was too shocking. Tangxi felt bitter and panted heavily as he looked at the broken house of his spear on the ground. He closed his eyes. Before the challenge, he had hoped to recognize the gap between them and catch up, but now, he no longer had such thoughts. The gap between them was too great. Ming Zhaoshu walked over to Tangxi. "This is why I did not want you to challenge him. Can you still hold your spear?" Tangxi gripped his spear tightly and pondered for a moment before looking up. "Yes." Ming Zhaoshu nodded. "You can challenge him again when you've shaken off the shadow of that sword." Ming Zhaoshu then turned and left. Luyin looked at Tangxi deeply before leaving. He had to guard the door. "I say, is this really an aboriginal continent? That guy's sword was too ruthless." "It's comparable to the power of our 5 prefects," the monkey exclaimed. Luyin leaned against the door. "The Shenwu continent has withstood the Dark Mist Wee's attacks for 1,000 years, but this continent has given birth to too many experts. There's definitely more than one genius like Li Zimo. What a pity." If only this continent belonged to you. I remember that you're King Zishan or something. With this continent's strength, you'll be able to gain a foothold in the outerverse, the monkey casually commented. His words made Lu Yin's heart skip a beat, as he had never thought about this before. Yes, it would be great if this continent belonged to him. Unfortunately, he could only dream about it. There were hunters on this continent, and there was more than one of them. The fact that this continent could withstand the attacks of the entire Dark Mistweave was a testament to its strength. Even the entire Great Yu Empire might not be enough, let alone Luin. The next few days were very normal, as there were occasional changes to the list of tempering. In particular, the people who had challenged the top of the list had been removed one by one, which piqued many people's interest. Luin guessed that the person who had removed them was the mysterious leader of the list of tempering, but this person's identity would change every time. This person was the reason why Crown Prince Ming Hao had set up the list of tempering. The Ming constables had been mobilized less often, and the Ming vanguard had mostly been sent to protect important people. However, this was only on the surface, as Crown Prince Ming Hao would never relax his killing spree against the foreigners. Congratulatory gifts from the various continents arrived, and it was rumored that they filled several drill grounds. The amount of gifts was shocking. Countless experts gathered in the capital, and the army entered to maintain order. Although the entire city was cheering for the birthday celebration, there was still a sense of tension that even Luin could feel. Over the next few days, Luin saw Li Zimo very few times. This person was as cold as a block of ice, and he was tasked with guarding the king's residence. Luin rarely spoke with him. The reverend king had returned to the capital, and there should have been many visitors. However, over the past few days, no one had come to visit, which surprised Luin. The relationship between Ming Zhaoshu and Crown Prince Ming Hao had deteriorated to such an extent that even the ministers who had pushed Ming Zhaoshu to resist the Crown Prince's overstepping boundaries were avoiding him. Fireworks bloomed in the sky from time to time, and the entire capital seemed unusually lively. Li Zimo walked out of the king's residence and looked at Luin. The princess is going to the Tower of Resonating Light to pray for His Highness and His Majesty. 7. Protect the residence. Luin bowed. Yes, Commander. Not long after, Ming Yan walked out of the residence, followed by a maid and Tang Si. Outside, the army had already lined up neatly, and a carriage had been prepared. This was the first time Luin had seen Ming Yan since arriving at the Reverend King's residence. Although she was wearing a thin veil, her absolute beauty could not be hidden. Her eyes were like silhouettes, bright and pure. However, her face was slightly pale, which made Luin feel uncomfortable. Ming Yan walked past the main entrance and was about to board the carriage when she suddenly paused. Her eyes flashed with surprise, and she turned around to look at everyone as if she was searching for something. Tang Si was puzzled. Princess, please board the carriage. Ming Yan's gaze swept across everyone's faces before finally stopping on Lu Yin's face and meeting his gaze. Lu Yin saw the surprise in Ming Yan's eyes, and his heart skipped a beat. He quickly lowered his head. Ming Yan's eyes flashed with slyness and shyness. She whispered, Brother Tang Si, father's safety is the most important. I already have you to protect me, so I don't need brotherly anymore. Please protect the residents. Li Zimo looked up. Your safety is very important. Ming Yan pointed at Luin. Those people are also part of the Ming vanguard. Let them protect me. Brotherly, protecting father is more important. Tang Si hurriedly said, Princess, His Highness doesn't need to worry. This is the capital, and His Highness is a martial emperor. No one would dare to act impudently here. Ming Yan stubbornly shook her head. Please stay and protect father, brotherly, otherwise, Yan will feel uneasy. Tang Si looked at Li Zimo with a troubled expression. Li Zimo was very straightforward, and he nodded before turning to Luin. 7. Take a few people with you and protect the princess. Do not slack off in the slightest. Luin was both surprised and delighted, and he also felt a strange sweetness and anticipation. Yes, Commander. Ming Yan lowered her head to hide the faint blush on her face as she hurriedly boarded the carriage. Luin took a deep breath and walked beside the carriage. He was only one wooden plank away from Ming Yan, and he was even closer to her than Tang Si. Ming Yan found an excuse to send the maid away, twirling her fingers as she nervously sat in the carriage. From time to time, she would look through the veil at Luyin, who was walking outside. Her face was filled with joy. With Tangxi driving the carriage, it was inconvenient for Luyin and Ming Yan to speak. However, there was a strange atmosphere that surrounded them. Even though it was noisy all around, Luyin could only hear Ming Yan's heartbeat and breathe in her fragrance. This feeling was very beautiful and intoxicating. Your heartbeat is accelerating. Are you poisoned? The monkey asked, startling Luyin and temporarily waking him up. No, you're not poisoned. Strange, why is your heartbeat so abnormal? Many of your body's characteristics are also abnormal. Strange. Luyin did not have the time to explain this feeling to a monkey, but the monkey's words had made him sober up quite a bit. He could not allow himself to be intoxicated by this feeling. Ming Yan was the daughter of the reverent king and a princess of the Shenwu continent, while he was just a trial taker. The difference between their statuses was too great, and their 1,000-year blood feud was difficult to resolve. The two of them were like two trees on either side of a road, they could always be seen, but could never touch. This kind of relationship was nothing more than an illusion. Luyin felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his head, and it was bone-chilling. He was just a student with no power or influence. He did not have the ability to influence the dark mist weave or the Shenwu continent. Just Ming Zhaoshu alone was enough to prevent him from getting close to Ming Yan. This budding relationship was destined to be fruitless. Luyin knew how important relationships were to girls, especially someone like Ming Yan, who was ignorant of worldly affairs but was also very intelligent. It was easy for her to fall into a relationship and be unable to extricate herself from it. Once she failed, the damage she would suffer would be unimaginable. This could not continue. Without any guarantees, this relationship could not continue. Luyin's gaze became resolute as he thought about it. He quickened his pace and walked past the carriage without looking back. Luyin's change was imprinted in Ming Yan's eyes, and her heart trembled. Panic and discomfort that she had never felt before spread throughout her body, and her eyes turned red. Some people would remain strangers for the rest of their lives, while others could decide their fate with a single glance. To Ming Yan, Luyin was someone she could decide her fate with. That single glance had been like the wings of a butterfly that had brought about a beautiful dream. But at this moment, that dream seemed to have shattered. Women's senses were much stronger than men's, and none of Luyin's changes could escape Ming Yan's eyes. Why? Ming Yan lowered her head, and her gaze was pained. She was depressed and clenched her fists. You clearly have my scent on you. She was very intelligent, but intelligence and emotions were natural opposites. Luyin sighed. There was a sort of depression and irritation in his heart that he could not vent. He also felt pity for Ming Yan, and he really wanted to trample this continent beneath his feet and embrace her. Suddenly, a black and white light flashed in front of his eyes. Luyin's pupils shrank and he turned his head to the side. The carriages of the Crown Prince's residence were passing by. Among them, a man raised his head and looked at Ming Yan's carriage. His eyes were filled with violent killing intent. Luyin felt a chill run down his spine, and he quickly retreated to block the side of the carriage. The man raised his hand and struck out with a palm strike. Suddenly, a boundless chill surged forth, and the wind howled as a violent and terrifying martial power descended upon them, bringing with it an aura that could cause one's spirit to tremble. Tangxi's scalp went numb, and his body froze in place. This feeling was even more terrifying than Li Zimo's attack from before. The entire entourage of the reverent king's household, no, everyone on the street felt as if their brains had been shaken, and they all spat out blood. Only that man remained standing in front of the palanquin as he stared intently at the interior of the palanquin. He completely ignored the troops of the reverent king's household that were standing to the side of the palanquin. Indeed, he didn't need to pay any attention to them, because even Tangxi had been suppressed in an instant, unable to move. Luyin gritted his teeth and his muscles tensed. He raised his hand, not caring about whether or not his identity would be exposed. He only wanted to save that girl, and he did not hesitate to release his 5-lined battle force. A dark golden radiance blossomed, and 9 stars revolved around him. Serious palm. The man saw Luyin's palm strike towards him, and his pupils shrank. He had not expected someone to be able to react in time. Was this five-lined battle force? The man did not dare to be careless, and he changed the direction of his palm to strike Luin. The two palms collided with a bang, and a shockwave distorted the void as it surged upwards from the point of impact. It exploded high up in the sky and pushed away the clouds. On the ground, the street beneath their feet split in two. Violent martial power followed the two palms and blasted towards each other. A shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye enveloped the two as they collided. Luin and the man looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They instantly recognized each other. This man was definitely a genius from the Day-Night clan, the one who had defeated Night Queen Yanqing, Xianlong Day-Night. Xianlong Day-Night also recognized Luin, as there were only a handful of Lemeters who could block him. Luin was the only one who had comprehended five-lined battle force, and this person was someone that the Night King clan had ordered him to kill. The two had not expected to meet under such circumstances. Their palms collided and rotated at the same time. There was another bang, and a shockwave split the street apart like a sharp blade. Both of them retreated at the same time, and neither of them gained the upper hand. At this moment, not only was there a fierce battle going on here, but many battles were also occurring throughout the entire capital. Xianlong Day-Night looked at Luin seriously, his eyes filled with indescribable confusion and shock. There was also a strange look on his face, as his art of immunity had been suppressed. He licked his lips and said, "We'll meet again." He then leaped away. The entire battle had only involved two palms colliding, and it had lasted less than 5 seconds. With the chaos that had been deliberately created throughout the capital, Xianlong Day-Night had been able to easily escape. After he left, countless people on the street fainted. Even Xianxia swayed and almost fainted. He did not even have the qualifications to take one of Xianlong Day-Night's palms. Even so, he had still been able to clearly see the entire battle, especially the power that Luin had displayed. It was an unparalleled martial king strength that might even surpass Li Zimo's. Luin did not have the time to care about anything else. He rushed into the carriage and picked up Ming Yan to check on her. Fortunately, Ming Yan had only fainted and was not seriously injured. He sighed in relief. It was fortunate that she had not been injured by the Day-Night clan's technique at such close range. There was a whoosh as a cold light flashed. Luin raised his hand and grabbed the spear that had been thrust at him. He coldly glanced at Xianxia. "You're courting death." He then exerted more force in his palm, sending 9 stacks through the spear towards Xianxia. Xianxia was only able to block 5 stacks before he could no longer withstand it. He helplessly let go of the spear and took a step back. The spear shattered, and Luin let go of Ming Yan. He wanted to leave, but as soon as he stepped out of the carriage, he saw Ming Jiaoshu staring at him coldly with a gloomy expression. Luin took a deep breath and slowly bowed. "Your Highness." At that moment, a wave of energy swept over from the surrounding peaks of the capital. Ming Jiaoshu waved his hand and dispersed the energy wave. He then looked at Luin. "Follow me." Luin was helpless, as there was no way for him to hide. Ming Jiaoshu had a domain, and he must have seen Lu Yin's battle with Xianlong Day-Night. Five-lined battle force was too conspicuous, but fortunately, Ming Jiaoshu had not immediately attacked Luin, which meant that there was still room for negotiation. Xianxia looked at Luin with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with unwillingness. He had just lost to Li Zimo, and now, he had lost to this person as well. Luin stood quietly in the study of the Reverend King's residence. Ming Jiaoshu's back was to him, and he was frowning. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, Ming Jiaoshu turned around and stared at Luin seriously, carefully sizing him up. "Should I call you Vice Commander 7 of the Ming Constables? Or should I call you the coachman of the Reverend King's estate, Lu 7? Or should I call you trial taker Luin?" Luin looked up. "How did your Highness know that I was once Lu Little 7? Ming Jiaoshu's eyes narrowed. "I'm not stupid. Your appearance can change, but your foundation remains the same. Besides, your appearance hasn't changed much, so it's easy to guess." Luin bowed. "Thank you for not attacking me, Your Highness." Ming Jiaoshu snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that you saved Yenner's life, I definitely wouldn't have let you off." At this point, Ming Jiaoshu's eyes flashed with anger, and he glared at Luyin. You've ruined Yan'er's reputation. Luyin felt bitter. I'm sorry, Your Highness. I couldn't choose where I landed, and I never thought that I would ruin the princess's life. There's no point in saying that now. How do you plan on taking responsibility? Ming Xiaoshu asked coldly. Luyin was shocked. I can take responsibility? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Luyin seriously and slowly sat down. What do you think Shenwu continent is? A cage. Luyin answered without hesitation. Ming Xiaoshu nodded, but his eyes dimmed. That's right, a cage. On the surface, it might seem like Shenwu continent blocked the Dark Mist Wee's attack, but in reality, the moment the continent was exposed, its fate was already decided. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Luyin looked at Ming Xiaoshu. Your Highness is very thorough. The Dark Mist Weave is only one of the Outerverse 72 weaves, and the Innerverse has the most powerhouses. No matter how strong Shenwu continent is, it won't be able to stop the Innerverse's great powers from interfering. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. Ming Xiaoshu's eyes flashed. That's why I want to have a chat with the powerhouses who surpass the Hunter realm. I want to do my best to integrate Shenwu continent into the universe while protecting it. Luyin was puzzled. There has been no lack of disciples from great powers who have entered the continent over the past 1,000 years. Why don't you look for them, Your Highness? Do you like being with the people who decide your fate? Ming Xiaoshu asked. Luyin shrugged. There's nothing I can do if I don't have a choice. For example, right now, Your Highness can decide my life or death. For Shenwu continent, the Innerverse's great powers can decide your life or death. You don't have the right to choose. That's why I need to think of a way. Ming Xiaoshu stood up. You're the leader of Astral 10, and it's rumored that the Council of Astral Academy has a lot of authority. The goal of this trial is to join the Outerverse Youth Council, and I'm willing to help you improve your results so that you can gain a foothold in the Outerverse Youth Council. Combined with your status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, you'll definitely have the right to speak. At the very least, you'll have the right to influence Dark Mistweave. Luyin was shocked. Your Highness has a very deep understanding of the universe. After all, many trial takers have been captured over the past 1,000 years, and not all of them are stubborn. For example, that disciple from the Blaze realm who fell into the manor with you has told you everything he could. He even revealed the secret of the Blaze realm's top inherited battle technique, the Karmic Flame Sword, Ming Xiaoshu explained. Luyin was speechless. This Eriker was too cowardly. If I can join the Outerverse Youth Council, combined with my status as a member of the Council of Astral Academy, I'll definitely have the right to speak. However, I won't be able to decide the future of Shenwu continent in such a short period of time, Luyin said. He didn't want to take everything on his own. Ming Xiaoshu was very smart, and playing tricks with him would only result in a faster death. Qingming Festival, 3rd update, 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Ming Xiaoshu was very satisfied with Lu Yin's attitude. Don't worry, nothing will happen to Shenwu continent in the short term. Even if someone stronger than a hunter makes a move, the 5 sealing planets will be able to protect it for at least a year. It's very difficult for such a powerhouse to make a move, so I'm certain that nothing will happen to Shenwu continent for the next 10 years. You have 10 years to develop, and that should be enough time for you to gain a lot of authority. You're one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament and one of humanity's top geniuses. Luyin was puzzled. Why are you placing your hopes on me? Ming Xiaoshu narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Because of Yan'er. Lu Yin's heart trembled, and his expression changed. Yan'er likes you, and I can tell that you like her as well. Otherwise, you wouldn't have exposed yourself for her, Ming Xiaoshu said. Luyin did not deny it. The difference between your statuses is too great. Only when Shenwu continent merges into the universe will everything return to normal. At that time, you can be together. This is my promise, Ming Xiaoshu said solemnly. Lu Yin's fingers trembled, and his heart burned with passion. Ming Xiaoshu's words had completely moved him. Emotions were the most difficult to control, but they were also the easiest to manipulate. Luyin was no exception. He could sense Ming Xiaoshu's ambition, but for Ming Yan's sake, he was willing to do anything. If Shenwu continent merges into the universe, then it was indeed possible for him to be together with Ming Yan. When he thought about that girl, Lu Yin felt a throbbing sensation that could not be suppressed. Ming Xiaoshu's lips curled up. He had indeed chosen Lu Yin because of that. There was no bond stronger than emotions, and he was confident that his daughter would be able to bind this youth to her. However, he would not only choose Lu Yin, as there was no need to say that out loud. Shenwu continent needed change, and he needed to save it. How do you plan on helping me improve my results, Your Highness? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu glanced at Lu Yin's fingers. First, destroy that thing in your muscles. You don't want our conversation to be exposed, do you? Lu Yin nodded, and his muscles vibrated to destroy the particle camera. I'll tell you where Ming Taijing is buried, and that will be your stepping stone, Ming Xiaoshu said seriously. Lu Yin was shocked. Where Ming Taijing is buried? You're willing to tell me? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. I can tell you, and you can also tell the outsiders. It doesn't matter. Even my brother has to be careful when he goes there. If you're not a martial god, which is what you call a hunter, then it's very difficult to survive. I'd like to hear the details, Lu Yin respectfully replied. Have you heard of the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu slowly opened his mouth and said something that Lu Yin would never have expected. Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu smiled. You didn't expect that, did you? Lu Yin frowned. Your Highness, are you saying that Ming Taijing died in the Tower of Resonating Light? Ming Xiaoshu nodded. How could that be? If Ming Taijing died in the Tower of Resonating Light, then everyone in the capital should know about it. Ming Xiaoshu took out a map and calmly said, the Tower of Resonating Light that we saw was only the tip of the entire tower. The true body of the Tower of Resonating Light is hidden underground, and its surface area is even larger than the entire Radiant City. When Imperial Uncle Ming Taijing was dying, he went underground and buried himself in the Tower of Resonating Light. Very few people know about this secret. Lu Yin looked at the map in disbelief. A tower that was even larger than the capital? Was this the true Tower of Resonating Light? Wait, Han Chong and the others had been planning to attack the Tower of Resonating Light, thinking that it was one of the nodes of the 5 sealing planets. I once heard a rumor that the Tower of Resonating Light is one of the nodes of the 5 sealing planets, Lu Yin probed Ming Xiaoshu. Ming Xiaoshu laughed. This rumor was spread by Ming Hao so that he could capture all the trial takers in one fell swoop. For example, during this birthday celebration, don't think that he doesn't know that the trial takers are planning to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. Although that place isn't one of the nodes of the 5 sealing planets, it is where his imperial uncle died. Even a hunter would find it difficult to survive if they entered, let alone you. Of course, you won't be able to enter as well, but it should be enough to trap you juniors. Lu Yin fell silent. Was this all part of Ming Hao's plan? Ming Xiaoshu looked at Lu Yin and said, actually, this is an open secret, and it's also the fairest competition between the outsiders and our Shenwu continent. During the birthday celebration, the outsiders will attack the 5 sealing planets with all their might, and all the experts above the Martial Emperor realm will be gathered there. This continent will be a battlefield for those below the Martial Emperor realm, and the largest battlefield will be the Tower of Resonating Light. Crown Prince Ming Hao won't interfere? Lu Yin asked. Ming Xiaoshu smiled. The sword sex Long Yun was also on the Shenwu continent, and both sides have their own trump cards. It's just a battle, so he won't interfere. However, I'm certain that any trial takers who attack the Tower of Resonating Light are finished. Not long after, Lu Yin left the study. He muttered to himself for a moment before looking in another direction. Ming Xiaoshu's voice rang out. Yanner is awake. Lu Yin thought for a moment, took a deep breath, and walked in that direction. The door to the study opened, and Ming Xiaoshu smiled as he watched Lu Yin's back. Emotions were the strongest poison to control this person, and there was no antidote. As long as Yanner was around, no matter how talented this kid was, he would serve Ming Xiaoshu in the future. Within Ming Yan's room, a maid was nervously attending to her, holding a cup. Does your head still hurt, princess? Ming Yan frowned and rubbed her forehead with both hands. Her head was in pain, and she could not remember what had happened. All she knew was that when she had fainted, she had seen Lu Yin turn around and shield her. Right, Luine, is he all right? Ming Yan hurriedly stood up and almost fell. The maid was about to support her when a figure appeared in front of her and hugged her. A familiar fragrance wafted into Lu Yin's nose as he hugged the beauty in his arms. At this moment, the world was within his grasp. Who are you? Let go of the princess. The maid was shocked, and she grabbed Lu Yin tightly, trying to push him away. Ming Yan stared blankly at the man who was hugging her. That familiar appearance, and that familiar scent. Lu Yin casually knocked the maid unconscious and hugged Ming Yan tightly. Does your head still hurt? Ming Yan looked at him for a while before suddenly remembering something. She pushed him away forcefully. It has nothing to do with you. She then sat back down on the bed and turned her head inward, refusing to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled bitterly, as he knew that she had recalled the scene from before. He sat down on the bed. I'm sorry. Ming Yan's eyes reddened, but she did not speak. Our identities are too different. We come from different regions, different cultures, and even have a 1,000-year-old blood feud between us. I don't want to hurt you, Lu Yin said bitterly. Ming Yan turned around and pursed her lips. I know. Lu Yin raised a hand and stroked Ming Yan's hair. But I won't give up on you. Ming Yan's eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Yin nervously. The anticipation in her eyes almost melted him, and he could not describe how he felt at that moment. He was being relied on, trusted, and looked forward to. From this moment on, this woman belonged to him, and there was one more person in his life. Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan tightly. I won't give up, I swear. Ming Yan smiled gently. Thank you. Suddenly, Ming Yan exclaimed, hurry up and leave. My father will discover you. You mean, my future father-in-law? Lu Yin teased. Ming Yan was embarrassed. What future father-in-law? Don't joke around. Hurry up and leave, my father will really discover you. Lu Yin smoothed her hair. Don't worry, he's the one who allowed me to see you. Ming Yan was shocked. How is that possible? My father hates foreigners. I have my ways. My future father-in-law is a man of great talent and foresight. You should understand your father, Lu Yin said gently. Ming Yan pondered for a moment before nodding. She seemed to have thought of something, but her brows furrowed unnaturally. She looked at Lu Yin worriedly. Did my father give you any conditions? Lu Yin hugged Ming Yan. Don't think too much. You are you, and your father is your father. I've already said that I won't give up on you. If your father goes back on his word one day, I'll snatch you away even if it means stealing. Ming Yan's lips curled up into a blissful smile. She had never been this happy in her entire life. No, this was bliss. At this moment, her face was rosy, and her beauty was indescribable. Lu Yin stared at her in a daze and subconsciously lowered his head. Their lips touched, and a moment of softness intoxicated both of them. A sudden clap of thunder shook the two awake. Ming Yan hurriedly pushed Lu Yin away and bashfully turned her back to him. You! How dare you! Lu Yin looked outside and knew that Ming Jiaoshu was warning him. He looked at Ming Yan's back reluctantly and then plucked a lock of his hair. Give me a lock of your hair. Ming Yan's body trembled, and she cut off a lock of her black hair without hesitation and handed it to Lu Yin. She didn't turn around, and Lu Yin didn't force her either. He placed his own lock of hair in her hands and solemnly accepted it. Remember, I won't give up on you. Never. Ming Yan gripped Lu Yin's hair tightly and smiled happily, but tears welled up in her eyes. She was smart, very smart, and knew how difficult it would be for the two of them to be together. However, she wouldn't give up on this sliver of hope. He wouldn't give up, and she wouldn't give up either, even if it meant forever. Lu Yin walked out of Ming Yan's room and looked up. How high and how wide the sky was. He stretched out his hand, and one day, he would be able to grasp it with one hand. The battle in Mingdu ended quickly. Lu Yin's exchange with Xianxia Day Night had been the most shocking, but it hadn't caused much damage to Mingdu compared to the others. Xianxia Day Night had managed to escape, but a large number of people that the Day Night clan had placed in Mingdu had been captured and killed. These people weren't important to Xianxia Day Night, as the Day Night clan had too many scapegoats. Brother Xianlong, you didn't succeed? A day-night girl in a room was shocked and in disbelief. The other members of the day-night clan were shocked as well. This operation had been almost guaranteed to succeed, and they had even sacrificed almost half of their scapegoats. Who would have thought that they would still fail? Compared to the others' shock and confusion, Xianlong Day-Night was very excited. He clenched his fists and couldn't suppress his excitement. It's him. I didn't expect to run into him so quickly. No wonder he defeated Yanqing. That palm was powerful. Brother Xianlong, who are you talking about? Someone asked. Xianlong Day-Night chuckled and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yin. Lu Yin, a few people exclaimed. Brother Xianlong, you ran into Lu Yin? Xianlong Day-Night clenched his fists and made a sound. Qingming Festival. Third update at 2 p.m. Thank you for your support. Thank you. What do you think? Is that person very strong? Someone asked. Xianlong Day-Night's eyes darkened, and his expression turned solemn. Very, very strong. Even though we only exchanged a single blow, his strength is at the peak of the Lamita realm. It's normal for Yanqing to not be his match. Even my day-night restoration technique was almost broken. The surrounding day-night clan members' expressions changed. Brother Xianlong's day-night restoration technique is invincible. It can't be broken. Xianlong Day-Night disdainfully replied, there's no such thing as an invincible technique. This Lu Yin almost destroyed my restoration technique with a single blow, and he's much stronger than Yanqing. If I hadn't been imprisoned in the ancestral grounds and improved my strength, I wouldn't have been able to fight him. Right now, it's still unknown who will win. Xianlong Day-Night's words shocked everyone. He could be considered the strongest Lamiter in the Day-Night clan, but for him to say such a thing showed just how strong Lu Yin was. It was no wonder why he could defeat the Sword Sex Lu Xiaoqiu and Night Queen Yanqing and become one of the top 4 in the Astral Combat Tournament. This person was terrifying. Those old fogies have good eyesight this time. Aside from me, no other Lamiter in the Day-Night clan is Lu Yin's match. It looks like we'll have some fun this time. Xianlong Day-Night was excited, and he really wanted to fight Lu Yin. That palm strike had been too strange, and no one had ever given him such a feeling before. It had almost broken his day-night restoration technique, and it had never been mentioned in the Day-Night clan's historical records. The matter of Lu Yin blocking Xianlong Day-Night's attack was suppressed by Ming Zhaoshu, who stood guard at the entrance as usual. 7 days passed. These 7 days were very calm, so calm that it was strange. Everyone seemed to be preparing for something. What disappointed Lu Yin was that he did not see Ming Yan again. She had probably been grounded, and she could not even walk through the entrance. Lu Yin was both disappointed and relieved. He really wanted to see Ming Yan, but he was also afraid of exposing himself in front of Li Zimo. Ming Zhaoshu had done the right thing. On the 8th day, Lu Yin and the rest were summoned back. The entire Ming vanguard left the Reverend King's residence, including Li Zimo. After leaving the residence, Lu Yin and the rest were ordered to put on blindfolds and other items that cut off their 5 senses. They were then brought to a cold, dark place. Li Zimo was the same. You've been brought to the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light, the monkey said. Lu Yin took off his blindfold. His surroundings were pitch black, but he could vaguely make out quite a few people. Li Zimo wasn't too far away from him, and this was the underground of the Tower of Resonating Light. This meant that these people were here to ambush Han Chong and the others. Both sides had a tacit understanding that the battle on the day of the celebration would be a battle of strength. From Han Chong's point of view, as long as they could defeat the Tower of Resonating Light and destroy the 5 sealing nodes, the experts from the outer realm would be able to swarm in and occupy Shenwu continent. To Crown Prince Ming Hao, this place would be a prison for the majority of the trial takers. Everyone, move out upon hearing the order. Everyone, rest here, Ming Zhaoqin's voice rang out. There were 13 levels to the Tower of Resonating Light. 5 of them were exposed above ground, which was the Tower of Resonating Light that everyone could see. The 8th level was hidden underground, and the lower one went, the wider the area. The 13th level was almost the size of the capital, and Ming Taijing had been buried on the 13th level. Lu Yin looked at the ground beneath his feet. An almighty powerhouse was buried some distance away from him, and there should be precious techniques, insights, and secret treasures there. It was a pity that he couldn't touch them. Ming Zhaoshu had said that even a hunter would find it difficult to survive in Ming Taijing's grave, and that should be the 13th level. Lu Yin's current location should be the 7th level. Crown Prince Ming Hao had revealed that the 5 sealing nodes were located at the bottom of the Tower of Resonating Light. Han Chong and the others only knew that it was on the 6th level, so the only way to ambush them would be on the 7th level. Of course, it was also possible that they had guessed that there was more than one level underground. Crown Prince Ming Hao was so confident that he could capture all of his attackers. Lu Yin was curious, and he looked around. The 7th level was very wide, and because it was hidden underground, it was very dark. Not a single ray of sunlight could be seen, and aside from the hard stone floor beneath his feet, he couldn't see anything else. However, his martial power was abundant, and it was almost boiling. It was enough to allow the Ming vanguard to remain in peak condition. "Strange, this place is very strange," the monkey said. Lu Yin couldn't speak, and he could only listen to the monkey muttering to himself. Aside from the abundant martial power, there's also a mixture of other energies, and they're all very large. This feels very similar to, how should I put it? Source boxes. Right, source boxes. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and a thought flashed through his mind. He suddenly recalled the 2 strange beast sculptures at the entrance of the Ming constables. Those were source boxes. There's no mistaking it. "We're surrounded by source boxes," the monkey exclaimed. "What do you mean?" Lu Yin used his martial power to seal off their surroundings. The monkey muttered, "It's not easy to explain. Let's put it this way. Think of the entire Tower of Resonating Light as a giant source box, and we're currently trapped inside." Lu Yin was astonished. "How is that possible? Source boxes can be used like that?" "Of course they can. Let me tell you something, you humans aren't the only ones with lockbreakers. Our astral beast domain has lockbreakers as well, and they can unlock treasures that have been sealed by the universe." "Your great marquis is a lockbreaker," the monkey said proudly. "You're a lockbreaker?" Lu Yin was truly shocked. A monkey was a lockbreaker? What a joke. The monkey sternly replied, "I'll warn you one more time, don't underestimate astral beasts, ever. Ever since the birth of the universe, astral beasts have existed for far longer than you humans. I've also said before that humans are actually a type of astral beast. In the eyes of astral beasts, humans are just a branch, and that's all. Anything that humans can do, astral beasts can do as well, and lockbreaking is no exception. In fact, there are many astral beasts with extraordinary innate gifts that far surpass humans when it comes to lockbreaking." "How can you lockbreak?" Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey was displeased. "What are you talking about? Your Grandpa Marquis control of star energy is extremely strong, and I'm just short of comprehending a domain. But that doesn't matter. Your Grandpa Marquis was born with 2 different colors, and I can clearly see changes in star energy that ordinary people cannot. Let me tell you something, according to your human classification of lockbreakers, your Grandpa Marquis is considered a 5-star discerning elementary lockbreaker." Lu Yin rolled his eyes, as he definitely did not believe the monkey. However, the monkey's eyes were very sharp, and Lu Yin knew that no disguise would be able to fool it. It was possible that the monkey could lockbreak. "So what you're saying is that we're all trapped in the giant Tower of Resonating Light?" Lu Yin asked. "Of course the Tower of Resonating Light isn't a source box, but there are source boxes around us that have formed a strange environment that's covered in energy. This environment might undergo a qualitative change and completely seal off the ground. It's really similar to the solid energy on the surface of a source box," the monkey explained. Lu Yin finally understood. It seemed that Ming Hao was planning to use this method to trap everyone, but where had he gotten so many source boxes? Was the Shenwu continent rich in source boxes? If we're really trapped in a source box, will we be able to escape? With lock-breaking techniques? Lu Yin asked. The monkey replied, "I'm not sure. That depends on the strength." Lu Yin's eyes flickered, and he closed them as he waited for the celebration to arrive. 3 days later, there was a huge explosion in the sky as fireworks bloomed in the sky above the capital. At the same time, all of the cities in the Shenwu Empire lit up with fireworks. The celebration had finally arrived. The reverent king, Ming Jiaoshu, was dressed in splendid attire as he led Ming Yan to the palace. Officials from all over the country converged like a river, and countless experts stood guard while the army sealed off the city gates. The entire country was celebrating on this day, but only the upper echelons knew that this was also the day of the final battle with the outsiders. Lu Ying stayed in the dark underground, unaware of what was happening in the outside world. Everyone was waiting for a possible battle to break out. After an unknown amount of time, the ground trembled, and a ray of light shot into the ground, followed by a violent sonic boom. Li Zimo unsheathed his sword, and his body flashed as he walked out of the ground, his blood spreading across the surface. Lu Ying opened his eyes and looked up. The top floor had cracked open, and dust was falling down. All of the Ming vanguard stood up and rushed out of the 7th floor. At the same time, the capital's palace was celebrating. Ming Zhaotian did not appear, and Crown Prince Ming Hao was overseeing the celebration. Ming Jiaoshu would occasionally look into the distance, in the direction of the Tower of Resonating Light. Ming Yan sat behind Ming Jiaoshu with a worried expression. Not too far away, Beiqing looked at Ming Yan with a burning gaze, but he was interrupted by a middle-aged man beside him. This person was the Empire's Minister of War, Bei Hong. On the other side, Finance Minister Ming Zhaokai was beaming from ear to ear. Behind him, Grandine Mavis, who had changed her name to Alan, stared at the woman sitting behind Crown Prince Ming Hao. She had never expected that Starsabil would actually sit there. This was too brazen and too ruthless. Suddenly, a crack extended high up in the sky, as if the sky had been split open. A boundless and terrifying aura poured down. Ming Hao's eyes flashed coldly. The 4 peaks surrounding the capital shone brightly as they simultaneously acted to block the shockwaves. They then rushed into the void, joining the battle. These 4 were not the only ones. Many figures within the capital also rushed into the sky, rushing towards the 5 sealing planets to fight the outsiders. Powerhouses from all over the Shenwu continent headed towards the 5 sealing planets. From the perspective of many, this was a tragic scene. Regardless of whether they had once been friends or foes, they were all fighting to the death for their hometowns. After today, who knew how many would be buried in space forever? Within the Tower of Resonating Light, dozens of trial takers rushed in with a simple goal: destroy the node at the base of the tower. As long as they could destroy the node, the Dark Mist Weave's powerhouses would invade, and the Shenwu continent would be finished. In a corner, Xianxia frowned. This shouldn't be happening. Even if the Dark Mist Weave was putting a lot of pressure on the Shenwu continent, it was impossible for there not to be any explorers left behind. This was the node of the 5 sealing planets, which was the most important location. They had already thought of a countermeasure before the attack, and they had even made preparations to face off against cruisers. So why wasn't there even a single explorer? Xianxia wasn't the only one who had thought of this. Han Chong and the other Hidden Day Night clan experts had also thought of this possibility. However, they had already arrived, and there was no turning back. Lu Ying stopped one of the trial takers, but he did not end the battle so easily. Instead, he dragged the trial taker along to observe the battlefield. The trial taker was bewildered. He had clearly used all of his strength, but he was still unable to finish off the person in front of him. Furthermore, this bastard's eyes kept darting around, and it was obvious that he did not take the trial taker seriously. Die, you bastard! Lu Ying took a few steps back and frowned at the inexplicably angry man in front of him. What's wrong? 3rd update, thank you for your support. Thank you. What's wrong? The man laughed in anger. Do you think I'm a sparring partner? Show me your true abilities. Lu Yin's gaze swept over to Xianxia, who was standing in the corner, and he quickly attacked. The man only saw a blur before the sky darkened, and he lost consciousness. He had been knocked unconscious by Lu Ying. There was a loud boom as the ground shook, and a beam of sword chi swept out, instantly killing a trial taker. Li Zimo was unstoppable. Native, die. A day-night man rushed out and pressed down on Li Zimo. Black and white alternated within his palm, causing quite a few people around him to faint. Li Zimo's eyes lit up, and he flipped his sword around, brushing past the day-night man. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground with a bone-deep gash on his chest. There was a whoosh as an enormous pressure pressed down on Li Zimo's head, causing his hair to stand on end. He subconsciously retreated, and the 6th level of the Tower of Resonating Light was destroyed. Xianlong Day Night walked out of the dust and stared at Li Zimo. "You're not bad." Li Zimo's gaze trembled, he was an absolute expert. The two did not waste any words and charged towards each other. The next moment, the area within a kilometer became a no-man's land, as no one dared to join their battle. Of the 3 commanders of the Ming vanguard, only Li Zimo was a Lemiter. The other 2 were explorers who had gone to the 5 sealing planets. However, their vice-commanders were also Lemiters, and they were able to block the trial-takers' attacks. It wasn't just the Ming vanguard, the defenses of the Tower of Resonating Light were not weak to begin with, and there were even experts who were on the list of tempering. Even the trial-takers could not take them down quickly. The 6th level was very wide, and the battlefield was not concentrated. All the trial-takers' goal was to rush to the next level. Luyin shuttled through the battlefield and appeared in front of Xianxia. She was shocked and instinctively used her water god's robe to protect herself, but it was torn apart by Lu Yin's single palm. Xianxia was shocked, and at the same time, she thought of Luyin. Although his appearance had changed, it had not changed by much, and there were not many people who could easily tear apart her water god's robe. "You're Luyin?" Xianxia shouted as she cautiously retreated. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. "You didn't tell me that you were going to attack the Tower of Resonating Light. I didn't know before I came to the capital." "Is that so?" Luyin did not pursue the matter. "If you have any last words, then hurry up and say them. Since you helped me infiltrate the Ming constables, I can help you pass them on to the Frostmoon sect." Xianxia's eyes turned cold as she took a few steps back. "You want to kill me?" "It's not me, it's Ming Hao. Don't you know?" The news that the Tower of Resonating Light was a node for the 5 sealing planets was leaked by Ming Hao, and your attack on the Tower of Resonating Light was a tacit agreement between the Dark Mist Weave and the Shenwu continent. This battle is very tacit, and you're just pawns. Xianxia frowned. "No one dares to use us as pawns, and Dark Mistweave is no exception." Luyin laughed. "The Dark Mistweave contains the darkest powers in the entire universe. They might not be able to compare to the Innerverse Chaos Flow Zone in terms of power, but they're not lacking in temperament at all. If they pretend that they don't know anything, then what can you do? This is a trial, not a game." "How do you know?" "What else do you know?" Xianxia was puzzled. This person in front of her had to use her connections to enter the Ming constables, so how did he know so much? Luyin looked into the distance and vaguely saw Han Chong flash by. He thought for a moment before saying, "Something is about to happen. You're on your own now." He then left. Xianxia was not sure if Luyin really knew something or if he was just trying to deceive her. If what he said was true, then there was a hidden hand controlling the trial takers from the Shenwu continent. They were betting their lives on whether or not they could break the Tower of Resonating Light. If they could break it, then the credit would go to that person. If they couldn't, then that person might not even show up. Xianxia, Han Chong, and the people from the Day-Night clan were all pawns of that person. Impossible, no one would treat them like pawns. However, Xianxia thought about it for a while and suddenly realized a problem. If all the trial takers were attacking the Tower of Resonating Light at the same time, then who was the one leading them? Han Chong? Impossible, as this group of people had only just arrived. If they could gather information about the Tower of Resonating Light and organize so many people, then they must have been planning this for a long time. Who could it be? Han Chong entered the 7th level of the Tower of Resonating Light. He easily dodged 2 long blades that slashed at him, and with a wave of his hand, he used his martial power to crush the 2 Ming vanguards in front of him. Everything was pitch black as far as the eye could see, and only the light from the 6th level illuminated the area. Where was the node? On the 6th level, the battle between Li Zimo and Xianlong Day Night was becoming more and more intense. Li Zimo's sword chi was becoming more and more frequent, and he was already using his full strength. However, Xianlong Day Night was still handling the situation with ease, and there was not a single scratch on his body. At This moment, Li Zimo's shock was indescribable. As the second on the list of tempering, there should be no one in the martial king realm who was a match for him aside from the mysterious number one. Li Zimo had encountered many outsiders over the years, and no one in the same realm had been a match for him. However, the man in front of him was too terrifying. Li Zimo could not even injure him, let alone defeat him. Xianlong Dainite grinned and tore open his outer robes. Your swordsmanship isn't bad. Come, slash at me. He pointed at his chest in an arrogant manner. Li Zimo sheathed his sword and stared at Xianlong Dainite. He flipped the hilt of his sword over. How arrogant. He tapped his foot lightly and slashed out. The surroundings fell silent, as this attack seemed to isolate the space around it. It was stronger than any of his previous attacks, and it even surpassed Lu Xiaoqiu's second sword of the 13 swords. This was the silent sword, Li Zimo's strongest attack. Xianlong Dainite had been careless. He had thought that Li Zimo had already used his full strength, but he had not expected this to be his strongest attack. Xianlong Dainite's chest was torn open, and blood splattered across the ground. He jumped onto a broken rock and looked at Xianlong Dainite. Should he take this opportunity to kill him? Drip, drip, drip. Fresh blood splattered across the ground, and Xianlong Dainite lowered his head as he felt the pain in his chest. He slowly turned around. Not bad, kid. You're the first Lamiter to injure me. Li Zimo's eyes trembled as he watched the wound on Xianlong Dainite's chest gradually disappear. In just a few seconds, it returned to its original state. Aside from the flowing blood, there were no other signs of injury. How was this possible? Lu Yin's scalp went numb. What was this? What a familiar technique. I think I've seen it before in the records of the border war, the monkey said. It's a technique from the Dainite clan, Lu Yin whispered. The monkey exclaimed, I remember now. It's the Dainite restoration technique. Someone actually managed to cultivate this heaven-defying technique. You know about it? Lu Yin was puzzled. The monkey replied, I've seen many powerhouses' records, and one of them mentioned the Dainite restoration technique. A long time ago, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, a heaven-defying genius appeared in the Dainite clan. As an explorer, he battled against 5 cruiser realm astral beasts. The battle lasted for several days, and in the end, it ended with 5 deaths. The 4 cruiser realm astral beasts and the Dainite genius perished together. Only one person survived, and that person was that powerhouse. He mentioned the Dainite restoration technique in detail. The monkey paused for a moment before continuing, this technique doesn't cultivate a battle technique, but rather, a recovery ability that's almost abnormal. If a person's recovery ability is rated at 10, then after successfully cultivating this technique, their recovery ability can rise to 100, 1,000, or even 10,000. Any injury can be instantly healed, and it's extremely abnormal. The only reason we were able to kill that Dainite genius was because we had been able to drag things out. Lu Yin was shocked. There's such a technique? Then wouldn't that guy be invincible as well? More or less. In any case, no one at the same level as him can kill him. The longer you cultivate this technique, the stronger your body will become in all aspects, and you'll become infinitely stronger. It's very, very abnormal. That powerhouse wrote in his records that anyone who cultivates the Dainite restoration technique must be killed without giving them a chance to grow, the monkey said solemnly. Recovery ability? That sounded familiar. Right, the arcane art of life and death. He remembered that the arcane art of life and death could greatly increase one's strength by suppressing the body's recovery ability and converting it into strength. It was the exact opposite of the Dainite restoration technique. Lu Yin suddenly recalled something. No wonder he'd felt a sense of suppression when he'd clashed with Xianlong Dainite. Could it be that the arcane art of life and death was suppressing the Dainite restoration technique? If that was the case, then Lu Yin looked at the distant Xianlong Dainite. This guy was too unlucky. Lu Yin had successfully cultivated the arcane art of life and death, which no one else had been able to cultivate for countless years. He was probably the only person in the universe who could counter the Dainite restoration technique. As Xianlong Dainite's body recovered, Li Zimo gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. No matter how strong Lu Yin's attacks were, they were useless. Xianlong Day Night looked like he was ready to die together with Lu Yin. Not long after, a crack appeared on Li Zimo's longsword, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The defensive forces within the Tower of Resonating Light were gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. Lu Yin did not want Li Zimo to be killed, and more importantly, he could not allow Li Zimo to die at the hands of the Day Night clan. Otherwise, this result would be enough for Xianlong Day Night to join the Outerverse Youth Council. He then used Flash to rush into the battlefield and casually picked up a boulder to smash at Xianlong Day Night. Xianlong Day Night waved his hand, and the boulder shattered. His cold gaze swept over Lu Yin. Lu Yin lowered his head and smashed the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Xianlong Day Night was disdainful. Child's play. Li Zimo looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "You're not allowed to interfere. Leave." Lu Yin wanted to say something, but a voice rang out beside his ear. At the same time, Li Zimo heard it as well. The two looked at each other and then rushed towards the 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light. At the same time, the Ming Vanguard and the other Shenwu continent experts who had been defending the Tower of Resonating Light retreated one after another. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and she had a bad premonition. "Brother Xianlong, this is a trap. They're trying to trap us here." Xianlong Day Night looked up. "That will depend on their abilities." He then leapt up and rushed towards the 5th level with Lu Yin and the rest. Li Zimo swung his sword in an attempt to stop Xianlong Day Night, but Xianlong Day Night was not the only one who knew the Day Night restoration technique. His extreme speed was also astonishing, and it exceeded the expectations of Li Zimo and the rest. By the time Li Zimo and the rest reached the 5th level, Xianlong Day Night was right behind them. Besides them, there were a few other trial takers who had also reached the 5th level. "Beat him down." Li Zimo barked as he attacked Xianlong Day Night. Lu Yin also attacked at the same time, sending a palm towards Xianlong Day Night. Xianlong Day Night snorted and punched out with both fists. Black and white intersected. This was the Day Night punch. With a bang, Li Zimo's longsword shattered, and he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Lu Yin's palm collided with Xianlong Day Night's fist, and there was a loud bang. A shockwave spread out in all directions and suppressed the Day Night experts who had been rushing up. This scene shocked everyone, including Li Zimo. He had not expected Lu Yin to be able to block Xianlong Day Night's punch. Lu Yin himself was stunned as well. He had not used any strength in his attack, as he had been afraid that Xianlong Day Night would recognize him. However, the moment they had collided, the power within his body had rushed out uncontrollably, as if trying to suppress the Day Night restoration technique. Xianlong Day Night stared at Lu Yin. "It's you." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not good. He had pressed forward without thinking, not giving Xianlong Day Night a chance to speak. At the same time, the void distorted as surging martial power swept out, mixing with all sorts of energy. It formed a visible barrier that isolated the 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light and sealed off the 6th level. Within the 6th level, Xianxia had wanted to rush up as well, but she had been knocked back down by the shockwaves from the clash between Lu Yin and Xianlong Day Night. It was too late for her to try again, and she could only watch helplessly as the 6th level was sealed off. Han Chong rushed out from the 7th level and waved his hands, using his martial power to draw mountains and rivers that attacked the energy seal. However, it was useless, as the seal did not budge at all. "Brother Han, where are the nodes?" "As long as we destroy them, Shenwu continent will be finished." "Someone will come and save us," one of the trial takers asked. Han Chong's expression turned ugly. "The area below is too large, so I couldn't find them." Xianxia recalled Lu Yin's words, and her heart sank. However, she could not say anything at this time, as that would damage the trial taker's morale. She could only treat Lu Yin's words as a lie and continue searching with hope. "Everyone, let's see if we can break the seal," a woman shouted. Her rallying power was quite good, and more than 10 trial takers immediately responded to her call and attacked upwards. However, the seal did not budge at all. "It's useless unless a lockbreaker acts." This is a strange seal formed by the materialization of various energies. "Only a lockbreaker can break it," Han Chong said as he stared at the 5th level. There was only one lockbreaker out of all the trial takers, and that was Lu Yin. Let's go find the nodes, someone suggested. Since they dared to seal us, then they're not afraid that we'll find the nodes. It'll just be a futile effort, someone else retorted. Are we supposed to just sit here and wait for death? Stop arguing. We can only try our luck and try to find the nodes. That is the only way out. Han Chong shouted as he rushed down to the 7th level. The others had no choice but to follow in. The 5th level was still embroiled in an intense battle, and 7 trial takers had rushed out. Aside from Xianlong Day-Night, there were 2 other Day-Night clan experts and 5 trial takers fighting with the Shenwu continent's experts. Both sides had suffered heavy losses during the fierce battle on the 6th level, and there were only a few dozen experts from the Shenwu continent who were still capable of fighting. Among them, there were 4 experts from the list of tempering, and the 5th level was almost torn apart. Boom Luyin and Xianlong Day-Night both retreated at the same time and stared at each other. With a whoosh, Li Zimo swung his sword at Xianlong Day-Night as he switched to another sword. Xianlong Day-Night flicked his finger and deflected the blade before retreating a few meters. He sneered, "Idiot. You can't even tell friend from foe." Li Zimo paused and frowned. He turned back to look at Luyin with a wary expression. He was well aware of Xianlong Day-Night's strength, and even he had found it difficult to resist him. However, this person was actually able to fight evenly with him. When had such a powerhouse appeared on the Shenwu continent? Who are you? Li Zimo stared at Luyin coldly as he pointed his sword at him. Luyin knew that he couldn't hide this any longer. Commander Li, it doesn't matter who I am. The person in front of you is our greatest enemy. He's a genuine outsider, and the Ming Vanguard's responsibility is to eradicate them. Xianlong Day-Night laughed maniacally. Luyin, you're still trying to hide? How dare an outsider like you infiltrate the Ming constables? Li Zimo's eyes were cold as he stared at Luyin. Luyin sighed. I thought that the Day-Night clan was full of arrogant bastards, but you're quite straightforward. Xianlong Day-Night was disdainful. Don't compare me to those idiots. He then looked at Li Zimo. Sword user, this is interesting. Who do you want to deal with? Li Zimo's eyes narrowed. Both of them. Arrogant. Luyin and Xianlong Day-Night attacked Li Zimo at the same time. After all, they were both outsiders and could be considered to be on the same side. Li Zimo was not weak, and they wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. They could not delay it until other experts arrived. Li Zimo's eyes were cold as he faced the attacks of 2 powerful experts. He lowered his sword and swept it across, his body following the sword's trajectory. With a bang, Lu Yin's sword was shattered while Li Zimo was struck in the abdomen by Xianlong Day-Night. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to one knee. Li Zimo was already slightly weaker than the 2 of them, so this was a normal outcome. Luyin was about to attack again when Li Zimo shouted, "Kill me. You 2 are also enemies." Xianlong Day-Night's eyes widened as he watched Luyin attack Li Zimo's back. He punched out, but Luyin suddenly turned around. I knew that the Day-Night clan was unreliable. Boom. The 5th level almost collapsed, and Luyin was forced back several steps by Xianlong Day-Night's punch. He waved his right hand, causing a shockwave to sweep out as 5-lined battle force erupted from his body. A dark golden light illuminated the 5th level, shocking everyone present. At this moment, there were less than 10 people fighting. The trial takers and the Shenwu continent's experts were evenly matched. Crown Prince Ming Hao had not arranged for too many experts in order not to alert the trial takers. Thus, without that seal, the Shenwu continent's experts would not have been able to stop the trial takers. Even so, the 2 sides were still evenly matched. Lu Yin's explosive strength shocked the 5th level and attracted everyone's attention. Today, I'll show you my true strength. Lu Yin's eyes were cold as he used flash to appear in front of Xianlong Day-Night and pressed down with a palm. When he had broken through to the Lamita realm, the Rainmaster had helped him upgrade his 9 stacks to 13 stacks. 13 stacks, 20-fold shockwave palm. Day-Night restoration technique. Bang bang bang. A berserk shockwave swept through the 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light like a python that had lost control, causing the entire level to collapse. The ground trembled, and the soldiers guarding the perimeter of the Tower of Resonating Light all retreated as they watched the tower collapse. At the same time, within the palace, Ming Hao turned around. His eyes flashed, but he resisted the urge to act. In another direction, Long Yin leaned against a mountain wall. As long as Ming Hao and the other explorers acted, he would act as well. Within the palace, Ming Zhaoshu stopped drinking for a moment before continuing. Starsibyl's expression changed, as she could sense an unusual aura. Grand Aini Mavis looked up from behind Ming Zhaoshu. The collapse of the Tower of Resonating Light had attracted the attention of many experts, but no one intervened. This was because the battle in the void was expanding, and the sky was constantly cracking. Even Mingdu was affected by the shockwaves, and Ming Zhaoshu had to defend himself from time to time. The sky above the Shenwu continent seemed to be cracking apart, as if it was the end of the world. The 5th level of the Tower of Resonating Light had been completely destroyed, as had the upper 4 levels. Lu Yin had heavily injured Xianlong Day Night with a single palm strike, causing him to fall miserably onto the solidified energy seal. The seal had only cracked a little after withstanding Lu Yin's palm strike, but it quickly recovered. Li Zimo lowered his hand and looked at Lu Yin in shock. That palm strike had caused his heart to palpitate, and it was definitely not something he could withstand. He looked at Xianlong Day Night, who had collapsed onto the seal, and saw that there was a deep imprint on his chest that had almost pierced through. He looked like he was dead. The others stared at Lu Yin in shock. Where had this freak come from? When Lu Yin had been a melder, he had used the 9 stacks, 17-fold shockwave palm to defeat Night Queen Yanqing. Although Xianlong Day Night was stronger than Night Queen Yanqing and had the Day-Night Restoration technique, Xianlong Day Night was still lucky to have survived Lu Yin's full-strength palm strike, which was a Lemeter. Lu Yin panted heavily, as that palm strike had consumed a lot of his energy. 13 stacks was not easy to use, and he had not wanted to give Xianlong Day Night a chance to recover, which was why he had used his full strength. His right arm was hurting. He looked at Li Zimo and said, "I'm sorry for lying to you, but we all serve different masters." He then used Flash Step to charge at Li Zimo. Li Zimo naturally would not resign himself to his fate. He blocked with his sword and attacked in all directions, but to Lu Yin, who was using the serious technique, there were still too many openings in his sword chi. His right palm swept past the sword chi blockade and slammed into Li Zimo's back. Li Zimo's entire body was pressed down, and he collapsed onto the energy seal just like Xianlong Day Night. Everyone else was stunned, as they did not know what to do. The 2 Day-Night experts were furious. "How dare you, Lu Yin?" Lu Yin sneered and used Flash Step at extreme speed. In just a few seconds, there was no one left standing on the 5th level besides him. He had single-handedly swept through the entire 5th level, defeating both Xianlong Day Night and Li Zimo. Was there anyone in the Lemeter realm who could match him? He did not know, but he was certain that none of the Day-Night clan's Lemeters were his match. "Bro, 7th bro, I admire you so much. My admiration for you is like a torrential river, and it's also like..." "Shut up," Lu Yin growled. The monkey's voice was sometimes very annoying. "7th bro, do you really not know what it means to defeat the Day-Night Restoration technique? That's the Day-Night Restoration technique, and you knocked him out with a single palm? Damn, if the Day-Night clan finds out, they'll all jump into a river," the monkey boasted. Lu Yin looked at his own palm. He was indeed stronger than Xianlong Day Night, but he should not have been able to defeat the Day-Night Restoration technique with a single palm strike. He had probably relied on the arcane life-death technique to suppress the Day-Night Restoration technique. Otherwise, even if he had defeated Xianlong Day Night, he would not have been able to heavily injure Xianlong Day Night. Lu Yin did not waste any more words with the monkey. He quietly stood above the energy seal and looked at the 6th level, waiting for Han Chong and the others to arrive. There was definitely a connection between the Dark Mist Weave's large-scale attack and the Tower of Resonating Light. Lu Yin was not worried that Ming Zhao Tian and the others would return, as the outcome of the battle in outer space would depend on this place. Han Chong and the others were too important. Even if the Dark Mist Weave wanted to use them as pawns, it was unlikely that they would actually sacrifice them. Otherwise, they would face the wrath of many Innerverse powers, and the losses would outweigh the gains. Not long after, a figure appeared on the 6th level. It was a trial taker who could not find the node. The trial taker looked up and saw Lu Yin through the energy seal. At this point, Lu Yin had already returned to his original appearance, and the trial taker felt that he looked familiar. After looking at him for a while, his eyes suddenly went wide. You're Luin? Luin smiled as he looked down. The energy was transparent, and he could clearly see the trial taker's shocked expression. May I ask who you are? Spirit Seal Flow Zone, Watermoon Villas in Xianxia, the trial taker said. After he finished speaking, he suddenly saw Xianlong Day Night lying on top of the energy seal. The trial taker's eyes shrank, and he looked at Xianxia with fear. Since Brother Lu isn't trapped, why aren't you leaving? Xianxia probed. Luin smiled. I'll tell you later. Xianxia looked at Luin deeply, but he didn't think too much about it. He sat down, as there was no point in thinking too much. Soon after, another man appeared. He was just as surprised as Xianxia at Lu Yin's presence. May I know who you are? Luin asked. Chaos Flow Zone, Astral Mountains Alfonso. Then, a woman appeared. May I know who you are? Barred Weave, Even Ground Palaces Doro. May I know who you are? Suna Weave, Moksword Sexture Sandao. May I know who you are? Ascension Flow Zone, Sun Family's Sun Jiong. Those who dared to participate in the Outerverse trial were all extraordinary people. Even so, Luin had not expected so many powers to be gathered here. There were more than 10 powers from both the Outerverse and Innerverse, including Han Chong's Han family and Yu Xianzi's Frostmoon sect. If these people died here, the Dark Mistweave would be in turmoil. Luin was even more certain that these people had backup plans, but he was also certain that the defenses of this place far exceeded their expectations. This was where Ming Taijing had been buried. Luin, you haven't left? Yu Xianzi looked outside the energy seal in shock. She glanced over and saw Xianlong Day Night. Her eyes narrowed, and she looked at Luin warily. This person was becoming more and more terrifying. Han Chong also appeared, and he was stunned when he saw Luin. He then smiled. Brother Lu, this is the second time we've met on Shenwu continent, right? Luin nodded. I didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. Han Chong glanced at Xianlong Day Night. This person's strength was rarely seen, and he was even stronger than Night Queen Yanqing. Even Han Chong wasn't confident in being able to defeat him, but he had actually been defeated by Luin. Han Chong sighed and shook his head. The Day-Night clan racked their brains to let the 4 of us enter the Shenwu continent in order to avenge Xianlong Day Night. Unfortunately, they still lost. Brother Lu's strength far exceeds their expectations. You're just a Lameter. In the eyes of the Day-Night clan, you're nothing more than an ant. Lu. Yin was not arrogant, as he was speaking the truth. There were too many experts in the Day-Night clan, and Night King Zhenwu was always at the top of the younger generation. There were even more powerhouses from the older generation. This clan's foundation was unfathomable. What the F***ck are you talking about? Are you done blabbering on? Hurry up and let us out, a man said unhappily from nearby. He was from the Blazing Mist Flow Zone and had good relations with the Blaze Realm. He had always disliked Luin. The others looked at him strangely. Was there something wrong with his brain? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Brother Han, please tell this fellow to shut up. Han Chong did not even turn around as he casually swatted the man down. That person's power level was comparable to an area master at most, and he was knocked unconscious without even being able to retaliate. Brother Lu, since you've been waiting here, you must have something to say to everyone, Han Chong asked with a gentle expression. Luin calmly replied, first of all, everyone has been sealed. I have a suggestion. Try your best to find a way to help everyone out, but everyone must come to an agreement with me and do one thing for me to the best of your abilities. Of course, this is excluding things that go against your principles. Han Chong's eyes flashed. Such as? Luin shook his head. I haven't thought about it yet. Han Chong fell silent. This was a promise, and he could not casually agree to it. The others looked at each other, and then Xianxia spoke up. Brother Lu, if we're able to leave on our own, would you stop us? Everyone stared at Luin. Luin smiled. You're all underestimating me. Please do as you wish. Yu Xianzi blinked. That's not right. Is this really Luin? Her impression of Luin was that he was not a gentleman, and he would not waste any time if he could take advantage of others. He had even robbed many people in the past, and he had even taken liberties with Xiu. This guy was not that different from a scoundrel. Would he not stop them? Only a fool would believe that. Seventh bro, are you really not going to stop them? From the looks of it, that guy has some confidence in getting out, the monkey said. Luin did not reply. On the 6th level, and Xiaohua took a deep breath and solemnly retrieved something from his cosmic ring with a solemn expression. Everyone stared at him, and when they saw what it was, they all had strange expressions. Lu Yin's brows rose. Brethren, if I'm not wrong, is that a loudspeaker in your hand? And Xiaohua snickered and took out another item. It was another loudspeaker, but it was much larger than the previous one. He put the two loudspeakers together and then took out another one. Just like that, under everyone's strange gazes, and Xiaohua sighed. It's done. What appeared before everyone's eyes was an enormous loudspeaker made up of dozens of loudspeakers that were pointed upwards. Daro from Bardweave was surprised. Are you going to call for help? And Xiaohua was speechless. Of course not. My Watermoon Villa has a battle technique that can be transmitted through sound. I have a brother hiding in Mingdu, and as long as my voice is transmitted, we can use his strength to break the seal. He's an explorer, so he should be able to break the seal. Everyone was surprised that such a battle technique existed. Interesting. Luin was surprised as well. The universe was truly filled with all sorts of strange things, and even such a battle technique existed. Brother Han, according to our agreement, if an explorer appears, you'll be in charge. That shouldn't be a problem, right? And Xiaohua asked Han Chong. Han Chong's expression was solemn. As long as the seal is broken and an explorer appears, I'll be in charge. Alright, then I'll begin. And Xiaohua took a deep breath, and under everyone's astonished gazes, he shouted into the loudspeaker, boom. The loud sound was transmitted through the solidified energy. It was not an offensive sound wave, but it was very loud. Even Luin was startled. The monkey was even more furious. That bastard scared me. Outside the Tower of Resonating Light, a series of boom shocked the surrounding troops, and they all looked towards the tower. At the same time, 1,000 meters away from the Tower of Resonating Light, a man was lying on a tree. When he heard the sound, his eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth. Boom. It was the same sound, but this time it came from the man's mouth. An enormous amount of martial power swept through the void and viciously struck the Tower of Resonating Light. In Mingdu's imperial palace, Ming Hao's expression changed, and he suddenly stood up. He picked up a cup and threw it out. The cup pierced through the void and landed outside the Tower of Resonating Light, smashing towards the man. The man did not seem to care, and the sound wave that carried his martial power heavily struck the solidified energy seal. There was a loud bang, and the Tower of Resonating Light trembled. Luin took several steps back and stared in shock at the impact. Everyone stared at the area where the attack had struck, but there were no changes. And Xiaohua's expression changed. How is this possible? Again, Han Chong growled. We'll attack at the same time and coordinate from the inside. Okay, and Xiaohua replied. Boom. Outside the Tower of Resonating Light, the man was struck by the cup and spat out a mouthful of blood. When he heard another boom from inside, he gritted his teeth and roared as well. His martial power swept out again, forming a visible storm that smashed towards the Tower of Resonating Light. Inside the Imperial Palace, Ming Hao sneered. You don't know what's good for you. He then took out a chopstick and threw it out. Boom. The explorer cooperated with Han Chong and the rest, and two enormous forces viciously struck the same spot on the energy seal. At this moment, Luin was slightly worried. Han Chong's strength was definitely not weaker than an explorer's, and with Xianxia and the rest, the group inside the Tower of Resonating Light was comparable to at least 2 explorers. Including the one outside, there were 3 explorers attacking at the same time, and the seal might not be able to hold them. Crack! The seal cracked open. Lu Yin's brows rose. Sure enough, an attack of this strength could break the seal. However, Ming Hao did not appear and allowed the explorer outside to attack. It was clear that he had a backup plan. Suddenly, 5 strange sculptures rose into the air and floated above the 5th level, right above Lu Yin's head. The 5 sculptures connected together, causing the energy seal to suddenly repair itself and become incomparably tough, forming an even more powerful seal. Lu Yin's pupil shrank, as this scene reminded him of the 5 sealing planets. Could this seal be the same as the one that had sealed the 5 sealing planets? Those 5 sculptures were source boxes, which made Lu Yin think of a terrifying possibility. The 5 sealing planets couldn't be 5 incomparably enormous source boxes, right? Impossible. How could there be source boxes that big? Lu Yin did not have much time to think, as the newly repaired seal completely extinguished Han Chong and the rest's hopes. The explorer outside had his abdomen pierced through by a chopstick, and he fell limp to the ground. He was quickly caught, as he was just an ordinary explorer and was much weaker than Ming Hao. Ming Hao did not even need to show himself to deal with him. However, before he could be taken away, Long Yin intervened and took the explorer away. Ming Hao did not stop him, as the Tower of Resonating Light was his main priority. When he saw that no one was able to break the seal, Lu Yin relaxed and looked down. Coincidentally, Xianxia looked up and met Lu Yin's gaze. When she saw Lu Yin smile, her face sank. Bastard, he's rejoicing in our misfortune. Brother Lu, we can talk about your conditions now, Han Chong said to Lu Yin. His tone was gentle, as if he did not care about what had just happened. And Xiaohua's mouth twitched. Brother Han, why are you talking about conditions with him? Do you think he can break the seal? Han Chong seriously replied, I believe that he can. Han Chong's words were very certain, and even Lu Yin was surprised. Before the 5 sculptures had formed the seal, Lu Yin was confident that he could break it, but now, he was no longer confident. However, Han Chong was even more confident than he was. I've already said that I'd like everyone to help me with something. This is my condition, Lu Yin said. Sure, Sandow of the Moke Sword sect looked up. No matter what it is? Rumor has it that in the Astral Combat Academy, Brother Lu's relationship with the Day-Night clan isn't good. You even beat up Zhanglong Day-Night's group. If Brother Lu wants the organizations behind us to deal with the Day-Night clan, then we can't do it, Alfonso of Chaos Flowzone Star Astral Mountain said coldly. Lu Yin smiled. Of course, I'm not asking you to deal with the Day-Night clan. Let me put it this way, as long as the organizations behind you are able to do it, you have to help me with something. Is that enough? Of course, everyone has to swear an oath. Everyone fell silent. Although swearing an oath was just a matter of words, it was still a shackle to cultivators, except for those who went back on their word. Anyone who kept their word would be affected if they went back on their word. This sort of oath didn't seem binding, but it was more binding than anything else for those who wanted to cultivate to a higher realm. Alright, I can promise Brother Lu. Han Chong was the first to agree. Lu Yin felt strange. Why was this guy being so friendly to him? Xianxia felt strange. Brother Han, you're not an actor, are you? The others also looked at Han Chong strangely. Han Chong was too tolerant of Lu Yin, and he was also too friendly to him. Han Chong smiled. Some people can become close friends with a single meeting, while others can't communicate wholeheartedly for the rest of their lives. I think that Brother Lu is to my liking. Hey, this guy can't have fallen for you, right? How disgusting. The monkey's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Lu Yin was speechless, and he looked at the others. What about you guys? It's best if you do it quickly. Crown Prince Ming Hao's group might appear at any time, and even the explorers among the trial takers might not be able to stop them. I agree, Xianxia said. The others looked at each other and agreed one after another. Lu Yin nodded. Alright, then swear it. You'll have to write it down. Write it down? Lu Yin, who do you think we are? Since we've made a promise, we'll definitely keep it. Sun Jiong from Heaven Ascension Flowzone was furious. Lu Yin shrugged. Sorry, but I don't believe in verbal promises. Sun Jiong's expression turned ugly. Brother Han, how can you approve of such a person? Han Chong smiled and very naturally took out a piece of paper from his cosmic ring to write. The others had no choice but to do the same. Lu Yin was very satisfied, as the universe was very realistic. To the organizations behind these people, benefits were more important than anything else. Even if they gave up on nurturing an elite disciple, they could just nurture another one. The oath only bound the person making the oath, not the organization behind them. Luin didn't want to be played by others. Of course, even if he wrote it down, it wouldn't bind the organization behind them. However, it was still a method, and he didn't have any other methods. Things like oaths depended on one's strength. Even if these oaths weren't enough to bind the organizations behind them, they would be useful when Luin became stronger. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That's right, why hadn't he thought of this before? He needed to collect more oaths, as they would be useful in the future. Brother Han, please keep it for me, Luin said. The others threw their credentials to Han Chong unhappily. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that Han Chong was Lu Yin's puppet. The 5 sculptures had formed a layout similar to the 5 sealing planets that sealed off the 6th level of the Tower of Resonating Light. This was the first time that Luin had seen such a layout, and he wasn't very confident in succeeding. However, he still had to give it a try. With the giant emperor's third eye in hand, 9 stars began to revolve around his body. Lu Yin's eyes blossomed with light as he looked at the solidified energy seal. Like the other source boxes, he saw a vast ocean, but it was different from the other source boxes he had seen before. The ocean in front of him was flowing, and on the surface, there was only a layer of solidified energy seal. In reality, there was a formless energy flowing between the 5 statues, forming a strange force field. This was the first time that Luin had seen such a force field. Generally speaking, a source box of this level only exists on the surface of a boundless advanced source box. That type of source box has a life of its own, and it's very unique. There are even some boundless advanced source boxes that can give birth to unique things. 7th bro, this seal isn't something that you can come into contact with, the monkey said. Solemnly. Luin stared at the 5 giant statues. This is a man-made seal. We should be able to break through it. The adorable monkey tattoo on his arm glowed brightly. You can't do it. Don't blame me for discouraging you, but you really can't do it. I still have to try. Lu Yin's tone was firm. He had a lock-breaking tool, serious arts, and Karen's lock-breaking experience. He really wanted to give it a try. He was becoming more and more like a true lockbreaker, and whenever he encountered a difficult source box, he would always want to give it a try. Luin pressed both hands against the solidified energy seal, and a surge of martial power swept across his face, forming layers of ripples that rippled outwards. In an instant, the solidified energy seal began to ripple. Everyone watched this scene excitedly. They had tried their best to attack, but to no avail. However, when Luin made a move, there was actually a reaction. This was a lockbreaker's ability, and it was extraordinary. At this moment, in Lu Yin's eyes, the vast ocean of energy in front of him suddenly churned with waves, forming a strange image of turbulent waves. Others could not see this scene, and only powerhouses like Han Chong, who had comprehended a domain, could sense it. Even ordinary lockbreakers could not see it. This was a scene that only powerhouses with serious arts could see. Pfft! Luin spat out a mouthful of blood. The 5 statues had used the energy seal on the sourcebox's surface to form a sea of energy to enter him. The monkey was right, as this was not something that Luin could come into contact with at his current level. Even a perceptive intermediate lockbreaker might not be able to unlock a seal of this level, let alone a discerning elementary lockbreaker. I already said that you should give up. You can't even open a crack. This is a complete flow of life, and it's a symbol of a boundless advanced source box. Even if it's man-made, it's not something that a puny discerning elementary lockbreaker like you can do, the monkey said helplessly. Luin knelt down on one knee and panted heavily as blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. The energy attack had been too terrifying, and that attack had not been any weaker than an explorer's. He had basically taken an explorer's attack head-on. Lockbreaking was already very dangerous, and if not for his powerful defenses, that attack would have been enough to take his life. He had only touched the ocean slightly, and he had not even begun to unlock it. That would incite agitation and bring disaster upon himself. Below him, the crowd was disappointed. They were not idiots, and they could naturally tell that the 5 statues were very similar to the 5 sealing planets. The 5 sealing planets could withstand the attacks of almighty powerhouses, and even if these 5 statues were weak, they could still withstand attacks from explorers or even cruisers. Luin was still too weak. Han Chang's gaze did not change, and he continued to look up. Suddenly, a cold killing intent came from behind Luin, and a flash of light appeared on the 5th level. This was the tip of a blade, which meant that there was an absolute expert hiding behind it. Lu Yin's eyes went wide. The moment the blade was exposed, it had already entered the range of Sirius's technique, and he could clearly see all of the changes. In Lu Yin's eyes, the blade was very fast, but it was being weakened by Sirius's technique. He tilted his head and dodged the blade. A ray of light streaked past and left a bloody mark on Lu Yin's face. Thanks to the reflection, Lu Yin could clearly see the attacker. It was a young man with a wooden expression, but his eyes were filled with vicissitudes. With a whoosh, the blade flew past Lu Yin and into the sky, completely destroying the 4th level. Even more light sprinkled down, allowing the crowd to clearly see the attacker. The attacker stared at Lu Yin in shock. "You actually dodged it?" Lu Yin's eyes went cold as he touched his cheek. Even Zhanlong Day Night had not been able to leave a scar on his body. "If I'm not wrong, you're the person on the list of tempering." The young man gripped the hilt of his blade and stared at Lu Yin. "You guessed correctly." "Remove your disguise," Lu Yin said in a low voice. The young man's lips curled up, and the muscles on his face twitched. Gradually, his appearance changed from that of a young man to that of an old man. "In the 137 years since I broke through to the Martial King realm, I've killed 365 people. All of them were powerhouses strong enough to enter the list of tempering, and only 3 of them qualified to be in the top 5. None of them were able to dodge my blade. Even Li Zimo's life would have been taken by my blade, but I didn't think that you would be able to dodge it." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Your blade is fast and sharp, and you hide it well. However, it's useless against me. If that's all you have, then you can die today." He then used Flash to charge towards the old man. The old man's eyes went wide, and he suddenly slashed at one of the statues. Lu Yin was shocked. "Stop." The old man laughed maniacally. "You were able to defeat Li Zimo and that outsider at the same time, so I admit that I'm not your match. However, I can feel that there's a strange energy field here. If it's destroyed, it's enough to tear everyone to pieces. Die. Let's die together. I've already fulfilled my loyalty to the Crown Prince." The statue was unharmed by the blade, but the originally calm sea of energy was stirred up. Waves of energy collided with each other, and the old man was torn to shreds by one of the waves. Lu Yin was also hit, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. His 5-lined battle force had almost been shattered. "Old man, you're courting death. Hurry up and think of a way to escape," the monkey shrieked. Obviously, Lu Yin wanted to escape long ago if he could, but he couldn't. The sea was already churning, and he had to avoid being killed before it calmed down. Otherwise, he would die here today. Lu Yin now truly understood the dangers of lockbreaking, and he thought back to the sourcebox catalog. Some lockbreakers had been torn to shreds as soon as they got close to a sourcebox. This was probably what had happened, as the energy field on the surface of the sourcebox had been disrupted. Lu Yin used Flash to move a few meters to the side, and an invisible wave of energy whizzed past him. He heaved a sigh of relief, but another wave of energy attacked him from the other side. Lu Yin dodged like this, occasionally spitting out a mouthful of blood when he was struck. Below him, the crowd had strange looks on their faces. They could not see the energy, and they could only see Lu Yin mysteriously dodging left and right. He even spat out blood when nothing happened. It was almost like he was performing. Only Han Chong, Yu Xianxia, and a few others had serious expressions. Lu Yin was currently facing an unimaginable calamity, and this was the most likely type of calamity that a lockbreaker would encounter. For half an hour, Lu Yin dodged the surging waves of energy. The 5 statues were connected to the solidified seal, forming a flow of life. The boundless power of the sea almost drowned Lu Yin, and he had no strength left. However, the surging waves of energy did not stop. Beep. Beep. Drip. Lu Ying endured another wave of attacks and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He stared at the ground, and although others could not see it, he could see the energy droplets smashing into the ground and splashing everywhere. In that instant, Lu Ying felt as if he had returned to Astral 10's rain observatory. He could see the drizzling rain, and every drop of rain was its own world. As the raindrops splashed everywhere, the world expanded, and the places he could see expanded as well. He could hear, feel, and so on. A strange fluctuation emanated from Lu Yin's body, causing his entire aura to change. Lu Ying did not even need to look up, he could already see a wave of energy rushing towards him. He looked up and focused, and this wave of energy became even more refined, allowing him to see something deeper. He tilted his head slightly, and the energy brushed past his shoulder. Aside from a few strands of his hair, it did not cause him any harm. This feeling. Was this a domain? Lu Ying was ecstatic, as he had never imagined that he would comprehend a domain in such a situation. Everything was under his control, and he could feel everything within 100 meters of him. He didn't even need to look to sense it. He could hear the heartbeats of the people below, and he could feel their gazes on him. It was no wonder why the Rainmaster had said that comprehension only took an instant. However, Lu Ying was more willing to believe that this was due to the serious technique. It was just like the second sword of the sword sect's 13 swords, which had its own domain. It could be said that Lu Xiaoqiu had comprehended a domain before being able to use the second sword, but it could also be said that the second sword had helped Lu Xiaoqiu comprehend a domain. The Serious sect, where Lu Yin's serious technique was located, was even more powerful than the sword sect. For this technique to be named after the name Serious, it must be one of the sect's core techniques, so it wasn't strange for it to help him comprehend a domain. Lu Ying suddenly looked at Han Chong. He hadn't noticed it before, but now, he could clearly feel Han Chong's power. It was a power that had been stored for a long time, and there was also an indescribable force in his body. This strength gave Lu Ying an indescribable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall what it was. The moment Lu Ying comprehended a domain, Han Chong's eyes lit up. He had sensed that this was a collision between domains, and his lips curled up. 5-lined battle force and a domain, this person had not disappointed him. Lu Ying didn't have time to think about Han Chong as waves of energy surged towards him. Lu Ying stood up and took a few deep breaths. His eyes widened, and his right foot gently shifted a few centimeters to avoid the first wave of energy. He then shifted a few more centimeters to avoid the next wave of energy. His entire body seemed relaxed and completely different from before. If Lu Ying had been a rock in a torrent before, then he was now a small boat swaying in the waves. No matter how large the waves were, they would not be able to drown him. No way. You, 7th bro, you comprehended the secret sidestep? The monkey shrieked in disbelief. Lu Yin's gaze swept over the crowd. What's the secret sidestep? A lockbreaker's supreme footwork technique. Countless lockbreakers have placed it on a pedestal, and they've spent their entire lives searching for a footwork technique that can allow them to avoid being killed by lockbreakers. That's the secret sidestep. Don't tell me that you just comprehended it, the monkey cried out. Lu Ying was lost. I don't know. In any case, these energy shockwaves are useless against me right now. Besides, I can see even more clearly now, so I should be able to unlock a crack and let them out. F***ck your 3rd grade aunt. Even if you've comprehended the secret sidestep technique, you're still the 2nd grade uncle of the universe? That's the secret sidestep. It's a peerless technique that's 1 in 10,000. If you can comprehend the secret sidestep, then your lockbreaking safety will increase by 100-fold. This is something that countless lockbreakers strive for, but you actually managed to comprehend it just like that. How disgusting, the monkey shouted in jealousy. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. That shouldn't be the case. He had relied on the giant emperor's third eye, serious art, and his domain to reach this step. It should be considered a pseudo-secret sidestep. Without any of these elements, the secret sidestep wouldn't have been possible. Then, what about the true secret sidestep? Lu Ying suddenly recalled the sourcebox catalog that he had seen before. There was a video of someone unlocking a mountainous sourcebox, and that person was constantly patting the sourcebox as his body trembled slightly. Was that the secret sidestep technique? Luin didn't have time to think too much about it, and he easily dodged all of the energy shockwaves like a fish in water. He pressed one hand against the solidified energy seal, and his eyes flashed. With the support of his lock-breaking tool, serious art, and his domain, he was able to see even deeper into the seal. The solidified energy was being broken down layer by layer. Below him, the crowd gaped in shock as they watched the solidified energy seal dissipate into motes of light before disappearing. Even though it was only a small portion of the seal, it was enough to prove that Luin had succeeded. He was now able to complete his lock-breaking. Luin pressed his left hand against the solidified energy seal and raised his right hand high. His arm muscles bulged as he unleashed a 9 stacks, 20-fold, space render palm. With a whoosh, his martial power traversed the void and viciously slammed into Xianlong Daynight's body. Xianlong Daynight suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly dodged, but he was still struck. He spat out a mouthful of blood as his entire body crashed into the distance. Luin sneered. The moment he had comprehended his domain, he had noticed that Xianlong Daynight's heartbeat had been abnormal. Xianlong Daynight had indeed been pretending to be unconscious. The Daynight restoration technique was truly terrifying, as it had actually withstood Lu Yin's strongest palm strike. However, Xianlong Daynight had still been heavily injured, and he had been knocked unconscious by the space render palm. The crowd below looked on with fear. That was Xianlong Daynight. Who would believe that he had been beaten to such a state? No one in the Lamita realm could be Lu Yin's opponent. This thought suddenly appeared in everyone's minds, and they were very certain of it. While Luin was focusing on his lock-breaking, Starsabil, who had been standing not too far away from Ming Hao, left without anyone noticing. Ming Hao didn't care either, as he trusted the divination inheritor greatly. At the same time, Grand Ini Mavis, who had been following Ming Zhaokai, also disappeared. The palace was heavily guarded, and there was a sentry every few steps. All of them were experts, but these experts were nothing special in the eyes of Starsabil and Grand Ini. Without a powerhouse at the Explorer realm or above, they could enter and leave the palace as if it were child's play. The two girls met in a fake mountain. What are you looking for? Grand Ini asked. Starsabil smiled. What are you looking for? I'm asking you. I'm not obligated to answer. You're such an annoying woman. You're pretending to be so deep when you have nothing to do, but you're faster than anyone else when you're in trouble. Grand Ini rolled her eyes. Starsabil smiled. Our goals should be the same. I suspect that the Tower of Resonating Light isn't one of the nodes for the 5 sealing planets. Grand Ini frowned. It should be. It took hundreds of years to discover that. Don't underestimate the people of the Shenwu continent. They were even able to invent the heavenly globe, so it shouldn't be difficult for them to spend hundreds of years digging a hole, Starsabil said. Grand Ini looked at Starsabil. We've never trusted anyone from the Shenwu continent. The one we trust is you, or rather, the previous Starsabils. Back then, it was your Starsabil who confirmed that there was something wrong with the Tower of Resonating Light. Otherwise, the trial takers would not have colluded with each other. Others might not know, but I do know that your Starsabil was the one who led the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light. Starsabil replied, I won't deny that there's definitely something wrong with the Tower of Resonating Light, but I don't know what the problem is. I also don't plan on sending Han Chong and the others to their deaths, which is why I came here to investigate. Grand Ini was disdainful. The Mavis family's abilities were not something that others understood, and she knew a little more than others. Starsabil was the one who led the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light. Regardless of whether or not the Tower of Resonating Light was a node for the 5 sealing planets, Starsabil had confirmed that there was something wrong with it, and she had led the trial takers in the attack. If they succeeded, the credit would go to her, but if they failed, only the trial takers would die, and it would have nothing to do with her. Furthermore, she had not made an appearance from start to finish, so no matter how hard others tried, they would not be able to guess that it was her. At most, they would blame the dark mist weave. This woman was truly ruthless, and Grand Ini vigilantly glanced at her. Don't make wild guesses. Starsabil looked at Grand Ini helplessly. Grand Ini snorted. At that moment, a loud sound rang out in the distance. The two women looked over and saw that several figures had been slammed to the ground, and it was unknown if they were still alive. They're trial takers just like us, and they also want to sneak into the palace to find the location of the node for the 5 sealing planets. However, they've underestimated the palace. How could there not be any explorers overseeing this place? And there's definitely more than one of them, Starsibyl explained. Then what should we do? Grandine raised an eyebrow. Starsibyl smiled. One for you, one for me. Let's end this quickly. Grandine clicked her tongue. Those are explorers. Do you think they're Lemeters? And you want to end this quickly? You're a Mavis, so there's no need to hide anything from anyone. You know me, and I know you as well, Starsibyl said solemnly. Grandine's mouth twitched. The Mavis family had dominated the universe and controlled humanity's economic lifeline. They were a terrifying superpower, and it was impossible for them to rely on their monstrous strength alone. Countless people in the universe had tried to find out the Mavis family's secret, but this secret had never been exposed. However, it was useless in front of Starsibyl. Although Starsibyl also did not know the Mavis family's secret, she could still make a few guesses. This was enough to fill her with confidence in Grandine. We've already agreed that we'll take one each. Grandine walked out of the fake mountain and lightly tapped her feet. Her movements were clearly very slow, but the guards around her were unable to detect her movements. They only felt a gust of wind blow past them. Similarly, Starsibyl walked step by step towards Ming Zhaotian's study. The two women walked towards the study with no one around them. It was only when they reached the door that they were stopped by a stern voice. Foreigners, trespassing into the study, die. Starsibyl did not move and instead looked at Grandine. Grandine rolled her eyes and closed them before suddenly opening them again. A dark green light flashed past, just like the color of the Mavis family. It was the verdant green of life, and this green light contained a soothing vitality that made one feel as if they had returned to the origin of life. It enveloped the study, and in that instant, the explorers who had been attacking the two stopped in their tracks and stared at Grandine in a daze. They then stood to the side in a daze, not moving at all. This scene caused Starsibyl's eyes to shrink. Although she had guessed a little, she did not think that it would be so terrifying. Being able to subconsciously affect explorers was a guarantee that the Mavis family was invincible in the universe. Suddenly, another enormous force pressed down, and this time, it was an explorer. Starsibyl looked up and stretched out a finger. She tapped the void, and the surroundings transformed into a starry sky filled with specks of stars that extended into the distance. At this moment, they were no longer in the study, but in the boundless starry sky. Battle technique, astral disorientation. This finger caused Grandine's hair to stand on end. Even with the Mavis family's supreme innate gift, she could not guarantee that she would be able to suppress Starsibyl. This woman was too mysterious, and she was completely different from when she had been in the astral combat tournament. Although she had been mysterious back then, she had still been visible. Now, she seemed illusory, as if Starsibyl was not Starsibyl but another woman. The explorer's pupils dilated, and he stood in place as if he was searching for something. He was lost in space. The two girls looked at each other, and they both felt that the other was difficult to deal with. Delaying the semi-finals of the astral combat tournament had indeed been beneficial to Luin. Regardless of whether it was Starsibyl or Han Chong, both of them had indescribable trump cards, and even Grandine had a secret of the Mavis family that had never been exposed. If the semi-finals had continued, Luin would have been the first to lose, even if he had 5-lined battle force. Ming Zhaotian's study had been overseen by 2 explorers, so it should have been foolproof. However, the 2 girls had easily resolved the situation. Now, they had discovered a huge secret. The Tower of Resonating Light isn't the node for the 5 sealing planets. It's actually where Ming Taijing is buried. Those people are finished. Grandine cried out in alarm. Starsibyl's expression turned ugly, and she silently memorized some information about the Tower of Resonating Light before quickly leaving. Grandine did not stay for long either and quickly left as well. Within the Tower of Resonating Light, the solidified energy seal cracked slightly. Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he tilted his head to the side, easily dodging the energy attack. There was a soft thump from his hand. "Brother Han, you can come out now." The crowd below was pleasantly surprised, but Han Chong did not hold back and leaped out of the 6th level to appear beside Luin. Luin looked at him. He knew what Luin wanted, so he took out the commitment agreements and placed them in front of Luin. Brother Lu, you can check them. Luin glanced over them. No need, I trust Brother Han. Xianxia was speechless. How shameless of him to say such a thing after looking through them. Luin was much happier when he put away the commitment agreements. The crack suddenly widened, and the crowd gradually emerged. Most of them thanked Luin, and only a few were unhappy with him. However, they did not dare to say anything. With Lu Yin's strength, a single finger was enough to crush them all. Right, a friendly reminder, Ming Hao has placed many spies around here, so don't expose yourselves. Luin smiled. Everyone left the Tower of Resonating Light one by one. Xianxia looked at Zhanglong Day Night and wanted to ask something, but she did not. Han Chong smiled at Luin. Brother Lu, I'm looking forward to the semi-finals. Luin looked at Han Chong seriously. You're very strong. I couldn't see it in the past, but now, I can clearly feel that you'll be one of my greatest opponents in the semi-finals. Han Chong smiled. Brother Lu, you're underestimating Starsabel and Grandini. Grandini seems to be the weakest, and she only relies on 4-lined battle force and monstrous strength. However, the Mavis family's innate gift has never been revealed before. There's also Starsabel, and no one knows her limits. Brother Lu, don't underestimate them. He then glanced at Zhanglong Day Night and left. The fact that the Day Night clan had sent Zhanglong Day Night proved that they were not underestimating the semi-finals. Unfortunately, they had met Luin. From Han Chong's perspective, Zhanglong Day Night's defenses were astonishing, and he was not confident that he could deal with him. There was a high chance that they would end up in a draw, but Luin was the one who countered him the most. Luin looked at Han Chong's departing figure and thought back to the scene back on Earth where Lulu had used her melder strength to subdue an explorer sea turtle. He had originally forgotten about that scene, but now that he thought about it, was that the Mavis family's innate gift? If Grandini had it as well, then that would be terrifying. When would the semifinals begin? Old Kai had said that the Astral Combat Academy was waiting for an opportunity, and Luin was looking forward to it. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the ground, passing by Li Zimo and the rest of the Day Night clan members. He grabbed Zhanglong Day Night and the other Day Night clan members and soared into the sky. These people could not be allowed to return safely. Luin had come here to join the Outerverse Youth Council as well as to divert the Day Night clan's attention. However, the group of people who had left earlier would definitely spread the news that he had defeated Zhanglong Day Night, which would be troublesome. Luin did not want to endlessly entangle himself with the Day Night clan, and he needed to join the Outerverse Youth Council before the Day Night clan took their revenge. At that time, his status would be different, and he would have a say in the Outerverse. In the Reverend King's residence, Ming Zhaoshu brought Ming Yan to the Imperial Palace. Tang Si was still there. Luin tossed Zhanglong Day Night and the others to Tang Si. Tang Si took it in shock and looked at Zhanglong Day Night. His expression changed as he recognized him. This person was the powerhouse who had attacked Ming Yan the other day. That palm strike had left a deep impression on him, as it had rendered him immobile and stunned everyone on the street. Who is he? He's an outsider. Tie him up and throw him in jail. Don't let him escape, Luin said casually. Tang Si looked at Luin solemnly. The Reverend King's residence is not a place for you to take revenge. Luin laughed. You can ask the Reverend King if he wants this group of people. Let's not talk about their status in the Outerverse. Just the fact that they're outsiders is enough to boost the Reverend King's reputation. Tang Si took a deep breath. Alright, I'll make the arrangements. After leaving the Reverend King's residence, Luin reluctantly looked back. It was not that he did not want to bid farewell to Ming Yan, but he did not like the feeling of parting. Perhaps if he took one more glance at her, he would not want to leave. Staying on the Shenwu continent meant that he would never have the chance to obtain that girl. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. He would return to the Shenwu continent, and it would not be too long. Ming Zhaoshu had given him 10 years, but he would only give himself 5 at most. After that, he would return to the Shenwu continent and obtain that girl. Crack. A black crack appeared in the sky and extended into the distance. The surging power caused all of Mingdu to tremble, and even Ming Island to tremble. Ming Hao stood up with an ugly expression on his face. He could sense that Ming Zhaotian's aura was growing weaker and weaker, and he could not help but clench his fists. Had the outerverse become stronger again? Ming Zhaoshu's expression turned solemn, as he could also sense that Ming Zhaotian was weakening. Suddenly, a huge crack appeared on one of the 5 sealing planets. This scene shocked the entire Shenwu continent, and countless people knelt down and prayed to the heavens. Ming Hao did not even notice that his wine had spilled. He clenched his fists tightly. Hold on, I must hold on. Ming Zhaoshu gritted his teeth. At this moment, no one on the Shenwu continent wanted the 5 sealing planets to collapse, regardless of their standpoint. Ming Yan's face was pale, and she stubbornly bit her lip as she looked up into the sky. No one was in the mood to celebrate their birthdays, and everyone was looking up at the sky. The black spatial crack continued to expand, and strange runes appeared, forming a cage that trapped a figure within. The figure howled miserably as blood flowed out from his body. Ming Hao suddenly stood up and clenched his teeth so hard that they bled. This figure was the Shenwu Empire's Ming Zhaotian, and he had been beaten up miserably. Countless people were stunned. In the hearts of everyone on the Shenwu continent, the strongest person was Ming Taizheng, who had opened the spatial crack 1,000 years ago, followed by Ming Zhaotian. However, at this moment, Ming Zhaotian was being crushed. Think thrice before you act. A huge youthful face appeared in the sky, and it seemed to cover the entire Shenwu continent. Lu Yin was rushing towards the exit that Song Yu had provided when he looked up and saw the face in the sky. His pupils shrank. It was the 10 Arbiter scholar, Xianxia. The dark mist weave had actually managed to invite Xianxia, which explained why the 5 sealing planets had almost collapsed. Even the 5 sealing planets, which were capable of defending against almighty powerhouses, had trembled in the face of one of the 10 Arbiters. This was one of the 10 Arbiters, a super powerhouse who had reached the peak of the younger generation. Xianxia's face was engraved in the minds of everyone on the Shenwu continent. This person had completely crushed Ming Zhaotian. Suddenly, Xianxia's face disappeared, and the huge spatial crack was restored. The 5 sealing planets no longer trembled, and everything returned to normal. Only a small spatial crack swept across the Shenwu continent, taking away Lu Yin and many trial takers. The huge battle had started abruptly, and it had ended just as quickly. The scene of Ming Zhaotian being crushed seemed like an illusion. It was an illusion. This was a scheme from the outside. How could His Majesty have been defeated? Someone shouted in a crazed state. Many people agreed. Ming Hao's eyes flashed. You're right. That was an illusion created by a powerhouse. Countless people relaxed. So that was how it was. Ming Zhaotian was a super powerhouse in the martial god realm, so how could he have been defeated so easily? These words could only deceive ordinary people, and even Ming Yan did not believe them. Ming Zhaoshu revealed a mocking smile, but he soon grew serious and looked up. What was going on in the astral battlefield? Everyone looked at the spatial crack that had appeared on one of the 5 sealing planets with worried expressions. Not long after, boundless martial power swept out in all directions. The battle is over, and the birthday celebration begins. A loud voice echoed in the sky above the capital. Countless people cheered, as they could tell that it was Ming Zhaotian's voice. Sure enough, what had happened just now had been an illusion. Within the palace's secret chamber, Ming Zhaotian walked out of the void in a sorry state and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body collapsed, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How could that youth be so strong that he could crush him? He was a martial god who had learned martial power and had inherited the Shenwu continent's resources, but he had still been crushed by a youth. Were these the 10 Arbiters? How could someone from the younger generation be so strong? Ming Zhaotian, who had not paid much attention to the 10 Arbiters, was now filled with reverence for them, especially the scholar who had crushed him, Xianxia. Lu Yin felt like his body was being torn apart, but this was different from the last time. He had been completely passive before, but now, he could observe the void and even observe the powerhouses who had guided them through the void. It was possible, but he did not dare to do so. It would be troublesome if he was discovered. For example, a 5-stage formcast model could allow a powerhouse to observe the strength of the person who had created the formcast model. This was the reason why 5-stage formcast models were so rare. Every time a formcast model was created, it meant that there was a greater chance of someone discovering one's weakness, so no one was willing to do so. There was a thump as Luin was flung out of the void. Another trial taker was flung out and smashed into a wall. Lu Yin's body flashed away to avoid a tragedy. There was a giant transparent barrier, and trial takers appeared one after the other. Every time they went to the Shenwu continent for a trial, Songyu would give them a different location. Every once in a while, a spatial crack would sweep through and bring the trial takers back. However, not many were able to return. Lu Yin immediately saw Starsabil. She stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Although she was silent, she exuded a mysterious aura that was as eye-catching as a lighthouse. Starsabil, the human Starsabil. Once I kill her, my name will immediately spread throughout the astral beast domain and surpass the other 4 academy masters. I'll become the top student of the spiritual academy. Lu Yin was speechless. Aren't your eyes very powerful? See if she has any mysterious abilities. I can't tell, the monkey replied bluntly. Lu Yin was displeased. You're patronizing me. The monkey hurriedly replied, of course not. How could I patronize the great 7th bro? You've even comprehended the secret sidestep, and the universe is no longer big enough for you. Shut up and talk. Are you going to shut up or talk? Talk about Starsabil. Starsabil? What's the matter? Use those eyes of yours to look at her. The monkey was helpless. 7th bro, I've already told you that I really can't see through her. Starsabil comes from the Starsabil sect, and she's a freak on the same level as Skymender. Someone like that can predict the future, and I can't see through her at all. Lu Yin did not press the matter any further, as the monkey's words should be true. If Starsabil was so easily seen through, then she would not be Starsabil. He looked around and saw quite a few familiar faces. They were all people who had made promises to him, and of course, there were quite a few others as well. Grandine Mavis was sizing Lu Yin up from a distance. Lu Yin's gaze coincidentally met hers. Grandine Mavis waved her fist, and Lu Yin smiled, knowing that she was referring to the time when they had clashed in the thatched cottage. Han Chong had not returned, and neither had Wu Shang, who had been hiding in the Ming constables like Lu Yin. Long Yun, who had been roaming the capital and intimidating Ming Hao, had also not returned. Song Yu's figure appeared, and he looked at everyone before nodding. Quite a few people returned this time. Returning does not mean that you have passed, and not returning does not mean that you have failed. Every once in a while, we will bring back trial takers. You are not the first batch, nor will you be the last. Song Yu then continued, everyone, you can take out your particle cameras now. You are very lucky, as the judge of your results will be the 10 Arbiter Scholar, Lord Winsansi. He will personally observe your performances. The moment these words were spoken, many people's eyes burned with passion. The 10 Arbiters held a very high position in the hearts of the younger generation, and being recognized by them was an honor that countless people pursued for their entire lives. Even Starsabil could not remain calm in front of Winsansi. My apologies, my particle camera was destroyed. Someone raised his hand helplessly. Following that, many others raised their hands as well, as all of their cameras had been destroyed. Song Yu replied, that's normal. The Shenwu continent knows about particle cameras, and once the Ming vanguard attacks, the focus will be on the physical body. It's normal for you to not be able to protect your particle cameras, but it has been determined that you have failed. Many people were dejected. They had gone to great lengths to leave the Shenwu continent, but they had failed. Lu Yin's particle camera had been destroyed by him, and he glanced over. Starsabil and Grandini's cameras had been destroyed as well. Did that mean that the two of them had failed? Requesting the 10 Arbiters to determine the results. Requesting the 10 Arbiters to determine the results. Starsabil and Grandine Mavis spoke at the same time and then looked at each other. Grandini's gaze was provocative while Starsabil's was indifferent. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What did these two know? Their particle cameras had been destroyed, but they still dared to request the 10 Arbiters to determine the results. It had to be classified information. The 5 ceiling planets nodes? Or the Tower of Resonating Light? When he thought of the Tower of Resonating Light, Luin suddenly recalled the thatched cottage plan. Grandine had clearly been present, but she had not been present during the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light. There was also Starsabil. Luin did not believe that she did not know about the attack on the tower. Since both of them were absent, did they know something? The most likely possibility was that they knew that the Tower of Resonating Light had been Ming Taijing's grave, and now, they wanted to use this information to obtain the results. Can't, Xianxia said. Luin suddenly said, I also request that the 10 arbiters determine the results. Starsabil and Grandine turned to look at Luin, deep in thought. Xianxia glanced at Luin and nodded. The others looked at the 3 of them curiously. Since they dared to ask the 10 arbiters to judge their results, they must have heard some incredible news. Brother Lu, do you have any confidential information to share? And Xiaohua came over and asked. Luin grinned. I've already told you, Xianxia. Not too far away, Xianxia was stunned, and she looked at Luin. What did he tell me? I told you that the Tower of Resonating Light was a trap, but you didn't believe me. Xianxia was furious. Don't spout nonsense, Luin. You told me that in the Tower of Resonating Light. You can only blame yourself for hiding the attack on the Tower of Resonating Light from me. Otherwise, I would have told you long ago, Luin said matter-of-factly. Xianxia was furious. You bastard. Quite a few people looked at Luin and then at Xianxia, feeling speechless. It was as if they could have avoided a disaster, but because of this adulterous couple, they had suffered misfortune instead. This feeling was extremely unpleasant, but there was no one to reason with. Why had Luin told them? And Xiaohua perfectly displayed an expression of disgust, and he walked to the side with an ugly expression. Xianxia gritted her teeth in anger. Don't spout nonsense, Luin. My Frost Moon sect is just a small sect, and we can't bear the anger of so many people. Luin ignored her. It would be strange if he believed her, this woman was as shrewd as a ghost. Xianxia soon arrived. Starsabil, Grandine Mavis, Luin, come with me. Luin waved at Xianxia and then left. Xianxia was so angry that her face flushed red. She had never met such a person before. She had seen too many young elites since she was young, and all of them wanted to appear graceful and magnanimous in front of her. How could there be such a person? He was just trying to trick her. The space station that was used to monitor Shenwu continent was huge, and through the projection, Luin could see that there were still traces of energy that had yet to dissipate. From time to time, cracks would appear, and many corpses floated in space. They were all space-exploring powerhouses. Some were from the Dark Mist Weave, while others were from Shenwu continent. This was a battlefield that was currently out of his reach. Luin sighed. When Xianxia stood in outer space and looked at Shenwu continent in deep thought. He had just sensed a strange aura from this continent, which was why he had stopped. Otherwise, even if he could not break through the 5 ceiling planets, Ming Zhaotian would have died. What exactly was that aura? When Xianxia muttered to himself. Luin and the other 2 walked to the edge of the space station and looked at Wen Xianxia. Although they were only 100 meters apart, the difference was like heaven and earth. One could explore space, while the other could only look up from the space station. Luin longed to step into outer space and freely roam the universe without any restrictions. That day should not be too far away. Are you the ones who want to judge the results? When Xianxia turned around and calmly looked at the trio. He exuded a scholarly aura, and at first glance, he did not look like one of the 10 arbiters who had suppressed Shenwu continent. Starsabil bowed. Please judge, Arbiter Wen. When Xianxia nodded with a smile on his face. The next moment, an invisible wave spread out and separated Luin from Grandine Mavis. Grandine grew anxious. She wanted to judge the same result as Starsabil, so how could she let Starsabil decide first? Arbiter Wen, I'll go first. When Xianxia was flabbergasted. Starsabil laughed. Even if we say the same thing, it will not affect the results. The results will still be the same. You 2 discovered the secret at the same time? When Xianxia was interested. Grandine nodded. That's right. We discovered it at the same time. More accurately, I discovered it before her. Star Sibyl smiled. When Xianxia looked at Luine. What about you? The two girls also looked at Luine curiously. Luine gestured for them to go first. Ladies first. When Xianxia smiled. Not bad. It's no wonder Mira likes you. Lu Yin's face froze, and he was speechless. He laughed dryly. There's nothing going on between me and Mira. When Xianxia laughed. There's no need to hide it. She mentioned you to me before, and I can tell that she admires you. I've seen your experiences, and not bad. Even if I'm a Lemeter, I won't be stronger than you. You are indeed qualified to be called a 10 Arbiters candidate. Lu Yin's face changed, and he stared into Wen Xianxi's eyes. Wen Xianxia did not back down, and there was nothing but a smile in his eyes. Luine could not understand this person anymore. This person was like a blade of grass that swayed with the wind, but no matter how strong the wind or the rain, he would not fall. He had a strong sense of self and was very magnanimous. Luine believed that this magnanimity stemmed from his confidence in his strength. Why are you two men staring at each other like that? How can the number one beauty in the universe, Star Sibyl, endure this? Grandine shrieked. When Xianxia and Luine were not affected at all, and they calmly averted their gazes. Grandine, you go first. I'll judge for you, When Xianxia said. Grandine looked at Luine warily. You're not allowed to listen. Luine was speechless. Looking at her reminded him of looking at Lulu. Were all Mavis family members like this? How could they control the universe's economy like this? When Xianxia separated Luine from Star Sibyl and listened to Grandine's report with a shocked expression. Grandine finished not long after, and when Xianxia listened to Star Sibyl's report. Their reports were the same. They had discovered that the Tower of Resonating Light was Ming Taijing's burial ground. This was considered one of their biggest missions, and their results were excellent. After Star Sibyl and Grandine were separated, when Xianxia looked at Luine. It's your turn. What did you discover? Luine glanced at the two girls who were looking at him curiously and replied, the Tower of Resonating Light is Ming Taijing's burial ground. When Xianxia was curious. They broke into the palace and used their own methods to control explorers to steal this information. How did you know? The palace isn't the only one who knows about this. The Reverend King, Ming Zhaoshu, also knows. I was once a coachman in the Reverend King's residence, Luine replied. When Xianxia nodded and did not ask any more questions. Since that's the case, the three of you have the same results. Wait, Luine spoke up and faced Wen Xianxia. He solemnly said, I also know the secrets of the Tower of Resonating Light, as well as its structural diagram. Not long after, the results of the trial takers who had left Shenwu continent were announced. Everyone had thought that Star Sibyl would be the one with the highest results, but the reality left them all dumbfounded. Even Star Sibyl was surprised that Luine had obtained the highest results. Furthermore, when Xianxia had confirmed that he had completed the mission to find Ming Taijing's burial ground. This result shook the space station, and it soon spread out and shocked many people. The two missions on Shenwu continent had remained uncompleted for 1,000 years, but now, someone had actually completed them. Star Sibyl and Grandine looked at Luine in shock. How did you complete the mission? We clearly finished our report. You guys must have been rigged. Grandine exclaimed. Star Sibyl's eyes were deep as she looked at Luine. This person was becoming more and more unfathomable, especially after leaving Shenwu continent. His entire body was filled with a sense of familiarity, which should be his domain. This person was becoming stronger and stronger, and she was looking forward to the top 4 battles more and more. The person who had obtained first place in the trial would naturally be able to join the Outerverse Youth Council. As one of the 10 arbiters, Wen Xianxia could not personally make arrangements for Luine, even if he admired Luine. The person who had made the arrangements for Luine was Mira. Mira was also in this space station. Luine felt rather uncomfortable when he faced her again. This woman was too enchanting, and she looked at him with a teasing gaze. Congratulations on passing the trial and joining the Outerverse Youth Council. Your results are also first place, Mira praised as she beamed at Luine. Luine felt that her smile was very sinister, and there was even a hint of schadenfreude in it. Senior Mira, your smile is very strange. Mira chuckled, and the smile in her eyes grew even more pronounced. She walked closer to Luine, bringing with her a fragrant scent. Junior, Senior Mira wants to congratulate you. You're about to win over a beauty. End of chapter 287. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.